Hello there, weary traveller, and welcome to a gentle journey through our extraordinary home. Perhaps the day has been long, filled with endless tasks and rushing thoughts. Or maybe you're someone who finds peace not in counting sheep, but in discovering the quiet wonders that surround us every moment. Either way, tonight is yours to rest. Let your shoulders drop, your breathing deepen, and your mind drift like a leaf on still water. Tonight, we're embarking on a peaceful exploration of Earth itself, our beautiful breathing planet that spins through space, carrying all of us on an endless cosmic dance. For billions of years, this remarkable world has been shaping itself, creating mysteries and marvels that still surprise scientists today. From the deepest ocean trenches to the highest mountain peaks, from ancient forests that have stood for millennia, to tiny creatures that sleep in ways we never imagined. You'll hear about places so remote they seem like other planets, animals whose sleep habits might make you smile, and natural processes so gentle they happen without us ever noticing. Some of what you discover tonight might spark a quiet sense of wonder as you settle into sleep. And if these calm explorations help you unwind or offer a peaceful way to end your day, consider subscribing to join others who find comfort in learning something beautiful before they rest. Now let your thoughts grow light as morning mist, and let's begin our quiet tour of this amazing planet we call home. Earth isn't perfectly round, and that's exactly as it should be. Our planet spins through space as a slightly squashed sphere, bulging gently at the equator and flattening at the poles. This isn't a flaw in Earth's design, but a natural result of our planet's rotation. As Earth spins once every 23 hours and 56 minutes, the centrifugal force pushes outward at the middle, creating a subtle but measurable bulge. The difference is small, just about 27 miles, but it means that standing at the equator, you're actually a tiny bit farther from Earth's center than someone standing at the North Pole. This gentle imperfection makes our planet uniquely ours, a spinning home that's been shaped by its own motion for billions of years. Our planet takes exactly 365 1/4 days to complete its journey around the sun. That extra quarter day is why we need leap years every 4 years, adding one day to February to keep our calendars aligned with Earth's actual orbit. Without this adjustment, our seasons would slowly drift, and after several centuries, winter would arrive in what we now call summer months. It's a reminder that even our most basic measurements of time are tied to the cosmic dance of our planet through space. The moon above us each night is Earth's constant companion, the only planet in our solar system with just one moon. Unlike Jupiter with its dozens of moons or Mars with its 2 small rocky companions, Earth has formed a unique partnership with our single, large moon. This lunar companion does far more than light up the night sky. The moon stabilizes Earth's wobble as it spins, keeping our axis steady and our climate relatively stable over thousands of years. Without the moon's gravitational influence, Earth would wobble chaotically, causing dramatic climate swings that would make life much more challenging. Most scientists believe our moon was born from violence that became beauty. About 4.5 billion years ago, when Earth was still a young and molten world, a massive object roughly the size of Mars crashed into our planet. The collision was so tremendous that it launched enormous amounts of Earth's material into space. Over time, this debris clumped together, cooling and forming the moon we see today. In a sense, the moon is Earth's child, made from the same materials as our planet. Interestingly, Australia is actually wider than the moon, stretching almost 4,000 kilometers across compared to the moon's 3,400 kilometer diameter. Earth might be better named Planet Ocean, since water covers about 70% of our planet's surface. These vast oceans contain mysteries that we're only beginning to understand. As of today, only about 26% of the global seafloor has been mapped using modern technology. The rest remains unexplored, holding secrets in its depths. The average depth of Earth's oceans is over 12,000 feet, deep enough to completely submerge Mount Fuji, with room to spare. Scientists estimate that roughly 2/3 of ocean species have yet to be discovered or officially described, meaning there are countless creatures living in the depths that no human has ever seen. In these mysterious waters live animals with remarkable sleeping habits. Dolphins have solved the problem of needing to breathe air while sleeping underwater through a fascinating adaptation called logging. They shut down only half of their brain while sleeping, while the other half remains awake at a low level of alertness, allowing them to surface for air and watch for predators. It's like having a built-in security system that never fully turns off. Octopi, those intelligent creatures of the deep, display one of nature's most beautiful sleep phenomena. While resting, they change colors in waves across their bodies, shifting through patterns of red, yellow, and purple. Scientists believe these color changes might reflect the octopus dreaming, with their skin displaying the visual experiences playing in their sleeping minds. Seahorses have developed their own charming solution to ocean sleeping. These delicate creatures wrap their tails around coral or sea plants while they rest, anchoring themselves so they don't drift away with the currents during sleep. They look like tiny underwater horses peacefully tethered in an aquatic stable. Even the mighty walrus has adapted to sleeping in water. These massive marine mammals can go for days without rest when needed. And when they do sleep, they can do so either on land or floating in the water. When sleeping at sea, walruses often inflate air sacs in their necks, turning themselves into living life preservers that keep their heads above water while they doze. On land, sleep takes many different forms across the animal kingdom. Giraffes, those gentle giants of the African savanna, sleep in a way that might surprise you. These magnificent creatures often sleep standing up, catching rest in short bursts that total only 4 or 5 hours each day. Their great height and slow movement make them vulnerable to predators, so they've learned to rest while remaining alert. When giraffes do need the deeper REM sleep that requires lying down, they do so for just brief periods, usually no more than 5 minutes at a time. Horses, zebras, and elephants share this ability to sleep while standing, thanks to a special locking mechanism in their leg joints that allows them to rest without falling over. This adaptation lets them escape quickly if a predator approaches. Though like giraffes, they will lie down when they need the deeper stages of sleep. Cats and dogs, our beloved companions, are what scientists call polyphasic sleepers. They take their 12 to 16 hours of daily sleep in several short phases throughout the day and night, always ready to spring into action when needed, but also skilled at grabbing rest whenever the opportunity arises. Some of the most remarkable sleepers are birds that migrate vast distances. Certain species can fly for 6 months straight without ever touching the ground, eating, drinking, and even sleeping while airborne. They've developed the ability to let half their brains sleep while the other half keeps them flying, navigating, and alert to dangers. These incredible journeys can span thousands of miles, with the birds essentially living in the sky for half the year. The forests that cover about 30% of Earth's land surface are themselves communities of sleeping giants. Trees, those ancient silent witnesses to Earth's history, have their own daily rhythms. During the night, many trees actually droop their branches slightly, in what some scientists playfully call tree sleep. When morning comes, the branches lift again, ready for another day of photosynthesis. But trees do something even more remarkable than individual rest. They communicate through an intricate underground network of fungi that scientists have nicknamed the Wood Wide Web. This symbiotic relationship allows trees to share nutrients, send chemical warnings about insect attacks, and even care for their offspring. A mother tree can recognize her own seedlings and send them extra nutrients through this fungal network, nurturing the next generation even in the dense shade of the forest floor. The world's tallest tree, a coastal redwood named Hyperion, reaches 379 feet into the California sky. This gentle giant is estimated to be between 700 and 800 years old, which makes it relatively young in the tree world. The oldest known tree, called Methuselah, has been growing in California's White Mountains for an estimated 4,800 to 5,000 years, quietly witnessing the rise and fall of entire civilizations. These ancient forests play a crucial role in Earth's breathing. Every year, forests absorb about 8 gigatons of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, helping to regulate our planet's climate. They're like enormous lungs, breathing in carbon dioxide and breathing out the oxygen that makes life possible for so many creatures, including us. Rainforests, covering less than 2% of Earth's surface, are home to more than half of all life forms on our planet. These incredibly productive and complex ecosystems buzz with activity during the day, but at night, they transform into something more peaceful. Many rainforest animals are nocturnal, beginning their active period as the sun sets and the forest settles into its evening rhythm. Earth's coral reefs create some of the planet's most beautiful underwater sleeping chambers. These reefs are actually the largest living structures on Earth, built by countless tiny coral polyps over thousands of years. At night, many coral polyps extend their tentacles to feed, creating underwater gardens that glow with bioluminescent light. Fish that live among the corals, like the colourful clownfish, have developed special relationships with sea anemones, sleeping safely within the anemone's poisonous embrace, protected from predators by their host's stinging tentacles. As we move away from the warmth of tropical seas and forests, Earth shows us landscapes of stunning extremes. In Antarctica, on the clearest winter nights, temperatures can drop to minus 135 degrees Fahrenheit. In this crystalline cold, the surface loses heat into the clear sky, and dense, frigid air settles between the ice domes to create the coldest temperatures on Earth's surface. Yet even in this extreme environment, life finds a way to rest and survive. At the opposite extreme, the Atacama Desert in South America is considered one of the driest places on Earth outside of Antarctica's dry valleys. This desert receives less than 1 millimeter of rainfall per year, creating a landscape so stark it's used by scientists to simulate conditions on Mars. Yet even here, life has adapted, with some plants and animals entering states of dormancy that can last for years, essentially sleeping until the rare rains arrive to awaken them. Between these extremes, Earth offers countless peaceful places where the rhythm of day and night creates natural cycles of rest and activity. Mountain ranges formed over millions of years as Earth's tectonic plates slowly collided and pushed rock upward, create natural sanctuaries of quiet. The Himalayas, among the youngest mountain chains at nearly 50 million years old, are still growing by more than 1 centimeter per year as the Indian plate continues its slow collision with the Eurasian plate. These mountains and others around the world create their own weather patterns and ecosystems, with different plants and animals adapted to life at various elevations. As you climb higher, the air grows thinner and cooler, creating zones where different communities of life have found their perfect sleeping altitude. In the Northern Hemisphere, winter nights bring one of Earth's most magical sleep aids, the aurora borealis, or northern lights. These dancing curtains of green, blue, and sometimes red light are created when particles from the sun interact with Earth's magnetic field and atmosphere. The sun constantly sends energy and particles our way, but Earth's magnetic field protects us from most of this solar wind. During solar storms, some particles break through and collide with gases in our atmosphere near the poles, creating these ethereal light displays that have lulled countless observers into peaceful contemplation. The lights dance silently across the polar sky, a gentle cosmic lullaby that has been playing for millions of years. Indigenous peoples of the Arctic have long told stories of these lights, believing them to be the spirits of ancestors dancing in the sky, welcoming souls to rest. There's something deeply comforting about knowing that these same lights have flickered above countless generations, each one finding their own peace beneath the aurora's soft glow. As the lights fade with dawn, Earth continues its ancient rhythm. Our planet completes one rotation every 23 hours and 56 minutes, 4 minutes shorter than our standard 24-hour day. This difference exists because Earth must rotate slightly extra each day to face the sun again, accounting for our orbital movement around our star. It's a gentle reminder that even time itself is tied to our planet's cosmic dance through space. This rotation creates the Coriolis effect, a subtle force that influences everything from the direction water swirls down a drain to the massive circulation patterns of our atmosphere and oceans. In the northern hemisphere, storms rotate counterclockwise, while in the southern hemisphere, they spin clockwise. It's Earth's way of organizing the movement of air and water across its surface, creating patterns that have remained consistent for millions of years. Ocean currents, driven partly by this rotation, carry warm and cool water around the globe in a vast, slow-moving circulation system. The Gulf Stream, one of the most powerful of these currents, moves warm water from the Caribbean northeast toward Europe, carrying as much water as 100 Amazon rivers. This oceanic river within the ocean helps moderate temperatures across entire continents, making places like Ireland and Scotland much warmer than they would otherwise be at their northern latitude. Deep beneath the ocean's surface, in trenches that plunge deeper than Mount Everest, is tall, live creatures that have adapted to crushing pressure and eternal darkness. The Mariana Trench, the deepest known part of Earth's oceans, descends over 36,000 feet below sea level. In these profound depths, strange fish with transparent heads drift through the darkness, and tube worms cluster around volcanic vents, creating oases of life in the deep ocean desert. These deep-sea creatures have developed remarkable ways to rest in their extreme environment. Some deep-sea fish enter a state called bathypelagic dormancy, essentially floating motionless in the water column, while their metabolism slows dramatically. With no sunlight to mark day and night, they've created their own internal rhythms. Some synchronize to the faint daily temperature changes that reach even these depths. Above them, in the middle layers of the ocean, millions of tiny marine creatures participate in the largest migration on Earth every single day. As sunset approaches, countless small fish, jellyfish and plankton rise from the deep waters toward the surface to feed, creating what scientists call the deep scattering layer. At dawn, they descend again, following a rhythm as old as life in the oceans. This daily vertical migration involves more biomass than all the fish caught by humans each year, yet it happens quietly, invisibly, beneath the waves. Whales, the ocean's gentle giants, have their own peaceful sleeping rituals. These magnificent creatures can weigh as much as 30 elephants, yet they sleep by floating vertically in the water like enormous living buoys. Sperm whales gather in small groups and hang motionless beneath the surface, their massive heads pointing downward, catching brief naps that last only 10 to 15 minutes at a time. They look like underwater skyscrapers, perfectly still in the blue depths. Grey whales take a different approach, often resting in shallow coastal waters where they can lie on the sandy bottom with their blowholes just above the surface. Mother whales with calves sleep even more lightly, one eye always open to watch for their young, ready to surface and breathe at a moment's notice. On remote islands scattered across Earth's oceans, seabirds have developed their own unique sleeping arrangements. Albatrosses, with wingspans that can exceed 11 feet, spend most of their lives in flight over the open ocean. They've learned to sleep while soaring, locking their wings in position and letting air currents carry them through the night. Some can fly for hours without flapping, riding the wind like aerial surfers while catching moments of rest high above the waves. Penguins in Antarctica face the challenge of sleeping in one of Earth's harshest environments. Emperor penguins, the largest of their kind, huddle together in groups that can include thousands of individuals, taking turns moving from the cold outer edges to the warm center of the group. They sleep standing up, their thick feathers providing insulation against temperatures that can drop to -40 degrees Fahrenheit. The entire huddle slowly rotates like a living, breathing organism, ensuring that no penguin stays in the cold outer ring too long. These Antarctic landscapes hold some of Earth's most pristine sleeping chambers. In the continental interior, the ice sheet stretches for thousands of miles, creating a vast white desert where the only sounds are the whisper of wind and the occasional crack of shifting ice. Here, the aurora australis, the southern lights, dance across winter skies with the same ethereal beauty as their northern counterpart, painting the ice in soft greens and blues. The ice itself tells stories of Earth's ancient sleep cycles. Deep ice cores drilled from Antarctica contain air bubbles trapped hundreds of thousands of years ago, preserving samples of ancient atmospheres like time capsules. Scientists can read these frozen records to understand how Earth's climate has changed over millennia, finding evidence of ice ages and warm periods, times when the planet itself seemed to sleep and awaken in great cycles lasting tens of thousands of years. During the last ice age, which ended about 11,000 years ago, much of North America and Europe lay beneath ice sheets thousands of feet thick. As the ice slowly melted, it carved the landscapes we know today, creating the Great Lakes, carving river valleys, and leaving behind fertile plains. The land itself is still slowly rising in some places, recovering from the weight of all that ice in a process called post-glacial rebound. It's as if the Earth is still stretching and settling after a long frozen sleep. In warmer regions, Earth's deserts create their own peaceful rhythms. The Sahara, the world's largest hot desert, cools dramatically at night, with temperatures dropping by as much as 50 degrees from day to night. Desert animals have adapted to this daily transformation, with many becoming active only after sunset, when the scorching heat gives way to cool, star-filled darkness. Desert foxes, with their enormous ears designed to radiate heat, emerge from underground burrows as the temperature drops. They hunt through the night and return to their cool underground homes before dawn, spending the hot daylight hours in the equivalent of desert air conditioning. Their burrows can be 20 degrees cooler than the surface, creating perfect sleeping chambers beneath the sand. Cacti and other desert plants have their own daily rhythms, opening their pores to absorb carbon dioxide, only during the cool night hours to minimize water loss. During the day, they keep their pores closed, essentially holding their breath until the sun sets and they can safely continue their slow process of growth. In the Australian outback, some of the most unusual sleeping arrangements in the animal kingdom have evolved. Echidnas, spiny mammals that are among the few creatures on Earth that lay eggs, can enter a state called torpor that lasts for weeks during cold weather. Their body temperature drops, their heart rate slows dramatically, and they essentially hibernate until conditions improve. They curl into spiny balls, perfectly protected while they wait for better days. The platypus, that wonderfully strange creature that seems assembled from parts of different animals, sleeps in burrows along riverbanks. These remarkable mammals close their eyes and ears when they dive underwater to hunt, navigating instead through electrical sensors in their bills that detect the muscle movements of hidden prey. After a night of underwater hunting, they return to their cozy burrows to sleep away the day, warm and dry above the waterline. Aboriginal Australians have traditional stories about many of these creatures, tales that explain their habits and place in the natural world. These stories, passed down for tens of thousands of years, often describe the dream time, a period when the ancestors shaped the land and established the laws that still govern the behavior of animals and the movement of seasons. Speaking of seasons, Earth's gentle tilt of 23.5 degrees creates the rhythm of changing seasons that has influenced life for millions of years. This tilt means that different parts of the planet lean toward or away from the sun as we orbit, creating the long, peaceful nights of winter and the extended daylight of summer. Without this tilt, every day would be exactly the same length everywhere on Earth, and there would be no seasons at all. The changing seasons create migration patterns that span continents. Arctic terns make the longest migration of any animal, traveling roughly 44,000 miles each year as they follow summer from Arctic to Antarctic and back again. They experience more daylight than any other creature on Earth, essentially living in an endless summer as they chase the sun across the globe. Monarch butterflies, delicate creatures weighing less than a paperclip, make their own incredible journey. Starting from Canada and the northern United States, they travel up to 3,000 miles to reach their winter sleeping grounds in the forests of central Mexico. What makes this migration even more remarkable is that the butterflies that arrive in Mexico have never been there before. It takes 3 or 4 generations to complete the full cycle, with the final generation somehow knowing exactly where to go, despite never having made the journey themselves. In their Mexican winter sanctuaries, millions of monarchs cluster together on oyamel fir trees, covering the branches so completely that the trees appear to be made of orange and black butterflies rather than leaves. They enter a state of semi-dormancy, conserving energy for the long journey back north when spring arrives. The entire forest becomes a living cathedral of sleeping butterflies, one of Earth's most beautiful examples of rest and renewal. These ancient forests in the mountains of Mexico are cloud forests, places where mist and fog drift through the trees almost daily, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. The constant moisture supports an incredible diversity of life, including plants that grow on other plants, creating hanging gardens in the canopy. At night, when the mist rolls in and temperatures drop, the forest becomes even more magical, wreathed in clouds that seem to tuck the sleeping monarchs into a soft, grey blanket. High in the mountains of other continents, different communities of life have found their own peaceful rhythms. The Andes Mountains, stretching along the western edge of South America, create a spine of tranquility that rises above the clouds. Here, vicuñas, relatives of llamas with incredibly soft wool, graze in herds across high alpine meadows. These gentle creatures sleep in groups, always with one individual standing guard while the others rest. Their thick, luxurious coats keep them warm through mountain nights, where temperatures can drop well below freezing, even in summer. At these high altitudes, the air contains only half the oxygen found at sea level, creating a natural sleeping potion that affects even human visitors. The thin air and reduced atmospheric pressure create a peaceful drowsiness, as if the mountains themselves are encouraging rest. Many mountain peoples have adapted to this environment over thousands of years, developing larger lung capacities and more efficient blood circulation that allows them to thrive in these elevated sanctuaries. The highest peaks on Earth create their own weather systems, with clouds forming and dissolving around their summits in daily cycles. Mount Everest, standing nearly 6 miles above sea level, wears a plume of snow and ice crystals that streams from its peak like a prayer flag in the wind. This plume, visible from great distances, changes throughout the day as winds shift and temperatures fluctuate, creating a natural barometer of atmospheric conditions. In the valleys between these peaks, hidden ecosystems thrive in microclimates that can be dramatically different from the surrounding landscape. Some valleys in the Himalayas are so sheltered that they support subtropical plants despite being surrounded by glaciers and snow-covered peaks. These hidden gardens, protected from harsh winds and warmed by reflected sunlight, create oases where flowers bloom and butterflies dance even at altitudes where most life cannot survive. The glaciers that crown these mountains are like frozen rivers, flowing incredibly slowly downhill under their own weight. They move only inches per day, but over centuries, they carve entire valleys and create landscapes of stunning beauty. At night, these glaciers make subtle sounds as they shift and settle, creaking and groaning like old houses, the ice adjusting to temperature changes and gravitational pull. High-altitude lakes, formed by glacial activity over thousands of years, create mirror-perfect surfaces that reflect the surrounding peaks. These lakes often freeze completely in winter, creating natural ice rinks, where the only sounds are the occasional crack of expanding ice and the whisper of wind across the surface. Fish that live in these lakes enter a state of near hibernation during the coldest months, their metabolism slowing dramatically as they wait motionless near the bottom, where the water remains slightly warmer. Mountain goats and sheep have evolved remarkable abilities to sleep on narrow ledges and steep slopes. They can rest comfortably on surfaces that would terrify most animals, their specially adapted hooves providing perfect grip even on ice-covered rock. Bighorn sheep often sleep in single file along cliff faces, each animal finding just enough space on a ledge to lie down, while remaining safely connected to the group. Birds of prey that soar above these peaks have developed extraordinary sleeping habits. Golden eagles build their nests on cliff faces that offer commanding views of entire valleys. These massive birds, with wingspans reaching 8 feet, can soar for hours without flapping their wings, riding thermal currents that rise from sun-warmed valleys. At night, they settle into their cliff-top homes, perfectly positioned to catch the first thermals of dawn. The forests that grow on mountain slopes create their own vertical ecosystems, with different communities of plants and animals adapted to specific elevations. As you climb higher, deciduous forests give way to evergreens, which eventually yield to alpine meadows and finally bare rock and ice. Each zone has its own sleeping schedules and survival strategies, creating a natural apartment building of life stretching from valley floor to summit. Bears that live in these mountain forests are among nature's most famous sleepers. During autumn, they enter a feeding frenzy called hyperphagia, consuming up to 20,000 calories per day to prepare for their winter sleep. Black bears and brown bears don't technically hibernate, but enter a state called torpor, where their heart rate and breathing slow dramatically, but they can still wake if disturbed. They choose their den sites carefully, often selecting caves or hollow trees that will remain dry and provide insulation through the coldest months. Female bears give birth during this winter sleep, nurturing tiny cubs while in their drowsy state. The cubs, born hairless and helpless, nurse and grow while their mother continues her semi-hibernation. By spring, when the family emerges from the den, the cubs have grown large enough to follow their mother as she searches for food in the awakening forest. Marmots and ground squirrels take winter sleeping to even greater extremes, entering true hibernation where their body temperature drops to just above freezing and their heart rate slows to only a few beats per minute. They can remain in this death-like state for up to 8 months, surviving entirely on fat reserves built up during the brief mountain summer. Their underground burrows, lined with grass and leaves, maintain temperatures that hover just above the freezing point even when surface temperatures drop far below zero. The timing of their emergence from hibernation is perfectly synchronized with the mountain's seasonal rhythms. They wake just as the snow begins to melt, and the first green shoots push through the earth, giving them immediate access to fresh food after months of fasting. It's as if they have internal calendars that remain accurate even during their deepest sleep. Mountain streams create their own soothing soundtracks, flowing over rocks and creating natural white noise that has helped countless creatures fall asleep over millions of years. These streams change character with the seasons, rushing with snowmelt in spring, meandering peacefully through summer meadows, and eventually slowing to a trickle or freezing completely in winter. Fish that live in these streams, like mountain trout, seek out deeper pools when temperatures drop, entering a state of reduced activity that allows them to survive until warmer weather returns. Beavers, nature's engineers, create some of the most ingenious sleeping arrangements in mountain watersheds. Their dams not only control water flow, but also create perfect bedroom environments. Beaver lodges have underwater entrances that lead to dry sleeping chambers above the waterline. These chambers maintain stable temperatures even in winter, insulated by the water below and protected by thick walls of mud and sticks. Entire beaver families sleep together in these cozy homes, warm and safe, while ice forms on the pond surface above them. The wetlands created by beaver dams become sanctuaries for countless other species. Migratory birds use these quiet ponds as rest stops during their long journeys, finding shelter and food in the cattails and sedges that grow along the shores. Great blue herons stand motionless in the shallows, so still they seem like sculptures until a fish swims within striking range. At night, they roost in tall trees, often returning to the same sleeping perches year after year. Moose, the largest members of the deer family, wade into these beaver ponds to feed on aquatic plants, their long legs allowing them to reach vegetation in surprisingly deep water. These massive animals, despite their size, can move through forests with remarkable quiet, their broad hooves acting like natural snowshoes in winter. They sleep standing up in dense thickets, using their bulk and thick hide to stay warm through frigid mountain nights. Smaller creatures in these mountain ecosystems have developed equally impressive sleeping strategies. Pikas, rabbit-like animals that live among the rocks above the tree line, don't hibernate at all. Instead, they spend their short summers gathering plants, which they dry in hay piles among the rocks. These industrious animals remain active all winter, living on their stored food, while protected by deep snow that insulates their rocky homes. They tunnel through the snow to reach their hay stores, creating an entire winter city beneath the white surface. Pine martens, sleek predators about the size of house cats, make their homes in tree hollows lined with moss and feathers. These agile climbers can run up tree trunks head first and leap between branches with squirrel-like grace. They sleep during the day in their cozy tree-hole bedrooms, emerging at night to hunt through the forest canopy. Their thick, luxurious fur keeps them warm even on the coldest nights, and their partially retractable claws give them perfect grip on icy branches. The northern lights, which we glimpsed earlier over polar regions, sometimes dance above these mountain ranges as well, especially during periods of high solar activity. The thin atmosphere at high altitude makes the aurora even more vivid, painting the snow-covered peaks in ethereal greens and blues. Indigenous peoples who have lived in these mountains for thousands of years have many stories about these lights, often describing them as the spirits of ancestors welcoming travelers to rest safely through the night. In the southern hemisphere, the aurora australis creates similar displays over the mountains of Patagonia and New Zealand. These southern lights dance over landscapes that are mirror images of northern mountain ranges, with similar ecosystems adapted to different seasonal timing. When it's winter in the north, summer arrives in the southern mountains, creating a perfect balance that ensures somewhere on Earth, mountain meadows are always blooming, and streams are always singing their gentle songs. New Zealand's mountains are home to some of the world's most unusual birds. The key, the world's only alpine parrot, is incredibly intelligent and playful. These olive-green birds have been observed sliding down snowy slopes, apparently just for fun, and they're notorious for their curiosity about human belongings. They sleep in rock crevices and tree hollows, often huddling together in groups during cold nights. Their intelligence extends to problem-solving abilities that rival those of dolphins and primates, making them one of nature's most remarkable mountain residents. The kiwi, New Zealand's national bird, cannot fly, but has developed extraordinary adaptations for ground life. These nocturnal birds sleep during the day in burrows they dig with their powerful feet. Their burrows can be several feet long and are often lined with soft materials like moss and leaves. Kiwis have an exceptional sense of smell, unusual for birds, which they use to locate food in the dark forest understory. Their whisker-like feathers around their beaks help them navigate through dense vegetation during their nighttime foraging expeditions. Across the Tasman Sea in Australia, the mountain ranges create similar refuges for unique wildlife. Wombats, stocky marsupials that look like living stuffed animals, are among nature's most dedicated diggers. They create elaborate underground burrow systems that can extend for hundreds of feet, with multiple entrances, sleeping chambers, and even nurseries. These burrows maintain constant temperatures year-round, providing perfect sleeping conditions regardless of weather above ground. Wombats emerge at night to graze on grass and roots, returning to their underground mansions before dawn. Koalas, perhaps Australia's most famous sleepers, spend up to 20 hours each day resting in eucalyptus trees. Their diet of eucalyptus leaves is so low in nutrition and energy that they must conserve every possible calorie by sleeping. They've developed special adaptations for sleeping in trees, including curved spines that allow them to wedge securely into tree forks and thick, cushioned bottoms that make sitting on branches comfortable for hours. Mother koalas sleep with their babies clinging to their backs, creating adorable family sleeping arrangements high in the forest canopy. The eucalyptus forests themselves have adapted to Australia's unique climate patterns, including periodic droughts and fires. Many eucalyptus species actually depend on fire for reproduction, with seeds that only germinate after being exposed to intense heat. After fires sweep through these forests, new growth emerges rapidly, creating fresh sleeping habitats for the animals that depend on them. The forests essentially sleep during dry periods and wake up dramatically after fires, demonstrating nature's remarkable ability to find rest and renewal even in seemingly destructive events. In the Amazon rainforest, the world's largest tropical forest, the concept of sleep takes on entirely new dimensions. This vast green world, stretching across multiple countries, contains more species of plants and animals than anywhere else on Earth. The forest operates on its own schedule, with most activity happening during the brief twilight periods at dawn and dusk. During the heat of the day and the darkness of night, different communities of creatures take their turns sleeping and waking. Sloths, the forest's most famous slow-motion residents, sleep 15 to 20 hours per day, hanging upside down from tree branches. Their incredibly slow metabolism and movement conserve energy, allowing them to survive on a diet of leaves that would be insufficient for more active animals. They move so slowly that algae grows on their fur, providing camouflage that makes them nearly invisible among the tree branches. Once a week, they climb down to the forest floor to defecate, a journey that can take several hours and represents the most dangerous part of their week. High in the rainforest canopy, an entire world exists that most ground-dwelling creatures never see. Howler monkeys begin each day before dawn with territorial calls that can be heard for miles through the forest. Their voices, amplified by specialized throat structures, create one of the most distinctive sounds in nature. After their morning vocal session, they settle into the trees to feed and rest, often sleeping through the hottest part of the day in whatever shade they can find. Toucans, with their enormous colorful beaks, sleep in tree hollows where they tuck their beaks under their wings and fold their tails over their heads, transforming into compact feathered balls that fit into surprisingly small spaces. Their beaks, which seem impossibly large, are actually lightweight honeycomb structures that help regulate body temperature and allow them to reach fruit on branches too thin to support their weight. The forest floor, eternally dim beneath the thick canopy, hosts its own community of sleepers. Tapirs, pig-like animals with flexible snouts, sleep during the day in dense vegetation near water sources. These gentle herbivores are excellent swimmers and often cool off in streams and ponds during hot afternoons before settling down for their daytime rest. They're most active at night, using their excellent hearing and sense of smell to navigate through the dark forest. Jaguars, the apex predators of the Amazon, are surprisingly good swimmers and climbers. They often rest during the day on thick branches overhanging rivers, perfectly positioned to drop down on unsuspecting prey. Their spotted coats provide perfect camouflage in the dappled light of the forest, making them nearly invisible even when they're sleeping just a few feet away from forest paths. The Amazon River itself, flowing over 4,000 miles from the Andes to the Atlantic Ocean, carries more water than any other river on Earth. Along its banks and in its tributaries live pink river dolphins, intelligent mammals that have adapted to freshwater life. These dolphins sleep by resting one half of their brain at a time, similar to their ocean cousins, but they've also developed the ability to sleep while floating in shallow water with their blowholes above the surface. Manatees, gentle giants that can weigh over 1,000 pounds, graze on aquatic vegetation like underwater cows. They surface to breathe every few minutes, but can hold their breath for up to 20 minutes while resting on river bottoms. These peaceful creatures sleep by floating just beneath the surface, rising automatically to breathe without fully waking, a behavior so regular it seems choreographed. The sound of the rainforest changes dramatically between day and night, creating natural alarm clocks and lullabies. During the day, the forest hums with insect activity and bird calls. As evening approaches, the daytime chorus gradually gives way to night sounds. The deep bass notes of frogs, the rustle of nocturnal mammals, and the calls of night birds. This daily transition happens so gradually that it's like nature slowly turning down a dimmer switch, creating the perfect conditions for different communities to begin their rest periods. Tree frogs contribute some of the most beautiful sounds to the forest's nighttime symphony. These tiny amphibians, many no bigger than a thumb, can produce calls loud enough to be heard over the sound of rushing rivers. They sleep during the day on the undersides of leaves, their sticky toe pads allowing them to rest in positions that would be impossible for other animals. Some species sleep in water-filled plants like bromeliads, tiny swimming pools high in the forest canopy that create perfect nurseries for their tadpoles. The intricate relationships between plants and animals in the rainforest create countless examples of cooperative sleeping arrangements. Army ants create temporary nests called bivouacs by linking their bodies together to form living walls and roofs that protect their queen and larvae. These structures can house hundreds of thousands of ants and are completely portable, allowing the colony to move to new hunting grounds while maintaining their communal bedroom. Leafcutter ants, the rainforest's tireless farmers, work in shifts around the clock, but still maintain rest periods. They cut leaves, not to eat them directly, but to cultivate fungus gardens in their underground colonies. Different groups of workers take turns tending the gardens, allowing others to rest in the deeper chambers of their complex underground cities. These fungus gardens must be constantly maintained, so the ants have developed social sleeping schedules that ensure their crops are never left unattended. The rainforest's canopy, over 150 feet above the ground in some places, creates multiple layers of habitat, each with its own sleeping communities. Epiphytes, plants that grow on other plants without parasitizing them, create hanging gardens throughout the canopy. These aerial gardens collect rainwater and fallen leaves, creating tiny ecosystems that support everything from insects to small mammals. Many of these canopy gardens are so isolated from the ground that they've evolved their own unique species, found nowhere else on Earth. Birds in the rainforest canopy have developed remarkable adaptations for sleeping in trees that sway constantly in the wind. Many species have special tendons in their feet that automatically lock around branches when they relax, preventing them from falling even during deep sleep. Parrots often sleep in communal roosts, with hundreds of individuals gathering in a single large tree, their combined body heat helping maintain comfortable temperatures through cool tropical nights. The Brazil nut tree, one of the giants of the Amazon canopy, can live for over 500 years and reach heights of 200 feet. These ancient trees create their own microclimates, with temperatures and humidity levels beneath their canopies remaining remarkably stable throughout the day and night. Many animals time their rest periods to coincide with the coolest hours beneath these natural umbrellas. Strangler figs begin their lives high in the canopy, starting as seeds deposited by birds or bats in the crotches of other trees. They grow both upward toward the light and downward toward the ground, eventually surrounding and often killing their host tree, while creating hollow centers that serve as perfect sleeping chambers for bats, birds, and small mammals. These living towers can support incredible biodiversity, with a single large strangler fig hosting dozens of different species. The relationship between the rainforest and Earth's climate extends far beyond the forest boundaries. The Amazon generates its own rainfall through transpiration, with trees releasing water vapor that forms clouds and falls again as rain. This process creates a conveyor belt of moisture that affects weather patterns across entire continents. The forest breathes water into the atmosphere during the day and rests at night, its rhythm helping to regulate regional climate patterns that have remained stable for millions of years. Rivers flowing out of the Amazon carry nutrients eroded from the Andes Mountains thousands of miles away, eventually depositing them in the Atlantic Ocean, where they feed microscopic marine life. This connection between mountain and ocean, mediated by the Great River and its surrounding forest, demonstrates how Earth's sleeping and waking cycles are interconnected across vast distances and different ecosystems. At night, when the forest settles into its quiet period, the only sounds are the gentle drip of moisture from leaves, the distant calls of nocturnal animals, and the soft rustle of countless creatures finding their perfect sleeping spots in nature's most complex bedroom. The rainforest's nighttime peace has inspired countless human visitors to find their own rest, with the forest's natural rhythms serving as a powerful sleep aid for anyone fortunate enough to experience its tranquil darkness. The sounds of the rainforest at night create nature's most complex lullaby, but they represent just one note in Earth's vast symphony of sleep. As we drift away from the dense green world of the Amazon, our planet reveals countless other peaceful sanctuaries where rest takes forms we might never have imagined. In the vast grasslands that stretch across continents, a different kind of tranquility unfolds under star-filled skies. The African savanna, with its endless golden seas of grass, transforms at sunset into one of Earth's most serene sleeping chambers. As temperatures cool and the harsh equatorial sun disappears beyond the horizon, millions of creatures begin their nightly rituals of rest and renewal. Elephants, those gentle giants of the grasslands, sleep only 3 to 4 hours each night, but they do so in the most touching family arrangements. Herds gather in protective circles, with the youngest calves sleeping safely in the center, while adults take turns standing guard. When elephants do lie down to sleep, which they need to do for the deepest phases of rest, they often lean against each other, creating living walls of comfort and security. The matriarch of the herd sleeps lightest of all, one ear always tuned to the subtle sounds that might signal danger to her family. These magnificent creatures have been observed engaging in what can only be described as elephant dreams. During their brief periods of lying down, they sometimes move their trunks and feet as if they're walking or reaching for something, suggesting that even elephants experience the mysterious world of sleep visions that we call dreams. Lions, the savanna's most famous residents, are actually among Africa's most dedicated sleepers, resting up to 20 hours each day. They've earned their reputation as the kings of relaxation, spending the hot daylight hours sprawled in whatever shade they can find. A pride of lions sleeping together looks like a collection of enormous house cats, with family members often using each other as pillows. Cubs sleep curled against their mothers, while adult males position themselves at the edges of the group, even in sleep maintaining their protective role. During the coolest part of the night, usually just before dawn, lions become active hunters. But for most of the day and evening, they demonstrate that sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is simply rest. Their relaxed demeanor during sleep seems to radiate contentment, as if they've mastered the art of being completely present and at peace. Zebras face a greater challenge in the open grasslands, where their striking black and white stripes make them visible to predators, even in moonlight. They've developed a remarkable sleeping strategy where the herd forms a circle, with each zebra facing outward and resting its head on the back of the zebra in front of it. This creates a living carousel of mutual support, where every individual both gives and receives comfort while maintaining vigilance for the safety of the group. The patterns on zebra stripes are as unique as human fingerprints, and researchers have discovered that these stripes may help regulate body temperature by creating tiny air currents across their skin. During sleep, this natural air conditioning helps keep them comfortable through warm savanna nights. Giraffes scattered across the grasslands engage in some of the most unusual sleep positions in the animal kingdom. When they do achieve the deep REM sleep that requires lying down, they curl their impossibly long necks around to rest their heads on their hindquarters, creating a position that looks like an elegant piece of living sculpture. These brief deep sleep sessions rarely last more than 5 minutes at a time, but they're essential for the giraffe's mental and physical health. Baby giraffes, called calves, sleep more than adults, often lying down for several hours each day while their mothers stand guard. The sight of a young giraffe sleeping, with its disproportionately long legs folded beneath its spotted body, is one of nature's most endearing images of peaceful rest. Cheetahs, the fastest land animals on Earth, are surprisingly gentle sleepers. These spotted cats often sleep in family groups, with mothers and cubs creating cozy piles of fur and contentment. Cheetahs purr when they sleep, just like house cats, creating a soft, rumbling sound that seems to comfort both the sleeping animal and any family members nearby. Their slender build, evolved for speed, makes them look elegant even in sleep, like living sculptures of grace and power. The acacia trees scattered across the savanna provide crucial sleeping spots for countless creatures. These distinctive umbrella-shaped trees, with their flat tops and thorny branches, create perfect roosting sites for birds and shelter for ground-dwelling animals. Weaver birds construct intricate hanging nests in acacia branches, creating entire apartment complexes of grass and twigs, where hundreds of birds sleep safely above the reach of ground predators. Hornbills, large birds with distinctive beaks and casques, have developed one of nature's most secure sleeping arrangements. During breeding season, female hornbills wall themselves inside tree hollows using mud and droppings, leaving only a small opening through which their mates can pass food. For weeks, the female sleeps and incubates eggs in this sealed chamber while her partner works tirelessly to keep the family fed. It's nature's version of the ultimate secure bedroom, where mother and babies are completely protected during their most vulnerable time. Termites, those industrious insects that build towering mounds across the African landscape, create some of the most sophisticated sleeping quarters in the animal kingdom. These massive structures, which can reach 20 feet in height, are actually giant air conditioning systems with intricate networks of tunnels and chambers that maintain constant temperature and humidity. The termites sleep in specific chambers designed for rest, while other areas of the mound serve as nurseries, food storage, and fungus gardens. The sleeping chambers in termite mounds are engineering marvels, positioned to take advantage of natural air currents that keep them cool during hot days and warm during cool nights. Different castes of termites sleep in different areas of the mound, with the queen residing in the most protected central chamber, surrounded by workers and soldiers who sleep in shifts to ensure the colony's constant protection. Dung beetles, those humble but essential recyclers of the savanna, navigate by the light of the Milky Way as they roll their spherical treasures across the grasslands. When they find the perfect spot to bury their dung balls, they create underground chambers where they sleep safely while their eggs develop in the nutritious environment they've provided. These tiny engineers work primarily at night when temperatures are cooler, spending the hot daylight hours resting in their underground nurseries. The migration patterns that cross the African savanna create some of the most spectacular sleeping arrangements on Earth. Wildebeest, zebras, and gazelles travel in massive herds that can number in the hundreds of thousands, following ancient routes between feeding grounds. When these enormous groups settle down for the night, they create temporary cities of sleeping animals stretching to the horizon. During migration, these herds develop remarkable coordination in their sleeping patterns. Animals on the edges of the group sleep more lightly, ready to alert the others to danger, while those in the center enjoy deeper rest, protected by the sheer numbers surrounding them. The sound of hundreds of thousands of animals settling down for the night creates a gentle rustling that gradually fades to peaceful silence as the great herd finds rest under the African stars. Hippos spend their days sleeping in rivers and ponds, their massive bodies perfectly adapted for aquatic rest. These enormous mammals, which can weigh up to 4 tons, float just beneath the surface with only their eyes, ears, and nostrils exposed. They've developed the ability to surface and breathe automatically while sleeping, rising every few minutes for air without fully waking. Watching a group of hippos sleeping in a river is like observing living submarines, with their smooth backs occasionally breaking the surface as they adjust position in their dreams. At night, hippos emerge from their aquatic bedrooms to graze on land, traveling several miles from water to reach the best grass. They follow well-worn paths that their families have used for generations, creating highways through the savanna that other animals also use. Before dawn, they return to their river homes to spend another day in peaceful aquatic slumber. Crocodiles, ancient reptiles that have remained virtually unchanged for millions of years, demonstrate some of the most patient sleeping behaviors in nature. These powerful predators can remain motionless for hours at a time, floating like logs in rivers and lakes. They've mastered the art of sleeping with one eye open, literally, as they can shut down half their brain while keeping the other half alert for opportunities or threats. Young crocodiles sleep in groups for protection, often piling on top of each other on sunny riverbanks. The warmth from the sun and from each other helps regulate their body temperature, as these cold-blooded animals depend on external heat sources to maintain optimal metabolism. Mother crocodiles are surprisingly gentle with their young, carefully carrying babies to safe sleeping spots in their massive jaws. The rivers that wind through Africa's grasslands create ribbons of different sleeping habitats within the broader savanna ecosystem. Fish eagles build massive stick nests in tall trees along riverbanks, creating penthouse suites with commanding views of their aquatic hunting grounds. These impressive birds often mate for life, and pairs work together to maintain their nests year after year, adding new material each breeding season until some nests become enormous structures weighing several tons. Water buffalo gather at rivers and waterholes, not just to drink, but to enjoy mud baths that help them regulate temperature and protect their skin from insects. After coating themselves in cooling mud, they often lie down in whatever shade they can find for extended rest periods. These powerful animals, with their distinctive curved horns, look surprisingly peaceful during their midday siestas, steam sometimes rising from their mud-caked bodies as the moisture evaporates in the heat. Secretary birds, with their distinctive crest feathers and eagle-like appearance, hunt by walking across the grasslands on their long legs, striking snakes and other prey with powerful kicks. At night, these unusual raptors roost in acacia trees, often building their nests on the flat tops where they have clear views in all directions. Their sleeping posture, with their crest feathers relaxed and their long legs tucked beneath them, transforms them from fierce hunters into elegant, almost crane-like figures silhouetted against the African sky. The transition from day to night on the African savanna happens with remarkable speed near the equator, where the sun drops quickly below the horizon with little twilight. This rapid change triggers an almost immediate shift in the grassland's rhythm, as diurnal animals settle into sleep, while nocturnal creatures begin to stir. The changing of the guard happens so smoothly, it seems choreographed by nature itself. As darkness falls, the savanna comes alive with different sounds. The roar of lions carries for miles across the grasslands, not just a territorial display, but also a way for scattered pride members to locate each other in the dark. Hyenas begin their haunting calls, which, despite their reputation for being sinister, actually serve important social functions in maintaining family groups and coordinating hunting activities. The sound of insects rises to fill the night air, creating a constant gentle background hum that many animals find soothing. Crickets and other night singers produce their music by rubbing body parts together, creating natural symphonies that help mask the small sounds sleeping animals might make, providing acoustic camouflage for vulnerable creatures. Owls emerge as the savanna's nighttime hunters, their specially adapted feathers allowing them to fly in complete silence. Different owl species have divided up the night hunting territory, with some specializing in catching insects, others hunting small mammals, and still others fishing in rivers and ponds. Their calls, ranging from deep hoots to sharp barks, add bass notes to the savanna's nighttime chorus. The stars above the African grasslands shine with particular brilliance due to the dry air and lack of light pollution. For millions of years, animals have used these celestial landmarks for navigation during nighttime movements and migrations. Dung beetles, as mentioned earlier, actually use the Milky Way as a compass, demonstrating that even tiny insects can navigate by cosmic landmarks. Indigenous peoples of the African grasslands have developed rich traditions around the rhythms of savanna sleep. Many cultures time their daily activities around the natural cycles of the animals they share the landscape with, rising before dawn to travel during the coolest hours, and resting during the heat of midday when most wildlife is also inactive. Their traditional stories often feature the sleeping habits of animals, using these natural behaviors to teach lessons about patience, community cooperation, and harmony with natural cycles. The seasonal rains that transform the African savanna create dramatic changes in sleeping patterns and habitats. During the dry season, animals concentrate around permanent water sources, creating dense communities where different species must share limited resources. As the rains arrive, the grasslands explode with new growth, and animals spread out across the renewed landscape, finding new sleeping territories in areas that were uninhabitable just weeks before. The transformation that follows the rains is one of Earth's most dramatic examples of landscapes waking up from dormancy. Seeds that have waited months or even years for moisture suddenly germinate, covering the brown grasslands with fresh green growth. Migratory animals that have travelled hundreds of miles arrive to take advantage of the renewed abundance, timing their journeys to coincide with this annual awakening. Baby animals born during the rainy season benefit from the abundance of fresh grass and the relative safety provided by the tall vegetation. Young zebras, wildebeest, and gazelles sleep hidden in the grass, while their mothers graze nearby, protected by natural green curtains that provide both camouflage and shade. The grasslands of other continents echo many of the same sleeping patterns found in Africa, demonstrating how similar environments create similar solutions to the challenges of rest and survival. The Great Plains of North America once supported vast herds of bison that created sleeping cities much like today's African migrations. These massive animals, weighing up to 2,000 pounds, would settle into circular formations for protection, with calves sleeping in the center, while adults faced outward to watch for danger. Prairie dogs, small rodents that live in extensive underground cities, have developed one of the most complex social sleeping systems in North America. Their burrow networks can extend for acres underground, with different chambers serving specific purposes, including nurseries, food storage, and sleeping quarters. Prairie dog families sleep together in grass-lined chambers, maintaining body warmth through cold prairie nights, while sentries take turns standing guard at tunnel entrances. The burrows themselves are engineering marvels, with multiple entrances and exits, ventilation systems that create air circulation, and drainage systems that prevent flooding during heavy rains. Some chambers are positioned to catch morning sunlight, creating natural solar heating for the sleeping areas. The prairie dogs have essentially created underground suburbs with all the amenities needed for comfortable community living. Burrowing owls, unlike their tree-dwelling relatives, make their homes in abandoned prairie dog burrows, or dig their own underground nests. These ground-dwelling owls have adapted to life on the grasslands by becoming active during daylight hours when most owls sleep. They hunt insects and small mammals across the prairie, returning to their underground homes for midday rest periods when temperatures are highest. The relationship between prairie dogs and burrowing owls demonstrates one of nature's many examples of beneficial coexistence. The owls help control rodent populations around prairie dog colonies, while the prairie dog's extensive burrow systems provide ready-made homes for the owls. Both species benefit from the early warning system created by prairie dog sentries who bark alerts when predators approach. American badgers, powerful diggers with massive claws, create their own sleeping chambers by excavating burrows up to 10 feet deep. These solitary animals line their underground bedrooms with grass and leaves, creating comfortable spaces where they can sleep safely through the day. Their burrows often have multiple entrances, allowing quick escapes if predators discover their location. The grassland's seasonal cycles create natural sleeping schedules that many animals follow instinctively. During summer, when days are long and temperatures high, most grassland animals shift their active periods to dawn and dusk, sleeping through both the heat of midday and the darkness of night. This crepuscular lifestyle allows them to take advantage of optimal temperature and light conditions, while avoiding the extremes of both day and night. Winter transforms the grasslands into a different world entirely, with snow covering the landscape and temperatures dropping well below freezing. Animals that remain active during winter have developed remarkable adaptations for sleeping in harsh conditions. Bison grow thick winter coats that provide insulation equivalent to sleeping bags, allowing them to sleep comfortably even when snow accumulates on their backs. Ground squirrels and other small mammals enter hibernation during the coldest months, their body temperatures dropping to just above freezing, while their heart rates slow to barely detectable levels. They survive entirely on fat reserves accumulated during the abundant summer months, essentially sleeping their way through the season when food is scarce and conditions are harshest. The return of spring to temperate grasslands triggers one of nature's most joyful awakenings. As snow melts and temperatures warm, hibernating animals emerge from their winter sleep, blinking in the sunlight like creatures awakening from the deepest dreams. The grasslands themselves seem to stretch and yawn as new growth pushes through the soil, creating fresh green carpets that will support another cycle of life, activity, and rest. Migratory birds arrive from their winter homes in warmer climates, filling the grasslands with songs and activity as they establish territories and build nests. These travelers have flown thousands of miles, crossing deserts, mountains, and oceans to reach their grassland breeding grounds. Their arrival signals that the cycle of seasons continues, that Earth's rhythms of sleep and waking remain constant and reliable. The nests. These birds build in grassland environments are marvels of camouflage and engineering. Ground nesting species like meadowlarks and bobolinks weave grass into cup-shaped homes that are nearly invisible until you're standing directly over them. The parent birds approach their nests indirectly, landing some distance away and walking through the grass to avoid creating obvious paths that might lead predators to their sleeping young. Red-winged blackbirds build their nests in cattails and reeds along grassland ponds and wetlands, creating swaying cradles that rock gently in the breeze. The motion seems to help soothe both parent birds and their chicks, like natural hammocks suspended over the water. The male red-wings are fiercely territorial during breeding season, but at night they often roost communally in large flocks, finding safety in numbers during their most vulnerable hours. Grassland flowers add splashes of colour to the green landscape and create important sleeping habitats for countless insects. Prairie roses, black-eyed Susans, and purple coneflowers provide nectar during the day and shelter at night for bees, butterflies, and other pollinators. Many insects sleep inside flower blossoms, protected from wind and temperature changes by the flower's natural architecture. Bees, those tireless workers of the grasslands, have fascinating sleep patterns that vary by their role in the colony. Worker bees sleep in short bursts throughout the day and night, often napping right in the honeycomb cells where they work. Nurse bees, who tend the developing larvae, sleep very little during their most active period, sustained by the sugar-rich honey that provides quick energy for their demanding work. The hexagonal structure of honeycomb creates one of nature's most efficient sleeping arrangements. Each cell is perfectly sized for a single bee, and the geometric design maximizes space while minimizing the amount of wax needed for construction. The entire hive maintains optimal temperature through the coordinated wing fanning of worker bees, creating natural climate control that keeps everyone comfortable during rest periods. Butterflies that inhabit grasslands have developed various strategies for sleeping safely through the night. Monarchs, when not on their epic migrations, often roost in groups on tall plants, their folded wings making them nearly invisible among the leaves. Painted ladies and skippers tuck themselves into grass clumps or under broad leaves, using their wing patterns as camouflage against the varied textures of the grassland vegetation. The monarch's incredible migration represents one of the most remarkable sleeping journeys in nature. These delicate insects, weighing less than a paperclip, travel thousands of miles to reach their winter roosting grounds. During the journey, they must find safe places to sleep each night, often gathering in groups on trees or bushes. Their route takes them across varied landscapes, from grasslands to forests to mountains, with each habitat presenting different sleeping challenges and opportunities. At their winter destination in the mountains of central Mexico, millions of monarchs create one of nature's most spectacular sleeping displays. They cluster so densely on Oyamel fir trees that the branches appear to be made entirely of orange and black wings. The butterflies enter a state of semi-dormancy, conserving energy for their spring journey north. The entire forest becomes a living cathedral of sleeping butterflies, with sunlight filtering through wings instead of leaves. The grasslands they'll return to in spring are often different from those they left in fall, as fires, grazing, and weather have changed the landscape. Prairies and grasslands are actually maintained by periodic disturbances that prevent forests from taking over. These natural cycles of disruption and renewal create constantly changing sleeping habitats, ensuring that the grassland ecosystem remains dynamic and resilient. Fire plays a crucial role in grassland ecosystems, clearing away dead vegetation and stimulating new growth. Many grassland plants have evolved root systems that extend deep underground, allowing them to survive fires that burn the surface vegetation. After a fire sweeps through, the grassland appears blackened and lifeless. But within days, new green shoots begin emerging from the protected underground portions of the plants. Animals that live in fire-prone grasslands have developed various strategies for surviving these periodic blazes. Some, like ground squirrels and prairie dogs, retreat to their underground burrows where they're protected from the flames and smoke. Others, like larger mammals, simply move away from advancing fires, returning once the danger has passed to find renewed habitat with fresh green growth. The renewal that follows grassland fires creates ideal sleeping conditions for many species. The fresh grass provides excellent nutrition for grazing animals, helping them build up energy reserves. The removal of old, dead vegetation also eliminates hiding places for predators, allowing prey animals to sleep more securely in the open grasslands. Native Americans who lived on the Great Plains understood these natural cycles and often used controlled burns to maintain the grasslands in optimal condition. They recognized that fire was not destructive, but rather a natural tool that kept the ecosystem healthy and productive. Their traditional practices worked in harmony with the land's natural rhythms of disturbance and renewal. The sound of wind moving through grasslands creates one of Earth's most soothing natural soundscapes. Unlike the rustle of leaves in a forest, grass creates a continuous, gentle whisper that many people find deeply relaxing. This constant soft sound may help mask the small noises that sleeping animals make, providing acoustic camouflage that enhances safety during rest periods. Different grasses create different sounds in the wind, from the sharp rustle of buffalo grass to the soft whisper of little bluestem. Prairie musicians and sound recordists have long recognized that grasslands produce some of the most peaceful natural soundtracks available, with the gentle audio serving as a natural sleep aid for both wildlife and humans. The vastness of grasslands creates a sense of openness and freedom that many people find conducive to rest and relaxation. Unlike forests, where views are limited by trees, or mountains, where terrain blocks the horizon, grasslands offer endless views that seem to stretch to the edge of the world. This visual simplicity, combined with the gentle sounds and clean air of the grasslands, creates an environment that naturally promotes peace and tranquility. Stars above grassland regions shine with particular brilliance due to the flat terrain and typically clear air. The lack of trees or mountains on the horizon means that the entire dome of the sky is visible, creating a natural planetarium that has inspired countless observers to contemplation and rest. The Milky Way appears as a bright river of stars stretching across the grassland sky, providing the same celestial navigation aids that have guided both animals and humans for thousands of years. Meteor showers appear especially spectacular over grasslands, with shooting stars visible from horizon to horizon across the entire sky. These cosmic displays often peak during pre-dawn hours, creating natural alarm clocks that wake early rising creatures while providing a gentle transition from night to day for those ready to begin their daily activities. The seasonal timing of meteor showers corresponds with important events in grassland ecosystems, such as migration periods and breeding seasons. Some researchers have suggested that animals may use these predictable celestial events as timing cues for their annual cycles, though this remains an active area of study. As we drift away from the peaceful grasslands, our journey through Earth's sleeping sanctuaries continues to reveal the incredible diversity of rest and renewal that occurs across our planet's varied landscapes. Each ecosystem has developed its own unique rhythms and strategies for sleep, creating a global symphony of rest that plays out every single night as our world turns through its ancient cycle of darkness and light. The transition zones between different ecosystems often create the most interesting sleeping arrangements, as creatures adapted to different environments must find ways to coexist and share resources. These edge habitats, where grasslands meet forests or where rivers flow through deserts, become crossroads of sleep where different strategies and schedules intersect in fascinating ways. The wetlands where rivers slow and spread create some of Earth's most nurturing sleeping chambers. These marshy borderlands, neither fully land nor water, host communities of creatures that have mastered the art of sleeping between worlds. Great blue herons stand motionless in the shallows like living sculptures, so perfectly still that fish swim within striking distance without sensing danger. When these magnificent birds do sleep, they often balance on one leg while tucking the other into their warm belly feathers, their long necks curved gracefully as they rest their heads on their backs. Cattails and bulrushes sway gently in wetland breezes, creating natural curtains that provide privacy for countless sleeping inhabitants. Red-winged blackbirds weave their nests among these tall marsh plants, building swaying cradles that rock softly with every breath of wind. The gentle motion seems to soothe both parent birds and their chicks, like nature's own rocking chairs suspended above the water. Muskrats, those industrious wetland engineers, build dome-shaped lodges from cattails and mud, creating waterproof homes with underwater entrances and dry sleeping chambers above the waterline. These cozy structures maintain stable temperatures even when ice forms on the marsh surface, providing perfect refuges for families to huddle together through cold winter nights. Beavers transform entire watersheds into their personal sleeping domains through their remarkable engineering skills. Their dams create calm pools, where the sound of flowing water becomes a gentle murmur instead of a rushing torrent. The beaver lodge itself represents one of nature's most sophisticated bedroom designs, with multiple chambers serving different purposes, underwater entrances that prevent intrusion, and thick walls that provide excellent insulation. Inside these wooden fortresses, beaver families sleep together on beds of soft wood chips and grass, their thick fur keeping them warm, while the sound of water lapping against their home creates a natural lullaby. The entire structure breathes with the rhythm of the water, expanding and contracting slightly with temperature changes in a motion so subtle it's almost like the lodge itself is sleeping. Dragonflies, those aerial acrobats of the wetlands, sleep by clinging to reed stems with their 6 legs, their transparent wings folded along their backs like delicate stained glass panels. Different species choose different heights above the water, creating vertical neighborhoods of sleeping insects arranged by size and preference. Their large compound eyes remain alert even during rest, able to detect movement and light changes that might signal danger or opportunity. Water striders, those remarkable insects that walk on water's surface, sleep while floating on the tension of the water itself. They anchor themselves to floating vegetation or debris, their legs spread wide to distribute their weight across the surface film. Even the smallest ripples rock them gently, creating a waterbed that responds to every subtle movement of the marsh. Turtles demonstrate some of the most peaceful sleeping behaviors in wetland environments. Painted turtles often sleep while floating just beneath the surface, their ability to absorb oxygen through their skin, allowing them to remain submerged for hours without breathing. They look like living lily pads drifting in the calm water, occasionally surfacing just long enough to take a breath before sinking back into their aquatic dreams. Snapping turtles, despite their fierce reputation, sleep buried in soft mud at the bottom of ponds and marshes. Only their eyes and nostrils remain above the sediment, making them nearly invisible to passing fish and waterfowl. These ancient reptiles can remain motionless for hours. So patient and still, they seem more like moss-covered rocks than living creatures. Frogs fill the wetland night with their choruses, but their singing actually serves as a prelude to sleep for many species. After their evening concerts, tree frogs climb to safe perches on reed stems or lily pads, their sticky toe pads allowing them to sleep in positions that would be impossible for other animals. Some species sleep inside the curved leaves of plants, using the natural bowl shape as a protective cradle. Bullfrogs, the bass singers of the marsh choir, often sleep while floating with just their eyes and nostrils above water. Their powerful legs remain ready to propel them to safety if danger approaches, but during peaceful nights, they drift like living logs among the cattails and water lilies. The transition from day to night in wetland environments happens gradually, with different communities of creatures taking turns in the spotlight. As diurnal birds settle into their roosts among the reeds, nocturnal mammals like raccoons and opossums begin stirring in the trees that border the marsh. This changing of the guard happens so smoothly that there's rarely a moment of complete silence in healthy wetland ecosystems. Raccoons, those masked bandits of the wetland edges, sleep during the day in tree hollows lined with soft materials like moss, feathers, and shredded bark. Their dexterous hands, so skilled at catching crayfish and frogs, also serve them well in preparing comfortable sleeping quarters. Mother raccoons with kits create especially cozy dens, often choosing hollow trees with multiple exits in case quick escapes become necessary. Great horned owls, the apex predators of wetland nights, sleep during daylight hours in dense cover near their hunting grounds. These powerful hunters choose roosts that provide both concealment and quick access to the open spaces where they hunt. Their distinctive ear tufts, which aren't actually ears at all, help break up their outline against tree bark, making them nearly invisible to both prey and potential threats. The seasonal changes in wetland environments create dramatically different sleeping conditions throughout the year. During spring flooding, when snowmelt and rain raise water levels, many ground-nesting animals must relocate to higher areas, creating temporary refugee communities on islands and elevated ground. These seasonal displacements often lead to unusual sleeping arrangements, with species that normally avoid each other sharing limited dry space. Summer brings the peak of wetland activity, with long days and abundant food supporting large populations of breeding birds, amphibians, and insects. The warm nights are filled with the sounds of countless creatures, creating a natural symphony that masks the small noises individual animals make while settling into sleep. The dense vegetation reaches its fullest growth, providing maximum cover and protection for sleeping wildlife. Autumn transforms wetlands into staging areas for one of nature's greatest sleeping journeys, bird migration. Millions of waterfowl gather in marshes and shallow lakes, building up energy reserves for flights that may span entire continents. These temporary cities of migrating birds create some of the most spectacular sleeping displays on Earth, with thousands of ducks, geese, and swans rafting together on open water. During migration, birds that normally maintain territories become surprisingly tolerant of crowding, understanding instinctively that there's safety in numbers during this vulnerable time. Different species often mix together in these roosting flocks, with diving ducks sleeping in deeper water while dabblers rest in the shallows, and geese forming their own sections of the great floating dormitory. The honking of geese settling down for the night carries for miles across still water, a sound that has served as a natural alarm clock and calendar for countless generations. Indigenous peoples across North America have long used the timing of goose calls to mark seasonal transitions and plan their own activities around these ancient rhythms. Winter brings perhaps the most remarkable transformation to wetland sleeping patterns. In northern regions, ice forms over marshes and ponds, creating an entirely different world above and below the frozen surface. Fish enter a state of reduced activity in the deeper water beneath the ice, their metabolism slowing dramatically as temperatures drop and oxygen levels decrease. Muskrats and beavers continue their activities under the ice, using air pockets trapped beneath the frozen surface to breathe during their underwater travels. Their lodges become even more important as winter refuges, with entire families sharing body heat in chambers that may be the only warm, dry spaces for miles around. Some wetland birds, like mallards and Canada geese, remain in northern marshes as long as areas of open water persist. They sleep on the ice near these openings, ready to slip into the water if predators approach. Their feet, specially adapted to resist freezing, allow them to stand comfortably on ice that would quickly injure other animals. The return of spring to frozen wetlands triggers one of nature's most joyful awakenings. As ice begins to melt and the first patches of open water appear, the sounds of returning life gradually replace winter's silence. Red-winged blackbirds are often among the first to arrive, their distinctive calls echoing across the marsh as they reclaim territories they abandoned months before. The breakup of ice creates constantly changing sleeping conditions, as new channels open and close with each day's temperature fluctuations. Animals must remain flexible, ready to relocate their resting spots as their environment literally shifts beneath them. This daily adaptation to changing conditions demonstrates the remarkable resilience that wetland creatures have developed over millions of years. Amphibians emerging from winter dormancy face the challenge of finding suitable sleeping spots in landscapes that may have changed dramatically during the frozen months. Frogs and salamanders that spent winter buried in mud must now locate new hiding places as water levels fluctuate and vegetation begins its spring growth. Their ability to quickly establish new routines speaks to the adaptability that makes wetland environments so resilient. The chorus of spring peepers, tiny frogs with voices far larger than their bodies, creates one of the most hopeful sounds in nature. Their high-pitched calls ring across newly thawed marshes, announcing that winter's long sleep is ending and the cycle of life is beginning anew. These small amphibians sleep hidden in vegetation during the day, emerging at dusk to add their voices to the wetlands' evening symphony. Wetlands serve as nurseries for countless species, providing protected environments where young animals can develop the skills they'll need for adult life. Baby ducks follow their mothers in neat lines across calm water, learning the locations of safe resting spots and the daily rhythms that will govern their lives. The sight of a mother mallard with her brood of fuzzy ducklings settling down for a midday rest remains one of wetlands' most endearing images of family contentment. Young herons, still awkward in their movements, practice the art of standing perfectly still by watching their parents demonstrate the patience required for successful fishing. These lessons in stillness serve them well when they begin choosing their own sleeping perches, as the ability to remain motionless for hours becomes crucial for both hunting and resting safely. The intricate food webs that connect all wetland life create invisible threads of interdependence that extend even to sleeping behaviors. Predators and prey have developed complementary schedules that allow both to coexist in the same small spaces. Night hunting owls sleep during the hours when their prey is most active, while the small mammals they hunt rest safely in burrows and dense vegetation when the owls are on the wing. Insect-eating birds time their sleeping schedules around the peak activity periods of their prey, ensuring they're alert and ready to hunt when food is most abundant. This intricate timing, developed over millions of years of coevolution, creates a natural balance that allows wetland communities to support remarkable diversity in relatively small areas. The plants that define wetland environments have their own daily rhythms that influence the sleeping patterns of the animals they shelter. Water lilies close their flowers at night, creating temporary roofs over the small creatures that shelter among their floating leaves. Cattails release their seeds at specific times of year, timing this dispersal to coincide with favorable conditions for both the plants and the animals that depend on them for nesting material. Submerged aquatic plants produce oxygen during daylight hours through photosynthesis, creating underwater air bubbles that some sleeping animals use for breathing. At night, when photosynthesis stops, these plants actually consume oxygen, creating daily fluctuations in water chemistry that influence where and when different species choose to rest. The water itself becomes a living medium that responds to every subtle change in weather, season, and biological activity. Temperature layers form in deeper water, with warm surface layers, providing comfortable sleeping spots for some species, while cooler depths offer refuge for others. These thermal preferences create vertical neighborhoods in wetland waters, with different communities occupying specific depth zones. The gentle movement of water through marshes and along shorelines creates constant, subtle changes in sleeping conditions. What serves as a perfect resting spot during calm weather may become unsuitable when wind creates waves, forcing mobile animals to seek more sheltered locations. This constant adaptation to changing conditions keeps wetland communities dynamic and resilient. Seasonal floods that transform dry areas into temporary wetlands create opportunities for pioneering species to establish new sleeping territories in previously unavailable habitat. These temporary wetlands often support different communities than permanent marshes, with species that specialize in taking advantage of brief opportunities between flooding and drying. The retreat of floodwaters reveals mudflats and shallow depressions that become critical sleeping areas for migrating shorebirds. These temporary habitats, existing for just weeks or months, support millions of birds during their epic journeys between breeding and wintering grounds. The timing of these floods, often linked to distant snowmelt in mountains hundreds of miles away, demonstrates the far-reaching connections that link sleeping habitats across entire continents. Constructed wetlands, built by humans to treat wastewater or control flooding, often develop their own sleeping communities as wildlife discovers and colonizes these new habitats. These artificial marshes demonstrate nature's remarkable ability to adapt to changing conditions, with animals quickly learning to use human-made environments that provide the basic requirements of food, water, cover, and space. The success of constructed wetlands as wildlife habitat shows that the principles governing natural sleeping behaviors can be applied to create new refuges for displaced animal communities. As natural wetlands continue to face pressure from development and climate change, these artificial alternatives become increasingly important as sleeping sanctuaries for species that might otherwise have nowhere to rest. Urban wetlands, tucked into parks and green spaces within cities, create islands of tranquility where both wildlife and humans can find respite from the busy pace of metropolitan life. These small marshes and ponds, often overlooked by hurried commuters, support surprising diversity and provide sleeping opportunities for animals that have learned to coexist with human activity. The sounds of urban wetlands blend natural and artificial elements into unique soundscapes, where frog choruses mix with distant traffic, and bird songs compete with airplane noise. Animals sleeping in these environments have learned to filter out human-generated sounds while remaining alert to natural cues that signal danger or opportunity. Night lighting from surrounding urban areas affects the sleeping patterns of wetland wildlife, with some species adapting their schedules to accommodate artificial illumination, while others seek out the darkest available areas for rest. These adaptations demonstrate the flexibility that allows wildlife to persist in increasingly human-dominated landscapes. The seasonal patterns that govern wetland life continue even in urban settings, with migrating birds using city marshes as stepping stones during their journeys between distant breeding and wintering grounds. Office workers arriving early may witness the daily awakening of these urban wetlands as sleeping birds stir to life and begin their morning activities just outside conference room windows. The therapeutic value of wetland environments for human visitors has been recognized across cultures and throughout history. The gentle sounds of water moving through reeds, combined with the peaceful sight of wildlife going about their daily routines, creates a natural stress reduction environment that many people find deeply restorative. Hospital gardens and therapeutic landscapes often incorporate water features and marsh plants, specifically to create calming environments that promote healing and rest. The principles that make wetlands ideal sleeping habitat for wildlife also make them perfect places for humans to find peace and renewal in increasingly busy lives. The conservation of wetland sleeping habitats becomes more critical as climate change alters precipitation patterns and temperature regimes around the world. Some wetlands are drying up, while others experience more frequent flooding, forcing animal communities to adapt their sleeping strategies to rapidly changing conditions. Migration timing, refined over thousands of years, may no longer match the availability of suitable sleeping patterns, become less predictable. Bird habitats. As spring arrives earlier, and weather that have flown thousands of miles may arrive at traditional stopover sites to find them dry or still frozen, requiring them to search for alternative resting areas during their most vulnerable periods. The resilience that has allowed wetland communities to survive ice ages and other natural changes will be tested by the rapid pace of current environmental shifts. However, the adaptability that defines life in these dynamic environments provides hope that many species will find ways to adjust their sleeping patterns and habitat requirements to meet new challenges. Research into the sleeping behaviors of wetland wildlife continues to reveal new insights into the complex relationships between rest, survival, and ecosystem health. Scientists studying the daily rhythms of marsh communities are discovering that sleep patterns serve as sensitive indicators of environmental quality, with changes in resting behaviors often signaling broader ecosystem stress before other symptoms become apparent. The interconnected nature of wetland sleeping communities means that changes affecting one species can ripple through entire food webs. The loss of a key predator species may allow prey populations to expand, leading to overuse of sleeping habitats and increased competition for resting sites. Conversely, the disappearance of prey species can force predators to alter their hunting and sleeping schedules, creating cascading effects throughout the ecosystem. Long-term studies of individual animals have revealed that many wetland species return to the same sleeping spots year after year, demonstrating site fidelity that spans decades. These traditional resting areas become familiar sanctuaries where animals can achieve deeper, more restorative sleep because they know the location intimately and can detect any changes that might signal danger. The restoration of degraded wetlands often focuses on providing appropriate sleeping habitat as a key component of ecosystem recovery. Simply having food and water available isn't sufficient if animals lack safe places to rest and raise their young. Successful restoration projects incorporate detailed knowledge of species-specific sleeping requirements, creating the complex habitat diversity needed to support entire communities. Volunteer monitoring programs that track wildlife use of restored wetlands often focus on sleeping behaviors as indicators of restoration success. The return of species with specialized resting requirements, such as cavity nesting ducks or ground sleeping rails, signals that habitat complexity has reached levels capable of supporting sensitive species with specific needs. Educational programs that introduce people to wetland wildlife often use sleeping behaviors as a way to connect visitors with the daily lives of marsh inhabitants. Watching a great blue heron settle into its evening roost or observing a family of ducks tucking their heads under their wings creates lasting memories that foster appreciation for these remarkable ecosystems. The photography and nature observation opportunities provided by wetland sleeping behaviors attract countless visitors who find peace and inspiration in documenting these quiet moments. Early morning and late evening, when many animals are transitioning between active and resting periods, offer the best opportunities to observe these intimate behaviors. The seasonal festivals and events that celebrate wetland wildlife often time their activities around peak sleeping displays, such as the autumn gathering of migrating waterfowl or the spring awakening of hibernating amphibians. These celebrations connect human communities with the natural rhythms that govern wetland life, fostering stewardship attitudes that support conservation efforts. Traditional ecological knowledge held by indigenous communities often includes detailed understanding of animal sleeping patterns and their relationship to seasonal cycles, weather patterns, and food availability. This knowledge, accumulated over countless generations of careful observation, provides valuable insights for modern conservation and management efforts. The cultural significance of wetland sleeping behaviors appears in stories, songs, and artistic traditions that use animal rest patterns as metaphors for human experiences of peace, renewal, and connection with natural cycles. These cultural connections help maintain human interest in protecting the habitats that support these timeless patterns of rest and awakening. As our gentle tour of Earth's wetland bedrooms draws toward a close, we're reminded that these watery margins between land and water represent some of our planet's most precious sleeping sanctuaries. The soft sounds of water lapping against reed stems, the gentle rustle of cattails in evening breezes, and the peaceful sight of waterfowl settling into their nighttime roosts create a natural lullaby that has soothed countless generations of both wildlife and human visitors. The daily rhythm of wetland life, from the pre-dawn stirring of early hunters to the evening chorus that marks the transition to night, provides a steady heartbeat that connects all marsh inhabitants in a community of shared rest and renewal. In these quiet waters, where the boundaries between sleeping and waking blur like reflections on still water, we find some of nature's most perfect examples of peace and contentment. The resilience of wetland sleeping communities, their ability to adapt to changing seasons and conditions while maintaining the essential patterns that have sustained them for millions of years, offers both inspiration and hope. In a world of constant change, these margins between water and land provide stable refuges where the ancient rhythms of rest and awakening continue unchanged, offering sanctuary not just for wildlife, but for anyone seeking a moment of tranquility in the gentle embrace of marsh and stream. From these peaceful wetland margins, our journey carries us toward Earth's most mysterious sleeping chambers, places where darkness reigns eternal and creatures have learned to rest without ever seeing sunlight. Deep beneath the surface of our planet, in caves that stretch for miles through solid rock, entire communities of animals have adapted to sleeping in perpetual night. Cave environments create some of the most stable sleeping conditions on Earth. The temperature remains constant year-round, usually matching the average annual temperature of the region above. In temperate climates, this means cave temperatures hover around 50 to 60 degrees Fahrenheit throughout all seasons, providing natural climate control that requires no energy to maintain. The humidity levels remain steady, creating an atmosphere that many creatures find perfectly suited for extended rest periods. Bats, perhaps the most famous cave dwellers, have turned these underground chambers into the largest dormitories in the animal kingdom. Some caves host colonies containing millions of individuals, all hanging peacefully from the ceiling in one of nature's most impressive displays of communal sleeping. These flying mammals have solved the challenge of sleeping while suspended upside down through special tendons in their feet that automatically lock around their perches when they relax. Different species of bats choose different areas within the same cave system, creating vertical neighborhoods based on their specific temperature and humidity preferences. Some prefer the cooler areas near cave entrances, while others seek the warmest chambers deep in the cave's interior. These preferences aren't random, but reflect millions of years of evolution that have fine-tuned each species to thrive in particular microclimates. During winter in temperate regions, many bat species enter hibernation that can last for months. Their body temperature drops dramatically, their heart rate slows to just a few beats per minute, and their breathing becomes so shallow it's barely detectable. They survive entirely on fat reserves built up during the summer months, essentially sleeping through the season when flying insects become scarce. The timing of their hibernation is remarkably precise, with different species entering their winter sleep at slightly different times based on their specific energy requirements and food sources. Some begin hibernating in early October, while others remain active into December, each following an internal calendar that has been refined over countless generations. Cave-dwelling salamanders represent some of the most specialized sleepers on Earth. These pale, often eyeless amphibians have evolved in complete darkness, developing enhanced senses of touch and chemical detection to navigate their rocky world. They sleep in small crevices and under rock ledges, their bodies perfectly adapted to the cool, moist conditions that caves provide year-round. Some cave salamanders can live for decades, growing very slowly in the nutrient-poor cave environment. Their sleeping patterns reflect this unhurried lifestyle, with periods of activity and rest that may extend for days or even weeks. They've essentially mastered the art of living in slow motion, conserving energy through extended rest periods that would be impossible for surface-dwelling relatives. Cave crickets, those pale, long-legged insects that seem to dance through underground chambers, sleep clinging to cave walls and ceiling formations. Their oversized antennae, sometimes longer than their entire body, remain sensitive even during rest, allowing them to detect the slightest vibrations that might signal danger or the presence of food. They've traded the ability to fly for enhanced jumping skills that let them navigate the three-dimensional maze of cave passages with remarkable agility. Fish that live in underground streams and pools have developed some of the most unusual sleeping adaptations in the aquatic world. Many cave fish have lost their eyes entirely, since vision provides no advantage in perpetual darkness. Instead, they rely on lateral line systems that detect water movements and pressure changes, allowing them to navigate and locate food in complete darkness. These blind fish often sleep in groups, gathering in quiet pools where water flow is minimal. Their pale, translucent bodies seem ghost-like in the beam of a spelunker's headlamp, but they're perfectly adapted to their dark world. Some species have been isolated in cave systems for millions of years, evolving into forms found nowhere else on Earth. Cave spiders create intricate webs across passages and chambers, turning their underground world into a three-dimensional hunting ground. These webs serve double duty as both traps for prey and early warning systems that alert sleeping spiders to any disturbance in their territory. The spiders themselves often rest in small alcoves or cracks in the cave walls, their legs folded neatly beneath them as they wait for vibrations in their webs to signal feeding opportunities. The stability of cave environments means that these webs can remain intact for months or even years, creating permanent fixtures in underground chambers. Some cave systems contain webs that are decades old, maintained and repaired by successive generations of spiders that inherit these prime hunting territories from their parents. Bears occasionally use caves as winter dens, though they typically choose locations near cave entrances where some natural light penetrates. These massive mammals prepare for their winter sleep by consuming enormous quantities of food during autumn, building up fat reserves that will sustain them through months of dormancy. Their chosen caves provide protection from harsh winter weather while maintaining temperatures that prevent their energy reserves from being depleted too quickly. Female bears give birth during their winter sleep, nursing tiny cubs while remaining in their drowsy state. The cubs, born hairless and helpless, develop in the warmth and protection of the cave, while their mother continues her semi-hibernation. By the time spring arrives and the family emerges from their underground nursery, the cubs have grown large enough to follow their mother as she searches for food in the awakening landscape above. Cave formations themselves create natural sleeping furniture for underground inhabitants. Flowstone formations created by water deposits over thousands of years form smooth surfaces that many animals use as resting platforms. Stalactites and stalagmites provide vertical perches for bats and roosting spots for cave-dwelling birds that occasionally venture into the twilight zones near cave entrances. The acoustics of cave systems create unique soundscapes that influence sleeping patterns. The complete absence of external noise means that even the smallest sounds are amplified and can travel great distances through underground passages. Dripping water creates natural metronomes that provide steady rhythms, while the flutter of bat wings and the scurry of small mammals create a subtle symphony of underground life. Some caves host underground rivers that flow through multiple chambers, creating the soothing sound of running water that many surface animals find conducive to sleep. These underground streams maintain constant flow rates and temperatures, providing reliable water sources and creating humid microclimates that support unique communities of cave-adapted organisms. The discovery of new cave systems continues to reveal previously unknown sleeping communities that have evolved in isolation for millions of years. Each newly explored cave system often contains species found nowhere else on Earth, creatures that have adapted to specific combinations of temperature, humidity, and food availability that exist only in their particular underground environment. Cave conservation has become increasingly important as human activities threaten these stable environments. Changes in groundwater levels, pollution from surface activities, and disturbance from recreational caving can disrupt sleeping patterns that have remained unchanged for thousands of years. Many cave systems now require careful management to protect the delicate balance of their underground ecosystems. The study of cave sleeping behaviors has revealed remarkable adaptations that push the boundaries of what we thought possible in animal physiology. Some cave-dwelling creatures can slow their metabolism to rates that seem almost impossible, surviving on minimal food resources while maintaining essential bodily functions during extended rest periods. White nose syndrome, a disease that affects hibernating bats, has highlighted the critical importance of undisturbed cave sleeping environments. This fungal infection disrupts the hibernation process, causing bats to wake frequently and exhaust their energy reserves before spring arrives. The disease has devastated bat populations across North America, demonstrating how fragile these underground sleeping communities can be when their carefully balanced systems are disrupted. Conservation efforts to protect hibernating bats now include closing caves to human visitors during winter months, allowing these sleeping communities to rest undisturbed during their most vulnerable period. These seasonal closures have become essential tools in protecting species that depend entirely on successful hibernation for their survival. The formation of caves themselves represents geological sleeping processes that occur over millions of years. Limestone caves form as slightly acidic water slowly dissolves rock, creating chambers and passages through processes so gradual they're almost like geological dreams. The beautiful formations that decorate these caves grow at rates measured in centuries, with some stalactites adding less than an inch of growth per 100 years. Lava tubes, formed by flowing molten rock, create different types of cave systems with their own unique sleeping communities. These volcanic caves often have more varied temperatures and humidity levels than limestone caves, supporting different assemblages of cave-adapted species. The rough, porous surfaces of lava tube walls provide numerous small crevices where tiny creatures can find perfectly sized sleeping quarters. Ice caves, formed in glaciers or in regions where underground temperatures remain below freezing, create some of the most challenging sleeping environments on Earth. The few creatures that manage to survive in these frozen underground chambers have developed extraordinary adaptations for sleeping in conditions that would quickly kill most other animals. Sea caves, carved by wave action along rocky coastlines, experience daily changes in water level that create unique sleeping challenges. Creatures living in these environments must be prepared to relocate their resting spots twice each day as tides rise and fall. Many have developed the ability to sleep while clinging to vertical surfaces, ready to move higher or lower as water levels change. The exploration of cave systems has revealed that these underground networks often connect across vast distances, creating highways to travel between distant sleeping areas that allow cave-adapted animals. Some cave systems extend for hundreds of miles underground, providing migration routes that remain hidden from surface view. Groundwater systems that flow through caves create aquatic highways that fish and other water-dependent creatures use to travel between underground pools and chambers. These hidden rivers maintain constant temperatures and flow rates that provide reliable transportation routes between sleeping and feeding areas. The role of caves as refugia during climate changes has become increasingly apparent as scientists study how underground communities have survived ice ages and other environmental catastrophes. The stable conditions in cave systems allow species to persist through surface environmental changes that might otherwise cause their extinction. Some of Earth's oldest continuous ecosystems exist in cave systems, where conditions have remained stable for millions of years. These underground time capsules preserve evolutionary lineages that disappeared from surface environments long ago, creating living museums of ancient sleeping adaptations. The connection between surface and underground ecosystems occurs primarily through cave entrances, where nutrients from the outside world enter cave systems through organic matter that washes in during storms or is carried in by animals that travel between surface and cave environments. This energy input supports entire food webs in underground systems that would otherwise lack the resources to sustain complex communities. Seasonal changes on the surface influence cave ecosystems through temperature fluctuations near entrances and through the migration patterns of animals that use caves for part of their life cycle. Many creatures that spend summers on the surface retreat to caves for winter hibernation, creating seasonal communities that exist only during certain parts of the year. The twilight zones near cave entrances support communities that are intermediate between surface and deep cave environments. These areas receive enough light to support some photosynthesis during certain hours, while still providing the stability and protection that characterize deeper cave systems. Many animals use these transitional zones as sleeping areas that offer the best of both worlds. Human use of caves for shelter dates back hundreds of thousands of years, with archaeological evidence showing that our ancestors understood the value of these stable underground environments for protection during harsh weather and for secure sleeping quarters. Cave paintings found in sites around the world often depict animals in resting positions, suggesting that early humans observed and appreciated the sleeping behaviors of the creatures they shared these spaces with. Modern spelunking and cave exploration continue to reveal new aspects of underground sleeping communities, but these activities must be carefully managed to avoid disturbing the delicate balance of cave ecosystems. The most responsible cave explorers follow strict protocols designed to minimize their impact on sleeping animals and fragile cave formations. The therapeutic potential of cave environments for human health and relaxation has been recognized in various cultures throughout history. The constant temperature, high humidity, and complete quiet of caves create conditions that many people find deeply relaxing and conducive to restorative sleep. Cave therapy, practiced in some parts of the world, involves spending time in specially prepared cave chambers, where the stable environment and natural negative ion concentrations are believed to provide health benefits. These underground retreat centers offer modern humans the opportunity to experience the same stable sleeping conditions that cave-dwelling animals have enjoyed for millions of years. The future of cave conservation will require balancing human interest in these remarkable environments with the need to protect the unique sleeping communities they support. As surface environments become increasingly disturbed by human activity, caves may become even more important as refugia for species that require stable, undisturbed resting conditions. Climate change effects on groundwater systems and cave temperatures could disrupt underground sleeping patterns that have remained stable for thousands of years. Monitoring these changes and protecting cave systems from additional human-caused disturbances becomes increasingly critical as environmental pressures intensify. The study of cave acoustics has revealed that many underground chambers have natural sound properties that create optimal conditions for rest and relaxation. The way sound travels through cave systems, often creating natural echo chambers and reverberation patterns, may contribute to the peaceful atmosphere that makes these environments so conducive to sleep. Underground rivers and streams create natural white noise that masks other sounds and provides consistent auditory backgrounds that many cave-dwelling animals seem to find soothing. The constant sound of flowing water creates natural sleep aids that have been available in cave systems for millions of years. The discovery of previously unknown cave systems continues at a remarkable pace, with new underground chambers and passages being mapped every year. Each new discovery potentially reveals sleeping communities that have evolved in complete isolation, developing unique adaptations that expand our understanding of what's possible in animal physiology and behavior. Deep cave systems, some extending thousands of feet below the surface, create environments with pressures and conditions that approach those found in other worlds. The creatures that sleep in these extreme depths have developed adaptations that seem almost alien, yet they represent some of Earth's most successful survival strategies. The interconnection between cave systems and surface water supplies means that protecting underground sleeping habitats also protects the water resources that surface communities depend on. Cave conservation becomes water conservation, linking the health of underground sleeping communities with human water security. Artificial caves and underground structures built by humans sometimes develop their own sleeping communities as wildlife discovers and colonizes these new underground spaces. Old mines, tunnels, and underground storage facilities can become important bat roosts and hibernation sites when they provide the stable conditions that underground sleepers require. The restoration of damaged cave systems focuses on recreating the conditions that support healthy sleeping communities. This work often involves controlling groundwater pollution, managing human access, and sometimes artificially maintaining temperature and humidity levels that have been disrupted by surface activities. Educational programs that introduce people to cave ecosystems often emphasize the importance of undisturbed sleep for cave-dwelling animals. Understanding that these creatures depend on stable, quiet environments helps visitors appreciate why caves must be protected and why certain areas remain off-limits to human activity. The photography and documentation of cave sleeping behaviors requires specialized techniques and equipment designed to minimize disturbance to resting animals. Infrared photography and remote monitoring systems allow researchers to study these behaviors without disturbing the very sleep patterns they're trying to understand. Long-term studies of cave communities have revealed that many species show remarkable site fidelity, returning to the same sleeping spots year after year, and sometimes generation after generation. These traditional roosting and hibernation sites become crucial resources that entire populations depend on for survival. The seasonal timing of cave use by different species creates complex schedules where various animals take turns using the same underground spaces. Summer bat roosts may become winter spider territories, with different species cycling through the same caves based on their specific needs and seasonal patterns. International cooperation in cave conservation recognizes that many underground systems cross political boundaries, requiring coordinated protection efforts that span multiple countries. Migrating bats that hibernate in caves may travel across several nations during their annual cycles, making their protection a truly international concern. The economic value of cave ecosystems extends far beyond their direct tourist appeal, encompassing their role in groundwater purification, flood control, and as reservoirs of biological diversity. The sleeping communities they support provide ecosystem services that benefit surface environments and human communities in ways that are only beginning to be understood. Research into the biochemical adaptations that allow cave animals to survive extended periods of sleep and reduced activity has potential applications for human medicine, particularly in understanding metabolism, aging, and the physiological processes that occur during rest. These underground sleepers may hold keys to understanding longevity and health that could benefit all life on Earth. As we emerge from these underground sanctuaries, where eternal darkness cradles some of Earth's most specialized sleeping communities, we carry with us a deeper appreciation for the incredible diversity of rest strategies that life has developed. From the massive communal dormitories of bat colonies to the solitary slumber of blind cavefish in underground pools, these hidden worlds demonstrate that sleep finds a way to flourish even in the most challenging environments our planet has to offer. The stability and quiet of cave systems provide a counterpoint to the dynamic, ever-changing conditions of surface environments, yet both are essential parts of Earth's complete sleeping story. The creatures that have mastered the art of sleeping in perpetual darkness remind us that rest and renewal can take forms we might never have imagined, each perfectly suited to its particular corner of our endlessly creative planet. Moving from the depths of Earth toward its heights, our journey now carries us to places where the air grows thin and the landscape reaches toward the stars. Mountain environments create their own unique sleeping challenges and opportunities, where altitude, weather, and terrain combine to shape some of the most specialized rest strategies in the natural world. High-altitude sleeping requires remarkable physiological adaptations that push the limits of what's possible in animal biology. As elevation increases, the air contains less oxygen, creating conditions that would quickly exhaust lowland creatures. Yet entire communities of animals have evolved to thrive in these rarefied atmospheres, developing enhanced lung capacity, more efficient blood circulation, and specialized sleeping behaviors that conserve precious energy. Vicuñas, those graceful relatives of llamas, graze across high Andean meadows at elevations where the air contains only half the oxygen found at sea level. These elegant animals have developed the softest, warmest fur in the animal kingdom, creating natural sleeping bags that keep them comfortable through mountain nights where temperatures can drop below freezing even in summer. They sleep in groups, always with one individual standing guard while the others rest, their large eyes constantly scanning the vast landscape for any sign of danger. Mountain goats and wild sheep have mastered the art of sleeping on surfaces that would terrify most animals. They rest comfortably on narrow ledges, hundreds of feet above valley floors, their specially adapted hooves providing perfect grip even on ice-covered rock. These sure-footed climbers choose sleeping spots that offer protection from wind and falling rocks while providing escape routes in multiple directions should predators manage to reach their lofty beds. The horizontal sleeping positions that work perfectly for lowland animals become impossible on steep mountain slopes. So many high-altitude species have developed the ability to sleep while standing or in positions that accommodate the tilted terrain. Bighorn sheep often sleep in single file along cliff faces, each animal finding just enough space on a ledge to lie down while remaining safely connected to the group. Alpine flowers create some of the most beautiful sleeping arrangements in mountain environments. These hardy plants have evolved to bloom in brief windows of opportunity between snowmelt and the return of winter, creating spectacular displays that last only weeks or months. Many alpine species grow in cushion or mat forms that hug the ground, conserving warmth and moisture while providing shelter for countless small creatures. The timing of alpine flower blooms creates natural calendars that mountain animals use to coordinate their own activities and sleeping schedules. The appearance of certain flowers signals when insects will be most abundant, when weather patterns are likely to be favorable, and when it's safe to venture into higher elevations for feeding or breeding. Picas, those round-eared relatives of rabbits, live among the rocks above the tree line, where winter conditions would be fatal for most small mammals. Instead of hibernating, these industrious creatures spend their brief summers gathering plants, which they dry in hay piles among the rocks. They remain active all winter, living on their stored food while protected by deep snow that insulates their rocky homes. The hay piles that picas create serve as both food storage and sleeping areas, with the animals often resting directly on their winter provisions. These miniature barns scattered across alpine boulder fields represent one of nature's most efficient solutions to surviving in environments where food is available only during short summer seasons. Mountain streams create their own soothing soundtracks as they flow over rocks and create natural white noise that has helped countless creatures fall asleep over millions of years. These streams change character with the seasons, rushing with snowmelt in spring, meandering peacefully through summer meadows, and eventually slowing to a trickle or freezing completely in winter. Fish that live in these mountain streams, like brook trout and mountain whitefish, seek out deeper pools when temperatures drop, entering states of reduced activity that allow them to survive until warmer weather returns. These cold water specialists have developed the ability to remain active at temperatures that would immobilize their lowland relatives, though they still reduce their metabolism significantly during the coldest months. High-altitude lakes, formed by glacial activity over thousands of years, create mirror-perfect surfaces that reflect surrounding peaks in displays of stunning beauty. These lakes often freeze completely in winter, creating natural ice rinks, where the only sounds are the occasional crack of expanding ice and the whisper of wind across the surface. The fish that live in these mountain lakes enter states approaching hibernation during winter months, their metabolism slowing dramatically as they wait motionless near the bottom where water remains slightly warmer. Some high-altitude lakes support fish populations that have been isolated for thousands of years, evolving into unique forms found nowhere else on Earth. Birds of prey that hunt above mountain ranges have developed extraordinary sleeping habits adapted to life at extreme altitudes. Golden eagles build their nests on cliff faces that offer commanding views of entire valleys. These massive birds, with wingspans reaching 8 feet, can soar for hours without flapping their wings, riding thermal currents that rise from sun-warmed valleys below. At night, these aerial giants settle top homes, perfectly into their cliff position to catch the first thermals of dawn. Their nests, built from sticks and lined with grass and feathers, become cozy bedrooms that may be used by the same eagle pairs for decades, with each generation adding new material until some nests become enormous structures weighing several tons. Peregrine falcons, the fastest animals on Earth when diving at prey, choose sleeping spots on cliff faces that provide both protection from weather and quick access to the open air where they hunt. These incredible birds can reach speeds over 200 miles per hour during hunting dives, but at night they rest quietly on rocky ledges, their streamlined bodies tucked into whatever shelter the cliff face provides. The forests that grow on mountain slopes create vertical ecosystems where different communities of plants and animals are adapted to specific elevations. As you climb higher, deciduous forests give way to evergreens, which eventually yield to alpine meadows and finally bare rock and ice. Each zone has its own sleeping schedules and survival strategies. Bears that inhabit mountain forests demonstrate some of nature's most impressive preparation for winter sleep. During autumn, they enter a feeding frenzy called hyperphagia, consuming up to 20,000 calories per day to build up the fat reserves that will sustain them through months of dormancy. They choose their den sites carefully, often selecting caves or hollow trees that will remain dry and provide insulation through the coldest months. The timing of bear hibernation is precisely calibrated to local climate conditions, with bears at higher elevations typically entering their winter sleep earlier and emerging later than their lowland cousins. Female bears give birth during hibernation, nursing tiny cubs while remaining in their drowsy state, creating one of nature's most remarkable examples of multitasking during sleep. Marmots and ground squirrels take winter sleeping to even greater extremes, entering true hibernation, where their body temperature drops to just above freezing and their heart rate slows to only a few beats per minute. These master sleepers can remain in this death-like state for up to 8 months, surviving entirely on fat reserves built up during the brief mountain summer. Their underground burrows, lined with grass and leaves collected during autumn, maintain temperatures that hover just above freezing, even when surface temperatures drop far below zero. The insulation provided by deep snow actually helps keep their sleeping chambers warm, creating natural igloos that protect them from the harsh mountain winter. The emergence of hibernating animals from their winter sleep is perfectly synchronized with mountain seasonal rhythms. They wake just as snow begins to melt and the first green shoots push through the earth, giving them immediate access to fresh food after months of fasting. Their internal calendars remain accurate even during the deepest sleep, demonstrating biological timing mechanisms that rival the most precise human-made clocks. Mountain weather creates some of the most challenging sleeping conditions on Earth, with temperatures that can swing from pleasant warmth during the day to life-threatening cold at night. Animals that remain active in these environments have developed remarkable abilities to regulate their body temperature and find shelter from rapidly changing conditions. Chinchillas, native to the high Andes, have developed perhaps the densest fur of any land animal, with up to 60 individual hairs growing from each follicle. This incredible insulation allows them to sleep comfortably in environments where nighttime temperatures regularly drop well below freezing. Their fur so effective that they can overheat quickly if temperatures rise too much during the day. Snow leopards, those ghostly cats of the high mountains, have adapted to sleeping on snow and ice through specialized fur that includes incredibly dense underfur and long outer guard hairs that trap warm air close to their bodies. Their enormous paws act like natural snowshoes, distributing their weight so they can walk on top of snow that would swallow other predators. These magnificent cats often sleep curled into tight balls, with their long, thick tails wrapped around their faces like natural scarves. Their sleeping spots are carefully chosen to provide shelter from wind while offering multiple escape routes, as even apex predators must remain vigilant in the unforgiving mountain environment. The seasonal migration patterns that bring animals to mountain environments create temporary communities that exist only during favorable weather periods. Elk herds climb to high meadows during summer, following the retreating snow line to reach fresh grass that emerges as winter's grip loosens. They time their arrival perfectly, reaching each elevation just as conditions become suitable for feeding and resting. These summer mountain residents develop daily routines that take advantage of optimal temperature and weather conditions. They typically feed during the coolest parts of the day, often before dawn and after sunset, spending the warm midday hours resting in whatever shade they can find among the sparse vegetation. And so, our gentle journey through Earth's countless sleeping sanctuaries comes to its peaceful end. We've drifted together from the deepest ocean trenches where strange fish dream in eternal darkness, to the highest mountain peaks where eagles rest among the stars. We've witnessed elephants leaning against each other in protective circles, dolphins sleeping with one eye open, and millions of monarch butterflies clustering like living stained glass in ancient forests. Through wetlands where herons stand like sculptures in moonlight, across grasslands where zebras form carousels of mutual comfort, and into caves where bats hang in silent cities of millions. We've discovered that sleep is not simply rest, but one of life's most creative and beautiful expressions. Each creature, from the tiniest cave cricket to the mightiest whale, has found its own perfect way to embrace the darkness and emerge renewed. Tonight, as you settle into your own rest, remember that you are part of this grand symphony of sleep that plays across our planet every single night. The same moon that guides migrating birds shines on your window. The same gentle rhythms that rock sea otters in kelp forests can rock you into peaceful dreams. You are connected to every sleeping creature we've met tonight, sharing in the ancient, eternal dance of rest and renewal that makes life on Earth possible. Sleep well, knowing that somewhere on this beautiful planet, countless creatures are finding their own perfect peace, just as you are finding yours. Just as you are finding yours. Hello there, and welcome to a gentle journey through the invisible world that surrounds us every moment of every day. I'm so glad you found your way here tonight. Perhaps you've had one of those days where your mind won't quiet down, or maybe you're simply someone who finds peace in understanding the quiet mysteries that dance above our heads. Either way, this evening's exploration is crafted just for you. You have nothing to do right now except rest. Let your shoulders drop, your breathing slow, and your thoughts drift like clouds across a summer sky, because tonight we're going to wander through the atmosphere itself. That magnificent blanket of gases that wraps around our planet like a protective embrace. We'll discover gentle truths about the air currents that carry birds on their journeys, the delicate ice crystals that paint our winter mornings, and the invisible forces that create the weather patterns we experience every single day. From the softest morning mist to the grandest thunderclouds, from rainbow arcs that bridge the sky to snowflakes that fall like tiny works of art, we'll explore 100 peaceful facts about the weather that might just surprise you or spark some quiet curiosity as you drift towards sleep. And before we begin this atmospheric adventure, if these calm explorations help you unwind at the end of your day, consider subscribing to the channel. It helps others discover this peaceful corner of the internet, one sleepy soul at a time. Now, let's begin our gentle ascent into the world of weather. The atmosphere that surrounds our planet extends roughly 100 kilometers above our heads, but it's not uniform like a simple shell. Instead, it's layered like a delicate cake, each section with its own personality and purpose. The lowest layer, called the troposphere, is where virtually all weather happens. This is our weather kitchen, extending from the ground up to about 10 kilometers high, where temperature drops as you climb higher, creating the perfect conditions for clouds to form and storms to brew. Above the troposphere lies the stratosphere, a curious place where the rules seem to reverse themselves. Here, temperatures actually increase with altitude, warming as you travel higher due to the gentle absorption of the sun's ultraviolet rays by ozone molecules. It's in this quiet layer that those rare and beautiful mother-of-pearl clouds sometimes form, shimmering with colours that seem almost too delicate to be real. Weather, at its heart, is simply the atmosphere's way of trying to balance itself. Imagine the Earth as a giant sphere, receiving uneven heating from the sun. The equatorial regions bask in intense, direct sunlight throughout the year, while the polar regions receive only oblique rays and experience months of darkness during winter. This creates temperature differences that the atmosphere constantly works to smooth out, like water flowing from a high place to a low place, seeking equilibrium. These temperature differences create pressure variations across the globe. Warm air becomes less dense and rises like a hot air balloon, while cold air sinks like a stone through water. The Earth's rotation adds another gentle complexity through something called the Coriolis effect, which deflects moving air masses and creates those graceful spiral patterns we see in weather systems from space. This cosmic dance of air creates semi-permanent pressure systems that shift and breathe with the seasons. Around 30 degrees latitude, both north and south, subtropical high-pressure zones form like invisible mountains of dense air. Near 60 degrees latitude, subpolar low-pressure areas develop like atmospheric valleys, where storms tend to gather and intensify. High above our heads, between 9 and 16 kilometers up, flow the jet streams, those remarkable rivers of air that race around the planet at speeds that can exceed 400 kilometers per hour. These high-altitude currents act like highways for weather systems, steering storms across continents and influencing temperature patterns far below. When jet streams meander in lazy waves, they can cause weather patterns to persist for days or weeks, creating those memorable heat waves or extended cold spells that we remember years later. The jet streams follow the boundaries between hot and cold air masses, weaving north and south like a ribbon in the wind. Sometimes they speed up, sometimes they slow down, and occasionally they break apart entirely, creating what meteorologists call blocking patterns that can redirect storms in unexpected ways. Within our atmosphere, moisture plays the role of a master artist, painting the sky with an endless variety of cloud formations. Water exists in 3 states in our atmosphere, constantly transforming from invisible vapor to liquid droplets, to ice crystals and back again. This eternal dance of phase changes is what creates the spectacular displays we see overhead. Clouds form when air becomes saturated with water vapor and can no longer hold it all in invisible form. This usually happens when air is cooled, either by rising to higher altitudes where temperatures are lower, or by coming into contact with a cooler surface. As water vapor condenses, it needs something to condense onto, tiny particles called condensation nuclei. These can be specks of dust, pollen, salt from ocean spray, or even microscopic particles from volcanic eruptions half a world away. The atmosphere contains an estimated 16 million thunderstorms each year, with roughly 2,000 in progress at any given moment. These magnificent atmospheric engines represent some of nature's most impressive displays of power, capable of releasing energy equivalent to several nuclear bombs. Yet they begin with something as simple as warm, moist air, encountering cooler air aloft, creating instability that allows air masses to rise rapidly through the atmosphere. As these air masses ascend, they cool and condense, releasing latent heat that further fuels the storm's growth. The process creates towering cumulonimbus clouds that can reach heights of 60,000 feet or more, with their distinctive anvil-shaped tops spreading out like umbrellas when they encounter the boundary between the troposphere and stratosphere. Lightning represents one of nature's most dramatic displays, involving a near-instantaneous release of energy that briefly heats the air to temperatures of about 50,000 degrees Fahrenheit, making the lightning channel 5 times hotter than the surface of the sun. This extreme heating causes the air to expand so rapidly that it creates a shockwave traveling at supersonic speeds. Thunder is this shockwave transforming into sound as it slows down and spreads through the atmosphere. The delay between seeing lightning and hearing thunder occurs because light travels at approximately 300 million meters per second, while sound travels at only 343 meters per second through air. By counting the seconds between lightning and thunder and dividing by 5, you can estimate your distance from the lightning strike in miles. Precipitation begins its journey high in the atmosphere, where water droplets or ice crystals form within clouds. Sometimes this precipitation evaporates completely before reaching the ground, creating ghostly streaks called virga that hang from cloud bases like nature's own curtains. These ethereal formations are particularly common in arid regions where the air near the ground is extremely dry. When conditions are perfect for snow formation, the process is surprisingly intricate. A snowflake begins when an extremely cold water droplet freezes onto a tiny particle of pollen or dust high in the sky, creating an ice crystal nucleus. As this crystal falls toward Earth, water vapor freezes directly onto it through a process called deposition, building the 6 arms of the snowflake in perfect symmetry. The hexagonal shape of snowflakes reflects the molecular structure of ice itself, where water molecules arrange themselves in predetermined patterns. Although the 6-sided shape is always maintained, each snowflake's intricate details are determined by the atmospheric conditions it encounters during its fall. A crystal might begin growing in one pattern, then shift to another as it encounters different temperatures or humidity levels. Because all 6 arms experience the same conditions simultaneously, they develop identically, creating those perfect symmetrical patterns that have fascinated humans for centuries. In extremely cold conditions, when temperatures drop below -30 degrees Celsius, something magical called diamond dust can form. These are microscopic ice crystals so small and light that they remain suspended in the atmosphere, creating an otherworldly shimmer that truly resembles floating diamonds. When illuminated by sunlight or artificial lights, these crystals create stunning optical effects, including light pillars that appear to extend upward from light sources, like ethereal columns reaching toward the heavens. Sometimes weather creates phenomena so rare and beautiful that they seem almost mythical. Heat bursts represent one such mystery, occurring when temperatures can spike by 20 to 30 degrees Fahrenheit within minutes, accompanied by fierce winds exceeding 80 miles per hour. These extraordinary events happen when dying thunderstorms create columns of cooling air that descend rapidly through the atmosphere, becoming superheated through compression as they fall. The formation of rainbows requires precise conditions that transform ordinary sunlight into arcs of pure color. When sunlight encounters millions of water droplets suspended in the air, each droplet acts as a tiny prism, dispersing white light into its component colors. The primary rainbow displays colors in a specific order from outside to inside: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. The angle at which rainbows appear is always 42 degrees from the anti-solar point, the point directly opposite the sun from the observer's perspective. Sometimes nature creates even more spectacular displays. When semi-transparent cirrus clouds contain precisely aligned ice crystals and the sun reaches at least 58 degrees above the horizon, circumhorizontal arcs can form. These fire rainbows appear as horizontal bands of color that seem to set the clouds ablaze with prismatic light, creating the illusion that the sky itself is burning with rainbow fire. In polar regions during the depths of winter, when stratospheric temperatures plummet below -80 degrees Celsius, rainbow clouds can form at altitudes between 15 and 25 kilometers. These nacreous clouds, also called mother-of-pearl clouds, create some of the most spectacular light shows on Earth. The ice crystals that form these clouds are incredibly thin and delicate, only a few micrometers in diameter, which allows them to diffract sunlight into brilliant shifting colors. Along coastlines around the world, marine layers create some of the most persistent and influential weather patterns. These form when warm air moves over cooler ocean surfaces, creating stable layers of cool, moist air near the water, topped by warmer, drier air above. The temperature inversion acts like an atmospheric lid, trapping cool, humid air and creating ideal conditions for low-lying stratus clouds and fog that can persist for days. In Southern California, this phenomenon creates the famous June gloom, where overcast skies and cool temperatures persist through late spring and early summer. The marine layer follows a predictable daily cycle, thickening overnight as temperatures drop and often dissipating by mid-morning as inland areas heat up and create onshore flow patterns. Trade winds, named for their favorable influence on trading ships crossing subtropical oceans, represent one of the most consistent wind patterns on Earth. These winds flow westward and toward the equator on the equatorward side of subtropical high-pressure centers, creating the steady breezes that have guided sailors across oceans for thousands of years. The atmosphere's ability to create optical illusions rivals any magician's tricks. Light pillars form when plate-shaped ice crystals in the atmosphere reflect light sources, creating vertical columns of light that appear to extend upward from street lamps, the sun, or moon. These ethereal displays are most common during very cold weather, when ice crystals naturally orient themselves horizontally as they drift through the air. Weather operates on scales ranging from the microscopic to the planetary. Individual water molecules dance through phase changes in processes too small to see, while massive atmospheric circulation patterns span entire continents. The trade winds that blow across tropical oceans merge near the equator in a zone called the Intertropical Convergence Zone, where they rise and flow eastward at altitudes of 2 to 17 kilometers, creating a circulation pattern that helps regulate Earth's climate. Sometimes the atmosphere creates phenomena that seem to defy explanation, like the mysterious morning glory clouds that roll across northern Australia like enormous invisible waves made visible. These rare formations can stretch for hundreds of kilometers, appearing as perfectly cylindrical clouds that move steadily across the landscape at speeds of up to 60 kilometers per hour. They form when specific atmospheric conditions create a rotating horizontal vortex, with air rising on one side of the cloud and descending on the other, creating a rolling motion that can persist for hours. The atmosphere holds secrets in its temperature patterns that reveal themselves only to careful observation. Temperature inversions occur when warm air sits atop cooler air, reversing the normal pattern where temperature decreases with altitude. These atmospheric puzzles can trap pollutants close to the ground, creating those hazy layers you sometimes see hugging valleys and cities. But they also create ideal conditions for some of nature's most beautiful displays, allowing sounds to carry much farther than usual and creating those crisp, clear mornings when distant mountains seem close enough to touch. In the delicate dance of atmospheric pressure, even tiny changes can have profound effects. A drop of just a few millibars can signal the approach of a storm system days before clouds appear on the horizon. Animals seem particularly sensitive to these pressure changes, with many species altering their behavior in response to atmospheric shifts too subtle for humans to detect without instruments. The wind carries stories from thousands of kilometers away, transporting dust from African deserts across the Atlantic Ocean to fertilize Amazon rainforests, or carrying volcanic ash around the globe to paint spectacular sunsets in places far from any volcano. These invisible rivers of air move an estimated 1 billion tons of dust around our planet each year, connecting distant ecosystems in ways that scientists are only beginning to understand. Atmospheric rivers represent some of the most important moisture transport mechanisms on Earth, carrying water vapor in narrow bands that can be thousands of kilometers long and hundreds of kilometers wide. When these rivers in the sky encounter mountain ranges, they can dump enormous amounts of precipitation, sometimes delivering more water in a few days than the region typically receives in months. Despite their immense power, these atmospheric rivers are often invisible to the naked eye, revealing themselves only through satellite imagery and their effects on the landscape below. The boundary layer, that lowest portion of the atmosphere where we live and breathe, has its own unique characteristics that change throughout the day. During daylight hours, solar heating creates turbulence that mixes the air. But at night, This layer becomes stable and stratified, allowing temperatures to drop more rapidly and creating those calm, still conditions perfect for morning frost formation. Fog forms through several different mechanisms, each creating its own distinctive patterns and behaviors. Radiation fog develops on clear, calm nights when the ground cools rapidly, chilling the air above it until water vapor condenses into countless tiny droplets suspended just above the surface. This type of fog typically forms in valleys and low-lying areas where cold air naturally collects, creating those ethereal blankets of white that seem to flow like slow rivers through the landscape. Advection fog occurs when warm, moist air moves over a cooler surface, gradually cooling until it reaches its saturation point. This type of fog is common along coastlines, where warm air from over land encounters cooler ocean waters, creating those mysterious walls of white that can suddenly engulf entire cities in a matter of minutes. The atmosphere's ability to bend and scatter light creates an endless variety of optical phenomena. Sundogs, those bright spots of light that sometimes appear on either side of the sun, form when sunlight passes through hexagonal ice crystals in cirrus clouds. These crystals act like prisms, refracting light at specific angles to create these colourful companions to the sun that seem to follow it across the sky. Halos around the sun or moon form through similar processes, created when light passes through ice crystals in thin, high clouds. The most common halo appears as a circle with a radius of 22 degrees around the light source, but more complex displays can create multiple rings, arcs, and bright spots that transform the sky into a celestial light show. Green flashes represent one of the most elusive atmospheric optical phenomena, visible for just a second or two as the sun disappears below a clear horizon. This brief emerald spark occurs because Earth's atmosphere acts like a weak prism, separating sunlight into its component colours. Red light, being bent least by the atmosphere, disappears first, followed by orange, yellow, and blue. Green light, being bent more than red, but less than blue, becomes the last visible colour in that final moment before the sun vanishes completely. The atmosphere creates its own music through the interaction of wind with various surfaces and obstacles. When wind flows over mountains, it can create standing waves that extend high into the atmosphere, sometimes reaching altitudes where commercial aircraft cruise. These mountain waves can produce some of the strongest turbulence experienced by pilots, yet they remain completely invisible except for the occasional lenticular clouds that form in their crests. Microbursts represent concentrated columns of sinking air that can create devastating winds when they reach the ground and spread outward in all directions. Despite their small size, typically less than 4 kilometers in diameter, these atmospheric phenomena can produce winds exceeding 160 kilometers per hour, creating conditions more dangerous than many tornadoes. The global wind patterns that girdle our planet create a complex three-dimensional circulation system that helps regulate Earth's temperature. The Hadley cells, massive convection loops that extend from the equator to about 30 degrees latitude, transport enormous amounts of heat from tropical regions toward the poles. These circulation patterns create the trade winds that blow consistently across tropical oceans, the horse latitudes where sailing ships once became becalmed, and the westerly winds that dominate middle latitudes. Between these major circulation patterns lie transition zones where air masses of different temperatures and humidity levels meet and interact. These frontal boundaries can extend for thousands of kilometers, creating the elongated bands of clouds and precipitation that appear on satellite images like brushstrokes across the planet's canvas. Temperature gradients in the atmosphere can be surprisingly sharp, with differences of several degrees occurring over distances of just a few meters. These microscale variations create their own circulation patterns, generating the thermal updrafts that birds use to soar effortlessly for hours without flapping their wings, and the downdrafts that can suddenly rob aircraft of lift. The atmosphere's capacity to store and transport water is truly remarkable. A single cubic meter of saturated air at tropical temperatures can hold almost 40 grams of water vapor, while the same volume of air at freezing temperatures can hold barely 5 grams. This dramatic difference in moisture holding capacity drives much of the world's weather, as air masses cool and release their excess moisture in the form of clouds and precipitation. Atmospheric pressure waves travel through the air like ripples on a pond, carrying information about distant weather events. These pressure oscillations, too subtle for humans to feel, can circle the globe multiple times, creating faint echoes of major storms and volcanic eruptions that sensitive instruments can detect thousands of kilometers away from their source. The diurnal cycle of heating and cooling creates predictable patterns in atmospheric behavior that vary with the seasons and geographic location. In many regions, winds follow daily patterns, strengthening during afternoon hours when solar heating creates maximum instability, then calming during the night as the atmosphere stabilizes under radiational cooling. Cloud streets form when cold air moves over warmer surfaces, creating parallel rows of cumulus clouds that can extend for hundreds of kilometers. These atmospheric highways form when convection organizes itself into regular patterns, with rising air creating clouds along predictable lines, while sinking air between the streets keeps those areas clear. The atmosphere's electrical activity extends far beyond the lightning we can see. A global electrical circuit constantly operates between the Earth's surface and the ionosphere, with thunderstorms acting like batteries that maintain a voltage difference of several 100,000 volts between the ground and the upper atmosphere. St. Elmo's fire appears as a bluish or violet glow around pointed objects during thunderstorms, created when the atmosphere's electrical field becomes so intense that it ionizes air molecules near sharp edges. This phenomenon has fascinated sailors for centuries, appearing on ship masts and rigging during storms like ghostly flames that burn without heat. Ball lightning remains one of the atmosphere's most mysterious phenomena, appearing as glowing spheres that can persist for several seconds during thunderstorms. These rare electrical displays can move slowly through the air, pass through solid objects, and disappear with loud pops, or simply fade away silently, leaving scientists with more questions than answers about their true nature. Atmospheric tides, caused by the sun's heating of the atmosphere, create subtle but measurable variations in pressure that occur twice daily. These atmospheric rhythms are most pronounced in tropical regions, where the regular heating and cooling cycle creates pressure waves that circle the globe with clock-like precision. The boundary between different air masses can be remarkably sharp, creating invisible walls in the atmosphere where temperature, humidity, and wind direction change dramatically over distances of just a few hundred meters. These atmospheric boundaries can persist for days, creating long-lasting weather patterns that affect millions of people across vast geographic regions. Kelvin-Helmholtz waves form when layers of air move at different speeds, creating the atmospheric equivalent of ocean waves. These undulations in the sky sometimes become visible when moisture condenses along the wave crests, creating clouds that look like breaking ocean waves frozen in mid-air. The atmosphere's memory extends much longer than most people realize, with circulation patterns and temperature anomalies persisting for weeks or months through complex feedback mechanisms. El Niño and La Niña events demonstrate this atmospheric persistence, creating weather patterns that can influence global climate for years at a time. Polar stratospheric clouds require some of the most extreme conditions on Earth to form, appearing only when stratospheric temperatures drop below -80 degrees Celsius. These ethereal formations create some of nature's most spectacular light shows, visible primarily during polar twilight, when the sun illuminates these high-altitude clouds from below while the lower atmosphere remains in darkness. Clear air turbulence occurs in seemingly calm skies, created by wind shear along the boundaries of jet streams or mountain waves. This invisible phenomenon can create sudden, severe jolting that affects aircraft flying through apparently clear air, demonstrating that the atmosphere holds surprises even when it appears perfectly tranquil. The nocturnal boundary layer develops each evening as the ground cools and the lowest portion of the atmosphere becomes stable and stratified. This nightly transformation allows temperatures to drop more rapidly, sounds to carry farther, and creates ideal conditions for dew and frost formation, as moisture condenses on surfaces cooled by radiational heat loss to space. Atmospheric gravity waves ripple through the air like invisible tsunamis, created when air is displaced vertically and then oscillates up and down under the restoring force of gravity. These waves can travel for thousands of kilometers through the atmosphere, carrying energy from their source regions to distant locations where they can trigger cloud formation or clear existing clouds through their gentle vertical motions. The morning calm that settles over lakes and valleys represents one of the atmosphere's most peaceful phenomena. As the sun rises and begins heating the Earth's surface, thermal differences create the first gentle stirrings of convection. Dewdrops form during these quiet hours, when surfaces cool below the dew point, creating those perfect spheres of water that jewel spiderwebs and grass blades with crystalline beauty. Frost forms through a process called sublimation, where water vapor transforms directly into ice crystals without first becoming liquid. This delicate process requires clear skies, calm winds, and temperatures that drop below freezing. The intricate patterns that frost creates on windows and leaves are determined by tiny imperfections and nucleation sites that guide crystal growth into those familiar feathery designs. Valley breezes develop during daylight hours as mountain slopes heat faster than valley floors, creating upslope winds that carry moisture and sometimes cumulus clouds up mountainsides. At night, the pattern reverses as mountain slopes cool rapidly through radiation, creating downslope winds that drain cold air into valleys like invisible waterfalls. Sea breezes form along coastlines when land heats faster than adjacent water bodies during the day. The rising warm air over land creates a pressure difference that draws cooler air inland from over the water. This daily circulation can penetrate dozens of kilometers inland, bringing relief from heat and sometimes triggering afternoon thunderstorms where the sea breeze converges with existing weather patterns. Temperature inversions create fascinating acoustic phenomena, allowing sounds to travel much farther than normal by bending sound waves back toward the ground instead of letting them escape into the upper atmosphere. On inversion mornings, voices can carry across valleys with startling clarity, and distant train horns seem to echo from impossibly far away. Mammatus clouds create one of nature's most unusual displays, appearing as pouch-like protrusions hanging from the underside of cumulonimbus clouds. These rare formations develop when cold, dense air sinks through warmer air below, creating bulbous shapes that look like atmospheric udders suspended in the sky. They typically form after severe thunderstorms and can persist for several hours. Roll clouds appear as horizontal tubes that seem to slowly rotate about their axis as they move across the landscape. These rare formations develop along convergence zones where different air masses meet, creating a circulation that becomes visible when moisture condenses along the rotating cylinder of air. The most famous roll clouds occur in northern Australia, where they can stretch for hundreds of kilometers. Shelf clouds form along the leading edge of thunderstorms, appearing as dark horizontal wedges that seem to race across the sky. These ominous formations develop where cold downdrafts from storms spread outward at ground level, lifting warm, moist air ahead of the storm. The dramatic appearance of shelf clouds often signals the approach of strong winds and heavy rain. Lenticular clouds form when stable air flows over mountains, creating standing waves in the atmosphere. These smooth, lens-shaped clouds appear to hover motionless near mountain peaks, though they're actually constantly forming on the upwind side and dissipating on the downwind side as air moves through the wave pattern. Pilots know these clouds mark areas of severe turbulence and typically avoid flying near them. Asperitas clouds represent one of the newest officially recognized cloud types, appearing as dramatic undulations that seem to roll across the sky like ocean waves viewed from below. These rare formations create an otherworldly appearance that can make observers feel as though they're looking up at the seafloor from beneath turbulent waters. Fall streak holes, sometimes called hole-punch clouds, appear as large circular or elliptical gaps in thin cloud layers. These formations develop when aircraft pass through supercooled water droplet clouds, triggering rapid ice crystal formation that spreads outward in expanding circles. The process can create spectacular displays, where rainbow colours appear around the edges of these atmospheric windows. Noctilucent clouds form at the very edge of space, approximately 80 kilometres above Earth's surface in the mesosphere. These ethereal formations are visible only during summer months at high latitudes, appearing as electric blue wisps against the darkening sky after sunset. They consist of ice crystals that form around meteoric dust particles in the extremely thin air of the upper atmosphere. Banner clouds form on the lee side of mountain peaks, when wind flows over sharp ridges and creates localized areas of reduced pressure. These clouds appear to stream from mountaintops like flags in the wind, constantly forming and dissipating as air flows through the low-pressure zone. The Matterhorn's banner cloud is perhaps the most famous example of this phenomenon. Pyrocumulus clouds develop above intense heat sources like wildfires or volcanic eruptions, created when extreme surface heating causes air to rise rapidly and form towering cumulus formations. These fire clouds can grow into full thunderstorms, sometimes producing lightning that can ignite additional fires, creating a dangerous feedback loop between fire and weather. Wall clouds appear as localized lowerings in the base of supercell thunderstorms, marking areas where powerful updrafts are drawing air upward with tremendous force. These rotating formations often precede tornado development and represent some of the most dramatic cloud formations associated with severe weather. The wall cloud's slow rotation can be mesmerizing to watch, though it signals potentially dangerous conditions. Supercells represent the atmosphere's most organized and persistent thunderstorm type, featuring rotating updrafts called mesocyclones that can persist for several hours. These storms move slowly across the landscape, often deviating from the general wind flow as their internal circulation interacts with environmental winds. They're responsible for producing the most damaging tornadoes, largest hail, and most destructive winds. Derechos create widespread wind damage across linear paths that can extend for hundreds of kilometers. These organized systems of thunderstorms produce sustained winds exceeding 100 kilometers per hour, creating swaths of destruction that rival those of tornadoes, but cover much larger areas. The name comes from the Spanish word for straight, referring to the linear nature of the damage pattern. Squall lines form when multiple thunderstorms organize into long, narrow bands that can stretch for hundreds of kilometers. These systems often develop along cold fronts, creating impressive walls of storms that march across the landscape with remarkable organization. The leading edge of a squall line typically produces the most severe weather, including damaging winds, hail, and occasionally tornadoes. Bow echoes appear on weather radar as curved lines of storms that resemble archers' bows. These formations develop when strong downdrafts in the center of a squall line create areas of particularly damaging winds called downbursts. The curved appearance results from the storms on either end of the line moving faster than the center, creating the characteristic bow shape. Mesoscale convective complexes represent some of the largest organized thunderstorm systems, covering areas comparable to entire states and persisting for 12 hours or more. These massive systems typically develop during summer evenings and can produce significant rainfall over large regions, sometimes causing widespread flooding, while also providing beneficial moisture to agricultural areas. Atmospheric rivers transport water vapor in narrow bands that can carry moisture equivalent to 15 times the flow of the Colorado River. When these rivers in the sky encounter mountainous terrain, they can produce extreme precipitation events that fill reservoirs and cause flooding simultaneously. The phenomenon demonstrates the atmosphere's remarkable capacity to transport water across vast distances. Orographic lifting occurs when air masses encounter mountain ranges and are forced to rise, cooling and condensing their moisture content on the windward slopes. This process creates distinct climate patterns with wet conditions on one side of mountains and dry conditions on the lee side, known as rain shadows. The effect can be so pronounced that ecosystems change dramatically over short distances. Chinook winds develop when air flows over mountain ranges and descends on the lee side, warming and drying as it compresses. These foehn winds can raise temperatures by 20 degrees Celsius or more in just a few hours, rapidly melting snow and creating dramatic weather changes that affect everything from aviation to agriculture. Katabatic winds form when cold air drains downward along slopes under the influence of gravity. These drainage winds are most pronounced in mountainous regions and polar areas, where they can reach hurricane-force speeds as dense, cold air accelerates down steep terrain. Antarctica experiences some of the world's strongest katabatic winds, with speeds regularly exceeding 200 kilometers per hour. Gap winds develop when air is funneled through mountain passes or valleys, accelerating as it squeezes through the narrow opening. These channeled winds can create localized areas of extreme wind speeds that persist even when surrounding areas remain calm. The Columbia River Gorge is famous for its gap winds that create world-class windsurfing conditions. Dust devils form when intense surface heating creates rotating columns of air that become visible by lifting dust and debris. These miniature tornadoes are most common in arid regions during hot afternoons, typically lasting only a few minutes, but occasionally reaching heights of several hundred meters. Unlike tornadoes, dust devils form from the ground up in clear weather conditions. Haboobs create walls of dust that can tower thousands of meters high and extend for hundreds of kilometers. These dramatic dust storms form along the leading edge of thunderstorm downdrafts, where powerful winds lift enormous quantities of dust and sand into towering walls that advance across the landscape like brown tsunamis. Sandstorms transport millions of tons of dust across continents and oceans, carrying nutrients from one ecosystem to another and influencing weather patterns thousands of kilometers from their source. The Sahara Desert regularly sends dust across the Atlantic Ocean to the Amazon basin, providing essential minerals that help sustain rainforest growth. Atmospheric blocking patterns occur when high-pressure systems become stationary and redirect the normal flow of weather systems around them. These blocks can persist for weeks, creating prolonged periods of unusual weather such as heat waves, droughts, or extended cold spells. The phenomenon demonstrates how relatively small changes in atmospheric circulation can have far-reaching consequences. Rossby waves are planetary-scale atmospheric waves that meander around the globe, created by the interaction between the Earth's rotation and atmospheric flow patterns. These massive undulations in the jet stream can influence weather patterns across entire continents, creating the large-scale patterns that determine whether regions experience warm or cool, wet or dry conditions. The polar vortex represents a large-scale circulation pattern that normally keeps Arctic air confined to polar regions. When this vortex weakens or becomes distorted, it can allow frigid air to spill southward into lower latitudes, creating sudden and severe cold outbreaks that can bring Arctic conditions to regions accustomed to much milder weather. Sudden stratospheric warming events occur when the polar vortex in the stratosphere rapidly weakens or even reverses direction, causing temperatures in the Arctic stratosphere to rise by 50 degrees Celsius or more in just a few days. These dramatic events can influence surface weather patterns for weeks or months, often leading to prolonged cold periods in mid-latitude regions. Teleconnections link weather patterns across vast distances through atmospheric and oceanic circulation patterns. El Niño events in the tropical Pacific can influence weather from Australia to North America, demonstrating how the atmosphere connects distant regions through complex feedback mechanisms that scientists are still working to understand fully. The Madden-Julian oscillation represents a traveling pattern of enhanced and suppressed tropical rainfall that circles the globe every 30 to 60 days. This atmospheric rhythm influences monsoon patterns, hurricane activity, and weather conditions across tropical and subtropical regions. showing how the atmosphere operates on timescales much longer than individual weather events. Quasi-biennial oscillation describes a cyclical pattern in stratospheric winds above the equator that reverses direction approximately every 26 months. This high-altitude rhythm influences weather patterns around the world, affecting everything from hurricane seasons to winter weather in the Northern Hemisphere through complex atmospheric connections. Arctic oscillation and North Atlantic oscillation represent seesaw patterns in atmospheric pressure that influence weather across large regions. When these oscillations are in their positive phases, they tend to keep cold Arctic air locked in polar regions, while negative phases allow cold air to spill southward, affecting weather patterns across entire continents. Atmospheric momentum transport moves energy and rotation around the globe through complex interactions between winds at different altitudes. This invisible process helps explain why the atmosphere doesn't simply settle into a static pattern, but instead maintains the dynamic circulation systems that create our ever-changing weather. Baroclinic instability drives the formation of mid-latitude cyclones, those spiraling storm systems that bring much of the weather to temperate regions. This instability develops along boundaries between air masses of different temperatures, converting the potential energy stored in temperature gradients into the kinetic energy of rotating storm systems. Potential vorticity represents a measure of the atmosphere's rotation tendency that remains conserved as air parcels move through the atmosphere. This invisible property helps meteorologists track and predict the movement of weather systems, providing insights into how atmospheric disturbances will evolve and move across the landscape. The atmosphere's three-dimensional structure creates multiple levels where different processes operate simultaneously. While surface weather systems move according to low-level wind patterns, upper-level disturbances can steer these systems or trigger new development through complex vertical interactions that extend throughout the troposphere. Synoptic-scale weather systems span hundreds to thousands of kilometers and persist for days to weeks, representing the scale of weather patterns most familiar to daily experience. These systems include the high and low pressure areas shown on weather maps, cold and warm fronts, and the storm systems that bring changing weather conditions to most populated regions. Mesoscale phenomena operate on intermediate scales between synoptic systems and individual thunderstorms, including sea breeze circulations, mountain valley winds, and organized thunderstorm systems. These moderately sized weather features can significantly influence local weather conditions and often serve as the trigger mechanisms for more dramatic weather events. Microscale processes operate on the smallest scales of atmospheric motion, from individual turbulent eddies to the air circulation around buildings and trees. Though small in scale, these processes are crucial for understanding how heat, moisture, and pollutants are mixed through the atmosphere and how surface conditions influence weather development. The atmosphere's ability to create optical wonders extends far beyond simple rainbows and lightning displays. Crepuscular rays, often called God rays, form when sunlight streams through gaps in clouds, creating those dramatic beams of light that seem to radiate from the heavens themselves. These ethereal columns appear to diverge from their source, but this is simply a perspective effect, much like how parallel railroad tracks seem to converge in the distance. Anti-crepuscular rays create an even more mysterious display, appearing as bands of light that seem to converge toward the anti-solar point, the spot in the sky directly opposite the sun from your perspective. These rays are actually the continuation of crepuscular rays, extending across the entire sky in parallel lines that only appear to meet due to the curvature of our visual perspective. The atmosphere sometimes creates displays so unusual they seem borrowed from another world entirely. Sprites, elves, and blue jets represent forms of lightning that occur high above thunderstorms, reaching into the mesosphere and lower thermosphere. These upper atmospheric electrical phenomena were unknown to science until the 1990s, when pilots began reporting mysterious flashes of red and blue light dancing above storm clouds. Sprites appear as brief red flashes that can extend from 50 to 90 kilometers above the ground, lasting only a few milliseconds, but covering enormous areas. They're triggered by powerful positive lightning strikes in the thunderstorm below, creating electrical discharges that illuminate the thin air of the upper atmosphere in ghostly red hues. Temperature patterns in the atmosphere create invisible boundaries that can be surprisingly persistent. Thermal belts form along hillsides, where cold air drainage creates zones of warmer temperatures at specific elevations. These narrow bands of favorable conditions can make the difference between frost damage and healthy crops, creating microclimates that experienced farmers learn to identify and utilize. Advection temperature patterns occur when air masses carry their thermal characteristics across vast distances. Warm air from subtropical regions can maintain its temperature as it travels poleward, while Arctic air masses can bring their frigid temperatures far into temperate zones. These traveling temperature patterns create the dramatic weather contrasts that make headlines when unusual warmth or cold arrives unexpectedly. The diurnal temperature range varies dramatically depending on atmospheric conditions and geographic location. Clear, dry air allows temperatures to swing widely between day and night, while cloudy, humid conditions moderate these swings by trapping heat near the surface. Desert regions can experience temperature ranges of 30 degrees Celsius or more between day and night, while coastal areas might see variations of only a few degrees. Urban heat islands demonstrate how human activities can modify atmospheric behavior on local scales. Cities typically remain several degrees warmer than surrounding rural areas, especially at night, due to the thermal mass of buildings and pavement, reduced vegetation, and heat generated by human activities. This warming effect can extend the growing season, reduce heating costs, but also increase cooling demands and affect local precipitation patterns. Atmospheric moisture exists in forms that extend far beyond the visible water droplets we see as clouds and fog. Supersaturation can occur when air contains more water vapor than it can normally hold, creating unstable conditions where the slightest disturbance can trigger rapid condensation. These supersaturated conditions often exist in the upper atmosphere, where water droplets can remain liquid at temperatures well below freezing. Sublimation represents one of the atmosphere's most elegant phase transitions, where ice transforms directly into water vapor without first melting into liquid. This process occurs constantly in winter conditions, gradually reducing snow and ice accumulations even when temperatures remain below freezing. The energy required for sublimation comes from solar radiation or ambient heat, creating the gentle disappearance of snow on sunny winter days. Hygroscopic nuclei demonstrate how microscopic particles can have enormous influences on atmospheric processes. These tiny particles, often salt crystals from ocean spray, attract water molecules so effectively that they can trigger condensation even before the air becomes fully saturated. Different types of nuclei require different humidity levels to activate, creating a complex hierarchy of condensation triggers throughout the atmosphere. Atmospheric electricity extends far beyond the lightning bolts we can see during thunderstorms. Point discharge occurs when electrical fields become so intense that electrons begin streaming from sharp objects, creating the faint crackling sounds sometimes heard around metal objects during storms. This process helps dissipate electrical charges before they can build to lightning levels. The global electrical circuit maintains a constant voltage difference between Earth's surface and the ionosphere, with fair weather areas acting as return current paths for the electrical energy generated by thunderstorms worldwide. This invisible electrical system operates continuously, carrying currents of about 1,000 amperes around the entire planet. Atmospheric chemistry involves countless reactions occurring simultaneously at different altitudes and under varying conditions. Ozone formation and destruction represent some of the most critical atmospheric chemical processes, with ozone serving as both a protective shield in the stratosphere and a harmful pollutant at ground level. The same molecule can be essential for life when it exists at high altitudes, but dangerous to breathe when found near the surface. Photochemical processes driven by solar radiation create and destroy atmospheric compounds throughout the day. These light-driven reactions are most intense during midday hours when solar radiation peaks, but they continue at reduced rates even during dawn and dusk, when specific wavelengths of light can still trigger molecular changes. Atmospheric layering creates distinct chemical environments at different altitudes. The boundary layer near Earth's surface contains the highest concentrations of water vapor and pollutants, while the free troposphere above maintains more uniform chemical composition. The tropopause acts as a barrier that prevents most surface-generated compounds from reaching the stratosphere, where they could have global effects. Condensation nuclei come in an astonishing variety of forms, each with different abilities to trigger cloud droplet formation. Sea salt particles excel at attracting water molecules, while dust particles provide surfaces for ice crystal formation. Biological particles from pollen, spores, and bacteria can also serve as nuclei, creating a living component in atmospheric water cycle processes. Cloud condensation nuclei concentrations can vary by orders of magnitude between pristine marine environments and polluted urban areas. Clean oceanic air might contain only a few hundred particles per cubic centimeter, while heavily polluted air can contain hundreds of thousands. These variations dramatically affect cloud properties, with higher concentrations typically producing clouds with smaller droplets and different optical properties. The atmosphere's memory operates through various mechanisms that allow past conditions to influence future weather patterns. Soil moisture provides one form of atmospheric memory, as dry soils tend to promote continued dry conditions while wet soils help maintain humid atmospheric conditions. This feedback can persist for weeks or months, creating self-reinforcing weather patterns. Snow cover represents another form of atmospheric memory, reflecting incoming solar radiation and maintaining cold surface temperatures that can influence weather patterns for extended periods. The high albedo of snow-covered surfaces can keep regions cooler than they would otherwise be, affecting everything from local precipitation patterns to the timing of seasonal transitions. Oceanic thermal inertia provides the atmosphere with its longest-term memory, as the enormous heat capacity of water bodies allows them to moderate temperature changes over seasonal and even multi-year timescales. The ocean's ability to store and slowly release heat helps explain why coastal regions experience more moderate climates than continental interiors. Boundary layer development follows predictable daily cycles that vary with season, weather conditions, and surface characteristics. During stable nighttime conditions, the boundary layer can shrink to just a few dozen meters thick, creating a shallow layer where pollutants become concentrated and sounds travel with unusual clarity. Convective boundary layers develop during daytime heating, growing to heights of several kilometers as thermal updrafts mix air throughout the lower atmosphere. These well-mixed layers allow pollutants to disperse vertically, improve air quality, and create the turbulent conditions that produce those puffy cumulus clouds on fair weather days. Entrainment processes occur at the top of the boundary layer, where turbulent mixing gradually incorporates air from the free atmosphere above. This process can dramatically change boundary layer properties as dry air from aloft mixes with moist surface air, or as stable air from above dampens convective activity below. Atmospheric waves propagate through the air like ripples on a pond, carrying energy across vast distances without transporting the air itself. These waves can be generated by mountains, thunderstorms, or even distant earthquakes, creating disturbances that travel through the atmosphere at the speed of sound or faster. Internal gravity waves represent atmospheric oscillations that occur when stable air is displaced vertically and then oscillates up and down under the restoring force of buoyancy. These waves can propagate horizontally for thousands of kilometers, carrying energy from their source regions to distant locations where they can trigger cloud formation or dissipation. Atmospheric tidal effects, though subtle, create measurable variations in pressure that occur with the same regularity as ocean tides. These atmospheric rhythms are most pronounced in tropical regions, where the daily heating cycle creates pressure waves that circle the globe with remarkable consistency. Pressure wave propagation allows atmospheric disturbances to communicate across vast distances at speeds approaching that of sound. Major volcanic eruptions create pressure waves that can be detected multiple times as they circle the globe, demonstrating the atmosphere's ability to transmit information about distant events. Temperature oscillations in the atmosphere operate on timescales ranging from minutes to decades. Daily temperature cycles are the most familiar, but the atmosphere also exhibits weekly, monthly, seasonal, annual, and even multi-decadal temperature rhythms that influence everything from agriculture to energy consumption. Radiative processes control the atmosphere's energy balance, determining how much solar energy is absorbed, reflected, or transmitted through different atmospheric layers. Water vapor represents the most important greenhouse gas, trapping outgoing long-wave radiation and maintaining Earth's surface temperatures at levels suitable for liquid water. Latent heat release represents one of the atmosphere's most powerful energy sources, occurring whenever water vapor condenses into liquid or ice. This process powers thunderstorms, hurricanes, and other convective phenomena, converting the invisible energy stored in water vapor into the kinetic energy of wind and the potential energy of atmospheric motion. Atmospheric windows allow specific wavelengths of radiation to pass through the atmosphere with minimal absorption, creating spectral bands where Earth's surface can radiate energy directly to space. These windows are crucial for Earth's energy balance, providing pathways for heat to escape the atmospheric system. Scattering processes determine the colors we see in the sky, from the deep blue of midday to the reds and oranges of sunrise and sunset. Rayleigh, scattering preferentially, affects shorter wavelengths, making the sky appear blue during the day, while longer optical paths during sunrise and sunset allow red wavelengths to dominate. Mie scattering occurs when light interacts with particles similar in size to the wavelength of light, creating the white appearance of clouds and the hazy conditions associated with dust and pollution. This type of scattering can create spectacular optical effects when combined with specific particle sizes and atmospheric conditions. Refraction bends light rays as they pass through atmospheric layers of different densities, creating mirages, the green flash phenomenon, and the apparent flattening of the sun's disk as it approaches the horizon. These optical effects demonstrate how the atmosphere acts as a vast, constantly changing lens that distorts our view of distant objects. Atmospheric optics encompasses a vast array of phenomena that transforms simple sunlight into spectacular displays. Coronas appear as colored rings around the sun or moon when light is diffracted by small, uniform water droplets in thin clouds. These delicate displays require droplets of very specific sizes to create the characteristic alternating bands of color. Iridescence in clouds occurs when light is diffracted by water droplets or ice crystals, creating patches of brilliant color that seem to shift and shimmer as the observer moves. These displays are most common in thin clouds near the sun, where uniform droplet sizes create the conditions necessary for strong diffraction effects. Glory phenomena appear as colored rings centered on the antisolar point, most commonly seen from aircraft looking down at cloud layers below. These displays occur when light is backscattered by water droplets in a complex process that creates circular rainbow patterns centered on the observer's shadow. Atmospheric stability controls the atmosphere's tendency to suppress or enhance vertical motion. Stable conditions inhibit convection, creating those clear, calm days when the air seems to hang motionless and visibility can extend for extraordinary distances. Unstable conditions promote vertical mixing, leading to turbulence, cloud development, and active weather. Conditional instability represents an intermediate state where the atmosphere becomes unstable only if air is lifted to sufficient heights. This type of instability is responsible for triggering afternoon thunderstorms when surface heating provides the initial lift necessary to release the atmosphere's stored instability. Convective inhibition occurs when stable layers in the atmosphere suppress convective development despite the presence of instability aloft. These atmospheric caps can prevent thunderstorm formation for extended periods. But when they're finally breached, the released energy can create particularly intense convective activity. Atmospheric mixing processes operate continuously at scales ranging from molecular diffusion to large-scale turbulent eddies. Turbulent mixing is most efficient at transporting heat, moisture, and momentum through the atmosphere, creating the well-mixed conditions that characterize the daytime boundary layer. Molecular diffusion operates at the smallest scales of atmospheric motion, gradually evening out concentration gradients through random molecular motion. Though slow compared to turbulent mixing, molecular processes become important in the very stable conditions that sometimes develop during clear, calm nights. Atmospheric dispersion determines how pollutants, moisture, and heat spread through the air, affecting everything from air quality to local climate conditions. Strong mixing promotes rapid dispersion, while stable conditions can concentrate materials in narrow layers or specific geographic areas. Ventilation processes control how efficiently the atmosphere can flush out accumulated pollutants or excess heat. Good ventilation requires both horizontal winds to transport materials away from source areas and vertical mixing to disperse them through a deep atmospheric layer. Wind shear represents changes in wind speed or direction over relatively short distances, creating some of the most important conditions for both aviation safety and weather development. Strong wind shear can tear apart developing thunderstorms, but moderate shear can enhance storm organization and longevity. Directional shear occurs when wind direction changes significantly with altitude, while speed shear involves changes in wind velocity. Both types can create rotating motion in the atmosphere, providing the spin necessary for tornado development or the organization of larger-scale storm systems. Low-level wind shear presents particular hazards for aircraft during takeoff and landing, as sudden changes in wind can dramatically affect lift and control. Meteorologists use sophisticated detection systems to identify these invisible hazards and warn pilots of potentially dangerous conditions. Atmospheric momentum represents the motion energy stored in moving air masses, and this momentum can be transferred between different atmospheric layers through various processes. Momentum transport helps explain why surface winds often change when upper-level wind patterns shift, demonstrating the three-dimensional connectivity of atmospheric motion. Geostrophic balance describes the equilibrium between pressure gradient forces and the Coriolis effect that creates the large-scale wind patterns shown on weather maps. This balance explains why winds tend to flow parallel to lines of equal pressure rather than directly from high to low pressure areas. Ageostrophic motion occurs when forces other than pressure gradients and Coriolis effects become important, creating departures from the balanced flow patterns. These imbalances drive much of the weather we experience, as they create the convergence and divergence patterns that trigger storm development and dissipation. Atmospheric vorticity measures the rotation tendency of air parcels, providing insights into the development and movement of weather systems. Areas of positive vorticity often coincide with storm development, while negative vorticity tends to suppress weather activity. Potential temperature represents what the temperature of an air parcel would be if it were moved to a standard pressure level, providing a measure of atmospheric stability that remains constant when air moves vertically without exchanging heat with its surroundings. This concept helps meteorologists track air masses and identify atmospheric boundaries. Equivalent potential temperature includes the effects of moisture content, providing an even more comprehensive measure of air mass characteristics. Air masses with similar equivalent potential temperatures tend to have similar weather-producing capabilities, regardless of their current temperature and pressure. Atmospheric energetics involves the various forms of energy present in the atmosphere and how they transform from one type to another. Kinetic energy manifests as wind motion, potential energy exists due to altitude differences, and latent energy is stored in water vapor, awaiting release through condensation processes. Available potential energy represents the maximum amount of kinetic energy that could be generated if all temperature differences in the atmosphere were eliminated through adiabatic motion. This energy reservoir helps explain why some weather patterns can persist and intensify while others quickly dissipate. Convective available potential energy measures the maximum speed that rising air parcels could theoretically achieve if all atmospheric instability were converted to upward motion. High values of this energy indicate conditions favorable for explosive thunderstorm development and severe weather. Helicity combines wind shear and atmospheric vorticity into a single parameter that indicates the potential for rotating thunderstorms and tornado development. High helicity values don't guarantee severe weather, but they identify atmospheric environments where rotating storms are most likely to develop. Storm relative motion describes how thunderstorms move relative to their environmental flow, helping meteorologists predict storm paths and intensity changes. Storms that move slowly relative to their environment often produce the heaviest rainfall and most persistent severe weather. Atmospheric rivers of moisture transport vast quantities of water vapor in narrow bands that can extend for thousands of kilometers. These invisible highways in the sky can carry water equivalent to multiple times the flow of major rivers, demonstrating the atmosphere's remarkable capacity for long-distance moisture transport. Precipitable water measures the total amount of water vapor in a vertical column of atmosphere, indicating the maximum possible rainfall if all atmospheric moisture could be wrung out simultaneously. High precipitable water values indicate conditions favorable for heavy precipitation when lifting mechanisms are present. Moisture flux represents the transport of water vapor by atmospheric motion, combining wind patterns with humidity levels to show where moisture is being carried through the atmosphere. Understanding moisture flux helps meteorologists predict where precipitation is most likely to develop. Relative humidity describes how close the air is to saturation with water vapor, expressed as a percentage of the maximum moisture the air could hold at its current temperature. Though familiar to most people, relative humidity can be misleading because warm air can hold much more moisture than cold air. Absolute humidity measures the actual amount of water vapor present in air, regardless of temperature. This measure provides a more direct indication of atmospheric moisture content, but is less intuitive than relative humidity for understanding human comfort and weather processes. Dew point temperature represents the temperature at which air would become saturated if cooled at constant pressure and moisture content. This measure provides an absolute indication of atmospheric moisture content and helps predict fog formation, comfort levels, and precipitation potential. Atmospheric pressure systems create the large-scale patterns that dominate weather maps and drive most of the weather changes we experience. High-pressure areas generally bring fair weather and light winds, while low-pressure systems are associated with clouds, precipitation, and more active weather conditions. Pressure gradient force drives atmospheric motion by accelerating air from high pressure toward low pressure areas. The strength of this force depends on how rapidly pressure changes over distance, with steep pressure gradients creating strong winds and gentle gradients producing light air movement. Cyclonic circulation develops around low pressure centers in the northern hemisphere, creating the counterclockwise rotation patterns visible on satellite images of storm systems. This rotation results from the balance between pressure gradient forces trying to drive air toward the low pressure center, and Coriolis effects deflecting the motion. Anticyclonic circulation occurs around high pressure centers, producing clockwise rotation in the northern hemisphere. These circulation patterns typically bring stable weather conditions, clear skies, and light winds, though they can also trap pollutants and create persistent weather patterns. Atmospheric blocking occurs when persistent high-pressure systems disrupt normal weather patterns, redirecting storm tracks and creating prolonged periods of unusual weather. These blocks can cause extended heat waves, droughts, or cold spells by preventing the normal progression of weather systems. Cut-off low-pressure systems become isolated from the main atmospheric flow, creating slow-moving or stationary weather patterns that can persist for days or weeks. These systems often produce prolonged periods of unsettled weather and can be particularly difficult to forecast accurately. Thermal low-pressure systems develop over heated land surfaces, particularly common in arid regions during summer months. These systems typically produce light winds and clear skies, but can enhance thunderstorm development when moisture is available and lifting mechanisms are present. Lee cyclogenesis describes the formation of low-pressure systems on the downwind side of mountain ranges, where complex interactions between topography and atmospheric flow create favorable conditions for storm development. The Rocky Mountains and other major mountain ranges regularly spawn these terrain-induced weather systems. As the gentle currents of our atmospheric journey begin to slow, we find ourselves suspended between understanding and wonder, like particles of moisture drifting through the evening air. The atmosphere continues its eternal dance around us, mixing and swirling, heating and cooling, creating and destroying the endless patterns that make each day's weather a unique expression of physical forces too vast and intricate for any single mind to fully comprehend. In these quiet moments, as your breathing deepens and your thoughts begin to soften like morning mist, remember that you are part of this magnificent atmospheric system. Every breath you take participates in the global circulation of gases that connects you to distant places and times. The oxygen entering your lungs may have been released by a forest thousands of miles away, while the carbon dioxide you exhale will eventually nourish plants you'll never see. The temperature of your skin adjusts constantly to the thermal conditions around you, making you a tiny part of the vast heat exchange system that drives weather patterns across the globe. Your body's moisture contributes to the humidity of your immediate environment, while the warmth you generate becomes part of the complex energy budget that influences local atmospheric conditions. Tonight, as you rest within this invisible ocean of air, consider how atmospheric rivers weave their silent stories across continents. These narrow corridors of moisture, invisible to the naked eye yet carrying the water equivalent of 15 Amazon rivers, demonstrate the atmosphere's remarkable ability to connect distant shores. When these ethereal highways encounter mountain ranges, they release their liquid cargo in gentle rains or dramatic deluges, nourishing ecosystems thousands of kilometers from their oceanic origins. The atmosphere remembers through mechanisms more subtle than human memory, yet far more persistent. Soil moisture creates one form of this atmospheric recollection, where dry earth promotes continued drought, while saturated ground helps maintain humid conditions for weeks or months. This feedback whispers across landscapes, creating self-reinforcing patterns that can persist long after the original weather event has passed. Snow cover provides another chapter in the atmosphere's memory book, reflecting incoming solar radiation with such efficiency that winter's white blanket can influence weather patterns well into spring. The brilliant albedo of fresh snow bounces 90% of sunlight back to space, maintaining cool surface temperatures that affect everything from local precipitation patterns to the timing of seasonal transitions. Ocean temperatures offer the atmosphere its longest and most stable memories. The enormous heat capacity of water bodies allows them to store and slowly release thermal energy across seasons and years, moderating coastal climates and influencing weather patterns across entire ocean basins. These aquatic thermal banks help explain why island nations experience such remarkably stable climates compared to continental interiors. Boundary layers develop their own daily rhythms, expanding and contracting like the slow breathing of the atmosphere itself. During stable nighttime hours, this lowest atmospheric layer can shrink to mere dozens of meters thick, creating a shallow realm where sounds travel with crystalline clarity. and pollutants become concentrated in narrow bands close to the Earth. As daylight returns and solar heating begins its work, convective boundary layers grow to heights of several kilometers, creating well-mixed atmospheric zones where thermal updrafts carry moisture, heat, and even living creatures to impressive altitudes. These invisible elevators of air allow soaring birds to travel vast distances without a single wing beat, riding the atmosphere's own vertical currents with elegant efficiency. Entrainment processes occur at the boundary between the mixed layer below and the free atmosphere above, where turbulent eddies gradually incorporate air from aloft. This slow mixing can dramatically alter the character of surface air, as dry air from above mingles with humid surface conditions, or as stable air from higher altitudes dampens convective activity below. Atmospheric waves propagate through the air with the same fluid grace as ocean swells, carrying energy across vast distances without transporting the air itself. These invisible undulations can be generated by mountain ranges, thunderstorm complexes, or even seismic events, creating disturbances that travel through the atmosphere at speeds approaching that of sound. Internal gravity waves represent some of the atmosphere's most elegant oscillations, occurring when stable air is displaced vertically and then bobs up and down under the restoring force of buoyancy. These waves can propagate horizontally for thousands of kilometers, carrying energy from storm systems or mountain interactions to distant locations where they might trigger cloud formation or clear existing cloud decks through their gentle vertical motions. Atmospheric tides, though far more subtle than their oceanic counterparts, create measurable pressure variations that follow the sun's daily heating cycle with remarkable precision. These atmospheric rhythms are most pronounced in tropical regions, where the regular pulse of solar heating creates pressure waves that circle the globe like clockwork, demonstrating the atmosphere's sensitivity to even subtle energy inputs. Pressure waves allow atmospheric disturbances to communicate across incredible distances, traveling at speeds that can circle the Earth multiple times. Major volcanic eruptions create these atmospheric messages that sensitive instruments can detect as they race around the planet, carrying information about distant catastrophic events to recording stations thousands of kilometers away. Temperature oscillations in the atmosphere operate across timescales that span from the familiar daily cycles to mysterious multi-decadal rhythms that influence climate patterns across entire generations. While daily temperature swings are easily observed, the atmosphere also exhibits weekly, monthly, seasonal, and even century-long temperature cycles that affect everything from agricultural productivity to ice sheet stability. Radiative processes control the delicate energy balance that maintains Earth's habitability, determining precisely how much solar energy becomes absorbed, reflected, or transmitted through different atmospheric layers. Water vapor serves as the atmosphere's most important greenhouse gas, creating an invisible blanket that traps outgoing heat and maintains surface temperatures suitable for liquid water and life as we know it. Latent heat release represents one of the most powerful energy sources available to atmospheric processes, occurring whenever water vapor undergoes the phase transition to liquid or ice. This invisible energy conversion powers the towering cumulonimbus clouds of thunderstorms, the spiraling winds of hurricanes, and the gentle upward motion that creates fair weather cumulus formations. Atmospheric windows allow specific wavelengths of electromagnetic radiation to pass through the air with minimal interference, creating spectral pathways where Earth's surface can radiate excess energy directly to space. These invisible corridors are crucial for maintaining planetary energy balance, providing escape routes for heat that would otherwise accumulate in the atmospheric system. Scattering processes paint the sky in the colors we associate with different times of day and weather conditions. Rayleigh scattering preferentially affects shorter blue wavelengths during midday hours, while the longer atmospheric paths of sunrise and sunset allow red and orange wavelengths to dominate our visual experience of these transition periods. Me scattering occurs when light encounters particles similar in size to its own wavelength, creating the brilliant white appearance of clouds and the hazy conditions associated with dust storms and urban pollution. This type of light interaction can produce spectacular optical displays when atmospheric conditions align to create uniform particle distributions at specific altitudes. Refraction gently bends light rays as they pass through atmospheric layers of varying density, creating the shimmering mirages we see on hot pavement, the mysterious green flash phenomenon at sunset, and the apparent flattening of celestial objects as they approach the horizon. These optical effects reveal how the atmosphere acts as an enormous, constantly shifting lens that subtly alters our perception of the world beyond. Atmospheric optics encompasses a treasury of phenomena that transform ordinary sunlight into extraordinary displays. Coronas appear as delicate colored rings around the sun or moon when light undergoes diffraction through thin clouds containing water droplets of remarkably uniform size. These ethereal displays require such precise conditions that they appear almost magical when they grace the sky. Iridescence in clouds creates patches of brilliant, shifting color that seem to dance and shimmer as observers change their viewing angle. These displays occur when light waves interact with water droplets or ice crystals through complex diffraction processes, creating localized areas where clouds appear to glow with rainbow hues. Glory phenomena manifest as colored rings centered on the antisolar point, most commonly visible from aircraft looking down through cloud layers below. These circular rainbow patterns occur when light undergoes a complex backscattering process that creates colored rings centered precisely on the observer's shadow, a phenomenon that requires very specific droplet sizes and viewing geometry. Atmospheric stability governs the atmosphere's fundamental tendency to either suppress or enhance vertical motion. Stable atmospheric conditions create those remarkably clear, calm days when air seems to hang motionless and distant objects appear with startling clarity. Unstable conditions promote vigorous vertical mixing, leading to turbulence, rapid cloud development, and active weather systems. Conditional instability represents an atmospheric state poised between stability and chaos, where the air becomes unstable only if lifted to sufficient heights. This delicate balance is responsible for triggering many afternoon thunderstorms, where surface heating provides just enough initial lift to release the atmosphere's stored potential for convective activity. Convective inhibition occurs when stable atmospheric layers act like invisible caps, suppressing thunderstorm development despite the presence of significant instability at higher levels. These atmospheric barriers can prevent storm formation for hours or days, but when they finally weaken or break, the released energy often creates particularly intense and long-lasting convective systems. Atmospheric mixing operates continuously across scales ranging from molecular diffusion to massive turbulent eddies spanning kilometers. Turbulent mixing proves most efficient at transporting heat, moisture, and atmospheric constituents, creating the well-mixed conditions that characterize active daytime boundary layers and convective environments. Molecular diffusion works at the smallest scales of atmospheric motion, gradually evening out concentration differences through random molecular movement. Though slow compared to turbulent processes, molecular mixing becomes critically important during very stable atmospheric conditions, particularly during clear, calm nighttime periods when turbulence nearly ceases. Atmospheric dispersion determines how efficiently pollutants, water vapor, and thermal energy spread through the air, affecting local air quality, humidity patterns, and temperature distributions. Strong atmospheric mixing promotes rapid dispersion and dilution, while stable conditions can concentrate materials in narrow layers or specific geographic regions. Ventilation processes control the atmosphere's ability to flush accumulated materials and excess energy from local areas. Effective atmospheric ventilation requires both horizontal winds to transport materials away from source regions and vertical mixing to distribute them through deep atmospheric layers, preventing dangerous accumulations near the surface. Wind shear creates some of the most significant conditions for both weather development and aviation safety, representing changes in wind speed or direction across relatively short distances. While strong wind shear can disrupt and weaken developing storm systems, moderate shear often enhances storm organization and can contribute to the development of rotating weather systems. Directional shear involves changes in wind direction with altitude, while speed shear relates to variations in wind velocity. Both types can impart rotation to atmospheric motion, providing the spinning motion necessary for tornado development or the organization of larger mesocyclone systems within supercell thunderstorms. Low-level wind shear presents invisible hazards for aircraft during the critical phases of takeoff and landing, as sudden changes in wind conditions can dramatically affect aircraft performance. Sophisticated detection systems now monitor airports for these dangerous wind patterns, providing early warning of conditions that could threaten aviation safety. Atmospheric momentum represents the motion energy stored within moving air masses, and this momentum can transfer between different atmospheric levels through various mechanical processes. Understanding momentum transport helps explain why surface wind patterns often respond to changes in upper-level atmospheric flow, demonstrating the three-dimensional connectivity of atmospheric circulation. Geostrophic balance describes the elegant equilibrium between pressure gradient forces and Coriolis effects that creates the large-scale wind patterns depicted on weather maps. This balance explains why winds typically flow parallel to pressure contours, rather than directly from high toward low-pressure areas, creating the graceful curved flow patterns visible in satellite imagery. Ageost effects become important. Creating departures from rothic motion occurs when forces beyond pressure gradients and Coriolis balanced flow that drive much of our observable weather. These imbalances generate the convergence and divergence patterns that trigger storm development, intensification, and eventual dissipation. Atmospheric vorticity measures the rotation tendency inherent in air parcels, providing crucial insights into weather system development and movement. Regions of positive vorticity often coincide with areas favorable for storm development, while negative vorticity tends to suppress convective activity and promote stable atmospheric conditions. Potential temperature represents what an air parcel's temperature would become if moved to a standard pressure level, without exchanging heat with surrounding air. This concept provides meteorologists with a stability measure that remains constant during vertical motion, helping to identify atmospheric boundaries and track air mass movements. Equivalent potential temperature incorporates moisture effects into potential temperature calculations, offering an even more comprehensive characterization of air mass properties. Air masses sharing similar equivalent potential temperatures tend to exhibit comparable weather-producing capabilities, regardless of their current temperature and pressure values. Atmospheric energetics encompasses the various energy forms present in the atmosphere and their continuous transformations. Kinetic energy manifests as wind motion. Potential energy exists due to gravitational effects on air at different altitudes, and latent energy remains stored in water vapor, awaiting release through condensation processes. Available potential energy quantifies the maximum kinetic energy that could theoretically be generated if all atmospheric temperature differences were eliminated through adiabatic motion. This energy reservoir helps explain why certain weather patterns can persist and intensify, while others quickly dissipate into calmer conditions. Convective available potential energy measures the maximum speed that rising air parcels could achieve if all atmospheric instability converted to upward motion. High values indicate atmospheric environments primed for explosive thunderstorm development and potentially severe weather conditions. Helicity combines wind shear and atmospheric vorticity into a single parameter indicating potential for rotating thunderstorms and tornado development. While high helicity values don't guarantee severe weather occurrence, they identify atmospheric environments where supercells and tornadoes are statistically most likely to form. Storm relative motion describes how weather systems move compared to their environmental atmospheric flow, helping forecasters predict storm paths and intensity changes. Storms moving slowly relative to environmental winds often produce the heaviest precipitation and most persistent, severe weather impacts. Atmospheric moisture transport occurs through invisible rivers of water vapor that can extend thousands of kilometers, while carrying moisture equivalent to multiple major terrestrial rivers. These atmospheric highways demonstrate the remarkable capacity for long-distance water transport through air currents, connecting distant oceanic and continental water sources. Precipitable water quantifies the total atmospheric water vapor in a vertical air column, indicating theoretical maximum precipitation if all moisture could somehow be extracted simultaneously. High precipitable water values suggest favorable conditions for heavy rainfall when appropriate lifting mechanisms become available. Moisture flux combines wind patterns with atmospheric humidity to reveal where water vapor is being transported through the atmosphere. Understanding these moisture streams helps meteorologists predict precipitation development and intensity, particularly when combined with knowledge of lifting mechanisms and atmospheric stability. Relative humidity describes atmospheric moisture content as a percentage of maximum possible water vapor at current temperature conditions. Though familiar to most people, relative humidity can be misleading because warm air can hold exponentially more moisture than cold air at the same relative humidity percentage. Absolute humidity measures actual water vapor quantity present in air regardless of temperature variations. This measurement provides more direct indication of atmospheric moisture content, but proves less intuitive than relative humidity for understanding human comfort levels and basic weather processes. Dew point temperature represents the temperature at which air would become saturated if cooled at constant pressure and moisture content. This measure provides absolute indication of atmospheric moisture content and helps predict fog formation potential, human comfort levels, and precipitation development. Atmospheric pressure systems create the large-scale circulation patterns that dominate weather maps and drive most observable weather changes. High-pressure areas typically bring fair weather and light wind conditions, while low-pressure systems associate with cloud development, precipitation, and more dynamic atmospheric activity. Pressure gradient force drives atmospheric motion by accelerating air from high toward low-pressure regions. The strength of this driving force depends on how rapidly pressure changes across distance, with steep pressure gradients generating strong winds and gentle gradients producing light air movement. Cyclonic circulation develops around low-pressure centers, creating the counterclockwise rotation patterns visible in Northern Hemisphere satellite imagery of storm systems. This rotation results from balance between pressure gradient forces driving air toward the low center and Coriolis effects deflecting the inward flowing motion. Anticyclonic circulation occurs around high pressure centers, producing clockwise rotation in Northern Hemisphere systems. These circulation patterns typically bring stable weather conditions, clear skies and light winds, though they can also trap air pollutants and create persistent atmospheric stagnation. Atmospheric blocking develops when persistent high-pressure systems disrupt normal weather flow patterns, redirecting storm tracks and creating prolonged periods of unusual weather conditions. These blocks can cause extended heat waves, drought conditions, or cold spells by preventing normal weather system progression. Cut-off low-pressure systems become isolated from main atmospheric flow patterns, creating slow-moving or stationary weather features that can persist for days or weeks. These systems often produce extended periods of unsettled weather and present particular challenges for accurate weather forecasting. Thermal low-pressure systems develop over intensely heated land surfaces, particularly common in arid regions during summer months. These heat-induced circulation patterns typically produce light winds and clear skies, but can enhance thunderstorm development when adequate moisture and lifting mechanisms become available. Lee cyclogenesis describes low-pressure system formation on the downwind side of mountain ranges, where complex interactions between topography and atmospheric flow create favorable conditions for storm development. Major mountain ranges regularly spawn these terrain-induced weather systems that can intensify into significant storm complexes. Upper-level divergence creates favorable conditions for surface low-pressure development by removing air mass from upper atmospheric levels, allowing surface air to rise and pressure to decrease. This process demonstrates the critical three-dimensional connections between upper and lower atmospheric levels in weather system development. Surface convergence occurs when horizontal air flows meet and are forced upward, creating lifting that can trigger cloud formation and precipitation development. These convergence zones often mark boundaries between different air masses or result from terrain effects that channel atmospheric flow into collision zones. Warm air advection involves horizontal transport of higher temperature air masses, typically associated with rising motion and weather system development. This process often precedes the arrival of storm systems and can create the atmospheric destabilization necessary for thunderstorm formation. Cold air advection represents horizontal transport of lower temperature air masses, usually associated with sinking motion and weather clearing. However, when cold air moves over warmer surfaces, it can become unstable and produce lake effect snow, sea effect precipitation, or other convective phenomena. Differential heating creates temperature contrasts that drive atmospheric circulation patterns at scales ranging from local sea breezes to global trade wind systems. These thermal differences provide the energy source for most atmospheric motion, converting solar heating variations into kinetic energy of moving air. Adiabatic processes involve temperature changes that occur when air parcels expand or compress without exchanging heat with their surroundings. Rising air cools adiabatically while sinking air warms, creating the temperature structure that determines atmospheric stability and cloud formation potential. Diabatic processes involve heat exchange between air parcels and their surroundings through radiation, conduction, or latent heat release. These processes can modify air mass characteristics and create the temperature changes that drive weather development and atmospheric circulation patterns. Atmospheric soundings provide vertical profiles of temperature, humidity, and wind conditions that reveal the three-dimensional structure of atmospheric conditions. These balloon-borne measurements offer crucial insights into atmospheric stability, wind shear, and moisture distribution that surface observations cannot provide. Radio sonde observations carry sophisticated instruments high into the atmosphere, transmitting real-time data about conditions from surface levels to stratospheric altitudes. These twice-daily launches from weather stations worldwide provide the vertical atmospheric information essential for weather prediction and atmospheric research. Upper air analysis examines atmospheric conditions at various levels throughout the troposphere and lower stratosphere, revealing the three-dimensional structure of weather patterns. This analysis helps meteorologists understand the driving mechanisms behind surface weather development and movement. Atmospheric profiling uses various remote sensing techniques to examine vertical atmospheric structure without requiring balloon-borne instruments. Ground-based radar, satellite observations, and acoustic systems can provide continuous monitoring of atmospheric conditions at multiple levels. Nowcasting represents short-term weather prediction, focusing on conditions over the next few hours, using current observations and rapidly updating numerical models. This approach proves particularly valuable for aviation, emergency management, and outdoor activities where immediate weather conditions matter most. Ensemble forecasting runs multiple weather prediction models or multiple versions of the same model to assess forecast uncertainty and provide probability-based predictions. This approach acknowledges the inherent limitations of atmospheric predictability while providing more useful information about forecast confidence. Numerical weather prediction employs complex mathematical models that solve atmospheric physics equations to predict future weather conditions. These models require enormous computational resources and represent some of the most sophisticated applications of mathematical modeling to real-world problems. As we drift deeper into this atmospheric meditation, the invisible world around us continues its eternal circulation. Water molecules that may have fallen as snow on distant mountain peaks could now be rising as vapor from tropical seas. Dust particles lifted from African deserts dance through upper-level winds toward Amazon rainforests they will eventually nourish. The atmosphere connects all places and all times through its ceaseless motion, creating a global circulation system that knows no borders, recognizes no boundaries, and operates according to physical laws older than continents. Your breath mingles with this vast atmospheric ocean, each inhalation drawing in molecules that have traveled impossible distances, each exhalation contributing to the endless circulation that sustains all life on Earth. The oxygen entering your lungs may have been released by phytoplankton in distant oceans or by forests on continents you've never seen. The carbon dioxide you release will nourish plants growing in places you'll never visit, becoming part of their structure, their growth, their contribution to the atmospheric cycle that continues without pause. In the gentle rhythm of your breathing, you participate in atmospheric processes that operate on timescales from microseconds to millennia. The air around you carries information about weather systems thousands of kilometers away, pressure changes that originated in different hemispheres, and chemical signatures that tell stories of volcanic eruptions, ocean evaporation, and forest photosynthesis. Even as you rest, temperature differences drive circulation patterns that will determine tomorrow's weather. Somewhere, thermal updrafts are carrying moisture toward condensation levels where tomorrow's clouds will form. Somewhere else, radiational cooling is creating temperature inversions that will trap fog in valleys, until morning sun provides enough energy to mix the atmosphere and clear the air. The atmosphere holds the memory of every storm that has passed, every temperature extreme that has occurred, every interaction between air and land and sea. This invisible archive surrounds you as you sleep, whispering stories of atmospheric events that shaped climates, influenced civilizations, and continue to determine the conditions that make Earth habitable. Tonight, as atmospheric rivers flow silently overhead and pressure systems slowly migrate across continents, the same physical processes that create gentle morning dew also power the mightiest hurricanes. The same molecular motions that allow you to detect the fragrance of distant flowers also transport pollutants, pollen, and the chemical signatures of ecosystems across vast distances. Jet streams race through the darkness above, steering weather systems along their meandering paths while you rest beneath their influence. These rivers of air, invisible yet immensely powerful, connect your local weather to atmospheric events occurring thousands of kilometers away, demonstrating the truly global nature of atmospheric circulation. Boundary layers are settling into their nighttime configurations around the world, becoming stable and stratified as radiational cooling creates those calm, still conditions that allow dew formation and frost development. In other places where the sun still shines, convective boundary layers are mixing air through great depths, creating the turbulent conditions that generate afternoon thunderstorms and fair weather cumulus clouds. The atmosphere's memory operates through soil moisture that will influence next week's weather, through snow cover that will affect regional temperatures for months, through ocean thermal patterns that will influence seasons yet to come. These forms of atmospheric memory demonstrate how today's weather conditions participate in creating the climate conditions of tomorrow, next year, and years beyond. As your thoughts become as light and drifting as morning mist, remember that you are suspended within an atmospheric system of incredible complexity and remarkable beauty. Every weather phenomenon, from the gentlest breeze to the most dramatic thunderstorm, results from the same fundamental processes of heating, cooling, rising, sinking, and flowing that operate according to physical laws as reliable as gravity itself. The atmosphere continues its work while you sleep, redistributing heat from warm regions to cold ones, transporting moisture from oceans to continents, creating the pressure patterns that will determine tomorrow's wind direction and speed. This invisible machinery operates with efficiency that surpasses any human engineering, powered entirely by solar energy and organized by the Earth's rotation into patterns of breathtaking elegance and complexity. In this quiet moment, between waking and sleeping, you are part of something infinitely larger than yourself, yet as intimate as your next breath. The atmosphere that surrounds you extends from the ground beneath your feet to the edge of space itself, creating a protective envelope that makes all life possible, while generating the endless variety of weather that makes each day unique and unpredictable. In this vast atmospheric embrace that cradles our planet, pressure waves travel through the air like whispers carrying messages across impossible distances. These invisible messengers move at speeds approaching that of sound itself, circling the globe multiple times and carrying information about distant volcanic eruptions, major storms, and seismic events to sensitive instruments thousands of kilometers away from their origins. The atmosphere remembers these disturbances, echoing them around the world in patterns too subtle for human senses, but clearly detectable to those who know how to listen. Temperature oscillations pulse through the atmosphere on timescales that span from the familiar rhythm of day and night to mysterious cycles that last decades or even centuries. While we easily notice daily temperature swings, the atmosphere also breathes with weekly, monthly, and seasonal rhythms that influence everything from agricultural growing seasons to the migration patterns of birds and the flowering times of plants. These longer cycles connect weather patterns across years and generations, creating climate signatures that persist far longer than any individual storm or heatwave. Radiative processes control the delicate energy balance that keeps our planet habitable, determining precisely how much solar energy becomes absorbed by surfaces, reflected back to space, or trapped by atmospheric gases. Water vapor acts as the atmosphere's most important invisible blanket, creating a greenhouse effect that maintains surface temperatures warm enough for liquid water to exist. Without this natural thermal regulation, Earth would be a frozen world where life as we know it could never have emerged. Latent heat release represents one of the most powerful energy sources available to atmospheric systems, occurring whenever water vapor undergoes its transformation into liquid droplets or ice crystals. This process powers the towering thunderheads that reach toward the stratosphere, fuels the spiraling winds of tropical cyclones, and drives the gentle convection that creates those puffy fair weather clouds that drift lazily across summer skies. Every time water changes phase in the atmosphere, it releases or absorbs enormous amounts of energy that become available to drive atmospheric motion. Atmospheric windows allow specific wavelengths of electromagnetic radiation to pass through the air with minimal interference, creating invisible pathways where Earth's surface can release excess heat directly to the vacuum of space. These spectral corridors are essential for maintaining planetary energy balance, providing escape routes for thermal radiation that would otherwise accumulate and overheat the atmospheric system. The transparency of these windows depends on the precise composition of atmospheric gases and can be altered by changes in water vapor, carbon dioxide, or other trace constituents. Scattering processes paint the sky in the familiar colors we associate with different times of day and weather conditions. During midday hours, when the sun rides high, shorter blue wavelengths scatter more readily than longer colors, creating that deep azure dome we call the sky. As the sun approaches the horizon, its light must travel through increasingly thick layers of atmosphere, scattering away the blues and allowing the warm reds and oranges to dominate our visual experience of sunrise and sunset. Me-scattering occurs when light encounters particles roughly similar in size to its own wavelength, creating the brilliant white appearance of clouds and the hazy conditions we associate with dust storms, wildfire smoke, or urban air pollution. When atmospheric conditions align to create uniform particle distributions at specific altitudes, this type of scattering can produce some of nature's most spectacular optical displays, turning ordinary clouds into canvases of shifting light and color. Refraction gently bends light rays as they pass through atmospheric layers of varying density, creating the shimmering mirages that dance above hot pavement on summer days. The mysterious green flash that sometimes appears just as the sun disappears below a clear horizon, and the apparent flattening of celestial objects as they approach the edge of our vision. These optical effects reveal how the atmosphere acts as an enormous, constantly changing lens that subtly modifies our perception of the world around us. Atmospheric optics encompasses a vast collection of phenomena that transform ordinary sunlight into extraordinary displays of natural artistry. Coronas appear as delicate rings of color around the sun or moon when light undergoes diffraction through thin clouds containing water droplets of remarkably uniform size. These ethereal displays require such precise atmospheric conditions that they seem almost magical when they grace the sky, appearing and disappearing as cloud droplet sizes change with atmospheric currents. Iridescence in clouds creates patches of brilliant, shifting color that seem to pulse and shimmer as observers change their position or viewing angle. These displays occur when light waves interact with water droplets or ice crystals through complex diffraction processes, creating localized areas where clouds appear to glow with rainbow hues that shift from blue to green to red as the observer moves or as the cloud particles drift through different orientations. Glory phenomena manifest as colored rings centered on the anti-solar point, that spot in the sky directly opposite the sun from the observer's perspective. These displays are most commonly visible from aircraft looking down through cloud layers below, where they appear as circular rainbow patterns centered precisely on the aircraft's shadow. The phenomenon requires very specific droplet sizes and viewing geometry, making it a relatively rare treat for those fortunate enough to witness it. Atmospheric stability governs the fundamental tendency of air to either suppress or enhance vertical motion, creating some of the most important conditions for weather development. Stable atmospheric environments produce those remarkably clear, calm days when air seems to hang motionless and distant mountains appear with startling clarity through the crystalline atmosphere. Unstable conditions promote vigorous vertical mixing, leading to turbulence, rapid cloud development, and the dynamic weather systems that bring change and variety to our daily atmospheric experience. Conditional instability represents an atmospheric state balanced precariously between stability and explosive development, where air becomes unstable only if lifted to sufficient heights, where temperature and moisture conditions favor continued upward motion. This delicate atmospheric balance is responsible for triggering many afternoon and evening thunderstorms, where surface heating or other lifting mechanisms provide just enough initial upward push to release the atmosphere's stored potential for dramatic convective activity. Convective inhibition occurs when stable atmospheric layers act like invisible atmospheric lids, suppressing thunderstorm development despite the presence of significant instability at higher levels. These atmospheric barriers can prevent storm formation for hours or even days, building up atmospheric energy like a coiled spring. When these inhibiting layers finally weaken or break down, the released energy often creates particularly intense and long-lasting convective systems that can produce severe weather. Atmospheric mixing operates continuously across scales ranging from the smallest molecular movements to massive turbulent eddies that span many kilometers. Turbulent mixing proves most efficient at transporting heat, moisture, and various atmospheric constituents, creating the well-mixed conditions that characterize active daytime boundary layers and the vigorous environments found within and around thunderstorm systems. Molecular diffusion works at the most fundamental scales of atmospheric motion, gradually evening out concentration differences through the random thermal motion of individual molecules. Though extremely slow compared to turbulent processes, Molecular mixing becomes critically important during very stable atmospheric conditions, particularly during those clear, calm nighttime periods when turbulence nearly ceases and the atmosphere settles into layers as distinct as oil floating on water. Atmospheric dispersion determines how efficiently various substances spread through the air, affecting everything from local air quality to the distribution of natural pollen and the transport of moisture from one region to another. Strong atmospheric mixing promotes rapid dispersion and dilution of concentrated materials, while stable conditions can trap substances in narrow layers or confine them to specific geographic areas for extended periods. Ventilation processes control the atmosphere's ability to flush accumulated materials and excess energy from local areas, preventing dangerous buildups of heat, moisture, or airborne substances. Effective atmospheric ventilation requires both horizontal winds strong enough to transport materials away from source regions and sufficient vertical mixing to distribute them through deep atmospheric layers rather than allowing them to accumulate near the surface. Wind shear creates some of the most significant conditions for both weather development and aviation safety, representing changes in wind speed or direction that occur across relatively short distances in space or time. While very strong wind shear can disrupt and weaken developing storm systems by tearing them apart, moderate amounts of shear often enhance storm organization and can contribute to the development of rotating weather systems that produce the most severe atmospheric phenomena. Directional shear involves systematic changes in wind direction with altitude, while speed shear relates to variations in wind velocity at different atmospheric levels. Both types of shear can impart rotation to atmospheric motion, providing the spinning tendency necessary for tornado development within supercell thunderstorms, or the organization of larger mesocyclone systems that can persist for hours and travel hundreds of kilometers. Low-level wind shear presents invisible hazards for aircraft during the critical phases of takeoff and landing, where sudden changes in wind conditions can dramatically affect aircraft performance and control. Sophisticated detection systems now continuously monitor airports and flight paths for these dangerous wind patterns, providing pilots and air traffic controllers with early warnings of atmospheric conditions that could threaten aviation safety. Atmospheric momentum represents the motion energy stored within moving air masses, and this momentum can transfer between different atmospheric levels through various mechanical and thermodynamic processes. Understanding momentum transport helps explain why surface wind patterns often respond to changes in upper-level atmospheric flow, demonstrating the intricate three-dimensional connectivity that links atmospheric motion at all levels, from ground to stratosphere. Geostrophic balance describes the elegant equilibrium between pressure gradient forces trying to accelerate air toward low pressure areas and Coriolis effects that deflect moving air due to Earth's rotation. This balance explains why winds typically flow parallel to lines of equal pressure rather than directly from high toward low pressure regions, creating the gracefully curved flow patterns visible in satellite imagery of large-scale weather systems. Ageostrophic motion occurs when forces other than pressure gradients and Coriolis effects become important in determining atmospheric flow, creating departures from balanced conditions that drive much of the weather we actually observe and experience. These imbalances generate the convergence and divergence patterns that trigger storm development, intensification, and eventual dissipation as atmospheric systems evolve through their life cycles. Atmospheric vorticity measures the rotation tendency inherent in air parcels, providing crucial insights into weather system development and the likelihood of storm formation in specific atmospheric environments. Regions of positive vorticity often coincide with areas favorable for storm development and intensification, while negative vorticity tends to suppress convective activity and promote more stable atmospheric conditions. Potential temperature represents what an air parcel's temperature would become if it were moved to a standard pressure level without exchanging heat with the surrounding atmosphere. This concept provides meteorologists with a measure of atmospheric stability that remains constant during dry vertical motion, making it invaluable for identifying atmospheric boundaries, tracking air mass movements, and understanding the thermal structure of the atmosphere. Equivalent potential temperature incorporates the effects of atmospheric moisture into potential temperature calculations, offering an even more comprehensive way to characterize air mass properties and atmospheric stability. Air masses that share similar equivalent potential temperatures tend to exhibit comparable weather-producing capabilities regardless of their current temperature, pressure, and altitude, making this measure particularly useful for forecasting convective potential. Atmospheric energetics encompasses the various forms of energy present in the atmosphere and their continuous transformations from one type to another. Kinetic energy manifests as the motion of wind. Potential energy exists due to gravitational effects on air masses at different altitudes, and latent energy remains stored in water vapor throughout the atmosphere, waiting to be released through the condensation processes that power weather systems. Available potential energy quantifies the maximum amount of kinetic energy that could theoretically be generated if all atmospheric temperature differences were eliminated through adiabatic motion processes. This energy reservoir helps explain why certain weather patterns can persist and intensify over time, while others quickly dissipate into calmer, more uniform atmospheric conditions. Convective available potential energy measures the theoretical maximum speed that rising air parcels could achieve if all atmospheric instability were converted into upward motion through convective processes. High values of this energy parameter indicate atmospheric environments that are primed for explosive thunderstorm development and potentially severe weather conditions, while low values suggest more stable atmospheric conditions. Helicity combines measurements of wind shear and atmospheric vorticity into a single parameter that indicates the potential for rotating thunderstorms and tornado development. While high helicity values don't guarantee that severe weather will occur, they identify atmospheric environments where supercell thunderstorms and tornadoes are statistically most likely to form when other favorable conditions are also present. Storm relative motion describes how weather systems move compared to the environmental atmospheric flow in which they are embedded, helping forecasters predict storm paths, intensity changes, and longevity. Storms that move slowly relative to their environmental winds often produce the heaviest precipitation accumulations and most persistent severe weather impacts, because they remain over the same areas for extended periods. Atmospheric moisture transport occurs through invisible rivers of water vapor that can extend for thousands of kilometers, while carrying moisture quantities equivalent to multiple major terrestrial river systems. These atmospheric highways demonstrate the remarkable capacity for long-distance water transport through air currents, connecting distant oceanic evaporation sources with continental precipitation areas through complex three-dimensional flow patterns. Precipitable water quantifies the total amount of atmospheric water vapor present in a vertical column of air, indicating the theoretical maximum precipitation that could occur if all available moisture could somehow be extracted from the atmosphere simultaneously. High precipitable water values suggest favorable conditions for heavy rainfall when appropriate lifting mechanisms become available to trigger widespread condensation and precipitation processes. Moisture flux combines wind patterns with atmospheric humidity distributions to reveal where and how rapidly water vapor is being transported through different levels of the atmosphere. Understanding these moisture transport patterns helps meteorologists predict where precipitation development is most likely to occur, particularly when combined with knowledge of lifting mechanisms, atmospheric stability, and temperature patterns. Relative humidity describes atmospheric moisture content as a percentage of the maximum possible water vapor that air could hold at its current temperature and pressure conditions. Though familiar to most people through weather reports, relative humidity can be misleading because warm air can hold exponentially more moisture than cold air. So the same relative humidity percentage can represent vastly different absolute moisture amounts. Absolute humidity measures the actual quantity of water vapor present in air regardless of temperature variations or pressure changes. This measurement provides a more direct indication of atmospheric moisture content than relative humidity, but it proves less intuitive than percentage-based measures for understanding human comfort levels and the basic weather processes that most people experience in daily life. Dew point temperature represents the temperature at which air would become completely saturated with water vapor if cooled at constant pressure and moisture content. This measure provides an absolute indication of atmospheric moisture content that doesn't change with temperature fluctuations, making it invaluable for predicting fog formation potential, assessing human comfort levels, and understanding precipitation development processes. Atmospheric pressure systems create the large-scale circulation patterns that dominate weather maps and drive most of the observable weather changes we experience from day to day and season to season. High-pressure areas typically bring fair weather conditions characterized by clear skies, light winds, and stable atmospheric conditions, while low-pressure systems are associated with cloud development, precipitation, and more dynamic atmospheric activity. Pressure gradient force drives atmospheric motion by accelerating air from regions of high pressure toward areas of lower pressure. Much like water flowing downhill under the influence of gravity, the strength of this fundamental driving force depends on how rapidly atmospheric pressure changes across horizontal distances, with steep pressure gradients generating strong winds and gentle gradients producing light, variable air movement. Cyclonic circulation develops around low-pressure centers, creating the characteristic counterclockwise rotation patterns visible in Northern Hemisphere satellite imagery of storm systems, hurricanes, and other weather phenomena. This rotation results from the delicate balance between pressure gradient forces that drive air toward the low-pressure center and Coriolis effects that deflect the inward flowing motion due to Earth's rotation. Anticyclonic circulation occurs around high-pressure centers, producing clockwise rotation in Northern Hemisphere weather systems. These circulation patterns typically bring stable weather conditions, clear skies, and light winds to affected areas, though they can also trap air pollutants close to the surface and create persistent atmospheric stagnation that affects air quality over large regions. Atmospheric blocking develops when persistent high-pressure systems disrupt the normal flow patterns of weather systems, redirecting storm tracks and creating prolonged periods of unusual weather conditions. These atmospheric roadblocks can cause extended heat waves, persistent drought conditions, or stubborn cold spells by preventing the normal eastward progression of weather systems across continents. Cut-off low-pressure systems become isolated from the main atmospheric flow patterns, creating slow-moving or nearly stationary weather features that can persist for days or even weeks in the same general area. These systems often produce extended periods of unsettled weather conditions and present particular challenges for accurate weather forecasting because they don't follow the typical movement patterns of embedded weather systems. Thermal low-pressure systems develop over intensely heated land surfaces, particularly common in arid desert regions during the hottest months of the year. These heat-induced circulation patterns typically produce light winds and clear skies under normal conditions, but they can enhance thunderstorm development when adequate atmospheric moisture and lifting mechanisms become available to trigger convective processes. Lee cyclogenesis describes the formation of low-pressure systems on the downwind side of major mountain ranges, where complex interactions between topographic features and atmospheric flow patterns create favorable conditions for storm development and intensification. Mountain ranges like the Rockies, Alps, and Andes regularly spawn these terrain-induced weather systems that can evolve into significant storm complexes affecting large geographic areas. Upper-level divergence creates favorable conditions for surface low-pressure development by removing air mass from upper atmospheric levels faster than it can be replaced, allowing surface air to rise and atmospheric pressure to decrease. This process demonstrates the critical three-dimensional connections that exist between upper and lower atmospheric levels in weather system development and intensification. Surface convergence occurs when horizontal air flows meet and are forced to rise, creating the upward motion that can trigger cloud formation, precipitation development, and weather system intensification. These convergence zones often mark the boundaries between different air masses, or result from terrain effects that channel atmospheric flow patterns into collision zones, where vertical motion becomes enhanced. Warm air advection involves the horizontal transport of higher temperature air masses from one region to another, typically associated with rising atmospheric motion and weather system development. This process often precedes the arrival of storm systems and can create the atmospheric destabilization necessary for thunderstorm formation by increasing temperature contrasts and atmospheric instability. Cold air advection represents the horizontal transport of lower temperature air masses, usually associated with sinking atmospheric motion and gradual weather clearing as stable conditions become established. However, when cold air moves over significantly warmer surfaces, like unfrozen lakes or relatively warm ocean waters, it can become unstable and produce dramatic localized precipitation events. Differential heating creates temperature contrasts that drive atmospheric circulation patterns at scales ranging from local sea breeze systems to global trade wind patterns that encircle the entire planet. These thermal differences provide the fundamental energy source for most atmospheric motion, converting variations in solar heating into the kinetic energy of moving air masses and weather systems. Adiabatic processes involve temperature changes that occur when air parcels expand or compress without exchanging heat with their surrounding environment. Rising air cools adiabatically as it expands in the lower pressure conditions, while sinking air warms as it compresses, creating the vertical temperature structure that determines atmospheric stability and the potential for cloud formation. Diabatic processes involve heat exchange between air parcels and their surroundings through radiation, conduction, or the release of latent heat during phase changes of water. These processes can significantly modify air mass characteristics and create the temperature changes that drive weather development and maintain atmospheric circulation patterns over time. Atmospheric soundings provide detailed vertical profiles of temperature, humidity, pressure, and wind conditions that reveal the complete three-dimensional structure of atmospheric conditions from surface levels to the upper troposphere. These measurements offer crucial insights into atmospheric stability, wind shear patterns, and moisture distribution that surface observations alone cannot provide to weather forecasters and researchers. Radiosonde observations involve sophisticated instrument packages carried high into the atmosphere by weather balloons, transmitting real-time data about atmospheric conditions as they ascend through different atmospheric layers. These twice-daily launches from weather stations around the world provide the essential vertical atmospheric information required for weather prediction models and atmospheric research studies. Upper air analysis examines atmospheric conditions at various pressure levels throughout the troposphere and lower stratosphere, revealing the three-dimensional structure of weather patterns and the driving mechanisms behind surface weather development. This analysis helps meteorologists understand how atmospheric disturbances aloft influence surface weather conditions and how weather systems will move and evolve. Atmospheric profiling employs various remote sensing techniques to examine vertical atmospheric structure without requiring balloon-borne instruments, using ground-based radar systems, satellite observations, and acoustic sensors to provide continuous monitoring. These technologies can reveal atmospheric conditions at multiple levels simultaneously, offering high-resolution views of how atmospheric structure changes over time. Nowcasting represents very short-term weather prediction focusing on atmospheric conditions over the next few hours, using current observations and rapidly updating numerical models to provide immediate guidance for critical decisions. This approach proves particularly valuable for aviation operations, emergency management activities, and outdoor events where current and immediate future weather conditions are most important. Ensemble forecasting runs multiple weather prediction models, or multiple versions of the same model, with slightly different initial conditions to assess forecast uncertainty and provide probability-based predictions rather than single deterministic outcomes. This approach acknowledges the inherent limitations of atmospheric predictability while providing more useful information about forecast confidence and the range of possible weather outcomes. Numerical weather prediction employs sophisticated mathematical models that solve complex atmospheric physics equations to simulate future weather conditions based on current atmospheric observations. These models require enormous computational resources and represent some of the most advanced applications of mathematical modeling and supercomputing technology to real-world prediction challenges. As consciousness drifts like morning mist through valleys of sleep, the atmospheric systems around us continue their eternal circulation, operating according to physical principles as reliable and unchanging as the rising and setting of the sun. Somewhere above, jet streams are carving their meandering paths through the upper troposphere, steering weather systems along routes that will determine tomorrow's conditions for millions of people across vast continents. The atmosphere holds conversations in languages we're only beginning to understand. Speaking through pressure oscillations too subtle for human senses, through chemical signatures that tell stories of distant forests and oceans, through temperature patterns that connect today's weather to climate cycles spanning decades and centuries. These atmospheric whispers carry information about volcanic eruptions on the other side of the planet, about the health of rainforests we'll never see, about ice sheets melting in polar regions far from any human habitation. In the gentle rhythm of your slowing breath, you participate in exchanges that connect you to every other breathing organism on Earth. The oxygen molecules entering your lungs may have been released by microscopic phytoplankton in distant oceans, by vast boreal forests, or by the single tree growing outside your window. The carbon dioxide you exhale will nourish plants growing in places you'll never visit, becoming incorporated into their cellular structure, and eventually returning to the atmosphere through decomposition processes that may take years or decades to complete. Boundary layers around the world are settling into their nighttime configurations, becoming stable and stratified as radiational cooling creates those calm, still conditions that allow dew formation on grass blades and frost development on surfaces exposed to the clear night sky. In other parts of the world, where the sun still illuminates the landscape, convective boundary layers are actively mixing air through great depths, creating the turbulent conditions that generate afternoon thunderstorms and fair weather cumulus clouds. The atmosphere's memory operates through mechanisms more subtle than human recollection, yet far more persistent in their effects on future conditions. Soil moisture creates feedback loops that can influence weather patterns for weeks or months, where dry earth promotes continued drought conditions, while saturated ground helps maintain humid atmospheric conditions long after the rains that created them have ended. Ocean temperatures provide the atmosphere with its longest and most stable form of memory, as the enormous heat capacity of water bodies allows them to store and slowly release thermal energy across seasons, years, and even decades. These vast aquatic reservoirs help explain why coastal regions experience such remarkably stable climates compared to continental interiors, and why changes in ocean temperature patterns can influence weather and climate conditions around the entire planet. Snow cover reflects incoming solar radiation with such remarkable efficiency that winter's white blanket can influence regional and even global temperature patterns well into spring and early summer. The brilliant albedo of fresh snow bounces up to 90% of incident sunlight back to space, maintaining cool surface temperatures that affect everything from local precipitation patterns to the timing of seasonal transitions and the behavior of atmospheric circulation systems. Temperature gradients in the atmosphere can be surprisingly sharp, with differences of several degrees occurring across distances of just a few meters or minutes of time. These microscale variations create their own circulation patterns, generating the thermal updrafts that allow soaring birds to travel vast distances without expending energy on wing beats, and the downdrafts that can suddenly affect aircraft performance even in apparently calm atmospheric conditions. Pressure waves propagate through the atmosphere, like ripples spreading across a vast pond, carrying information about distant atmospheric disturbances at speeds approaching that of sound itself. These invisible messengers can circle the globe multiple times, creating faint but detectable echoes of major volcanic eruptions, powerful storms, and even large meteors entering Earth's atmosphere from space. Atmospheric electricity extends far beyond the lightning displays we can observe during thunderstorms, encompassing a global electrical circuit that operates continuously between Earth's surface and the ionosphere high above. This planetary electrical system maintains a voltage difference of several 100,000 volts, with thunderstorms around the world acting like batteries that keep the circuit energized and current flowing through the atmosphere even in fair weather areas. The atmosphere's capacity to create optical phenomena rivals the most sophisticated human-made light shows, transforming ordinary sunlight into displays of extraordinary beauty and complexity. From the simple scattering that paints the sky blue during the day and red at sunset, to the complex interactions that create rainbows, halos, and the rare but spectacular fire rainbows that seem to set clouds ablaze with prismatic light. Microscale eddies swirl through the air around us constantly, too small to see but large enough to carry pollen grains, dust particles, and the molecular signatures of distant places. These tiny atmospheric whirlpools operate at the intersection between molecular motion and larger-scale turbulence, creating the mixing processes that distribute heat, moisture, and atmospheric constituents through the lowest layers of the atmosphere. Temperature inversions create fascinating acoustic phenomena that transform the normal behavior of sound waves in the atmosphere, allowing voices to carry across valleys with startling clarity and enabling distant sounds to seem much closer than their actual sources. These atmospheric conditions bend sound waves back toward the ground instead of allowing them to escape upward, creating natural amphitheaters where whispers can be heard clearly at surprising distances. Convective initiation represents one of the atmosphere's most delicate balancing acts, where tiny changes in temperature, moisture, or lifting can determine whether fair weather conditions persist or explosive thunderstorm development begins. The atmosphere often exists in states of conditional instability, where it teeters on the edge between stability and dramatic change, waiting for just the right trigger to release enormous amounts of stored energy. Mesoscale circulation patterns operate at intermediate scales between the largest weather systems and individual thunderstorms, creating organized atmospheric motions that can persist for hours and influence weather conditions across areas spanning hundreds of kilometers. These systems include sea breeze circulations that bring relief to coastal areas during hot summer days, mountain valley wind systems that create predictable daily wind patterns in complex terrain, and organized thunderstorm complexes that can produce significant weather impacts. Atmospheric chemistry involves countless simultaneous reactions occurring at different altitudes and under varying temperature, pressure, and radiation conditions. Some of these reactions create the protective ozone layer in the stratosphere that shields Earth's surface from harmful ultraviolet radiation, while others break down pollutants or create new compounds that can affect both atmospheric processes and human health properties and human health. The atmosphere acts as a vast chemical laboratory where sunlight drives photochemical processes. Lightning creates nitrogen compounds that fertilize ecosystems, and natural emissions from plants, oceans, and geological processes interact in complex networks of chemical transformation. Hygroscopic particles demonstrate how microscopic substances can have enormous influences on atmospheric processes, with salt crystals from ocean spray, dust particles from distant deserts, and even bacteria from biological sources serving as nuclei around which water droplets form. These tiny condensation seeds determine whether clouds develop as collections of many small droplets or fewer large ones, affecting everything from precipitation efficiency to the optical properties that determine how much sunlight clouds reflect back to space. Sublimation occurs constantly in winter environments, where snow and ice transform directly into water vapor without first melting into liquid form, creating the gradual disappearance of snow accumulations, even when air temperatures remain below freezing. This elegant phase transition requires energy that comes from solar radiation or ambient heat, demonstrating how the atmosphere continuously exchanges energy and mass through processes that operate below the threshold of casual observation. Atmospheric tides create subtle but measurable pressure variations that follow the sun's daily heating cycle with remarkable regularity, most pronounced in tropical regions where the consistent solar heating creates pressure waves that circle the globe like clockwork. These atmospheric rhythms demonstrate the sensitivity of our fluid atmosphere to even relatively small energy inputs, showing how regular heating patterns create organized responses that can be detected by sensitive instruments around the world. Cloud condensation nuclei exist in an astonishing variety of forms, from sea salt particles that excel at attracting water molecules, to dust grains that provide surfaces for ice crystal formation, to biological particles including pollen, spores, and bacteria that add a living component to atmospheric water cycle processes. The concentration of these microscopic particles can vary by orders of magnitude between pristine oceanic environments and polluted urban areas, dramatically affecting cloud properties and precipitation characteristics. Atmospheric windows in the electromagnetic spectrum allow certain wavelengths of radiation to pass through air with minimal absorption, creating transparency bands that are crucial for Earth's energy balance and for remote sensing applications that monitor weather and climate from space. These spectral doorways enable heat to escape to space, allow satellite instruments to observe atmospheric conditions, and create the wavelength regions where astronomers can observe distant stars and galaxies through our atmosphere. Convective available potential energy accumulates in the atmosphere like stored ammunition for thunderstorms, building up during periods of surface heating and atmospheric moistening until trigger mechanisms release this energy in explosive convective development. The amount of this stored energy helps meteorologists assess the potential severity of thunderstorm activity, with higher values indicating conditions favorable for supercells, tornadoes, and other extreme weather phenomena. Entrainment processes occur at cloud boundaries where turbulent mixing gradually incorporates environmental air into convective updrafts and downdrafts, diluting cloud properties and affecting storm intensity and longevity. This mixing between cloudy and clear air represents one of the most complex aspects of atmospheric physics, involving scales of motion from millimeters to kilometers and timescales from seconds to hours. Kelvin-Helmholtz instability creates waves in the atmosphere that resemble ocean breakers frozen in mid-motion, forming when layers of air move at different speeds and create shearing motions that roll up into distinctive wave patterns. These atmospheric waves sometimes become visible when moisture condenses along the wave crests, creating cloud formations that look remarkably like breaking ocean waves suspended in the sky. Atmospheric gravity waves propagate through stable atmospheric layers, like ripples moving through a three-dimensional fluid, carrying energy from their source regions to distant locations where they can trigger cloud formation, enhance existing weather systems, or create clear air turbulence in apparently calm skies. These waves can travel for thousands of kilometers, demonstrating how atmospheric disturbances in one region can influence weather conditions in areas far removed from the original source. Mountain waves develop when stable air flows over topographic barriers, creating standing wave patterns that extend far downstream from the mountains that generate them. These waves can reach extraordinary altitudes, sometimes extending into the stratosphere, and can create some of the strongest turbulence encountered by aircraft, despite often being completely invisible, except for the occasional lenticular clouds that form in their crests. Boundary layer evolution follows predictable daily cycles that vary with season, weather conditions, surface characteristics, and geographic location. During stable nighttime conditions, this lowest atmospheric layer can shrink to depths of just a few dozen meters, creating shallow zones where pollutants become concentrated and where sound travels with unusual clarity due to the lack of thermal mixing. Thermal circulations develop whenever differential heating creates temperature contrasts between adjacent areas, driving air motion that attempts to eliminate these temperature differences through heat transport. These circulations operate at scales ranging from the gentle heating that creates slope winds in mountainous terrain to the massive temperature contrasts that drive monsoon circulations affecting billions of people across entire continents. Diabatic heating and cooling processes modify air mass characteristics through radiation, conduction, and latent heat release, creating temperature changes that can destabilize atmospheric layers, trigger convective development, or enhance existing weather systems. These processes operate continuously throughout the atmosphere, powered by solar radiation during the day and by radiational cooling to space during night hours. Clear air turbulence occurs in seemingly calm atmospheric conditions created by wind shear along jet stream boundaries, mountain wave activity, or convective processes that operate below the threshold of cloud formation. This invisible phenomenon can create sudden, severe jolting that affects aircraft flying through apparently tranquil air, demonstrating that significant atmospheric activity can occur without producing any visible indicators. Atmospheric dispersion modeling attempts to predict how pollutants, volcanic ash, radioactive materials, or other substances will spread through the atmosphere under various meteorological conditions. These calculations must account for wind patterns at multiple levels, atmospheric stability, precipitation processes that can remove particles from the air, and chemical transformations that can occur during transport. Convergence zones form where different air masses or wind patterns meet, creating areas of enhanced upward motion that often trigger cloud formation and precipitation development. These zones can be surprisingly persistent, sometimes remaining in nearly the same geographic location for hours or days, creating focused areas of weather activity while adjacent regions remain relatively calm. Low-level jets are ribbons of fast-moving air that form in the lowest few kilometers of the atmosphere, often most pronounced during nighttime hours, when surface cooling creates stable conditions that allow these wind maxima to develop and persist. These jets can transport enormous amounts of moisture from tropical and subtropical regions toward higher latitudes, providing the water vapor that fuels severe thunderstorm development. And so our gentle journey through the invisible ocean of air draws to its quiet close. We've drifted together through 100 peaceful truths about the atmosphere that cradles our world, from the microscopic dance of water molecules to the vast circulation patterns that connect distant continents. Tonight, as you settle into rest, remember that you are forever part of this atmospheric symphony, breathing with the rhythm of a planet that never sleeps. Sweet dreams, and may the gentle currents of air carry you softly toward morning. Air carry you softly toward morning. Hello there, and welcome to the Sleepy Astronaut. I'm so glad you found your way here tonight. Perhaps you've had one of those days where your mind feels restless, or maybe you're someone rhythm of waves and who finds peace in the mysteries that lie beneath the surface. Either way, tonight's journey is crafted especially for you. You have nothing to do now, but let your thoughts settle, your breathing deepen, and your body sink into comfort as if you're floating weightlessly on calm waters. Tonight, we're not simply learning about the ocean. We're drifting through the vast blue expanse that covers our planet, exploring hidden depths where sunlight has never touched and discovering creatures more extraordinary than any dream. The ocean holds secrets that have remained unchanged for millions of years, ancient rhythms that continue even as we sleep, and wonders that remind us how much mystery still surrounds us in this world. We'll journey gently from sun-dappled shallows to the deepest trenches, from coral gardens teeming with life to the quiet darkness where bioluminescent creatures create their own starlight. You'll hear about migrations that span entire oceans, tiny organisms that produce most of the oxygen we breathe, and partnerships between species that have lasted for millions of years. Some of what you discover tonight may surprise you, or at the very least, spark a quiet sense of wonder as you drift towards sleep. Before we begin this peaceful exploration, If these calm oceanic journeys help you unwind or give you a tranquil way to end your day, consider liking and subscribing to the channel. It helps other restless souls find their way here too, one peaceful night at a time. Now let's begin our descent into the blue. The ocean covers more than 70% of Earth's surface. When astronauts look down at our planet from space, they see a blue marble suspended in the cosmic dark. This isn't coincidence or accident. The ocean dominates our world, stretching across 139 million square miles of Earth's surface. To put this in perspective, if you could walk across the ocean floor, you would traverse an area larger than all the continents combined, with room to spare. This vast liquid realm holds 320 million cubic miles of water, containing 96.5% of all the water on our planet. The remaining 3.5% includes all the lakes, rivers, groundwater, ice caps, and water vapor that exists on the land and in the atmosphere. The average depth of the ocean reaches nearly 12,500 feet. While we see the ocean's surface from beaches and boats, the true ocean lies far below in layers of increasing darkness and pressure. Most of the ocean exists in perpetual night, where temperatures hover just above freezing and the weight of water above creates pressures that would crush any surface dweller instantly. The deepest known point, Challenger Deep in the Mariana Trench, plunges down 36,200 feet below sea level. To imagine this depth, if Mount Everest were placed in this trench, its peak would still rest more than a mile beneath the ocean's surface. Less than 10% of the ocean has been explored by humans. Despite covering most of our planet, the ocean remains more mysterious than the surface of Mars. We have better maps of the moon than we do of our own ocean floor. This vast underwater realm contains mountains taller than the Himalayas, canyons deeper than the Grand Canyon, and plains that stretch for thousands of miles in complete darkness. Every expedition into the deep returns with discoveries that challenge what we thought we knew about life on Earth. The ocean contains an estimated 50 to 80% of all life on our planet. While land-based life captures our attention with its visibility and diversity, the true abundance of life exists beneath the waves. The ocean provides 99% of the living space on Earth, offering three-dimensional habitat from surface to seafloor. In this vast aquatic realm, life has evolved into forms both beautiful and bizarre, from microscopic organisms that drift with the currents to massive whales that traverse entire ocean basins. More than 242,000 marine species have been documented by scientists. This remarkable catalogue represents creatures ranging from the tiniest bacteria to the largest animals ever known to exist. Yet this vast inventory is likely just the beginning. Scientists estimate that perhaps 2 million marine species remain undiscovered, hidden in unexplored depths or camouflaged among the countless niches of the ocean environment. On average, researchers describe 2,332 new marine species each year, suggesting that centuries of discovery still await us beneath the waves. Marine organisms produce most of the oxygen we breathe. While we often think of forests as the lungs of our planet, the ocean's microscopic inhabitants actually generate between 50 and 80% of Earth's oxygen. Tiny floating plants called phytoplankton, along with marine algae and cyanobacteria, carry out photosynthesis on a scale that dwarfs all terrestrial plant life combined. These invisible gardens drift through the sunlit surface waters, converting carbon dioxide into oxygen and forming the base of nearly all marine food webs. The ocean is divided into 5 distinct zones based on depth and light penetration. The sunlight zone, or euphotic zone, extends from the surface down to about 650 feet, where enough light penetrates to support photosynthesis. Here, the water is warm and teeming with life, from colourful fish to floating forests of kelp. Below this lies the twilight zone, or dysphotic zone, stretching from 650 feet to 3,300 feet deep, where faint traces of sunlight create a perpetual blue dusk. Deeper still lies the midnight zone, or aphotic zone, beginning at 3,300 feet and extending to about 13,000 feet deep. Here, absolute darkness reigns, and the only light comes from the living creatures themselves through bioluminescence. The abyssal zone spans from 13,000 feet to 19,700 feet, covering vast plains of the deep sea floor. Finally, the Hadal zone encompasses the deepest trenches, from 19,700 feet to the ocean's greatest depths, representing Earth's most extreme environment. Bioluminescence may be the most common form of communication on Earth. In the darkness of the deep ocean, 3/4 of all creatures possess the ability to create their own light. This biological illumination serves countless purposes: attracting prey, confusing predators, finding mates, and sending signals across the liquid void. The chemistry behind this living light involves a molecule called luciferin, which produces light when it reacts with oxygen. Most bioluminescent displays appear as blue-green light because these wavelengths travel farthest through water. Deep-sea anglerfish have perfected the art of bioluminescent hunting. These remarkable predators carry what appears to be a glowing fishing rod extending from their heads. The light isn't produced by the fish itself, but by symbiotic bacteria living within a specialized organ called the esker. The anglerfish can control the intensity of this biological lure, creating pulsing patterns that prove irresistible to curious prey in the darkness. When smaller fish approach to investigate the mysterious glow, they quickly discover they've been deceived by one of evolution's most effective traps. The stoplight loose-jaw dragonfish possesses a unique visual superpower. This remarkable predator has developed special red-emitting light organs beneath its eyes, functioning like underwater headlights. Most deep-sea creatures can only see blue light, making the dragonfish's red beams completely invisible to potential prey. Even more extraordinarily, this fish uses chlorophyll pigments, typically found in plants, inside its eyes, to detect red wavelengths of light. This gives the stoplight loosejaw the ability to hunt almost invisibly, scanning for victims with a flashlight that remains undetectable to most other deep-sea inhabitants. Coral reefs support 25% of all marine species, despite covering less than 1% of the ocean floor. These underwater cities, often called the rainforests of the sea, represent some of the most diverse ecosystems on our planet. Built by tiny coral polyps over thousands of years, these structures provide homes, nurseries, and feeding grounds for an incredible variety of marine life. From the smallest cleaner fish to massive groupers, from colourful parrotfish to graceful sea turtles, coral reefs buzz with constant activity and interaction. Coral polyps are animals, not plants, despite their appearance. Each coral colony begins as a single polyp, a tiny transparent animal with a mouth and stomach. Through a process of growth and division, this single polyp can create colonies as large as cars or houses over hundreds or thousands of years. The brilliant colours we associate with healthy coral don't come from the polyps themselves, which are actually transparent, but from millions of microscopic algae called zooxanthellae that live within their tissues. The partnership between corals and algae represents one of nature's most successful collaborations. The coral polyps provide the algae with a protected home and nutrients, while the algae produce food through photosynthesis and share it with their hosts. This symbiotic relationship is so productive that it has created some of the most vibrant ecosystems on Earth. Because photosynthesis requires sunlight, most reef-building corals live in clear, shallow waters where light can penetrate to fuel this underwater partnership. Whale migrations represent some of the longest journeys in the animal kingdom. These majestic marine mammals travel thousands of miles between their feeding and breeding grounds, following ancient routes passed down through generations. Humpback whales undertake particularly epic journeys, with some populations swimming up to 16,000 miles during their annual migrations, they can complete a 3,000-mile trip in as few as 28 days, fasting during their entire journey and living off stored energy in their fat reserves. Grey whales complete one of the most impressive migrations of any mammal. Every year, these remarkable creatures travel 12,000 miles round-trip from their feeding grounds in the Arctic to the warm lagoons of Baja California, where they mate and give birth, and then back again. The precision of their navigation is extraordinary, with many individuals returning to the exact same locations where they were born when they're ready to start breeding themselves. Whales navigate using multiple environmental cues with remarkable accuracy. These marine mammals maintain directional precision within 5 degrees, and sometimes within just 1 degree, over distances of hundreds or even thousands of miles. They appear to use changes in water temperature and salinity, underwater mountain ranges and valley systems, ocean currents, and even scents detected through their large olfactory organs. Sound also plays a crucial role, as different whale populations sing distinctive regional songs that help individuals recognize when they're swimming into familiar territory. The ecological importance of whales extends far beyond their impressive migrations. As they travel through the ocean, whales fertilize marine ecosystems with their waste, boosting phytoplankton production throughout their range. This enhanced phytoplankton growth captures approximately 40% of all carbon dioxide produced globally and generates over half of the atmosphere's oxygen. By restoring whale populations, we can help restore ocean ecosystems and build resilience against climate change, allowing nature to help heal itself. Ocean tides result from the gravitational dance between Earth, Moon, and Sun. When we watch waves roll onto shore, we're witnessing the effects of gravitational forces that stretch across space to move entire oceans. The Moon's gravity creates bulges in Earth's oceans, on both the side closest to the Moon and the side farthest away, creating high tides. The low points between these bulges experience low tides, and this pattern follows the Moon as our planet rotates. The Sun also influences tides, though its effect is about half as strong as the Moon's. When the Sun, Moon, and Earth align during new or full moons, their combined gravitational pull creates especially high and low tides called spring tides. 1 week later, when the Sun and Moon are at right angles to each other, their competing influences create more moderate tides known as Eneap tides. This celestial choreography creates a predictable monthly cycle that has influenced marine life for billions of years. Many marine creatures have evolved to synchronize their lives with these lunar rhythms. The mass spawning of corals on the Great Barrier Reef occurs precisely after full moons between October and December, when billions of coral polyps release their eggs and sperm simultaneously into the water. This coordinated timing creates such a spectacular display that it can be observed from space. Countless other marine species, from certain fish to sea turtles, time their reproductive cycles to take advantage of specific tidal conditions and moonlight levels. Jellyfish have survived on Earth for over 500 million years. Before dinosaurs roamed the land, before trees grew in forests, before fungi decomposed organic matter, jellyfish drifted through ancient seas. These remarkable creatures are the oldest multi-organ animals on our planet, having survived all 5 major mass extinction events, including the Great Dying that eliminated 70% of all life on Earth. Their secret to survival lies in their elegant simplicity and their ability to blend seamlessly with their liquid environment. The bodies of jellyfish consist of 98% water. This extraordinary composition allows them to drift effortlessly through their oceanic home, requiring minimal energy for movement. They possess no brain, no blood, no lungs, and no heart, yet they navigate their world with remarkable efficiency. Instead of a brain, jellyfish rely on an elementary nervous system equipped with receptors that detect light, vibrations, and chemical changes in the surrounding water. Over 2,000 species of jellyfish have been identified, ranging from microscopic to massive. The smallest jellyfish measure just 0.5 millimeter in diameter. So tiny, they're practically invisible to the naked eye. At the other extreme, the Nomura's jellyfish can grow to over 6 feet in diameter and weigh up to 440 pounds, creating an underwater spectacle that must be seen to be believed. Scientists estimate that many more species await discovery in the unexplored depths of our oceans. These ancient drifters play vital roles in ocean ecosystems. As jellyfish move through different layers of the water column, they transport essential nutrients like nitrogen and phosphorus throughout the marine environment. They help control populations of smaller creatures by feeding on fish larvae and eggs, maintaining the delicate balance that keeps ocean ecosystems healthy. Many young fish actually seek shelter beneath jellyfish, using their translucent umbrella-shaped bells as mobile hiding places while they grow. Jellyfish employ sophisticated hunting strategies despite their simple appearance. Their tentacles contain specialized stinging cells called nematocysts, tiny compartments housing needle-like stingers. When triggered by contact, these chambers open rapidly, allowing ocean water to rush in and shoot the stinger outward while releasing venom. Some species arrange their tentacles in twisted spiral patterns to create deadly traps, while others simply drag their tentacles behind them like living fishing nets as they drift with the currents. The lion's mane jellyfish stands as one of the ocean's most impressive creatures. These magnificent animals represent the largest known jellyfish species, with tentacles that can extend over 100 feet in length, longer than a blue whale. Found in the cold waters of the Arctic, North Pacific, and North Atlantic oceans, they create underwater spectacles that few humans have witnessed in their full glory. Their flowing tentacles create ethereal displays as they pulse through the water, resembling underwater forests swaying in an invisible breeze. Marine microorganisms form the invisible foundation of all ocean life. These microscopic inhabitants constitute between 70 and 90% of the total biomass in the sea, making them the most abundant living things in the largest environment on Earth. Despite their tiny size, these organisms drive every major process in marine ecosystems, from the production of oxygen to the cycling of carbon, nitrogen, phosphorus, and other essential elements throughout the ocean. Diatoms, tiny single-celled algae, generate about 20% of the oxygen produced on our planet each year. These microscopic powerhouses create intricate glass-like shells called frustules, which accumulate on the ocean floor in layers that can reach 0.5 mile deep. Each year, diatoms process over 6.7 billion metric tons of silicon from seawater to construct their elaborate homes, contributing nearly half of all organic material found in the oceans. Marine viruses outnumber all other life forms in the sea. In each milliliter of seawater, between 1 million and 10 million viruses drift unseen, representing about 15 times more viral particles than bacterial and archaeal cells combined. Most of these viruses are bacteriophages, harmless to plants and animals but essential for regulating marine ecosystems. They infect and destroy bacteria, recycling carbon and releasing organic molecules that stimulate fresh bacterial and algal growth throughout the water column. These invisible viral communities kill approximately 20% of marine bacterial biomass each day. This constant cycle of infection, death, and renewal helps maintain the delicate balance of nutrients in seawater, while contributing to the biological pump that transports carbon to the deep ocean. The organic molecules released from destroyed bacterial cells become food for other microorganisms, creating an intricate web of recycling that has operated for billions of years. The deep sea represents Earth's largest living space, yet remains our planet's least explored frontier. 85% of the ocean's area and 90% of its volume exist in permanent darkness, where temperatures hover near freezing and pressures reach crushing extremes. This vast realm extends from depths of about 650 feet, where sunlight fades to nothing, down to the deepest trenches that plunge over 36,000 feet below the surface. In this alien environment, life has evolved remarkable adaptations to survive conditions that would instantly destroy most surface-dwelling creatures. Strange fish with transparent heads drift through the darkness. Tube worms cluster around volcanic vents, thriving in waters hot enough to melt lead. Vampire squid turn themselves inside out when threatened, while giant isopods scavenge the sea floor like underwater armadillos the size of footballs. The pressure in the deepest parts of the ocean reaches over 1,000 times greater than at sea level. To survive in this crushing environment, deep-sea creatures have evolved bodies filled with specialized proteins and cellular structures that function under extreme pressure. Many lack gas-filled swim bladders that would be compressed to nothing at such depths, instead relying on oil-filled livers or other adaptations to maintain neutral buoyancy in their high-pressure world. Hydrothermal vents create oases of life in the deep ocean desert. These underwater geysers spew superheated water rich in minerals and chemicals, creating unique ecosystems that exist independent of sunlight. Giant tube worms, some reaching 8 feet in length, cluster around these vents in dense colonies. They have no mouth or stomach, instead relying on symbiotic bacteria living within their bodies to convert the vent's chemical energy into food. These vent communities represent some of the most recently discovered ecosystems on Earth. First found in 1977, the creatures living here depend not on photosynthesis, but on chemosynthesis, a process where bacteria convert chemicals like hydrogen sulfide into energy. This discovery revolutionized our understanding of life on Earth and opened new possibilities for where life might exist elsewhere in the universe. The ocean's twilight zone, extending from about 650 feet to 3,300 feet deep, experiences the largest migration on Earth every single day. Each evening, billions of small fish, squid, jellyfish, and crustaceans rise from the depths to feed in surface waters under cover of darkness. Before dawn, they descend again to hide in the dimly lit depths, creating a massive vertical migration that transfers nutrients and energy throughout the water column. This daily migration involves more biomass than exists in all the world's forests combined. The creatures participating in this journey include lanternfish, which make up 65% of all deep-sea fish biomass, along with countless small squid, shrimp-like krill, and other small swimmers. Their synchronized movement creates layers in the water so dense that early sonar operators mistook them for the seafloor itself. Siphonophores create some of the longest creatures in the ocean. These colonial animals consist of hundreds or thousands of individual organisms working together as a single entity. The Portuguese man-o'-war, often mistaken for a jellyfish, represents one of the most familiar siphonophores. In the deep sea, some siphonophore species create chains of connected individuals that can stretch over 150 feet in length, making them longer than blue whales and among the longest creatures on Earth. Each individual in a siphonophore colony specializes in different functions. Some focus on digestion, others on reproduction, still others on movement or defense. Together, they create a living chain that drifts through the water like an underwater constellation, pulsing with bioluminescent light as it moves through the darkness of the deep ocean. Ocean currents transport heat around our planet like a global conveyor belt. The Gulf Stream alone carries warm water from the tropical Atlantic northward at a rate of 30 billion gallons per second, moderating temperatures along the eastern coast of North America and Western Europe. Without this massive river within the sea, London would have a climate similar to northern Canada, and New York would experience much harsher winters. These oceanic rivers follow predictable patterns driven by differences in water temperature, salinity, and the rotation of the Earth. The thermohaline circulation, sometimes called the global conveyor belt, moves water throughout all the world's oceans over a cycle that takes about 1,000 years to complete. This circulation helps distribute heat, nutrients, and dissolved gases throughout the marine environment, influencing climate patterns and supporting life in every corner of the sea. As we drift deeper into these oceanic mysteries, the boundaries between the known and unknown begin to blur. The gentle rhythm of currents, the slow pulse of tides, and the ancient migrations of countless creatures create a symphony of motion that has continued for millions of years. In this vast blue realm, time moves differently, measured not in hours or days, but in the patient cycles of seasons and the endless circulation of water around our planet. The ocean floor holds landscapes more dramatic than any mountain range on land. Beneath the waves lie underwater volcanoes that dwarf Mount Everest, their peaks rising over 30,000 feet from the abyssal plains. The Mid-Atlantic Ridge, a massive underwater mountain chain, stretches for 10,000 miles along the ocean floor, slowly spreading apart as new seafloor is born from molten rock. These submarine mountains create their own weather patterns in the deep, directing currents and creating upwelling zones that bring nutrients from the depths to surface waters. Seamounts, isolated underwater peaks that rise from the ocean floor, serve as stepping stones for migrating marine life. These submerged mountains create unique ecosystems, often crowned with deep-sea corals and sponge gardens that have grown undisturbed for centuries. The Hawaiian island chain represents just the visible tips of a massive underwater mountain range, with most of these volcanic peaks hidden beneath thousands of feet of water. Underwater canyons carve through the continental margins, creating pathways deeper than the Grand Canyon. The Monterey Canyon off California plunges over 12,000 feet below sea level, its walls providing habitat for countless deep-sea creatures. These submarine valleys channel nutrient-rich sediments from shallow waters to the deep ocean, creating underwater rivers of organic material that feed entire communities in the abyss. Salt makes up about 3.5% of seawater by weight, but this simple statistic masks the ocean's complex chemistry. Every cubic million tons of dissolved salt, along with traces mile of seawater, contains over 120 of nearly every element found on Earth. Gold drifts through seawater in concentrations so low that extracting it remains economically impossible. Yet the total amount dissolved in all the world's oceans exceeds all the gold ever mined by humans. The ocean's salinity varies throughout its depths and across different regions. Surface waters in tropical areas become more concentrated through evaporation, while polar regions receive constant influxes of fresh water from melting ice and precipitation. The Mediterranean Sea contains some of the saltiest water on Earth, while the Baltic Sea remains relatively fresh due to limited connection with the open ocean and abundant freshwater input from surrounding rivers. Deep ocean water moves incredibly slowly, taking centuries to complete its journey around the globe. A drop of water sinking to the bottom of the Pacific Ocean may not return to the surface for 1,600 years. During this long journey, it travels through complete darkness, carrying dissolved nutrients and gases from one side of the planet to the other. This patient circulation helps maintain the chemical balance of seawater and distributes essential elements throughout the marine environment. Marine snow drifts constantly through the water column, like an underwater blizzard. This organic precipitation consists of dead plankton, fecal pellets, bacteria, and other biological debris that sinks slowly toward the seafloor. To deep-sea creatures, marine snow represents the primary source of food, a gentle rain of nutrition falling from the productive surface waters far above. The journey from surface to seafloor can take weeks or months, during which countless organisms feed on these sinking particles. Some particles aggregate into larger clumps as they descend, creating a more substantial meal for filter-feeding creatures in the depths. The constant shower of marine snow helps explain how complex ecosystems can thrive in the apparent desert of the deep ocean. Without this biological precipitation, the deep sea would be largely barren, unable to support the remarkable diversity of life found in even the most remote ocean trenches. Giant tube worms, some reaching lengths of 8 feet, have no mouth, stomach, or digestive system. These remarkable creatures live entirely through their partnership with chemosynthetic bacteria housed within specialized organs in their bodies. The bacteria convert hydrogen sulfide and other chemicals from hydrothermal vents into organic compounds, sharing this food with their tube worm hosts. This symbiotic relationship allows these giants to thrive in an environment where conventional food sources don't exist. The discovery of hydrothermal vent communities fundamentally changed our understanding of life's possibilities. These oases of biological activity exist in complete independence from solar energy, powered instead by the Earth's internal heat. The water temperatures around active vents can exceed 750 degrees Fahrenheit, hot enough to melt lead, yet just inches away, the surrounding seawater remains near freezing. Vent shrimp cluster in dense masses around these underwater geysers, their modified eyes detecting the faint infrared glow of superheated water. These specialized crustaceans have evolved unique proteins that remain stable at extreme temperatures, allowing them to thrive in conditions that would instantly cook most other forms of life. Their discovery suggested that similar life forms might exist around hydrothermal vents on other worlds, opening new possibilities in the search for extraterrestrial life. The Mariana Trench represents Earth's final frontier, deeper than Mount Everest is tall. At its deepest point, Challenger Deep, the seafloor lies 36,200 feet below sea level. The pressure at this depth exceeds 1,000 times atmospheric pressure at sea level, equivalent to having 50 jumbo jets pressing down on every square meter. Despite these crushing conditions, life persists even here, in forms specially adapted to Earth's most extreme environment. Barotrauma affects most surface-dwelling creatures if they descend too rapidly into the deep ocean. The increasing pressure compresses air-filled organs, potentially causing fatal injuries. Deep-sea fish avoid this problem by lacking swim bladders entirely, instead using oil-filled livers or other pressure-resistant adaptations to maintain their position in the water column. When these deep-sea creatures are brought rapidly to the surface, the reverse effect occurs, often causing their bodies to expand dramatically as internal pressures adjust to the lower surface pressure. Xenophyophores, among the largest single-celled organisms on Earth, create delicate structures on the deep ocean floor. These giant protozoans can grow larger than dinner plates, constructing intricate shells from sediment particles and organic debris. Despite their impressive size, they remain single cells, representing some of the most extreme examples of cellular gigantism in nature. Their elaborate forms create microhabitats for smaller organisms in the otherwise barren expanses of the abyssal seafloor. The deep ocean maintains remarkably stable temperatures year-round. Below depths of about 3,000 feet, water temperatures hover between 35 and 39 degrees Fahrenheit, regardless of surface conditions. This thermal stability creates a reliable environment for deep-sea creatures, allowing them to adapt to consistent conditions rather than dealing with the temperature fluctuations common in surface waters. The coldest ocean water is found in polar regions, where temperatures can drop to 28 degrees Fahrenheit without freezing due to salt's effect on the freezing point of water. Abyssal plains cover more area than all the world's continents combined. These vast underwater deserts stretch for thousands of miles across the deep ocean floor, broken only by occasional seamounts or abyssal hills. The sediment covering these plains accumulates incredibly slowly, sometimes taking thousands of years to build up just a few inches. Cores drilled from abyssal sediments reveal Earth's climate history stretching back millions of years, preserved in layers of microscopic shells and dust. Manganese nodules grow like potatoes on the deep ocean floor, forming over millions of years through the slow accumulation of metals around small objects like shark teeth or whale bones. These polymetallic concretions contain valuable metals including copper, nickel, and cobalt, leading to interest in deep-sea mining. However, the extreme slow growth of these nodules means that harvesting them would essentially be mining a non-renewable resource that took millennia to form. Brine pools create underwater lakes within the ocean itself. These dense concentrations of salt water sink to the seafloor, forming distinct boundaries with the overlying seawater. The density difference is so pronounced that submarines can actually float on the surface of these underwater lakes, just as a cork floats on the surface of a pond. Many of these brine pools prove toxic to most marine life, creating underwater dead zones surrounded by the normal diversity of deep-sea creatures. Some brine pools support unique ecosystems adapted to their extreme salinity. Specialized bacteria thrive in these conditions, forming the base of food webs that include tube worms, crabs, and fish species found nowhere else on Earth. The edges of brine pools often teem with life, as organisms gather to feed on the bacteria and organic matter concentrated in these unusual environments. Cold seeps represent another type of deep-sea oasis, where hydrocarbons like methane and hydrogen sulfide leak from the seafloor. Unlike the dramatic eruptions of hydrothermal vents, cold seeps release their chemicals slowly and steadily over decades or centuries. These gradual emissions support communities of chemosynthetic bacteria, which in turn feed tube worms, clams, and other specialized creatures adapted to these unique conditions. The slow, steady nature of cold seeps creates more stable ecosystems than the boom and bust cycles often seen around hydrothermal vents. Some cold seep communities persist for hundreds of years, developing complex relationships between species and creating underwater oases that support remarkable biodiversity in the deep ocean desert. Whale falls create temporary islands of abundance on the deep sea floor. When a whale dies and sinks to the ocean bottom, its massive carcass provides enough food to support entire ecosystems for decades. The decomposition process occurs in stages, first attracting mobile scavengers like hagfish and sleeper sharks, then supporting communities of bacteria and worms that break down the remaining soft tissues. Eventually, bacteria begin breaking down the oils in whale bones, creating conditions similar to cold seeps that can support chemosynthetic communities for 50 years or more. These whalefall ecosystems serve as stepping stones for deep-sea creatures, allowing species to disperse across the vast distances of the ocean floor by hopping from one whale carcass to another. Glass sponge reefs create underwater forests in the deep ocean, growing incredibly slowly over thousands of years. These remarkable structures, built by sponges with skeletons made of silica glass, can reach heights of several feet and form reef systems spanning many acres. The oldest glass sponge reefs are thought to be over 9,000 years old, making them among the oldest living structures on Earth. Each glass sponge is a marvel of biological engineering, filtering enormous volumes of seawater through its porous body to extract microscopic food particles. A single large sponge can process thousands of gallons of water each day, cleaning the surrounding environment while building its intricate glass skeleton one spicule at a time. Deep-sea mushrooms, recently discovered organisms that challenge our understanding of life's classification, grow on the seafloor like underwater toadstools. These mysterious creatures possess characteristics that don't fit neatly into any known taxonomic group, suggesting they may represent an entirely new branch of life. Their discovery reminds us how much we still don't know about the organisms sharing our planet. The deep ocean's food web operates on principles completely different from surface ecosystems. With no plants to capture solar energy, deep-sea life depends on the rain of organic matter from above, or on chemosynthetic bacteria that derive energy from chemical reactions. This creates ecosystems where the primary producers are bacteria rather than plants, supporting food webs that can exist in complete independence from photosynthesis. Energy moves through deep-sea food webs much more slowly than in surface ecosystems. Deep-sea creatures typically grow slowly, reproduce infrequently, and live much longer than their shallow water relatives. Some deep-sea fish may live for over a century, while deep-sea corals can survive for thousands of years, creating biological archives that record centuries of ocean history in their skeletons. The midnight zone supports a surprising diversity of predators, despite its apparent emptiness. Giant squid, possibly reaching lengths of 40 feet or more, hunt in these dark waters. Their only traces the circular scars they leave on the skin of sperm whales brave enough to dive deep enough to hunt them. Six-gill sharks, living fossils that have remained virtually unchanged for 200 million years, patrol these depths like underwater dragons, occasionally rising to shallower waters under cover of darkness. Vampire squid inhabit the oxygen minimum zones of the deep ocean, regions where dissolved oxygen levels drop so low that most other animals cannot survive. Despite their fearsome name, these creatures don't suck blood, but instead feed on marine snow and organic debris. When threatened, they can turn themselves inside out, displaying their dark, spiny exterior as a deterrent to potential predators. The deep ocean's darkness is not absolute. Many creatures create their own light through bioluminescence, turning the depths into a living constellation of stars. Some fish use photophores arranged in species-specific patterns, creating underwater signatures that help individuals recognize their own kind in the darkness. Others employ bioluminescence as a burglar alarm, lighting up when attacked to attract larger predators that might consume their attackers. As our journey through these oceanic depths continues, the distinction between the possible and impossible begins to fade. In these remote reaches of our planet, life has found ways to thrive under conditions once thought too extreme to support any living thing. The gentle fall of marine snow, the patient circulation of ancient currents, and the slow growth of glass sponge gardens create a rhythm as old as the ocean itself, continuing its eternal dance in the darkness far below the sunlit surface we know so well. The ocean's magnetic field influences the migration patterns of countless marine species in ways scientists are only beginning to understand. Sea turtles navigate across thousands of miles of open ocean using the planet's magnetic lines as an invisible highway system. Young turtles imprint on the magnetic signature of their birth beaches, carrying this information with them as they drift across entire ocean basins on currents that may carry them for years before they return as adults to the exact stretch of sand where their lives began. Salmon possess an even more remarkable magnetic memory, able to distinguish between magnetic signatures that differ by less than 1%. This extraordinary sensitivity allows them to navigate from the open ocean back to the specific stream where they were born, sometimes traveling hundreds of miles upstream through branching river systems to reach their natal waters. The magnetic maps encoded in their brains guide them through journeys that would challenge the most sophisticated human navigation systems. Even tiny zooplankton respond to magnetic cues, adjusting their vertical migrations in the water column based on magnetic field variations. These microscopic creatures, no larger than a grain of sand, carry within their simple bodies the ability to sense Earth's magnetic field and use this information to coordinate their daily movements between the surface and the depths. The ocean's chemistry changes dramatically with depth, creating distinct layers like an underwater atmosphere. The oxygen minimum zone, occurring at depths between 1,000 and 4,000 feet in many parts of the ocean, contains so little dissolved oxygen that only specially adapted creatures can survive. This zone acts as a barrier for many marine species, effectively dividing the ocean into separate worlds above and below this oxygen-poor layer. Below the oxygen minimum zone, cold, oxygen-rich water flows along the seafloor, carrying dissolved gases from polar regions where they were absorbed at the surface thousands of years ago. This deep water maintains its chemical signature as it travels around the globe, providing life-sustaining oxygen to creatures living in the deepest parts of the ocean. Carbon dioxide concentrations vary throughout the water column, with the highest levels often found at intermediate depths where organic matter decomposes. This creates a carbon maximum zone where the breakdown of sinking organic particles releases stored carbon dioxide back into the water. The ocean holds 50 times more carbon dioxide than the atmosphere, making it a crucial component of Earth's climate system. Methane seeps from the seafloor create unique ecosystems powered by this simple hydrocarbon. Bacteria consume the methane directly, converting it into organic matter and forming thick bacterial mats that carpet the seafloor around seepage sites. These bacterial communities support tube worms, clams, and other creatures that have evolved to thrive in methane-rich environments. Some methane seeps create underwater geysers, shooting plumes of gas-rich water high into the water column. These methane plumes can rise hundreds of feet before dissolving into the surrounding seawater, creating temporary oases of chemical energy that attract specialized communities of bacteria and the animals that feed on them. The ocean's pH varies with depth and location, creating acidic and alkaline zones that influence which creatures can survive in different areas. Surface waters tend to be more alkaline due to photosynthesis by marine plants, while deeper waters become more acidic as organic matter decomposes and releases acids into the water column. Hydrothermal vent fields create some of the most chemically extreme environments in the ocean. The water emerging from active vents contains concentrations of hydrogen sulfide, heavy metals, and other chemicals that would be toxic to most life forms. Yet these chemical cocktails support some of the most productive ecosystems in the deep sea, proving that life can adapt to almost any environmental condition given enough time. Some vent sites produce water so acidic it can dissolve metal, while others create alkaline conditions more extreme than household bleach. The rapid mixing of these extreme fluids with normal seawater creates chemical gradients that different organisms exploit, with each species occupying its own narrow chemical niche within the larger vent ecosystem. Deep-sea corals build reefs in complete darkness, creating three-dimensional structures that provide habitat for countless other organisms. Unlike their shallow water relatives, these corals don't depend on symbiotic algae for nutrition. Instead, they capture food particles from the water column using their polyps, growing incredibly slowly to form reefs that may take thousands of years to develop. Cold water coral reefs can extend for miles along the seafloor, creating underwater mountain ranges built entirely by living organisms. These structures provide essential habitat for deep-sea fish, creating nursery areas and feeding grounds in what would otherwise be relatively barren seafloor. The three-dimensional complexity of coral reefs increases biodiversity by creating countless niches and hiding places for smaller organisms. Some deep-sea corals live for thousands of years, making them among the oldest living organisms on Earth. These ancient creatures grow so slowly that individual polyps may add only millimeters to their skeletons each year. Their long lives make them valuable archives of ocean history, with their skeletons recording changes in water chemistry, temperature, and pollution levels over centuries. Black corals, despite their name, often appear white, yellow, or red in life. These deep-sea corals grow in tree-like formations that can reach heights of several feet, their branches swaying gently in deep-sea currents. The black color refers to their protein-based skeleton, which appears dark when the living tissue is removed. Bamboo corals segment their skeletons into alternating hard and flexible sections, allowing them to bend with deep-sea currents without breaking. This adaptation helps them survive in environments where strong currents might snap more rigid structures. The flexible joints give these corals a bamboo-like appearance that inspired their common name. Sea spiders, despite their name, are not true spiders, but represent an ancient group of marine arthropods found throughout the ocean depths. These eight-legged creatures range from tiny specimens smaller than a pinky nail to giants with leg spans exceeding 2 feet. deep-sea sea spiders often possess enormously long legs relative to their body size, giving them an ethereal, almost ghostly appearance as they walk across the sea floor. Many sea spiders exhibit a phenomenon called gigantism, growing much larger than their shallow water relatives. This deep-sea gigantism affects numerous groups of organisms, with deep-sea isopods reaching the size of footballs, amphipods growing as large as small dogs, and sea spiders achieving proportions that would seem impossible for their delicate bodies. The reasons for deep-sea gigantism remain partially mysterious, but scientists suspect it relates to the cold temperatures, high pressure, and limited food availability that characterize deep-sea environments. Growing large may help these creatures conserve energy and survive long periods between meals, while the cold temperatures and high pressure may affect cellular processes in ways that favor larger body sizes. Giant isopods scavenge the deep-sea floor like underwater armadillos, their segmented bodies protected by thick armor-like plates. These remarkable crustaceans can survive without food for months or even years, entering a state of near dormancy when prey becomes scarce. When food does become available, they can consume enormous quantities, sometimes eating so much they become unable to move. Deep-sea amphipods, related to the tiny beach hoppers found in shallow waters, grow to extraordinary sizes in the depths. Some species reach lengths of over a foot, making them among the largest amphipods in the world. These oversized relatives of small shrimp-like creatures demonstrate how the deep-sea environment can dramatically alter the evolutionary trajectory of entire groups of organisms. Snailfish hold the current record for the deepest living fish, with species discovered thriving at depths exceeding 26,000 feet in ocean trenches. These remarkable fish have adapted to crushing pressures that would instantly kill most other vertebrates, their bodies lacking gas-filled swim bladders that would collapse under such extreme conditions. Instead, they maintain their position in the water column through specialized proteins and cellular adaptations that function under pressure. The deepest living snailfish possess translucent bodies and enlarged fins that help them maneuver in the high-pressure environment of ocean trenches. Their bones are poorly mineralized compared to shallow water fish, giving them a somewhat gelatinous consistency that helps them withstand the crushing pressure of their deep-sea home. Cusk eels represent another group of fish that has successfully colonized the deepest parts of the ocean. These elongated fish, resembling underwater snakes, have been found living at depths where the pressure exceeds 1,000 times atmospheric pressure at sea level. Their success in these extreme environments demonstrates the remarkable adaptability of vertebrate life. Trench ecosystems support unique communities of organisms found nowhere else on Earth. These deepest parts of the ocean act as isolated islands of evolution, where species evolve in isolation from the rest of the marine world. Many trench species are endemic, found only in single trenches or even specific regions within trenches. The Mariana Trench, the deepest known part of the ocean, supports at least 400 known species despite its extreme conditions. This remarkable diversity includes everything from microscopic bacteria to fish, crustaceans, and even some surprising visitors like sea cucumbers and xenophirefoils that thrive in this crushing environment. Ocean trenches form where tectonic plates collide, with one plate sliding beneath another in a process called subduction. This geological activity creates the deepest parts of the ocean, while also generating earthquakes and volcanic activity. The trenches themselves are relatively narrow features, often only a few miles wide, but stretching for hundreds or thousands of miles along the edges of continents. The Peru-Chile Trench extends for over 3,000 miles along the western coast of South America, making it one of the longest continuous trenches in the world. Despite its great length, this trench remains largely unexplored, with scientists estimating that less than 1% of its area has been surveyed in detail. The Japan Trench played a tragic role in human history, when movement along its edges generated the massive earthquake and tsunami that devastated Japan in 2011. This event reminded us that the deep ocean remains connected to life on land through the geological processes that shape our planet's surface. Underwater avalanches, called turbidity currents, rush down the walls of ocean trenches at speeds exceeding 40 miles per hour. These underwater landslides carry sediments and organic matter from shallow waters into the deepest parts of the ocean, providing food for trench ecosystems while carving channels and canyons into the seafloor. The Mediterranean Sea contains some of the deepest brine pools in the world, where ancient salt deposits create underwater lakes with salinity levels 10 times higher than normal seawater. These extreme environments support unique bacterial communities and serve as natural laboratories for studying life under extreme conditions. Haloclines mark the boundaries between water masses of different salinity, creating invisible barriers in the ocean that affect the distribution of marine life. These salinity gradients can be so sharp that they act like underwater walls, preventing the mixing of different water masses and creating distinct ecological zones. The Red Sea represents one of the saltiest large bodies of water on Earth, with salinity levels reaching 4.1% compared to the global ocean average of 3.5%. This high salinity results from the sea's location in an arid region with high evaporation rates and limited connection to the open ocean. Hypersaline pools in the Gulf of Mexico create underwater deserts where few organisms can survive. These brine pools, formed by the dissolution of underground salt deposits, maintain salinity levels that would instantly dehydrate most marine creatures. The few species that can tolerate these conditions have evolved specialized mechanisms to regulate their internal salt concentration. Some bacteria thrive in hypersaline conditions, forming colorful mats that carpet the edges of brine pools. These extremophile bacteria represent some of the most salt-tolerant organisms on Earth, capable of surviving in conditions that would be lethal to virtually all other forms of life. Temperature stratification divides the ocean into distinct thermal layers, each with its own characteristic communities of organisms. The thermocline, a region of rapid temperature change, acts as a barrier that separates warm surface waters from cold deep waters. This thermal boundary influences the distribution of nutrients, dissolved gases, and marine life throughout the water column. Seasonal thermoclines develop in temperate regions during summer months, creating temporary barriers that affect the movement of nutrients and organisms between surface and deeper waters. These seasonal changes influence everything from plankton blooms to fish migrations, demonstrating how physical oceanography shapes biological processes. The permanent thermocline in tropical regions creates a stable barrier that prevents the mixing of surface and deep waters year-round. This thermal stratification helps explain why tropical surface waters often appear crystal clear, but relatively poor in nutrients, while the nutrient-rich deep waters remain isolated below the thermocline. Temperature inversions occasionally occur in polar regions, where warm, salty water flows beneath colder, fresher surface water. These unusual conditions create upside-down temperature profiles that challenge conventional understanding of ocean stratification and create unique habitats for specialized organisms. Polynya are areas of open water surrounded by sea ice, creating oases of productivity in otherwise ice-covered polar regions. These openings in the ice allow sunlight to penetrate the water and wind to mix the surface layers, creating conditions that support abundant phytoplankton growth and attract marine mammals and seabirds. Some polynyas persist year-round due to upwelling of warmer deep water or strong currents that prevent ice formation. These permanent openings serve as crucial refugia for Arctic and Antarctic wildlife, providing access to the ocean's surface even during the harshest winter conditions. The formation of sea ice concentrates salt in the surrounding water, creating dense, cold brine that sinks toward the seafloor. This process, called brine rejection, helps drive the global circulation of deep ocean waters and plays a crucial role in the planet's climate system. Anchor ice forms on the seafloor in polar regions, creating underwater ice forests that can extend for miles. This unusual phenomenon occurs when supercooled water freezes around objects on the bottom, creating delicate ice formations that provide temporary habitat for specialized organisms adapted to these extreme conditions. Ice algae grow within the matrix of sea ice, creating hidden ecosystems that support entire food webs in polar regions. These microscopic plants can achieve high concentrations within the ice, turning the bottom surfaces of ice floes into underwater prairies that feed krill, fish, and other marine organisms. The seasonal retreat of sea ice triggers massive plankton blooms as sunlight reaches nutrient-rich waters that have been locked beneath ice during winter months. These ice edge blooms represent some of the most productive ecosystems in the ocean, supporting the complex food webs that characterize polar marine environments. Icebergs create mobile ecosystems as they drift through the ocean, carrying terrestrial sediments and nutrients far from their origins. The melting of these floating mountains releases fresh water and minerals into the surrounding seawater, creating temporary oases of productivity in otherwise nutrient-poor regions of the ocean. Tabular icebergs carved from Antarctic ice shelves can drift for years through the Southern Ocean, some reaching sizes larger than small countries. These massive ice islands create their own weather patterns and ocean currents as they drift, influencing marine ecosystems across vast areas of the southern seas. The underside of large icebergs often supports unique communities of organisms adapted to the cold, freshwater environment created by melting ice. These inverted ecosystems exist in a world of perpetual twilight, illuminated only by the filtered light passing through the translucent ice above. Glacial flour, the fine sediment created by glacial erosion, turns some polar waters into milky, turquoise-colored seas. This suspended sediment affects light penetration and can influence the distribution of marine organisms, creating unique optical conditions that characterize glacially influenced marine environments. Fjords represent drowned glacial valleys that create some of the most spectacular marine environments on Earth. These deep, narrow inlets often contain multiple water masses separated by sills, creating complex circulation patterns and diverse habitats within relatively small geographic areas. The deep waters of many fjords remain isolated from the open ocean for months or years at a time, creating conditions that can become depleted in oxygen or enriched in nutrients. These semi-enclosed systems serve as natural laboratories for studying marine processes and often support unique assemblages of organisms. Glacial marine termini, where glaciers meet the sea, create dynamic environments characterized by constant change. The grinding of ice against rock, the carving of icebergs, and the input of fresh water and sediments create challenging conditions that only specially adapted organisms can tolerate. Underwater ice caves form where glaciers extend into the sea, creating cathedral-like spaces filled with impossibly blue light filtered through thick ice. These temporary caverns provide shelter for marine organisms and create some of the most beautiful and ephemeral habitats in the ocean. As we continue our gentle descent through these polar waters, the interplay between ice and sea creates a world of constant transformation. The slow advance and retreat of glaciers, the seasonal formation and melting of sea ice, and the patient circulation of cold, dense waters create rhythms that have shaped polar ecosystems for millions of years. In these remote regions where ice meets ocean, life persists in forms both delicate and hardy, adapted to conditions that exist nowhere else on our blue planet. The Arctic Ocean remains frozen for much of the year, yet beneath its icy surface lies a world of surprising abundance. Arctic cod gather in massive schools beneath the ice, their anti-freeze proteins preventing ice crystals from forming in their blood. These remarkable fish can survive in water temperatures that would kill most other species, thriving in an environment where the boundary between liquid and solid constantly shifts. Narwhals navigate through leads in the pack ice with echolocation so precise they can detect breathing holes from miles away. These unicorns of the sea use their distinctive tusks not as weapons, but as sensitive organs capable of detecting changes in water pressure, temperature, and salinity. Their spiral tusks, actually elongated teeth, contain millions of nerve endings that help them navigate the complex underwater landscape of the Arctic Ocean. The Greenland shark holds the record as the longest living vertebrate on Earth. These massive predators, reaching lengths of 20 feet or more, grow so slowly that they don't reach sexual maturity until they're over 100 years old. Some specimens are estimated to be over 400 years old, making them living witnesses to centuries of Arctic history. They move through the frigid waters with deliberate slowness, their metabolism so reduced by the cold that they require very little food to survive. Polar bears depend entirely on sea ice for hunting, spending months traveling across frozen seas in pursuit of seals. A single adult bear may roam across territories larger than some small countries, following the shifting ice edge as seasons change. Their massive paws act as snowshoes on ice and paddles in water, while their dense fur provides insulation so effective that they can overheat at temperatures well below freezing. Walruses gather in massive herds on ice floes, using their tusks as ice picks to haul their massive bodies out of frigid waters. These tusks continue growing throughout their lives, with some reaching lengths of over 3 feet. The largest males can weigh over 4,000 pounds, making them among the most massive pinnipeds in the Arctic. Their thick blubber layer provides insulation, while also serving as an energy reserve during long periods when food is scarce. Ringed seals create breathing holes in sea ice by scratching with their claws, maintaining these openings throughout the winter months. Each seal may maintain several holes across its territory, ensuring access to air even when ice thickness reaches several feet. These small seals represent the primary prey species for polar bears, making their ice hole maintenance crucial for Arctic food webs. Arctic terns undertake the longest migration of any bird, traveling roughly 44,000 miles annually from Arctic to Antarctic and back again. These remarkable birds experience 2 summers each year, following the midnight sun from pole to pole. Their journey takes them across every ocean, yet they return to the same nesting sites in the Arctic with precision that rivals the most sophisticated navigation systems. Bowhead whales possess the thickest blubber of any whale species, with layers reaching over 18 inches thick. This insulation allows them to thrive in Arctic waters year-round, using their massive heads to break through ice up to 2 feet thick when they need to breathe. Some bowhead whales are estimated to be over 200 years old, with at least one specimen showing evidence of a 19th century harpoon embedded in its flesh. The midnight sun creates continuous daylight for months in polar regions, driving intense phytoplankton blooms when ice retreats. During these brief periods of productivity, the Arctic Ocean transforms from a frozen desert into one of the most biologically active regions on Earth. Microscopic algae multiply rapidly in the constant sunlight, supporting food webs that sustain millions of seabirds, marine mammals, and fish. Polar night brings months of darkness to the Arctic Ocean, yet life continues in ways that challenge our understanding of polar ecosystems. Some organisms enter dormancy during the dark months, while others remain active, feeding on stored energy or organic matter that drifts down from more productive regions. The darkness creates a world lit only by bioluminescence and the occasional aurora dancing across the ice above. Arctic char survive being frozen solid in shallow ponds, their bodies producing antifreeze compounds that prevent cellular damage during the freezing process. When temperatures rise, these remarkable fish simply thaw out and resume normal activities. This extraordinary adaptation allows them to colonize habitats that would be uninhabitable for most other fish species. Ribbon seals sport distinctive markings that make them among the most visually striking pinnipeds in the Arctic. Adult males develop bold white stripes against dark fur, creating patterns so distinctive that individual seals can be identified from their markings alone. These elusive seals spend most of their lives in open water, coming to ice only to give birth and molt. Bearded seals grow whiskers so sensitive they can detect fish movement through vibrations in the water. These impressive moustaches, technically called vibrissae, contain thousands of nerve endings that help seals locate prey in dark or murky water. The longest whiskers can reach over a foot in length, creating a sensory net that extends well beyond the seal's head. Hooded seals inflate balloon-like sacs from their noses during mating displays, creating red or pink inflatable hoods that can be larger than footballs. Males also produce haunting underwater calls that carry for miles through the Arctic Ocean, serenading potential mates with songs that sound almost otherworldly when heard through hydrophones. Arctic foxes follow polar bears across sea ice, scavenging from seal kills and surviving in one of Earth's harshest environments. Their fur changes color seasonally, from brown in summer to pure white in winter, providing perfect camouflage against both tundra and snow. Some Arctic foxes travel over 2,000 miles during winter hunting trips, crossing frozen seas to reach distant islands. Snowy owls hunt lemmings and other small mammals across the Arctic tundra, their silent flight and keen eyesight making them formidable predators. During years when prey is abundant, these magnificent birds can raise broods of up to 11 chicks. In lean years, they may not breed at all, demonstrating how Arctic wildlife has adapted to boom and bust cycles. Caribou migrate in herds that can number in the hundreds of thousands, following ancient routes across tundra and frozen rivers. Their migrations represent some of the longest land-based movements of any mammal, with some herds traveling over 3,000 miles annually. Their hooves are specially adapted for different seasons, spreading wide on soft tundra in summer and hardening for traction on ice and snow in winter. Musk oxen form defensive circles when threatened, their thick coats and curved horns creating an impenetrable barrier against predators. These living remnants of the Ice Age produce some of the finest natural insulation in the animal kingdom. Their undercoat, called kiviot, is 8 times warmer than sheep's wool and softer than cashmere. The Antarctic Ocean supports the largest aggregations of marine life on Earth, despite its extreme conditions. Krill swarms in these frigid waters can extend for miles and contain billions of individual crustaceans. These small, shrimp-like creatures form the foundation of Antarctic food webs, supporting everything from tiny fish to the largest whales. Emperor penguins endure the harshest winter conditions of any bird, incubating their eggs on sea ice during Antarctic winter, when temperatures can drop to -40 degrees Fahrenheit. Males fast for over 4 months while keeping eggs warm on their feet, losing up to 45% of their body weight during this extraordinary parental sacrifice. Adelie penguins build nests from small stones, carefully selecting and arranging pebbles to create elevated platforms that protect their eggs from meltwater. These industrious birds have been observed stealing stones from neighbouring nests, leading to penguin disputes over the most desirable building materials. Leopard seals patrol the edges of ice floes, using their powerful jaws and sharp teeth to hunt everything from krill to young penguins. These solitary predators possess surprising agility in water, capable of launching themselves completely out of the water to snatch prey from ice edges. Despite their fearsome reputation, leopard seals also feed extensively on krill, using their teeth as filters to strain these small crustaceans from the water. Weddell seals dive deeper and stay underwater longer than almost any other seal species, with some dives lasting over an hour at depths exceeding 2,000 feet. They maintain breathing holes in sea ice by gnawing with their teeth, a behaviour that eventually wears their teeth down, but allows them to survive in areas where other seals cannot. Ross seals produce some of the most unusual vocalizations in the animal kingdom, making sounds that have been compared to everything from sirens to science fiction sound effects. These elusive seals are rarely seen by humans, spending most of their lives in the densest pack ice where few researchers can follow. Crab-eater seals don't actually eat crabs, but instead feed almost exclusively on krill, using specially adapted teeth to filter these small crustaceans from the water. Despite their misleading name, they represent one of the most abundant large mammals on Earth, with populations estimated in the millions throughout Antarctic waters. Southern elephant seals undertake some of the deepest and longest dives of any marine mammal, regularly reaching depths of over 5,000 feet and staying underwater for over 2 hours. Adult males can weigh over 8,000 pounds, making them the largest pinnipeds in the world. Their massive size helps them survive months-long fasting periods during breeding season. Wandering albatrosses possess the longest wingspan of any living bird, with some individuals reaching wingspans of over 11 feet. These masters of flight can glide for hours without flapping their wings, using dynamic soaring techniques to extract energy from wind patterns above the ocean's surface. They may fly hundreds of miles in a single day while searching for food across vast expanses of open ocean. Antarctic petrels nest on nunataks, isolated mountain peaks that protrude through the ice sheet, creating some of the most remote breeding colonies on Earth. These hardy seabirds can survive in conditions where temperatures never rise above freezing, raising their chicks on bare rock surrounded by ice that may be thousands of feet thick. Snow petrels are among the most southerly breeding birds in the world, nesting within just a few hundred miles of the South Pole. Their pure white plumage provides perfect camouflage against ice and snow, while their tube-shaped nostrils help them process salt from their marine diet. Antarctic fur seals were nearly extinct by the early 1900s due to hunting, but have recovered dramatically, with some colonies now numbering in the hundreds of thousands. These remarkable animals can dive to depths of over 600 feet while hunting for krill, fish, and squid in the rich waters surrounding Antarctic islands. Minke whales are the smallest baleen whales in Antarctic waters, but make up for their size with remarkable agility and speed. They can accelerate rapidly to escape predators and are capable of complex underwater maneuvers that larger whales cannot perform. Their relatively small size allows them to penetrate deeper into pack ice than other baleen whale species. Blue whales, the largest animals ever known to exist, feed almost exclusively on krill in Antarctic waters during summer months. A single blue whale can consume up to 16 tons of krill per day, using their massive tongues and throat pleats to process enormous volumes of water. Their hearts alone can weigh as much as small cars, pumping blood through bodies that can exceed 100 feet in length. Humpback whales produce some of the most complex songs in the animal kingdom, with compositions that can last over 30 minutes and be heard across entire ocean basins. These songs change over time, with new phrases and themes spreading through whale populations like musical fashions. Each population has its own distinct song that evolves continuously as whales add new elements and drop others. Right whales got their name from whalers who considered them the right whales to hunt because they floated when killed and contained large amounts of valuable oil. These massive whales can weigh over 140,000 pounds and possess some of the largest heads in the animal kingdom, making up about 1/3 of their total body length. Fin whales are the second largest whale species and among the fastest, capable of reaching speeds of over 25 miles per hour. They possess asymmetrical coloration, with the right side of their jaw being white, while the left side remains dark. This unusual feature may help them when feeding, creating a confusing visual effect that makes it easier to capture schooling fish. Sei whales are among the most streamlined of all baleen whales, with sleek bodies designed for speed and efficiency. They often feed near the surface on copepods and small schooling fish, using their baleen plates to filter enormous volumes of water. Their feeding behavior creates distinctive surface disturbances that can be observed from great distances. Sperm whales possess the largest brains of any animal on Earth, weighing up to 17 pounds and containing complex folded structures that may enable sophisticated echolocation abilities. These deep-diving giants can hold their breath for over 2 hours while hunting for giant squid in the deepest parts of the ocean. Pilot whales are actually large dolphins that travel in tight-knit family groups called pods. These highly social animals demonstrate remarkable cooperation, with entire pods sometimes stranding themselves on beaches when following a disoriented leader. Their complex social bonds and communication systems rival those of terrestrial mammals. Orcas, despite being called killer whales, are actually the largest members of the dolphin family. Different populations have developed distinct hunting strategies and cultural traditions that are passed down through generations. Some orcas specialize in hunting marine mammals, while others feed primarily on fish, with these dietary preferences creating distinct ecotypes that rarely interbreed. Beluga whales are born dark grey and gradually turn white as they mature, developing the distinctive coloration that gives them their name. These Arctic specialists possess flexible necks that allow them to turn their heads in ways impossible for most whales, helping them navigate through ice-filled waters and tight underwater spaces. Narwhals gather in large pods during migration, creating spectacular aggregations that can number in the thousands. These Arctic unicorns use echolocation clicks that are among the most directional of any whale species, allowing them to navigate through maze-like ice formations with remarkable precision. The Southern Ocean Current flows continuously around Antarctica, connecting the Atlantic, Pacific, and Indian Oceans in the world's longest current system. This massive river of water transports more water than any other current on Earth, carrying nutrients and marine life across vast distances while helping to drive global ocean circulation patterns. Krill undergo vertical migrations that represent some of the largest movements of biomass on the planet. Each night, billions of these small crustaceans rise from deep waters to feed near the surface, then descend again before dawn. This daily migration transfers enormous amounts of nutrients between different ocean layers and provides food for countless predators. Antarctic krill can live for over 5 years and reach lengths of over 2 inches, making them giants among the zooplankton community. They possess some of the most sophisticated swimming abilities of any small crustacean, using their numerous swimming legs to maintain precise positions in the water column while feeding on phytoplankton. Salps are barrel-shaped planktonic animals that can form chains hundreds of feet long, creating some of the most unusual aggregations in the ocean. These transparent creatures reproduce both them to take advantage of favorable sexually and asexually, allowing conditions by rapidly increasing their numbers through clonal reproduction. Antarctic toothfish, also known as Chilean sea bass in restaurants, can live for over 50 years and grow to lengths of over 6 feet. These cold water giants possess antifreeze proteins that prevent ice crystals from forming in their blood, allowing them to thrive in some of the coldest waters on Earth. Icefish have evolved one of the most remarkable adaptations in the vertebrate world, living without red blood cells or the oxygen-carrying protein hemoglobin. Their blood appears clear or pale yellow, and they rely on dissolved oxygen in their plasma to meet their metabolic needs. This unusual adaptation works because cold water holds more dissolved oxygen than warm water. Antarctic silverfish form the backbone of many polar food webs, despite being relatively small fish. They possess sophisticated antifreeze adaptations and can survive being temporarily frozen in ice, emerging unharmed when conditions improve. Their abundance makes them crucial prey for seals, penguins, and other Antarctic predators. Colossal squid represent some of the largest invertebrates on Earth, with specimens reaching estimated lengths of over 40 feet, including their tentacles. These deep-sea giants possess rotating hooks on their tentacles that can inflict serious damage on any creature unfortunate enough to encounter them. Their eyes are among the largest in the animal kingdom, reaching diameters of over 10 inches. Giant tube worms in Antarctic waters can live for decades in the cold, nutrient-poor conditions surrounding hydrothermal vents. These remarkable creatures have no mouth or digestive system, instead relying entirely on symbiotic bacteria to convert chemicals from the vents into usable energy. Sea spiders in Antarctic waters often exhibit gigantism, growing to sizes that would be impossible for their relatives in warmer climates. Some Antarctic sea spiders have leg spans exceeding 18 inches, making them among the largest arthropods in polar waters. Their huge legs help distribute their weight across soft sediments, while their slow metabolism allows them to survive in the nutrient-poor deep sea. Antarctic scale worms can survive being frozen solid and then thawed repeatedly, making them among the most freeze-tolerant animals known to science. These remarkable polychaete worms produce antifreeze compounds and can actually control the formation of ice crystals in their tissues to prevent cellular damage. Polar cod schools can contain millions of individual fish, creating underwater clouds of silver that attract predators from throughout the Arctic food web. These hardy fish can survive in water temperatures just above the freezing point of seawater, using antifreeze proteins to prevent ice formation in their blood and tissues. Arctic char display remarkable diversity in their life histories, with some populations spending their entire lives in fresh water, while others migrate to the sea. These adaptable fish can survive in conditions ranging from just above freezing to relatively warm summer temperatures, demonstrating flexibility that has allowed them to colonize habitats throughout the Arctic. Greenland halibut are among the most widely distributed fish in Arctic waters, found at depths ranging from shallow coastal areas to over 7,000 feet deep. These flatfish can live for over 30 years and reach lengths of over 4 feet, making them important predators in Arctic marine ecosystems. Arctic skate lay their eggs in cases that can take over 4 years to hatch, representing one of the longest incubation periods of any fish species. These cartilaginous fish have adapted to the extreme seasonal variations in Arctic waters, timing their reproduction to take advantage of brief periods of increased food availability. As we drift through these polar realms, where ice and water dance their eternal ballet, the resilience of life becomes ever more apparent. In conditions that would challenge the most sophisticated human technology, countless species have found ways not just to survive, but to thrive. The slow rhythm of polar seasons, the patient accumulation of ice and its eventual retreat, and the ancient migrations that connect these frozen worlds to the rest of our planet create a symphony of adaptation that has played for millions of years. These polar waters remind us that life finds a way to flourish even in Earth's most challenging environments, creating beauty and complexity in places where logic might suggest only emptiness could exist. As the gentle currents carry us onward through our oceanic journey, we begin to understand that the ocean's true magic lies not just in its vastness or its mysteries, but in its infinite capacity to nurture life in all its remarkable forms. The abyssal plains stretch endlessly across the deep ocean floor, covering more surface area than all the continents combined. These underwater deserts lie beneath miles of water, blanketed in sediment so fine they've been settling for millions of years. Each grain of this deep sea dust tells a story, carrying within it the remains of microscopic creatures that lived and died in surface waters eons ago, drifting downward through the darkness like snow that never stops falling. Across these vast flatlands, the temperature remains constant at just above freezing, creating one of the most stable environments on our planet. The pressure here exceeds 300 times what we experience at sea level, yet life persists in forms so delicate they seem impossible. Sea cucumbers crawl across the sediment like underwater vacuum cleaners, processing the seafloor and extracting nutrients from particles too small to see. Xenophyophores construct elaborate homes from the very sediments they live upon. These single-celled giants, some larger than dinner plates, represent the ultimate architects of the deep. Using pseudopodia like microscopic hands, they gather particles of sand, shell fragments, and organic debris, cementing them together with secretions to create structures of surprising complexity and beauty. These living mansions provide shelter for countless smaller organisms, turning barren seafloor into bustling communities. Deep-sea mushrooms, among the most recent discoveries in marine biology, challenge our understanding of life itself. These mysterious organisms defy classification, possessing characteristics that don't fit neatly into the plant, animal, or fungal kingdoms. They anchor themselves to the abyssal seafloor and extend feeding structures into the water column, filtering nutrients from the perpetual marine snow that drifts down from above. The discovery of these enigmatic creatures reminds us how much remains unknown in the deep ocean. Each expedition to the abyss returns with species never before seen, organisms that have evolved in isolation for millions of years. Some possess features so unusual that scientists must create entirely new categories to describe them, expanding our definition of what life can become. Glass sponge gardens create underwater forests in the darkness, their silica skeletons forming intricate lacework that filters enormous volumes of water. A single large glass sponge can process thousands of gallons each day, extracting microscopic food particles while building its crystalline structure one spicule at a time. These patient architects work so slowly that individual sponges may be thousands of years old, making them among the most ancient living structures on Earth. The skeletons of dead glass sponges persist for centuries on the seafloor, creating three-dimensional habitats that shelter countless other organisms. Fish weave between the glassy branches, while smaller invertebrates make homes in the countless crevices and chambers. These sponge reefs transform flat, seemingly lifeless areas into complex ecosystems teeming with hidden activity. Dumbo octopuses drift through the deep like living umbrellas, their ear-like fins propelling them gracefully through the crushing depths. These deepest-dwelling octopuses have abandoned the typical octopus lifestyle of hiding in crevices, instead embracing a life of perpetual motion in the open water. Their translucent bodies pulse with gentle grace as they search for small crustaceans and worms in the darkness. Their large eyes capture even the faintest traces of bioluminescent light, while their webbed arms create nets for trapping prey. Unlike their shallow water relatives, Dumbo octopuses cannot change color dramatically, instead displaying subtle patterns of pale pink and white that help them blend with the faint light filtering down from far above. Barrellet fish possess transparent heads that allow their tubular eyes to rotate upward, scanning the water above for silhouettes of prey against the faint downwelling light. This remarkable adaptation gives them a 360-degree view of their environment while protecting their delicate eyes within a fluid-filled, transparent dome. When they spot potential prey, they can rotate their entire bodies to position themselves for an ambush. These living submarines demonstrate the incredible innovations that evolution has produced in the deep sea. Their see-through heads seem like science fiction, yet they represent practical solutions to the challenges of hunting in an environment where food is scarce and predators lurk in every shadow. Anglerfish species display some of the most extreme sexual dimorphism in the animal kingdom. In many deep-sea species, males are tiny compared to females, sometimes no larger than a human thumb. These diminutive males live parasitic lives, biting onto females and eventually fusing permanently with their bodies. The male's tissues merge with the female's, and he becomes little more than a sperm-producing organ, ensuring reproduction in an environment where finding a mate might otherwise be nearly impossible. This bizarre reproductive strategy solves the fundamental problem of deep-sea life: how to find a partner in the vastness of the abyss. By becoming permanently attached, pairs ensure they can reproduce whenever conditions are favorable. without the need to search through miles of empty water for a compatible mate. Cookie cutter sharks patrol the deep ocean like living cookie cutters, taking perfect circular plugs of flesh from whales, dolphins, and large fish. These small sharks possess specialized teeth and powerful suction that allow them to attach briefly to much larger animals, twist their bodies to carve out a neat chunk of tissue, and then disappear back into the darkness. Their victims often survive these encounters, left with distinctive scars that scientists use to study shark distribution and behavior. The precision of these attacks demonstrates remarkable adaptation to a specialized feeding niche. Cookie cutter sharks have found a way to exploit the largest animals in the ocean without the need to overpower or kill them, taking just enough to survive while allowing their living food sources to continue on their journeys. Bioluminescent jellies create living fireworks displays in the deep ocean, their transparent bells pulsing with waves of blue and green light. These ethereal creatures use their light shows for multiple purposes, startling predators, attracting prey, and communicating with potential mates across the vast darkness. Some species can produce complex patterns of flashing lights, creating underwater Morse code that carries messages through the liquid medium. The chemistry behind their light production involves specialized cells called photophores, each containing the molecular machinery needed to convert chemical energy into visible light. The efficiency of this biological lighting system far exceeds any human technology, producing light with virtually no heat waste in a process that continues to inspire biomimetic research. Vampire squid represent living fossils possessing characteristics of both squid and octopus, while belonging fully to neither group. When threatened, they turn themselves inside out, displaying dark, spiny surfaces covered with light-producing photophores. This defensive transformation makes them appear larger and more threatening, while the bioluminescent displays may confuse or frighten potential predators. These remarkable cephalopods inhabit the oxygen minimum zones of the deep ocean, regions where dissolved oxygen levels drop so low that most other animals cannot survive. Their blood contains specialized proteins that allow them to extract oxygen from water where other creatures would suffocate, giving them access to habitats unavailable to most predators. Deep-sea chimeras glide through the abyss like underwater dragons, their cartilaginous skeletons and wing-like pectoral fins giving them an otherworldly appearance. These ancient fish, more closely related to sharks than to bony fish, possess venomous spines and electroreceptive organs that help them navigate and hunt in the darkness. Some species have evolved elaborate head ornaments and modifications that make them among the most bizarre-looking fish in the ocean. Their slow, deliberate movements conserve energy in an environment where food is scarce and every calorie must be carefully managed. They feed primarily on bottom-dwelling invertebrates, using their crushing tooth plates to process hard-shelled prey that other deep-sea fish cannot handle. Tripod fish stand motionless on the seafloor, using elongated fin rays as stilts, waiting patiently for small crustaceans and other prey to drift within striking distance. These living tripods can maintain their positions in strong bottom currents, their modified fins acting as anchors while they face into the flow to intercept food particles carried by the water. This sit-and-wait strategy represents an extreme adaptation to the food-poor environment of the deep sea. By remaining stationary, tripod fish expend minimal energy while maximizing their chances of encountering the sparse prey that characterizes their habitat. Giant isopods scuttle across the deep sea floor like armored tanks, their segmented bodies and powerful claws making them formidable scavengers. These oversized relatives of terrestrial pillbugs can survive without food for months or even years, entering states of near dormancy when prey becomes scarce. When food does become available, they can consume enormous quantities, sometimes eating so much they become temporarily unable to move. Their ability to gorge and then fast for extended periods represents a crucial adaptation to the feast or famine existence of deep-sea scavengers. When a whale carcass or other large food source reaches the seafloor, giant isopods can consume enough to sustain them through long periods of scarcity. Deep-sea worms tunnel through seafloor sediments like underground miners, processing organic matter and creating burrow systems that can extend several feet into the bottom. These ecosystem engineers play crucial roles in seafloor ecology, mixing sediments and creating microhabitats that support diverse communities of bacteria and smaller invertebrates. Some deep-sea worms construct tubes from secreted materials, creating underwater apartment buildings that house multiple species. These polychaete architects demonstrate remarkable engineering abilities, constructing structures that withstand strong currents while providing protection from predators and optimal positioning for filter feeding. Basket stars unfurl their branching arms like living fractals, creating intricate nets that can span several feet across. These relatives of sea stars possess arms that divide repeatedly, creating hundreds of delicate feeding appendages that capture small plankton and organic particles from the water column. When threatened, they can rapidly coil their arms into tight balls, transforming from expansive nets into compact defensive spheres. Their mathematical precision in arm branching follows patterns that maximize surface area while maintaining structural strength, demonstrating how evolutionary processes can arrive at solutions that mirror sophisticated engineering principles. Deep-sea sea lilies anchor themselves to hard surfaces and extend feathery arms into passing currents, filtering microscopic food particles from the water like underwater flowers. These living fossils have remained virtually unchanged for hundreds of millions of years, their elegant forms representing one of evolution's most successful designs. Some species can detach from their stalks and swim gracefully through the water when conditions require relocation. Their fossil record extends back to some of the earliest complex ecosystems on Earth, making them witnesses to the entire history of complex marine life. Modern sea lily communities provide glimpses into ancient seafloor ecosystems that dominated the oceans long before fish or marine mammals evolved. Snailfish inhabit the deepest trenches, holding current records for the deepest living vertebrates ever discovered. These gelatinous fish lack swim bladders entirely, their bodies adapted to function under pressures that would instantly crush surface-dwelling species. Their bones contain minimal calcium, giving them a somewhat liquid consistency that helps them withstand the crushing weight of miles of water above. Recent expeditions have discovered snailfish living at depths exceeding 26,000 feet, in trenches where the pressure reaches over 1,000 times atmospheric pressure at sea level. These remarkable fish demonstrate that vertebrate life can adapt to even the most extreme conditions on our planet. Cusk eels burrow into seafloor sediments, creating hidden networks of tunnels and chambers beneath the abyssal plains. These elongated fish can disappear completely into soft sediments, emerging only to ambush passing prey. Their ability to construct and navigate complex burrow systems demonstrates sophisticated spatial memory and engineering abilities. Some species of cusk eels have been found living in underwater caves and crevices at record depths, proving that fish can colonize virtually every available habitat in the deep ocean. Their success in these extreme environments shows how vertebrates can adapt to conditions that seem impossible for complex life. Hadal zone communities exist in the deepest parts of ocean trenches, where crushing pressure and isolation have created unique evolutionary laboratories. These deepest ecosystems on Earth support species found nowhere else, many of which have evolved unusual adaptations to survive in conditions more extreme than those found on many other planets. They often display characteristics not organisms living in these deepest places seen in any other environment on Earth. Some have developed unique metabolic pathways, while others have evolved body structures that seem to defy the normal rules of biology. Each trench system contains its own endemic species, suggesting that these deep valleys act as isolated islands of evolution. Organic matter in the deep sea decomposes incredibly slowly due to cold temperatures and low oxygen levels. A piece of wood that falls to the abyssal seafloor may persist for decades, slowly being colonized by specialized bacteria and invertebrates that can break down cellulose and lignin in the deep sea environment. These woodfalls create temporary ecosystems similar to whale falls, supporting communities of organisms that specialize in processing organic material from the surface world. The slow decomposition means that these food sources can sustain communities for much longer than similar resources would last in shallow waters. Pressure-loving bacteria, called piezophiles, thrive under conditions that would instantly kill surface-dwelling microorganisms. These remarkable organisms have evolved specialized proteins and cellular structures that not only tolerate extreme pressure, but actually require it to function properly. When brought to the surface, many deep-sea bacteria die from decompression, unable to survive in the low-pressure environment we consider normal. The discovery of piezophilic bacteria has expanded our understanding of life's limits and has important implications for the search for life in extreme environments elsewhere in the universe. These organisms demonstrate that high pressure, rather than being a barrier to life, can actually provide the stable conditions that some forms of life prefer. Deep-sea mining threatens to disrupt ecosystems that have remained stable for millions of years. The slow growth rates and extreme specialization of deep-sea organisms make them particularly vulnerable to disturbance. Species that take decades to reach maturity and reproduce infrequently may not be able to recover from large-scale habitat destruction. The deep-sea floor contains valuable mineral deposits, including manganese nodules, polymetallic sulfides, and rare earth elements. However, extracting these resources would inevitably impact ecosystems we barely understand, potentially driving species to extinction before we even discover them. Conservation of deep-sea habitats presents unique challenges due to their remoteness and the international nature of much of the deep ocean. Many deep-sea areas lie beyond national jurisdiction, requiring international cooperation to protect them from exploitation. The extreme cost and technical difficulty of studying these environments means that many species and ecosystems may disappear before science has a chance to understand them. Deep-sea research continues to reveal new species and ecosystems at an astonishing rate. Every expedition to unexplored areas of the deep ocean discovers organisms never before seen by science. The rate of discovery suggests that millions of species remain unknown in the deep sea, representing one of the largest reservoirs of undiscovered biodiversity on our planet. New technologies, including autonomous underwater vehicles, advanced imaging systems, and genetic analysis techniques, are revolutionizing our ability to study deep-sea life. These tools allow scientists to observe deep-sea organisms in their natural habitats and to identify species relationships that were previously impossible to determine. The deep ocean connects all parts of our planet through currents that transport nutrients, heat, and organisms across vast distances. Understanding these connections is crucial for predicting how changes in one part of the ocean system might affect ecosystems thousands of miles away. The deep sea serves as a global circulatory system that influences climate, weather patterns, and marine productivity worldwide. As we continue our gentle descent through these deepest realms, the boundaries between the known and unknown become ever more fluid. In these remote depths, where pressure reaches crushing extremes and darkness reigns absolute, life has found ways to create beauty, complexity, and wonder that surpass our wildest imaginations. The patient rhythms of deep-sea existence, measured not in days or seasons, but in centuries and millennia, remind us that time moves differently in these ancient depths. Here, where the weight of the entire ocean presses down with unimaginable force, organisms have evolved solutions to challenges that push the very limits of what we thought life could endure. Their existence proves that our planet holds mysteries far deeper than we ever suspected, secrets written in bioluminescent ink across the darkness of the abyss. The deep ocean currents carry more than just water through these depths. They transport the memories of surface storms, the chemical signatures of distant continents, and the microscopic remains of countless generations of marine life. These ancient rivers flow through underwater canyons and across abyssal plains, connecting the deepest trenches to the sunlit surface in cycles that span centuries. Temperature gradients create invisible barriers and highways throughout the deep ocean, guiding the movements of creatures and nutrients along pathways established millions of years ago. These thermal boundaries shape ecosystems as surely as mountain ranges shape terrestrial landscapes, creating distinct zones where different communities of organisms flourish. The chemistry of deep water tells stories of journeys that began decades or centuries ago in distant polar regions. Oxygen levels, nutrient concentrations, and trace elements all carry the signatures of their origins, creating a liquid library that records the ocean's history in dissolved detail. Deep-sea organisms have learned to read these chemical signals, using them to navigate, find food, and locate suitable habitats in the darkness. Methane seeps bubble up from the seafloor like underwater hot springs, creating oases of chemical energy in the biological desert of the deep sea. These natural gas leaks support unique ecosystems based entirely on chemosynthesis, where bacteria convert methane and hydrogen sulfide into organic matter without any input from the sun's energy. Massive tube worms cluster around these seeps, their bodies housing billions of symbiotic bacteria that process the methane and share the resulting nutrients with their hosts. These partnerships between animals and bacteria represent some of the most intimate relationships in nature, with the bacteria living inside specialized organs within the worms' bodies. Clams and mussels at seep sites have also evolved partnerships with chemosynthetic bacteria, allowing them to thrive in environments where traditional filter feeding would provide insufficient nutrition. These mollusks can grow to enormous sizes, some reaching lengths of over a foot despite living in the food-poor deep sea. The slow, steady nature of cold seeps creates more stable ecosystems than the boom and bust cycles typical of hydrothermal vents. Some seep communities persist for hundreds of years, developing complex relationships between species and creating underwater oases that support remarkable what biodiversity in would otherwise be biological deserts. Bacterial mats carpet the seafloor around seeps in thick, colourful layers that can be seen from submersibles approaching these sites. These living carpets represent some of the most productive ecosystems in the deep ocean, converting chemical energy into biological matter at rates that rival tropical rainforests. The discovery of chemosynthetic ecosystems fundamentally changed our understanding of life's possibilities on Earth and beyond. These communities prove that life doesn't require sunlight to create complex, productive ecosystems. This revelation has profound implications for the search for life on other worlds, particularly those with subsurface oceans heated by geological processes. Hydrothermal vents create some of the most dramatic temperature gradients on Earth, with water temperatures reaching over 750 degrees Fahrenheit, just inches from near-freezing seawater. These extreme thermal boundaries create multiple microhabitats within small areas, each supporting different communities of specialized organisms. Vent shrimp possess modified eyes that can detect the infrared radiation emitted by hot vent water, allowing them to navigate the thermal landscape and position themselves in optimal temperature zones. These remarkable adaptations help them avoid the lethal heat of direct vent emissions, while staying close enough to benefit from the chemical energy these underwater geysers provide. Pompeii worms live closer to active vent openings than almost any other large organism, their bodies tolerating temperature differences that would kill most other animals. The head end of these remarkable worms may experience temperatures of over 175 degrees Fahrenheit, while their tail end remains in water, barely above freezing. Scale worms cling to the sides of tube worms near vents, their bodies covered in specialized scales that help protect them from the extreme conditions. These small predators and scavengers have evolved unique adaptations that allow them to exploit the abundant food resources around vents while surviving in an environment that pushes the limits of what complex life can endure. Vent crabs scuttle across the mineral-rich surfaces around hydrothermal vents, their heat-resistant legs allowing them to venture closer to active venting than most other mobile animals. These specialized crustaceans feed on bacteria, organic debris, and smaller animals, playing crucial roles in vent food webs. The mineral deposits created by hydrothermal vents build underwater chimneys that can reach heights of several stories. These structures, composed of sulfides, sulfates, and other minerals, create complex three-dimensional habitats that support diverse communities of vent-adapted organisms. Black smokers spew dark clouds of mineral-rich water into the surrounding ocean, creating dramatic underwater geysers that can be seen from great distances. The particles in these plumes eventually settle to the seafloor, creating mineral deposits that may persist for thousands of years after the vents become inactive. White smokers produce clearer emissions, with different chemical compositions, supporting different communities of organisms than their black smoker counterparts. These variations in vent chemistry create diverse habitats within vent fields, each hosting its own specialized assemblage of life. The discovery of vent ecosystems in the 1970s ranks among the most significant biological discoveries of the 20th century. These findings revealed entire categories of life that had evolved independently of solar energy, fundamentally changing our understanding of how ecosystems can function. Vent communities serve as natural laboratories for studying evolution under extreme conditions. The isolation of individual vent sites and the boom and bust nature of vent activity create conditions that drive rapid evolutionary change, allowing scientists to observe evolutionary processes that might take much longer in more stable environments. The larvae of vent organisms must disperse across vast distances of inhospitable deep ocean to colonize new vent sites. This creates an underwater island-hopping existence where species must be able to survive long journeys through environments that cannot support adult populations. Some vent species have evolved remarkable dispersal abilities, with larvae that can survive for months in the plankton while searching for suitable new habitats. These long-lived larvae represent one of the few ways that vent organisms can maintain genetic connectivity across the scattered patches of suitable habitat in the deep ocean. As we drift through these realms of chemical energy and extreme temperatures, the ingenuity of life becomes ever more apparent. In places where the Earth's internal heat breaks through the seafloor, creating conditions that seem more suitable for geology than biology, life has not only found a foothold, but has created some of the most productive and diverse ecosystems in the deep ocean. These underwater oases remind us that life's creativity extends far beyond what we might imagine possible. In the crushing depths where sunlight has never penetrated, where temperatures fluctuate between freezing and scalding within the span of inches, and where chemistry becomes the source of all energy, evolution has crafted communities of surpassing beauty and complexity. The gentle rhythm of our journey through these deep waters carries us past wonders that challenge every assumption about life's limits. Here, in Earth's most remote and extreme environments, we find not emptiness, but abundance, not simplicity, but sophistication, not barriers, but opportunities for life to explore new possibilities and create new forms of beauty in the endless darkness of the deep. Ocean trenches carve the deepest wounds in our planet's surface, creating valleys so profound that if Mount Everest were placed in the deepest point, its peak would still rest over a mile beneath the waves. These underwater canyons form where massive tectonic plates collide, one sliding beneath another in geological slow motion that has continued for millions of years. The grinding of rock against rock creates earthquakes that ripple through the ocean floor, while the deepest parts of these trenches remain among the most stable environments on Earth. The Mariana Trench stretches across the Pacific like a crescent-shaped scar over 1,500 miles long, yet only about 40 miles wide at its broadest point. Within this narrow depression lies Challenger Deep, the deepest known point in all the world's oceans. At nearly 7 miles below sea level, the pressure here exceeds 1,100 times what we experience at the surface, yet life persists even in these crushing depths. The Peru-Chile Trench extends along South America's western coast for over 3,700 miles, making it one of the longest continuous deep-sea features on our planet. This massive underwater canyon system remains largely unexplored, with scientists estimating that less than 1% of its vast expanse has been surveyed in detail. Each expedition to these remote depths returns with discoveries that challenge our understanding of life's possibilities. The Japan Trench gained tragic fame when movement along its edges generated the devastating earthquake and tsunami of 2011, reminding us that these deep ocean features remain intimately connected to life on land through the geological forces that shape our planet's surface. The same processes that create these deepest habitats also drive the volcanic activity and seismic events that affect millions of people living along ocean margins. Turbidity currents rush down the walls of ocean trenches like underwater avalanches, carrying sediments and organic matter from shallow waters into the deepest parts of the sea at speeds that can exceed 40 miles per hour. These powerful underwater rivers carve channels and canyons into the seafloor while providing food for trench ecosystems, creating temporary floods of nutrition in environments where sustenance typically arrives grain by grain. The walls of ocean trenches create their own weather systems as deep currents encounter these massive underwater barriers. Water flowing along the seafloor can be deflected upward along trench walls, creating upwelling zones that bring nutrients from the deepest waters towards shallower depths. These current patterns help explain why some trench systems support more abundant life than others. Amphipods in the deepest trenches have evolved into giants, with some species reaching lengths of over a foot compared to their shallow water relatives that rarely exceed an inch. These oversized crustaceans demonstrate how the extreme conditions of the deep ocean can drive evolutionary changes that seem to defy normal biological rules. Their success in these crushing depths shows that size advantages in the deep sea often overcome the metabolic costs of maintaining larger bodies. Xenophyophores reach their greatest sizes and diversity in ocean trenches, where these single-celled giants construct elaborate shells from sediment particles and organic debris. Some specimens found in the deepest parts of trenches exceed the size of dinner plates, making them among the largest single cells known to exist anywhere on Earth. Their intricate constructions provide microhabitats for countless smaller organisms in environments where hard surfaces are extremely rare. Baited cameras lowered into ocean trenches reveal thriving communities of scavengers that gather whenever organic matter becomes available. Within hours of a bait package reaching the deepest sea floor, dozens of species appear from the apparent emptiness, demonstrating that these extreme depths support more life than their barren appearance might suggest. The rapid response of these deep-sea scavengers shows how efficiently nutrients are recycled in these food-poor environments. Snailfish dominate the deepest fish communities in ocean trenches, with different species adapted to specific depth ranges within these underwater canyons. The deepest living fish ever discovered belong to this family, found thriving at depths where the pressure would instantly crush most other vertebrates. Their success in these extreme environments has made them the undisputed champions of deep-sea fish survival. The deepest parts of ocean trenches experience temperature stability that rivals the most controlled laboratory conditions. Water temperatures in the Hadal zone vary by less than a degree throughout the year, creating environments where organisms can adapt to consistent conditions rather than dealing with the temperature fluctuations common in surface waters. This thermal stability may help explain how such specialized communities can evolve and persist in these remote depths. Sediment cores from ocean trenches reveal Earth's geological history stretching back millions of years, preserved in layers that accumulate grain by grain in the deepest parts of these underwater valleys. The slow sedimentation rates in these environments mean that each inch of sediment represents thousands of years of Earth's history, creating archives that help scientists understand how our planet's climate and oceans have changed over geological time. Unique minerals form in the crushing pressures of ocean trenches, creating crystalline structures that cannot exist under normal surface conditions. These high-pressure minerals provide clues about the conditions deep within our planet and may hold keys to understanding how similar processes might occur on other worlds with different atmospheric pressures. The isolation of individual ocean trenches has created evolutionary laboratories, where species develop in complete separation from their relatives in other deep-sea environments. Each major trench system contains endemic species found nowhere else on Earth, suggesting that these deep valleys act as islands of evolution, where life can explore new possibilities without interference from outside populations. Microbial communities in ocean trenches process organic matter under some of the most extreme conditions on our planet, breaking down complex molecules at pressures and temperatures that would denature most biological processes. These pressure-loving bacteria have evolved specialized enzymes and cellular structures that not only tolerate but actually require extreme conditions to function properly. The deepest trenches may serve as refugia for ancient forms of life, preserving evolutionary lineages that have been displaced from shallower environments by more recently evolved competitors. Some organisms found only in the deepest parts of trenches show characteristics that suggest they represent very early branches of their respective family trees, making them living fossils from Earth's biological past. Water circulation in ocean trenches follows patterns unlike anywhere else in the ocean, with dense cold water settling into these deep valleys and remaining there for decades or centuries. This sluggish circulation creates chemically distinct water masses in the deepest parts of trenches, with oxygen levels, nutrient concentrations, and other characteristics that differ markedly from the surrounding deep ocean. The discovery of active microbial communities in the deepest ocean sediments suggests that life may extend much deeper into our planet's crust than previously thought. Bacteria found in trench sediments can survive burial under hundreds of feet of accumulated material, raising questions about how deep into the Earth's interior life might persist. Earthquake activity along trench systems creates underwater landslides that can bury existing communities while simultaneously creating new habitats as fresh surfaces are exposed. These geological events represent both destruction and opportunity for trench ecosystems, with some organisms specialized to colonize the disturbed areas left behind by seismic activity. The pressure in the deepest trenches approaches conditions found deep within other planets, making these environments natural laboratories for studying how life might adapt to extreme conditions elsewhere in the solar system. The organisms thriving in these crushing depths provide insights into the possible forms life might take on worlds with very different environmental conditions than those found on Earth's surface. Hadal ecosystems represent the final frontier of life on our planet, existing under conditions more extreme than those found in outer space. The crushing pressure, eternal darkness, and isolation of these deepest environments have created biological communities unlike any others on Earth, filled with species that push the absolute limits of what life can endure. As we descend through these deepest valleys carved into our planet's surface, we encounter life forms that seem to belong to another world entirely. In these crushing depths where the weight of the entire ocean presses down with unimaginable force, evolution has created organisms so specialized and so perfectly adapted to their extreme environment that they could survive nowhere else on Earth. The patient accumulation of sediments, the slow circulation of ancient waters, and the rare arrival of organic matter from the surface world create rhythms of existence measured not in days or seasons, but in centuries and millennia. Here, in Earth's deepest reaches, time moves at geological speed, yet life continues its endless dance of adaptation and survival. The gentle currents that flow through these deepest canyons carry with them the chemical signatures of water that began its journey at the surface decades or centuries ago. This ancient water, enriched with dissolved minerals and depleted of oxygen during its long journey through the depths, provides the chemical foundation for ecosystems that exist in complete independence from the sunlit world above. In these trenches where our planet's crust bends and breaks under unimaginable forces, where darkness has reigned unchanged for millions of years, and where pressure reaches levels that challenge the very chemistry of life itself, we find not emptiness, but abundance, not simplicity, but complexity, not an ending, but a beginning of our understanding of what life can become. The abyssal depths hold secrets that connect every part of our ocean system, from the smallest bacterial communities to the largest currents that circle our planet. Deep-sea sediments accumulate like pages in Earth's history book, each layer recording changes in climate, ocean chemistry, and biological productivity that occurred thousands of years ago. Scientists drill into these underwater archives to reconstruct past ice ages, volcanic eruptions, and shifts in ocean circulation that shaped the world we know today. Manganese nodules grow on the seafloor like slow-motion crops, accumulating metals over millions of years around tiny objects such as shark teeth or fragments of ancient shells. These potato-shaped concretions contain valuable elements including copper, nickel, and cobalt, but their incredibly slow formation rate means that harvesting them would essentially mine resources that took millennia to develop. The ecosystems that have grown around these nodule fields remain largely unstudied and could be destroyed by mining operations before science has a chance to understand them. Seamounts rise from the abyssal plains like underwater mountains, their peaks creating upwelling zones that bring nutrients from deep waters toward the surface. These isolated underwater peaks often support unique ecosystems with endemic species that evolved in isolation on individual seamounts. Deep-sea corals and sponge gardens crown many of these underwater mountains, creating three-dimensional habitats that support diverse communities in what would otherwise be relatively barren deep ocean. The Empress Seamount chain extends across thousands of miles of the Pacific Ocean, representing a conveyor belt of volcanic activity that has created underwater mountains over millions of years. Each seamount in this chain tells the story of the Pacific Plate's movement over a stationary hotspot deep in Earth's mantle, creating a timeline of geological activity written in volcanic rock beneath the waves. Guyyots, flat-topped seamounts that once reached the ocean surface as volcanic islands, now lie submerged beneath hundreds or thousands of feet of water. These drowned islands were eroded flat by wave action when they existed at sea level, then carried to deeper waters by the movement of tectonic plates. Their flat tops provide stable platforms for deep-sea communities in environments where level surfaces are extremely rare. Carbonate ooze covers vast areas of the deep-sea floor, composed primarily of the microscopic shells of planktonic organisms that lived and died in surface waters millions of years ago. This biological sediment can reach thicknesses of hundreds of feet in some areas, representing countless generations of microscopic marine life that extracted calcium carbonate from seawater to build their tiny homes. Siliceous ooze forms in different regions of the deep ocean, composed mainly of the glass-like shells of diatoms and radiolarians. These microscopic organisms create intricate skeletal structures from dissolved silica, producing some of the most beautiful and complex forms found in nature. When these organisms die, their shells drift to the seafloor where they accumulate in layers that preserve detailed records of past ocean conditions. Red clay covers the deepest parts of the ocean floor, in areas far from continents and below the depth where carbonate shells dissolve in the corrosive deep water. This fine sediment accumulates incredibly slowly, sometimes taking thousands of years to build up layers just inches thick. The extreme slow sedimentation means that objects on the deep sea floor can remain exposed for millions of years, creating conditions unlike anywhere else on Earth. Turbidite deposits record catastrophic underwater avalanches that occurred thousands or millions of years ago, when earthquakes or other disturbances triggered massive sediment flows down continental slopes. These underwater landslides can travel for hundreds of miles across the deep ocean floor, carrying sand and organic matter from shallow coastal areas into the deepest parts of the sea. Contorite deposits form where deep sea currents flow along the seafloor for extended periods, sorting and depositing sediments in patterns that reveal the direction and strength of ancient current systems. These current-deposited sediments help scientists reconstruct how deep-sea circulation patterns have changed over geological time, providing insights into past climate changes and ocean dynamics. The carbonate compensation depth marks the level in the ocean where the pressure and chemistry of deep water causes calcium carbonate shells to dissolve faster than they can accumulate. Below this critical depth, the seafloor contains little or no carbonate material, creating distinct zones in deep-sea sediments that reflect the ocean's chemical stratification. Nepheloid layers consist of clouds of suspended particles that drift through the deep ocean like underwater dust storms. These particle-rich layers can extend for thousands of miles, transporting sediments and organic matter across entire ocean basins. The particles in these layers provide food for filter-feeding organisms throughout the deep sea, while slowly settling to add to the seafloor sediments. Oxygen minimum zones create layers in the deep ocean where dissolved oxygen concentrations drop to levels that can only support specially adapted organisms. These zones, typically found at intermediate depths between the surface and the deepest waters, act as barriers that separate different deep-sea communities and influence the distribution of many marine species. Brine pools form on the seafloor where highly saline water, often associated with salt deposits or hydrothermal activity, creates underwater lakes denser than the surrounding seawater. These brine pools can be toxic to most marine life, creating underwater dead zones, while others support unique chemosynthetic communities adapted to their extreme salinity. The boundaries between different water masses in the deep ocean create invisible highways and barriers that influence the distribution of nutrients, dissolved gases, and marine organisms. These frontal zones, marked by changes in temperature, salinity, or chemical composition, often concentrate marine life and create important feeding areas for deep-sea animals. Methane hydrates, sometimes called fire ice, form in deep-sea sediments where low temperatures and high pressures create conditions that allow methane gas to form crystalline structures with water molecules. These deposits represent enormous reserves of natural gas, but their extraction could destabilize seafloor sediments and release large quantities of methane into the atmosphere. Cold seeps occur, where hydrocarbons leak from seafloor sediments, creating oases of chemical energy that support unique ecosystems based on chemosynthetic bacteria. Unlike the dramatic eruptions of hydrothermal vents, cold seeps release their chemicals slowly and steadily over decades or centuries, creating more stable ecosystems that can persist for hundreds of years. Pockmarks cover large areas of the seafloor, creating crater-like depressions formed by the escape of fluids from beneath the sediment surface. These circular features can range from a few feet to hundreds of yards in diameter, and their formation continues to puzzle scientists studying the dynamic processes that shape the deep ocean floor. The deep scattering layer represents one of the largest migrations on Earth, as billions of small organisms rise from deep waters to feed near the surface each night, then return to the depths before dawn. This massive vertical movement of biomass transfers nutrients between different layers of the ocean and creates acoustic layers so dense that early sonar operators mistook them for the seafloor itself. Deep-sea mining operations threaten to disrupt ecosystems that have remained stable for millions of years, potentially destroying unique habitats before scientists have a chance to study them. The slow growth rates and extreme specialization of deep-sea organisms make them particularly vulnerable to disturbance, as species that take decades to reach maturity may not be able to recover from large-scale habitat destruction. The deepest parts of our oceans remain less explored than the surface of Mars, with vast areas of the seafloor never seen by human eyes or cameras. New species are discovered on virtually every expedition to previously unexplored deep-sea areas, suggesting that millions of organisms remain unknown in these remote depths. Autonomous underwater vehicles now allow scientists to study deep-sea environments for extended periods, revealing behaviors and ecological interactions that were impossible to observe during brief submersible dives. These robotic explorers can remain in the deep sea for months at a time, providing continuous observations of deep-sea life and environmental conditions. Deep-sea coral reefs create underwater cities in the darkness, with some reef systems extending for miles across the seafloor. These cold-water corals grow incredibly slowly, with individual colonies potentially living for thousands of years. Their three-dimensional structures provide essential habitat for countless other organisms, creating biodiversity hotspots in the otherwise relatively sparse deep-sea environment. As our journey through the deep ocean continues, we begin to understand that these remote depths represent not empty voids, but complex, interconnected systems that influence every aspect of our planet's function. The slow circulation of deep waters, the patient accumulation of sediments, and the ancient rhythms of deep-sea life create patterns that connect the deepest trenches to the sunlit surface, in cycles measured not in days or seasons, but in centuries and millennia. In these depths where pressure reaches crushing extremes and darkness reigns absolute, life has not merely survived but has created beauty, complexity, and wonder that surpass our ability to imagine. The gentle fall of marine snow, the patient growth of glass sponge gardens, and the slow dance of deep-sea currents remind us that time moves differently in these ancient realms, where the rhythms of existence are measured by the heartbeat of the planet itself. The deep ocean serves as our planet's memory, preserving in its sediments and water masses the history of climate changes, volcanic eruptions, and biological evolution that shape the world we inhabit today. As we drift through these liquid archives, we begin to appreciate that understanding the deep sea is essential to understanding Earth itself, for these remote depths hold the keys to our planet's past, and perhaps its future as well. The twilight zone of the ocean creates a realm of perpetual dusk, where the last traces of sunlight fade into blue-black mystery. Here, in waters stretching from roughly 650 feet to 3,300 feet deep, creatures exist in a world of eternal twilight, where the distinction between day and night becomes measured not by the presence or absence of light, but by subtle changes in the faint illumination filtering down from far above. This dim realm supports some of the ocean's most remarkable adaptations, as life has learned to make the most of the precious few photons that manage to penetrate this deep. Many Twilight Zone inhabitants possess eyes larger than any surface-dwelling creature, evolved to capture every available particle of light in this shadowy realm. These enormous eyes, sometimes taking up a third of an animal's head, represent evolutionary investments in vision that would seem excessive anywhere else but prove essential in this light-starved environment. Some species have developed eyes so sensitive they can detect bioluminescence from other creatures miles away, turning the faint glow of distant organisms into navigation beacons in the liquid darkness. The boundary between the Twilight Zone and the Midnight Zone below represents one of the most significant transitions in the ocean, marking the point where photosynthesis becomes impossible, and ecosystems must rely entirely on energy that drifts down from above or is created through chemosynthesis. This invisible barrier shapes the distribution of countless species and creates distinct communities adapted to either the faint light above or the absolute darkness below. Lanternfish dominate the Twilight Zone biomass, their small silvery bodies equipped with rows of photophores that create species-specific light patterns. These living constellations use their bioluminescent displays for recognition, mating, and protection, creating underwater light shows that rival any terrestrial fireworks display. During their nightly migrations to surface waters, lanternfish transport more biomass vertically through the ocean than any other group of animals, making them crucial links in the global cycling of nutrients and energy. Counter-illumination represents one of the most sophisticated camouflage strategies in nature, employed by many twilight zone creatures to blend with the faint downwelling light. These animals produce light from photophores on their undersides that exactly matches the intensity and color of the light filtering down from above, making them nearly invisible when viewed from below. This biological cloaking device requires constant adjustment as light levels change throughout the day, demonstrating remarkable physiological control over bioluminescent output. Vampire squid inhabit the oxygen minimum zones within the twilight realm, regions where dissolved oxygen levels drop so low that most other animals cannot survive. These living fossils, neither true squid nor octopus, have evolved unique adaptations that allow them to extract oxygen from water where other creatures would suffocate. When threatened, they turn themselves completely inside out, displaying dark, spiny surfaces covered with bioluminescent photophores that create startling defensive displays. Siphonophores drift through twilight waters like living strings of pearls, their colonial bodies consisting of hundreds or thousands of specialized individuals working together as a single organism. Some species create chains over 150 feet long, making them among the longest creatures on Earth. Each individual in the colony has a specific function, with some dedicated to swimming, others to feeding, still others to reproduction or defense, creating floating cities of cooperative life. The daily vertical migration that occurs in the twilight zone represents the largest movement of biomass on our planet, as billions of organisms rise toward the surface each evening and descend again before dawn. This massive biological elevator transports nutrients, carbon, and energy between surface waters and the deep sea on a scale that influences global ocean chemistry and climate patterns. The synchronized nature of this migration creates acoustic layers so dense they once confused sonar operators who mistook them for false seafloors. Bristlemouth fish, despite being among the most abundant vertebrates on Earth, remain largely unknown to most people due to their small size and deep-sea habitat. These tiny predators possess huge mouths filled with needle-sharp teeth, perfectly adapted for capturing prey in an environment where every meal opportunity must be seized. Their abundance in twilight waters makes them crucial components of deep-sea food webs, supporting everything from larger fish to marine mammals that dive deep to feed. Hatchetfish employ some of the most sophisticated bioluminescent camouflage in the ocean, using rows of photophores along their undersides to match the intensity and wavelength of light filtering down from above. Their flattened, silvery bodies reflect what little light exists in their environment, while their precise control over bioluminescent output allows them to remain nearly invisible to predators lurking below. The twilight zone serves as a crucial nursery habitat for many species that spend their adult lives in different parts of the ocean. Young fish, squid, and crustaceans often begin their lives in these dim waters before migrating to surface waters, the deep sea, or coastal environments as they mature. This nursery function makes the twilight zone essential for maintaining populations throughout the marine ecosystem. Jellies in the twilight zone create some of the most spectacular bioluminescent displays in the ocean, their transparent bells pulsing with waves of blue and green light. These ethereal creatures use their light shows for multiple purposes, from startling predators to attracting prey and communicating with potential mates across the vast liquid space. Some species can produce complex patterns of flashing lights, creating underwater Morse code that carries messages through the dim water. And now, as the deepest currents slow and our journey through these liquid realms draws toward its gentle close, you've drifted through wonders that stretch from sunlit shallows to crushing depths where few have ventured. We've explored coral cities and glass sponge gardens, Witness the ancient migrations of whales and the patient dance of tides, discovered creatures that create their own light in eternal darkness, and partnerships that have endured for millions of years. These 100 oceanic secrets remind us that beneath the surface of our familiar world lies a realm of infinite mystery and beauty, where life has found ways to flourish in every possible niche, creating complexity and wonder beyond our deepest imagination. Rest now, carried by gentle currents toward peaceful sleep, knowing that somewhere far below, in the quiet darkness of the deep, these ancient rhythms continue their eternal dance through waters that have cradled life since time began. Ancient rhythms continue their eternal dance through waters that have cradled life since time began. Hello there, and welcome to this quiet corner of the internet, where knowledge meets tranquility. I'm so glad you found your way here tonight. Maybe you've had one of those days where your mind simply won't settle, or perhaps you're someone who finds comfort in gentle learning as you drift towards sleep. Either way, this journey is crafted just for you. Tonight, we're not just exploring facts. We're wandering through a world that exists right beside us yet often goes unnoticed. The world of plants, these silent companions that share our homes, our air, and our lives in ways more profound than most people ever realize. You have nothing to do but rest now. Let your shoulders drop, your breathing slow, and your thoughts grow light as we explore 100 fascinating truths about the green world around us. We'll discover how these quiet beings work through the night to clean the very air you breathe. We'll learn about their secret chemical conversations and their remarkable ability to sense and respond to our presence. Some of what you hear tonight might surprise you, or at the very least, spark a gentle curiosity as you settle into sleep. Before we begin, if these calm explorations help you unwind or give you a peaceful way to end your day, consider liking this video and subscribing to the channel. It helps other restless souls find their way here too, one peaceful night at a time. Now, let's begin our gentle journey into the world of plants and sleep. Plants have been humanity's silent partners in the quest for better sleep for thousands of years. Long before we understood the science behind their effects, ancient civilizations recognized that certain green companions could transform a restless night into peaceful slumber. The Egyptians placed lavender in their burial chambers, not just for its preservation properties, but because they believed it would provide eternal rest. Roman citizens scattered rose petals and mint leaves across their sleeping quarters, trusting in nature's ability to calm the mind. But what they couldn't have known is how these plants were actually changing the very composition of the air around them. Every breath you take in a room with plants is different from the breath you'd take in a room without them. Plants are constantly working, even in complete darkness, to create an environment more conducive to rest and recovery. The air in your bedroom right now contains roughly 21% oxygen and 78% nitrogen, with the remaining 1% made up of various gases, including carbon dioxide. But when you introduce certain plants to your sleeping space, this composition begins to shift in subtle but measurable ways. Some plants, through a special type of photosynthesis, continue producing oxygen even after the sun sets, steadily enriching the air you breathe as you sleep. This process is called crassulacean acid metabolism, or CAM photosynthesis. While most plants shut down their oxygen production at night and actually begin consuming oxygen like we do, CAM plants have evolved a different strategy. They open their leaf pores, called stomata, during the cooler night hours to take in carbon dioxide while simultaneously releasing fresh oxygen. It's as if they're working the night shift, quietly improving your air quality while you rest. The snake plant, with its tall, sword-like leaves striped in shades of green and yellow, is perhaps the most efficient of these nighttime oxygen producers. A single mature snake plant can process the air in a 10 by 10 foot room, removing toxins and producing oxygen throughout the entire night. The plant's thick, waxy leaves store water and nutrients during the day, then use this stored energy to continue their air-purifying work long after darkness falls. What makes this even more remarkable is that snake plants are virtually indestructible. They thrive in low light conditions, require water only every few weeks, and can survive in the forgotten corners of bedrooms where other plants might struggle. Their resilience means they can focus all their energy on what they do best, cleaning your air and producing oxygen without demanding constant care or attention. The science behind how plants improve sleep goes far deeper than simple oxygen production. NASA conducted extensive research on indoor air quality and discovered that common household items release invisible chemicals called volatile organic compounds, or VOCs, into the air we breathe. These compounds, found in everything from furniture glue to carpet backing, can cause headaches, respiratory irritation, and sleep disturbances. Plants act as living air filters, absorbing these harmful chemicals through their leaves and root systems, then neutralizing them through natural biological processes. The peace lily, with its elegant white blooms and glossy green leaves, can remove up to 90% of formaldehyde from indoor air. Formaldehyde, commonly found in furniture and household products, is particularly disruptive to sleep because it can cause nasal congestion and respiratory irritation that prevents deep restorative rest. But plants don't just clean the air chemically, they also regulate humidity in ways that promote better sleep. Dry air can cause snoring, mouth breathing, and frequent night wakings. Plants naturally release water vapor through their leaves in a process called transpiration, adding moisture to the air around them. A collection of spider plants can raise the humidity in a bedroom from an uncomfortable 20% to a more comfortable 30%, creating conditions that support easier breathing and deeper sleep. Spider plants are particularly fascinating because they seem almost eager to multiply and spread their air-purifying benefits. These cheerful plants produce long, arching stems that develop baby plants or spiderets, which dangle like green ornaments from the parent plant. Each of these babies is a complete plant capable of its own air purification, creating a network of natural air processes that can fill an entire bedroom with cleaner, more breathable air. The relationship between plants and sleep becomes even more intriguing when we explore aromatherapy. Certain plants release natural compounds that directly affect our nervous system, triggering biological responses that promote relaxation and sleep. These aren't just pleasant fragrances, they're bioactive chemicals that can measurably alter brain chemistry and hormone production. Lavender has been studied more extensively than perhaps any other sleep-promoting plant. The purple flowers contain over 100 different aromatic compounds, but the most important for sleep are lanolol and lanolil acetate. When you inhale these compounds, they bind to olfactory receptors in your nose and send signals directly to the limbic system, the ancient part of your brain responsible for emotions and memory. This direct pathway to the limbic system bypasses conscious thought, creating an immediate physiological response. Within minutes of inhaling lavender's aroma, your heart rate begins to slow, your blood pressure drops, and your brain starts producing more GABA, a neurotransmitter that slows neural activity and promotes feelings of calm and drowsiness. The remarkable thing about lavender is that these effects have been measured in controlled scientific studies. Researchers have found that people who sleep in rooms scented with lavender spend more time in deep, slow-wave sleep, the most restorative phase of the sleep cycle. They wake up feeling more refreshed and alert, with measurably better cognitive performance throughout the following day. But lavender is just one member of a larger family of plants that have evolved to produce sleep-promoting compounds. Jasmine, with its delicate white flowers and intensely sweet fragrance, has been shown to be even more potent than lavender in some studies. The scent of jasmine can increase the efficiency of GABA in the brain by up to 100%, creating a natural sedative effect without the grogginess associated with pharmaceutical sleep aids. Jasmine flowers open primarily in the evening, releasing their strongest fragrance just as the sun sets. This timing isn't coincidental. The plant has evolved to attract night-flying pollinators, and in doing so, It creates the perfect natural aromatherapy experience for humans preparing for sleep. The gentle, sweet scent signals to our brains that day is ending and rest is approaching. Growing jasmine indoors requires bright, indirect light and consistent moisture, making it an ideal plant for bedrooms with east or west-facing windows. Place the plant near an open window, and the evening breeze will naturally distribute its calming fragrance throughout your sleeping space, creating an environment that gently guides your body and mind toward rest. The science of plant-induced relaxation extends beyond aromatherapy to include what researchers call biophilia, the innate human affinity for nature and living things. This isn't just a preference or learned behavior, it's a deep, evolutionary connection that affects us at the cellular level. Studies have shown that simply being in the presence of plants, even without their fragrance, can reduce cortisol levels, lower blood pressure, and activate the parasympathetic nervous system, our body's rest and digest response. In one fascinating experiment, researchers asked participants to complete 2 different tasks: repotting a houseplant and completing a computer-based assignment. After each task, they measured biological markers of stress, including heart rate, blood pressure, and cortisol levels. The results were striking. After working with plants, participants reported feeling comfortable and soothed, and their stress markers decreased significantly. The computer task, in contrast, caused feelings of discomfort and artificial stimulation, with corresponding spikes in stress hormones and blood pressure. This biological response to plants appears to be hardwired into our nervous system. For millions of years, human ancestors lived in close contact with green environments. Lush vegetation signaled safety, fresh water, and abundant resources. Barren landscapes, on the other hand, suggested danger, scarcity, and the need for heightened alertness. Our brains still carry these ancient associations, responding to the presence of plants with feelings of security and calm that naturally promote sleep. Aloe vera represents perhaps the perfect convergence of all these sleep-promoting plant properties. This succulent, with its thick, waxy leaves, is both a camplant that produces oxygen at night and a living pharmacy that has been used for healing for over 4,000 years. Ancient Egyptian medical texts describe aloe as the plant of immortality, and Cleopatra reportedly used aloe gel as part of her beauty routine. The gel inside aloe vera leaves contains over 75 different bioactive compounds, including vitamins, minerals, amino acids, and enzymes. But for sleep purposes, aloe's most important feature is its ability to continue photosynthesis throughout the night. While you rest, the plant is actively removing carbon dioxide from your bedroom air and replacing it with fresh oxygen, creating an environment that supports deeper, more restorative sleep. Aloe vera is also remarkably low maintenance, thriving when left alone and requiring water only when this means the plant can focus its energy on air purification rather than survival. The soil becomes completely dry. This reseal, making it an ideal bedroom companion for people who want the benefits of plants without the responsibility of intensive care. The relationship between plants and sleep becomes even more compelling when we consider the role of negative ions. These invisible particles carry a negative electrical charge and are naturally produced by plants, waterfalls, ocean waves, and thunderstorms. Negative ions have been shown to increase serotonin levels in the brain, promoting feelings of well-being and relaxation, while also improving the quality of sleep. Indoor environments typically have very few negative ions due to air conditioning, heating systems, and electronic devices, which produce positive ions that can contribute to feelings of fatigue and irritability. Plants help restore the natural balance by generating negative ions through photosynthesis and transpiration, creating an indoor atmosphere that more closely resembles the natural outdoor environments where humans evolved. Certain plants are particularly effective negative ion generators. The spider plant, despite its humble appearance, produces significant quantities of these beneficial particles while simultaneously removing harmful chemicals from the air. The Boston fern, with its delicate feathery fronds, is another excellent negative ion producer, adding both air purification and mood enhancement to any bedroom environment. The chemistry of plant-induced sleep becomes even more fascinating when we examine chamomile, a plant that has been quietly revolutionizing bedrooms for centuries. These small, daisy-like flowers, with their bright white petals and sunny yellow centers, contain a compound called apigenin, which binds to the same brain receptors that pharmaceutical sleep aids target. But unlike synthetic medications, apigenin creates a gentle, natural drowsiness without the risk of dependency or morning grogginess. What makes chamomile particularly remarkable is that the living plant releases these compounds gradually throughout the evening hours. As temperatures cool and humidity rises, the flowers emit tiny quantities of volatile oils that carry apigenin molecules into the air around them. Breathing this naturally medicated air provides a steady, low-dose aromatherapy treatment that builds throughout the night, creating deeper and more sustained relaxation than any single application of chamomile tea or essential oil could provide. Growing chamomile indoors transforms your bedroom into a natural pharmacy that operates on biological time. The plants seem to understand circadian rhythms, releasing more of their active compounds as daylight fades and your body begins its natural preparation for sleep. The gentle, apple-like fragrance becomes more pronounced in the evening, creating a sensory cue that helps train your brain to associate the scent with bedtime. Valerian takes this pharmaceutical approach to bedroom plants even further. The roots of this unassuming plant, with its clusters of small pink and white flowers, contain over 150 different compounds that work together to promote sleep. Valerianic acid and isovaleric acid, the most potent of these compounds, increase levels of GABA in the brain, while also preventing its breakdown, creating a more sustained calming effect than most plants can achieve. Medieval herbalists called valerian the heal-all, and modern research suggests they weren't far off. The plant's root system works like an underground laboratory, concentrating sleep-promoting compounds in concentrations that rival prescription medications. Studies have shown that valerian can reduce the time it takes to fall asleep by up to 50%, while significantly improving sleep quality and reducing nighttime awakenings. But valerian offers more than just pharmaceutical benefits. The plant itself, with its tall stems and delicate flower clusters, creates a living piece of bedroom decor that connects you to centuries of herbal tradition. Growing valerian indoors means having access to fresh roots for preparing natural sleep remedies, while enjoying the psychological comfort of nurturing a plant with such a rich history of healing. The concept of plants as bedroom companions extends beyond individual species to include the complex relationships between different plants and how they can work together to create optimal sleep environments. Companion planting, traditionally used in gardens to improve crop yields and pest control, applies equally well to bedroom plant arrangements designed for sleep enhancement. Certain plant combinations create synergistic effects that amplify each species' individual benefits. A bedroom arrangement of lavender, jasmine, and chamomile, for example, creates layers of aromatherapy that work at different times throughout the evening. Lavender provides immediate relaxation as you prepare for bed. Jasmine deepens this calm as you settle into sleep, and chamomile maintains the peaceful atmosphere throughout the night. Adding air-purifying plants like snake plants and peace lilies to this aromatic foundation creates a complete bedroom ecosystem. While the flowering plants work on your nervous system through scent and visual beauty, the air purifiers work on your respiratory system, removing irritants and adding oxygen that supports deeper, more restorative breathing patterns throughout the night. The positioning of plants within a bedroom matters more than most people realize. Plants placed near the head of the bed have the greatest impact on sleep quality because they're closest to where you breathe throughout the night. A snake plant positioned within 3 feet of your pillow can measurably improve the oxygen content of the air you breathe while sleeping, leading to fewer instances of sleep disruption caused by poor air quality. Flowering plants benefit from placement near windows where they can receive adequate light during the day to produce their sleep-promoting compounds at night. However, they should be positioned so that any fragrance can circulate naturally throughout the room without being overwhelming. A jasmine plant near a partially opened window, for example, allows evening breezes to distribute its calming scent while preventing the fragrance from becoming too concentrated. The relationship between plant placement and humidity also plays a crucial role in sleep quality. Plants positioned in corners or areas with poor air circulation can create pockets of high humidity that may feel uncomfortable during sleep. Strategic placement ensures that the moisture plants release through transpiration distributes evenly throughout the room, creating optimal comfort levels without creating damp spots that could harbor mold or mildew. Understanding seasonal changes in plant behavior adds another layer to using plants for sleep enhancement. Many sleep-promoting plants follow natural rhythms that correspond to changing day length and temperature patterns. Lavender, for example, produces its strongest essential oils during the warm months when its natural blooming cycle is most active. During winter months, the plant conserves energy and produces fewer aromatic compounds, making it less effective as a sleep aid. This seasonal variation means that successful bedroom plant arrangements often include species that peak at different times of year. While lavender might dominate the summer sleep experience, winter arrangements might rely more heavily on evergreen air purifiers like snake plants and peace lilies, supplemented by aromatherapy from dried herbs or essential oils derived from plants grown during their peak seasons. Some plants actually increase their sleep-promoting properties during winter months. Aloe vera, adapted to harsh desert conditions, often produces more oxygen during cooler months when its metabolism becomes more active. This makes aloe an ideal year-round bedroom companion, providing consistent air purification and oxygen production regardless of seasonal changes. The timing of plant care activities can also influence their effectiveness as sleep aids. Watering plants in the evening stimulates transpiration and can increase humidity levels just as you're preparing for bed. This added moisture in the air can make breathing easier and more comfortable during sleep, particularly in dry climates or during winter months when indoor heating systems reduce humidity levels. Gentle pruning or harvesting of aromatic plants like lavender and chamomile in the evening releases fresh essential oils into the air, creating an immediate aromatherapy effect that can help signal bedtime routines. The physical act of caring for plants also promotes relaxation through what researchers call horticultural therapy, the calming effect of nurturing living things. Plant communication represents one of the most intriguing frontiers in understanding how bedroom plants might enhance sleep. Recent research has revealed that plants produce and respond to chemical signals, creating complex communication networks that might extend to their human caretakers. When plants are stressed or thriving, they release different combinations of volatile compounds that sensitive individuals can detect subconsciously. A healthy, well-cared-for bedroom plant arrangement creates what researchers term a positive plant atmosphere, where the chemical signals from thriving plants promote feelings of well-being and security. These subconscious chemical communications might help explain why some people report feeling more rested and peaceful in rooms with healthy plants, even beyond the measurable effects of air purification and aromatherapy. The electromagnetic properties of living plants add yet another dimension to their sleep-promoting capabilities. Plants generate weak bioelectric fields as part of their normal metabolic processes, and some researchers suggest that these natural energy fields might interact with human biorhythms in ways that promote better sleep. While this area of research is still developing, the theory provides a possible explanation for why many people report feeling more balanced and rested when sleeping near living plants. Certain plants appear to be more bioelectrically active than others. Large-leafed plants like peace lilies and rubber trees generate more measurable electromagnetic activity than smaller plants, possibly due to their greater metabolic activity and larger surface area. This might explain why rooms with substantial plant collections often feel more energetically balanced and conducive to rest than rooms with just one or two small plants. The microbiome effects of bedroom plants represent another emerging area of sleep research. Plants host complex communities of beneficial bacteria and fungi on their root systems and leaf surfaces, and these microorganisms can influence indoor air quality in ways that extend beyond simple chemical filtration. Some plant-associated microbes produce compounds that have been shown to reduce stress hormones and promote relaxation in humans. This microbial dimension means that bedroom plants create living ecosystems rather than just decorative objects. The beneficial bacteria and fungi associated with healthy plants can actually improve the microbial environment of your bedroom, potentially supporting better immune function and reducing inflammation that might interfere with sleep quality. The soil in potted plants also plays a role in sleep enhancement through what researchers call the soil microbiome effect. Healthy potting soil contains billions of beneficial microorganisms that can release negative ions and consume odor-causing compounds, contributing to cleaner, more pleasant bedroom air. Some soil bacteria even produce compounds that have mild sedative properties, adding another layer to the sleep-promoting effects of bedroom plants. Understanding the complete ecological impact of bedroom plants reveals them to be far more than simple decorative elements. They're living systems that actively transform indoor environments in multiple ways, from the obvious effects of air purification and aromatherapy to the subtle influences of bioelectricity, microbial ecology, and chemical communication. Each plant in your bedroom is working continuously, even while you sleep, to create conditions that support deeper rest and more restorative recovery. The cumulative effect of multiple plants working together creates what sleep researchers are beginning to recognize as optimized sleep environments. These aren't just bedrooms with plants in them, but carefully crafted ecosystems where every element works together to promote the biological conditions necessary for truly restorative sleep. The air is cleaner, the humidity is balanced, the aromatherapy is gentle and sustained, and the overall atmosphere supports the natural rhythms that govern healthy sleep cycles. As we continue our exploration of plants and sleep, we'll discover how different cultures have developed unique approaches to using plants for rest and recovery, and how modern science is validating traditional practices that have promoted peaceful sleep for thousands of years. The relationship between humans and plants runs deeper than simple coexistence. It's a partnership that has shaped our evolution and continues to influence our well-being in ways we're only beginning to understand. Traditional Chinese medicine recognized this plant-human partnership over 5,000 years ago, developing sophisticated systems for using bedroom plants to promote what they called Shen, or peaceful spirit. Ancient Chinese physicians understood that certain plants could calm the heart-mind, the seat of consciousness and emotion, creating conditions for what they described as floating sleep, a state of deep rest where the spirit could travel freely without disturbance. The Chinese approach to bedroom plants focused not just on individual species, but on creating balanced environments that supported the flow of qi, or life energy, through sleeping spaces. They discovered that plants with round, soft leaves promoted yin energy, the cooling, calming force associated with rest and recovery. Plants with sharp, pointed leaves generated yang energy, the warming, activating force that could disturb sleep if not properly balanced. This ancient wisdom has found validation in modern sleep science. Plants with broad, rounded leaves, like the rubber tree and peace lily do indeed, create more calming environments than plants with sharp, spiky foliage. The soft visual lines of rounded leaves trigger different neurological responses than angular shapes, activating the parasympathetic nervous system that governs rest and digestion. Traditional Japanese culture developed its own sophisticated understanding of plants and sleep through the practice of Shinrin-yoku, or forest bathing. Japanese healers observed that people who spent time among living trees experienced deeper, more refreshing sleep for days afterward. This led to the development of indoor practices that brought elements of the forest into sleeping spaces, creating miniature woodland environments that could provide ongoing benefits. The Japanese discovered that certain plants, particularly those with needle-like leaves such as small pine varieties, released compounds called phytoncides that had powerful effects on sleep quality. These airborne chemicals, originally evolved by trees to protect against insects and disease, were found to boost human immune function, while simultaneously promoting relaxation and deeper sleep cycles. Modern research has confirmed that phytoncides can increase the activity of natural killer cells, immune system components that help the body recover and repair during sleep. People who sleep in rooms with phytoncide-producing plants show measurably improved immune markers and report feeling more refreshed upon waking, suggesting that these plant compounds support the restorative functions that occur during deep sleep phases. The Ayurvedic tradition of India contributed its own insights into the relationship between plants and sleep, focusing particularly on the concept of prana, or life force, and how certain plants could enhance the quality of prana in sleeping environments. Ayurvedic practitioners identified specific plants that could balance the three doshas, the fundamental energies that govern physical and mental well-being. According to Ayurveda, disturbed sleep often results from excess vata, the energy associated with movement and activity. Plants that could calm vata energy, particularly those with cooling properties and gentle fragrances, became central to Ayurvedic sleep practices. The neem tree, with its ability to purify air and produce cooling effects, was considered especially valuable for creating peaceful sleeping environments. Tulsi, or holy basil, occupied a special place in Ayurvedic sleep practices. This aromatic plant was believed to purify not just the physical air, but also the subtle energetic atmosphere of sleeping spaces. Modern analysis has revealed that Tulsi produces compounds called eugenol and rosmarinic acid, which have measurable anti-anxiety and sleep-promoting effects similar to those found in more commonly known plants like lavender and chamomile. The indigenous peoples of North America developed their own sophisticated traditions around plants and sleep, often focusing on the spiritual and emotional aspects of plant relationships. Many tribes practiced what could be called companion sleeping, where specific plants were chosen not just for their physical effects, but for there to provide protection and guidance during the vulnerable state of sleep. Sweetgrass, considered sacred by many plains tribes, was often woven into sleeping mats or burned as incense before bed. The plant's vanilla-like fragrance was believed to attract positive dreams while warding off nightmares and negative energies. Modern chemical analysis shows that sweetgrass contains coumarin, a compound with mild sedative properties that can indeed promote more peaceful sleep. Cedar, another plant sacred to many indigenous cultures, was traditionally used to create sleeping environments that promoted prophetic dreams and spiritual insight. The plant's natural antimicrobial properties helped create cleaner air, while its distinctive fragrance was believed to open pathways between the physical and spiritual worlds during sleep. Contemporary research has found that cedar's aromatic compounds can reduce cortisol levels and promote the alpha brainwaves associated with deep relaxation. The European herbalist tradition contributed detailed knowledge about the timing and preparation of sleep-promoting plants. Medieval monasteries maintained extensive herb gardens, specifically for creating what they called dormitory herbs, plants cultivated to enhance the quality of rest for monks who needed to wake for midnight prayers while still maintaining their health and spiritual clarity. These monastic herbalists discovered that the potency of sleep-promoting plants varied dramatically based on when and how they were harvested. Lavender picked at dawn contained different concentrations of essential oils than lavender harvested at sunset. Chamomile flowers gathered during the full moon had measurably stronger sedative effects than those collected during other lunar phases. Modern chronobiology has begun to explain these traditional observations. Plants follow circadian rhythms just as humans do, with their production of bioactive compounds fluctuating throughout 24-hour cycles. Understanding these natural rhythms allows for optimal timing of plant care activities to maximize their sleep-promoting benefits. The concept of lunar influences on plant chemistry, long dismissed as folklore, has found support in recent research showing that gravitational forces do indeed affect plant metabolism and compound production. Plants harvested or cared for during specific lunar phases show different concentrations of active ingredients, suggesting that traditional timing practices may have scientific validity. Temperature cycles also play crucial roles in plant-based sleep enhancement. Many aromatic plants release their strongest fragrances during the cool evening hours, when volatile compounds can disperse more effectively without being broken down by heat. This natural timing aligns perfectly with human sleep preparation, creating a synchronized system where plants automatically increase their therapeutic effects just as our bodies begin preparing for rest. The phenomenon of plant memory represents one of the most intriguing recent discoveries in sleep-related plant science. Research has shown that plants can form what appears to be memories of environmental conditions, adjusting their behavior based on past experiences. A bedroom plant that has been consistently cared for and exposed to regular sleep-wake cycles may actually adapt its metabolism to support these rhythms. Plants grown in bedrooms show different patterns of oxygen production and aromatic compound release compared to the same species grown in other environments. The bedroom plants seem to learn the household's sleep schedule, increasing their beneficial activities during evening hours and maintaining steady air purification throughout typical sleep periods. This adaptive behavior suggests that the relationship between humans and bedroom plants becomes more beneficial over time. A snake plant that has lived in your bedroom for months may be more effective at promoting your sleep than a newly purchased plant of the same species, because it has adapted its biological rhythms to match your household patterns. The stress reduction effects of bedroom plants extend beyond their chemical and physical properties to include what psychologists call restoration theory. This framework explains how certain environments can restore mental and emotional resources that become depleted during daily activities. Natural environments, including indoor spaces with abundant plant life, have been shown to be particularly effective at this kind of psychological restoration. Bedroom plants contribute to restoration through what researchers term soft fascination, a gentle, effortless form of attention that allows the mind to recover from the directed attention required by work and daily responsibilities. The subtle movements of plant leaves, the play of light and shadow through foliage, and the quiet presence of living things create a restorative environment that naturally promotes the mental quieting necessary for sleep. Color psychology also plays a role in how bedroom plants enhance sleep quality. The various shades of green found in plant foliage have been shown to have specific effects on the nervous system, with certain greens promoting relaxation, while others maintain alertness. The soft blue-green colors of plants like eucalyptus and sage have particularly strong calming effects, while the deeper greens of plants like rubber trees and peace lilies create feelings of security and grounding. The visual texture of plant foliage adds another dimension to sleep-promoting environments. Soft, fuzzy leaves, like those found on African violets and lamb's ear, create visual tactile experiences that promote feelings of comfort and safety. Smooth, glossy leaves like those of snake plants and peace lilies create clean, orderly visual experiences that can help calm busy minds and reduce mental chatter. Plant size and scale within bedroom environments also influence sleep quality in measurable ways. Large plants create what environmental psychologists call presence, a sense of living companionship that can reduce feelings of loneliness or anxiety that sometimes interfere with sleep. Small plants, on the other hand, create intimacy and can be more comforting for people who might find large plants overwhelming or intrusive. The optimal bedroom plant arrangement often includes plants of varying sizes and textures, creating visual depth and interest without overwhelming the space. A large floor plant like a fiddle leaf fig can anchor the room and provide substantial air purification, while smaller plants on nightstands or windowsills create points of gentle interest that draw the eye without stimulating alertness. Seasonal light changes affect how bedroom plants contribute to sleep quality throughout the year. During winter months when natural light is limited, plants may require supplemental lighting to maintain their air purifying and oxygen producing capabilities. However, this artificial lighting must be carefully managed to avoid disrupting natural circadian rhythms. Full-spectrum grow lights that can be dimmed or programmed to follow natural daylight patterns allow bedroom plants to maintain their beneficial activities without creating the blue light exposure that can interfere with melatonin production. Some modern plant lighting systems are specifically designed to support both plant health and human circadian rhythms, providing the wavelengths plants need for photosynthesis, while avoiding the frequencies that can disrupt sleep. The concept of plant succession in bedroom environments mirrors natural forest development, where different species dominate at different stages of ecological development. A bedroom plant collection might begin with hardy, fast-growing species like pothos and spider plants that quickly establish air purification and humidity benefits. Over time, slower growing but more specialized plants like orchids and gardenias can be added to provide specific aromatherapy and aesthetic benefits. This succession approach allows bedroom plant environments to evolve and mature, becoming more complex and beneficial over time. Mature plant collections often develop their own microclimates with subtle variations in humidity, air movement, and chemical composition that create optimal conditions for sleep throughout different areas of the bedroom. The root systems of bedroom plants contribute to sleep quality in ways that extend beyond what's visible above ground. Healthy root systems support robust plant metabolism, ensuring consistent production of oxygen and beneficial compounds. But roots also interact with soil microorganisms in ways that can influence indoor air quality and even electromagnetic fields within the bedroom. Mycorrhizal fungi, the beneficial organisms that form partnerships with plant roots, can extend the effective reach of plant benefits throughout bedroom environments. These fungal networks help plants communicate with each other and coordinate their activities, potentially creating more effective air purification and aromatherapy than individual plants could achieve alone. The choice of potting soil for bedroom plants can significantly impact their sleep-promoting effectiveness. Organic soils rich in beneficial microorganisms support plant health while also contributing their own air-purifying benefits. Some soil components, like activated charcoal and zeolite, can absorb odors and toxins independently of plant activity, adding additional layers of air purification to bedroom environments. Container selection for bedroom plants also influences their effectiveness as sleep aids. Porous materials like unglazed clay and natural stone allow for better air exchange around root systems and can help regulate soil moisture in ways that support optimal plant health. The thermal mass of stone containers can also help moderate temperature fluctuations that might stress plants and reduce their beneficial activities. The integration of bedroom plants with other sleep hygiene practices creates synergistic effects that enhance overall sleep quality. Plants complement practices like maintaining cool temperatures, using comfortable bedding, and following consistent sleep schedules by creating environmental conditions that support these other interventions. For example, the humidity regulation provided by bedroom plants works together with appropriate sleepwear and bedding materials to create optimal thermal comfort throughout the night. The air purification benefits of plants enhance the effectiveness of air filtration systems and reduce the need for chemical air fresheners that might disrupt sleep. The aromatherapy effects of flowering bedroom plants can be integrated with other relaxation practices like meditation, gentle stretching, or reading before bed. The natural timing of plant fragrance release creates a consistent environmental cue that can help establish and maintain healthy bedtime routines. Plant care activities themselves can become part of effective bedtime routines. The gentle, mindful actions involved in watering plants, checking soil moisture, or adjusting plant positions can serve as transition activities that help the mind shift from daytime alertness to evening relaxation. These caring activities engage what psychologists call the tend and befriend response, a neurological pattern that promotes feelings of safety and calm. The long-term relationship between humans and bedroom plants creates what researchers term biophilic bonding, a deep connection with living things that can provide ongoing psychological benefits. People who maintain bedroom plants over months and years often report feeling more connected to natural rhythms and more aware of seasonal changes, even when living in urban environments with limited access to nature. This connection to natural cycles through bedroom plants can help regulate circadian rhythms and improve overall sleep quality. The subtle daily and seasonal changes in plant appearance and behavior provide environmental cues that help the human nervous system maintain its natural timing mechanisms, even in artificial indoor environments. Or the investment of time and attention required to maintain bedroom plants creates what psychologists call meaningful engagement, a sense of purpose and connection that can reduce the rumination and worry that often interfere with sleep. Caring for living things provides a gentle focus for attention that can help quiet the busy thoughts that keep many people awake at night. As our understanding of the relationship between plants and sleep continues to evolve, new discoveries are revealing even more sophisticated ways that these green companions enhance our rest and recovery. The simple act of sharing your sleeping space with living plants creates a partnership that benefits both human and plant well-being, fostering deeper sleep and more vibrant health for all the living things in your bedroom ecosystem. The therapeutic effects of bedroom plants extend into the realm of sound, creating subtle acoustic environments that can dramatically improve sleep quality. Living plants act as natural sound dampeners, their leaves and stems absorbing high-frequency noises that can fragment sleep cycles. The soft surfaces of plant foliage break up sound waves in ways that hard furniture and walls cannot, reducing the sharp edges of disruptive noises like traffic, air conditioning units, or neighbor activities. Large-leafed plants like Monstera deliciosa and rubber trees are particularly effective at sound absorption, their broad surfaces creating natural acoustic panels that can reduce ambient noise levels by several decibels. This sound dampening effect is especially pronounced in the higher frequencies that tend to be most disruptive to sleep, creating a quieter, more peaceful sleeping environment without the need for mechanical white noise machines. The gentle rustling of plant leaves creates what acoustic researchers call pink noise, a type of sound that actually promotes deeper sleep by masking other environmental sounds while providing a consistent, soothing background. Unlike white noise, which contains equal energy across all frequencies, pink noise has more energy in lower frequencies, creating a softer, more natural sound that the human brain processes as calming rather than alerting. Plants with delicate, mobile foliage like ferns and trailing pothos create the most beneficial pink noise effects. Even the slightest air movement causes these plants to produce soft, irregular sounds that help mask sudden noises while avoiding the mechanical predictability of artificial sound machines. This natural sound masking can significantly reduce the number of times you wake during the night due to environmental disturbances. The electromagnetic properties of bedroom plants create another layer of sleep enhancement that scientists are only beginning to understand. Living plants generate weak bioelectric fields as part of their normal cellular processes, and these natural energy fields may help counteract the electromagnetic pollution created by electronic devices in modern bedrooms. Cell phones, Wi-Fi routers, and other electronic devices emit electromagnetic radiation that some researchers believe can interfere with natural sleep cycles by disrupting the pineal gland's production of melatonin. While the science is still developing, some studies suggest that the bioelectric fields generated by living plants may help neutralize these artificial electromagnetic influences, creating a more natural, energetic environment for sleep. Certain plants appear to be more effective than others at generating beneficial bioelectric activity. Plants with high water content and rapid growth rates, such as spider plants and pothos, create more measurable electromagnetic activity than slower-growing, drier plants. The constant movement of water and nutrients through these plants' vascular systems generates gentle electrical currents that may help restore natural electromagnetic balance to bedroom environments. The concept of plant intelligence has gained scientific credibility in recent years, revealing that plants can respond to environmental changes in ways that suggest they may actually be aware of human presence and activity patterns. Bedroom plants exposed to regular human sleep-wake cycles begin to adjust their own biological rhythms to match household patterns, potentially maximizing their beneficial effects during the hours when they're most needed. This plant responsiveness extends to stress detection. Plants can sense changes in the chemical composition of human breath and sweat that indicate stress or anxiety. Some researchers theorize that bedroom plants may increase their production of calming compounds in response to these stress signals, creating a kind of biological feedback loop where the plants actively work to restore emotional balance in their human companions. The timing of plant metabolic activities becomes particularly important in this context. Plants that have adapted to bedroom environments often show increased nighttime activity in their beneficial processes, producing more oxygen, releasing more aromatic compounds, and increasing their air purification activities during typical human sleep hours. This suggests a level of environmental awareness that goes beyond simple circadian rhythms. Water plays a crucial role in how bedroom plants enhance sleep quality, both through the plant's own water needs and their effects on environmental humidity. The act of watering plants in the evening can increase local humidity levels just as you're preparing for sleep, creating more comfortable breathing conditions that support deeper rest. Different plants have varying effects on bedroom humidity levels. Plants that transpire heavily, like Boston ferns and peace lilies, can significantly increase moisture levels in dry environments. However, in already humid climates, these same plants might create uncomfortable conditions that could interfere with sleep. Understanding your local climate and adjusting plant selections accordingly ensures optimal humidity levels for rest. The quality of water used for bedroom plants also impacts their effectiveness as sleep aids. Chlorinated tap water can stress plants and reduce their production of beneficial compounds. Using filtered or distilled water helps maintain plant health and ensures maximum production of the oxygen and aromatic compounds that promote better sleep. The temperature regulation effects of bedroom plants add another dimension to their sleep-promoting benefits. Through transpiration, plants release water vapor that has a cooling effect on immediate surroundings. This natural air conditioning can help maintain optimal sleeping temperatures without the noise and air circulation disruption of mechanical cooling systems. Large plants with substantial leaf surface area can create measurable temperature differences in their immediate vicinity. A large monstera or rubber tree can reduce local temperatures by several degrees through evapotranspiration, creating comfortable microclimates around beds that promote deeper sleep without affecting the entire room's temperature. Seasonal variations in plant temperature effects mean that bedroom plant arrangements may need adjustment throughout the year. During hot summer months, plants with high transpiration rates can provide welcome cooling effects. In winter, when indoor heating systems create dry conditions, these same plants help maintain comfortable humidity levels, while their reduced transpiration prevents excessive cooling. The chemical complexity of plant-produced compounds continues to reveal new pathways for sleep enhancement. Recent research has identified previously unknown aromatic molecules in common bedroom plants that have specific effects on human neurotransmitter systems. These discoveries suggest that the sleep-promoting effects of plants may be far more sophisticated and targeted than previously understood. Monoterpenes, a class of compounds found in many aromatic plants, have been shown to cross the blood-brain barrier and directly influence neural activity in areas of the brain responsible for sleep regulation. Different monoterpenes have different effects, with some promoting initial drowsiness while others support sustained deep sleep throughout the night. The interaction between different plant-produced compounds creates what chemists call synergistic effects, where the combined impact is greater than the sum of individual components. A bedroom with multiple plant species may produce complex chemical interactions that create more powerful sleep-promoting effects than any single plant could achieve alone. Timing becomes crucial in understanding these chemical interactions. Different plants release their active compounds at different times during evening hours, creating waves of aromatherapy that can guide the natural progression from wakefulness through light sleep to deep restorative rest. Early evening plants might promote initial relaxation, while late evening species support the transition to deeper sleep phases. The soil ecosystem surrounding bedroom plants contributes its own sleep-enhancing effects through the production of beneficial microorganisms and negative ions. Healthy potting soil contains billions of bacteria and fungi that process organic matter and release compounds that can improve air quality and even produce mild mood-enhancing effects. Some soil bacteria produce compounds similar to antidepressants, potentially contributing to the mood improvements that many people report when keeping bedroom plants. These microscopic organisms work continuously, processing nutrients and organic matter while releasing beneficial compounds into the air around the plants. The root zone of bedroom plants creates what soil scientists call the rhizosphere, a zone of intense biological activity that extends several inches beyond the visible root system. This invisible ecosystem processes air, water, and nutrients in ways that can benefit the entire bedroom environment, creating effects that extend far beyond the plant's visible presence. Mycorrhizal networks, the fungal partnerships that connect plant root systems, may create communication pathways between different bedroom plants that allow them to coordinate their beneficial activities. These underground networks can share resources and information, potentially creating more efficient and effective plant-based sleep enhancement systems. The psychological impact of plant colors extends beyond the calming effects of green to include subtle influences from flowers and variegated foliage. The soft purples of lavender flowers and African violet blooms have been shown to promote feelings of tranquility and spiritual calm that can ease the transition from wakefulness to sleep. White flowers, like those found on jasmine and gardenia plants, create visual associations with purity and peace that can help quiet mental activity and reduce the anxiety that often interferes with sleep. The gentle contrast between white blooms and green foliage creates visual harmony that promotes mental balance and emotional stability. Variegated plants with cream, yellow, or silver markings add visual interest without the stimulating effects of bright colors. These subtle color variations create gentle focal points that can help distract from worrying thoughts while maintaining the overall calming atmosphere necessary for sleep preparation. The seasonal changes in plant appearance provide natural cues that help maintain healthy circadian rhythms even in controlled indoor environments. Plants that change throughout the year, showing growth spurts in spring, flowering in summer, or dormancy in winter, help maintain connection to natural cycles that support healthy sleep patterns. Plant maintenance activities can be integrated into evening routines in ways that promote relaxation and sleep preparation. The gentle, repetitive motions involved in plant care activate what neuroscientists call the relaxation response, a physiological state characterized by reduced heart rate, lower blood pressure, and increased production of calming neurotransmitters. Pruning, leaf cleaning, and soil checking provide meditative activities that focus attention on immediate concrete tasks rather than the abstract worries that often keep people awake. These activities engage the hands and eyes in ways that naturally quiet mental chatter and promote the mental stillness necessary for sleep. The timing of plant care can enhance its sleep-promoting benefits. Evening watering, for example, not only increases humidity for better breathing during sleep, but also provides a transition activity that signals the end of the active day and the beginning of rest preparation. Plant propagation activities, like rooting cuttings or dividing plants, create ongoing projects that provide gentle mental engagement without the stress or urgency associated with work-related tasks. Having plant projects to look forward to can reduce the rumination and planning that often keep minds active when they should be settling towards sleep. The spiritual and emotional dimensions of plant relationships add depth to their sleep-promoting effects that goes beyond their physical and chemical properties. Many cultures recognize plants as spiritual companions that provide protection, guidance, and comfort during the vulnerable state of sleep. The act of caring for living things creates what psychologists call generative satisfaction, a sense of nurturing and purpose that can reduce the feelings of isolation or meaninglessness that sometimes contribute to sleep difficulties. Knowing that your care is supporting other lives creates a sense of interconnection that can ease existential anxieties. Plant relationships also provide what researchers term non-judgmental companionship. Plants respond to care and attention without the complex social dynamics that characterize human relationships, offering a form of companionship that is purely positive and accepting. This unconditional relationship can provide emotional comfort that supports peaceful sleep. The responsibility of plant care creates gentle structure and routine that can support healthy sleep habits. Regular watering schedules, light adjustments, and growth monitoring provide consistent activities that help establish the regular routines that sleep specialists recommend for maintaining healthy circadian rhythms. The investment of time and attention in plant care creates emotional bonds that deepen over time, transforming bedroom plants from mere decorations into valued companions. These relationships provide continuity and stability that can be particularly comforting during periods of stress or change that might otherwise disrupt sleep patterns. Long-term plant relationships also provide what researchers call life cycle perspective, an awareness of growth, change, and renewal that can help put daily stresses into broader context. Watching plants grow, bloom, rest, and renew themselves provides natural models for the cyclical nature of energy and rest that governs healthy sleep. The integration of bedroom plants with other aspects of sleep hygiene creates comprehensive environments that support rest and recovery through multiple pathways. Plants complement comfortable bedding, appropriate temperatures, and consistent schedules by creating atmospheric conditions that enhance these other sleep-promoting factors. Plant-enhanced bedrooms often require less artificial intervention to maintain optimal sleep conditions. The natural humidity regulation, air purification, and temperature moderation provided by plants can reduce dependence on mechanical systems that might create noise or air movement disturbances. The aesthetic enhancement provided by bedroom plants creates environments that feel more natural and peaceful than stark, plant-free spaces. This visual appeal contributes to what environmental psychologists call place attachment, a positive emotional connection to physical environments that can enhance comfort and relaxation. Plant-enhanced bedrooms often become favorite spaces within homes, places where people naturally want to spend time and feel at ease. This positive association with the bedroom environment can strengthen the mental connections between the space and sleep, making it easier to achieve restful states when entering the room. The ongoing evolution of plant-based bedroom environments creates dynamic, living spaces that change and develop over time. Unlike static decorations, plants provide continuous subtle changes that keep bedrooms interesting without being stimulating, creating environments that remain engaging while supporting the routine that promotes healthy sleep. Seasonal plant care activities provide gentle transitions that help mark the passage of time and maintain awareness of natural cycles. Repotting in spring, adjusting watering in summer, reducing care in winter, and watching for new growth create rhythms that support the biological clocks that govern healthy sleep-wake cycles. The future of plant-enhanced sleep environments may include even more sophisticated applications of botanical science to sleep optimization. Research into plant communication electromagnetic effects, and chemical interactions continues to reveal new possibilities for using plants to create optimal sleeping conditions. Smart plant care systems that monitor and adjust environmental conditions to maximize plant health and beneficial compound production could create bedroom environments that automatically optimize themselves for sleep quality. These systems might adjust lighting, humidity, and nutrients to ensure plants are producing maximum oxygen and aromatherapy compounds during sleep hours. Selective breeding and cultivation of plants specifically for bedroom use could develop varieties with enhanced sleep-promoting properties. Plants bred for increased nighttime oxygen production, specific aromatic profiles, or particular electromagnetic characteristics could provide even more targeted sleep enhancement than current varieties. The integration of plant-based sleep enhancement with other natural approaches like circadian lighting, temperature regulation, and acoustic optimization could create comprehensive bedroom environments that support every aspect of healthy sleep through natural means rather than technological intervention. As we deepen our understanding of the intricate relationships between plants and human sleep, we discover that these green companions offer far more than simple decoration or basic air purification. They provide complex, multi-layered support for the biological, psychological, and spiritual aspects of rest and recovery, creating bedroom environments that nurture the complete human experience of sleep. The presence of plants in sleeping spaces connects us to the natural world in ways that our ancestors took for granted, but that modern indoor living has largely eliminated. This connection provides not just physical benefits through improved air quality and aromatherapy, but also psychological and spiritual benefits that support the deep rest necessary for optimal health and well-being. The journey into plant-enhanced sleep reveals that the boundary between human and plant well-being is far more fluid than we might expect. The plants that improve our sleep are themselves improved by the stable environment and consistent care they receive in bedroom settings. This mutual benefit creates sustainable relationships that can provide ongoing sleep enhancement for years or even decades. Understanding plants as sleep partners rather than mere decorations transforms how we think about bedroom design and sleep hygiene. Instead of focusing solely on furniture, lighting, and temperature control, we can create living ecosystems that actively work to promote rest and recovery through biological processes that operate continuously, even while we sleep. The wisdom traditions that recognize plants as sleep allies were observing real phenomena that modern science is only beginning to understand fully. The integration of traditional plant knowledge with contemporary sleep research opens new possibilities for natural, sustainable approaches to sleep enhancement that work with biological systems rather than against them. Each plant in a bedroom represents millions of years of evolutionary development that has created sophisticated systems for processing air, light, water, and nutrients in ways that can benefit human health. By inviting these ancient biological technologies into our most private spaces, we tap into natural processes that have been supporting life on Earth long before humans existed. The relationship between plants and sleep exemplifies the broader principle that human health is intimately connected to the health of the natural world around us. Creating bedroom environments that support plant life simultaneously creates conditions that support human rest and recovery, demonstrating the fundamental interconnectedness of all living systems. As you settle deeper into rest tonight, surrounded perhaps by your own green companions, remember that you are participating in relationships that connect you to the deepest patterns of life on Earth. The oxygen you breathe was produced by plant photosynthesis. The calming compounds that ease your transition to sleep were created by plant metabolism. The humidity that keeps your breathing comfortable comes from plant transpiration. Your sleep is not separate from the natural world, but deeply embedded within it. The plants sharing your bedroom space are not just decorations or air filters, but partners in the ancient dance of rest and renewal that sustains all life. As they work quietly through the night to improve your air and atmosphere, they participate in the same cycles of activity and rest that govern your own biological rhythms. The gentle presence of plants in sleeping spaces creates what we might call living sanctuaries, places where the artificial boundaries between human and natural systems dissolve into cooperative relationships that benefit all participants. These are not just bedrooms with plants in them, but integrated ecosystems where every element works together to support the deep rest that makes life possible. In the quiet hours of night, as you breathe the oxygen your plant companions produce and rest in the calm their presence creates, you participate in one of the most fundamental relationships in the living world. The partnership between human and plant life that began millions of years ago continues in your bedroom, creating conditions for the deep, restorative sleep that allows both plants and people to thrive. This ancient partnership reminds us that we are not separate from nature, but part of it. Our health depends on the health of the living systems around us, and our rest is supported by the quiet work of plant companions who share our spaces and our air. In recognizing plants as partners in sleep, we acknowledge our place within the larger web of life that sustains us all. The plants in your bedroom are not just helping you sleep better tonight. They are connecting you to the rhythms and relationships that have supported life on Earth for billions of years. As you drift towards sleep, supported by their quiet presence and gentle work, you join the vast community of living beings who find rest and renewal in the embrace of the natural world. The fascinating world of plant reproduction adds yet another layer to their sleep-enhancing capabilities, as many flowering plants time their reproductive cycles to coincide with evening hours, when their fragrances can travel furthest in the cool, still air. This evolutionary timing creates natural aromatherapy schedules that align perfectly with human sleep preparation, as if plants and people have evolved together to support each other's evening routines. Evening primrose, true to its name, opens its delicate yellow blooms only as daylight fades, releasing a sweet, honey-like fragrance that intensifies throughout the night. This timing isn't accidental. The plant has evolved to attract night-flying moths with its evening perfume, but the same compounds that draw pollinators also have measurable effects on human brain chemistry, promoting the release of serotonin and other neurotransmitters associated with relaxation and contentment. The 4 o'clock flower demonstrates even more precise timing, with its trumpet-shaped blooms opening at exactly 4 in the afternoon and remaining open until the following dawn. These plants seem to understand something fundamental about circadian rhythms, timing their peak fragrance production to coincide with the gradual decline in human alertness that naturally occurs in late afternoon and early evening. Night-blooming cereus takes this timing to an extreme, producing its magnificent white flowers only once per year and only during a single night. The blooms open as darkness falls and close before sunrise, releasing an intoxicating fragrance so powerful that it can be detected from great distances. Indigenous peoples of the American Southwest traditionally stayed awake to witness this rare event, but they also reported that the fragrance from these plants promoted the deepest, most restorative sleep they experienced all year. The synchronization between plant flowering cycles and human sleep patterns suggests a deeper evolutionary relationship than mere coincidence. As humans developed agriculture and began living in close association with plants, our nervous systems may have adapted to respond to the chemical signals that plants use for their own biological timing. The compounds that plants produce to coordinate their reproductive cycles may serve double duty as environmental cues that help regulate human circadian rhythms. This plant-human synchronization becomes even more apparent when we examine how indoor plants adjust their behavior in response to artificial lighting and temperature control. Bedroom plants exposed to consistent household routines begin to shift their metabolic peaks to match human activity patterns, producing more oxygen during sleep hours and releasing stronger fragrances during evening preparation times. The concept of plant memory extends beyond simple environmental adaptation to include what researchers are beginning to recognize as learned responses to human presence and activity. Plants that have lived in bedrooms for extended periods show different patterns of growth, flowering, and compound production compared to identical plants in other environments, suggesting they may actually be responding to the subtle cues provided by their human companions. Temperature sensitivity plays a crucial role in how plants time their sleep-enhancing activities. Most aromatic compounds become more volatile at slightly cooler temperatures, which is why plant fragrances often seem strongest during the cool evening hours, just as people are preparing for bed. This natural timing creates what could be called biological aromatherapy schedules that automatically intensify when they're most needed for sleep preparation. The molecular structure of plant-produced sleep compounds reveals sophisticated chemical engineering that has developed over millions of years of plant evolution. Linalool, one of the primary sleep-promoting compounds found in lavender, has a molecular shape that fits precisely into specific receptor sites in the human brain, much like a key fitting into a lock. This precise molecular matching suggests that the relationship between plants and human nervous systems may be far more specific and intentional than random chemical interactions. Terpenes, the large family of compounds responsible for most plant fragrances, demonstrate remarkable diversity in their effects on human consciousness. Some terpenes promote alertness and energy, while others induce relaxation and drowsiness. The plants that have become most valued as bedroom companions tend to produce terpene profiles heavily weighted toward the relaxing varieties, as if they've specialized in supporting rest rather than stimulation. The complexity of plant chemistry means that each species produces not just one or two active compounds, but entire orchestras of molecules that work together to create specific effects. Chamomile flowers contain over 40 different compounds that contribute to their sleep-promoting properties, with each molecule playing a specific role in the overall therapeutic effect. Some compounds provide immediate relaxation, others support sustained calm throughout the night, and still others help maintain the delicate balance between deep sleep and the lighter phases necessary for healthy sleep cycles. Seasonal variations in plant chemistry add another dimension to understanding how bedroom plants can support sleep throughout the year. Spring growth spurts often increase the production of fresh, green compounds that promote mental clarity and gentle energy. Summer flowering peaks provide maximum aromatherapy benefits when longer daylight hours might otherwise interfere with sleep preparation. Autumn dormancy preparations concentrate essential oils and create more potent therapeutic effects, just as shorter days naturally promote earlier sleep schedules. Winter plant chemistry tends toward conservation and concentration, with many species producing their most potent sleep-promoting compounds during the months when reduced daylight and colder temperatures naturally encourage more rest. This seasonal timing suggests that bedroom plants can provide adaptive support that changes throughout the year to match human seasonal sleep needs. The root chemistry of bedroom plants contributes to sleep enhancement in ways that remain largely invisible but measurably effective. Root systems produce and release compounds into the soil that create beneficial bacterial and fungal communities, and these soil microorganisms in turn produce their own sleep-supporting substances. Some soil bacteria manufacture compounds chemically similar to benzodiazepines, the class of medications commonly used to treat anxiety and sleep disorders. This underground pharmaceutical activity means that bedroom plants are essentially creating natural medicine factories in their root zones, processing soil nutrients and organic matter into compounds that can improve mood, reduce anxiety, and promote better sleep. The beneficial effects of bedroom plants may therefore come not just from their visible portions, but from the entire ecosystem of biological activity surrounding their root systems. Soil pH levels affect the production and availability of these root zone compounds, with slightly acidic soils generally promoting higher concentrations of beneficial substances. Many sleep-promoting plants prefer soil conditions that optimize their production of therapeutic compounds, suggesting that proper plant care directly translates to enhanced sleep benefits. The water uptake and processing systems of bedroom plants create continuous cycles of purification that extend beyond simple air cleaning to include the processing of dissolved chemicals and the production of beneficial negative ions. As plants draw water up through their root systems and release it through their leaves, they're essentially operating as biological water treatment and air conditioning systems that work around the clock to optimize bedroom environments. Different plants process water at different rates and with different effects on humidity and air quality. Fast transpiring plants like Boston ferns can process several cups of water per day, creating significant humidity increases and substantial negative ion production. Slower transpiring plants like snake plants and ZZ plants provide steadier, more consistent environmental effects that build gradually over time. The timing of plant watering can be used strategically to enhance sleep preparation routines. Evening watering stimulates increased transpiration, just as humidity levels naturally drop with cooler temperatures, creating optimal breathing conditions for sleep. The gentle sounds of water being absorbed by soil and the subtle increase in plant activity that follows watering can provide sensory cues that help signal the beginning of evening wind-down routines. Plant containers and growing media contribute their own sleep-enhancing effects through thermal mass, moisture regulation, and electromagnetic properties. Clay pots absorb and release heat slowly, helping to moderate temperature fluctuations that might disturb sleep. Natural materials like stone and unglazed ceramics interact with plant root systems in ways that enhance beneficial compound production, while providing electromagnetic grounding that may help neutralize artificial electromagnetic fields from electronic devices. The choice of potting mix affects not only plant health but also the production of sleep-promoting compounds and the development of beneficial soil ecosystems. Organic potting mixes rich in compost and natural materials support the growth of beneficial microorganisms, while providing the nutrients plants need to produce optimal levels of therapeutic compounds. Some organic amendments, like worm castings and aged leaf mold, contain their own sleep-supporting substances that add to the overall therapeutic effect of bedroom plant systems. Seasonal plant care adjustments can be used to maximize sleep benefits throughout the year. Spring repotting stimulates root growth and increases plant metabolism, leading to enhanced air purification and compound production during the months when increased daylight might otherwise interfere with sleep preparation. Summer pruning and deadheading concentrate plant energy into the production of new growth and flowers, maximizing aromatherapy benefits during the peak growing season. Autumn plant preparation, including reduced watering and fertilization, helps plants transition into their natural dormancy cycles while concentrating their therapeutic compounds for maximum potency during winter months. Winter plant care focuses on maintaining stable conditions that support consistent air purification and oxygen production during the months when indoor air quality is typically poorest due to closed windows and increased heating system operation. The propagation of bedroom plants creates opportunities to expand sleep-enhancing benefits while deepening the human-plant relationship through the nurturing activities involved in plant reproduction. Rooting cuttings, dividing plants, and growing new specimens from seeds provides ongoing projects that engage attention in positive, life-affirming ways, while reducing the rumination and worry that often interfere with sleep. Plant propagation activities also create what could be called generational continuity in bedroom plant relationships. Growing new plants from established bedroom companions maintains and expands the beneficial effects while creating emotional connections that deepen over time. Many people report that plants grown from cuttings of successful bedroom specimens seem to adapt more quickly to sleep-supporting roles, as if they inherit their parents' learned responses to human sleep patterns. The sharing of plant cuttings and divisions with friends and family members spreads sleep-enhancing benefits while creating social connections around plant care and natural health practices. This community aspect of plant propagation provides social support for healthy sleep habits, while reducing the isolation that can contribute to sleep difficulties. Seasonal plant rotation allows bedroom environments to benefit from different species' peak performance periods, while providing variety and interest that keeps plant relationships engaging over long periods. Spring bulbs like hyacinths and tulips can provide early season aromatherapy benefits, while summer flowering plants like jasmine and gardenia offer peak fragrance during longer daylight periods. Autumn and winter plants like cyclamen and Christmas cactus provide colour and interest during months when outdoor plants are dormant. This rotation approach also allows plant enthusiasts to experiment with different species and find the combinations that work best for their individual sleep needs and preferences. Some people respond better to floral fragrances, while others prefer the clean, green scents of foliage plants. Some benefit from high humidity levels, while others sleep better in drier conditions. Seasonal rotation provides opportunities to discover and refine the optimal plant combinations for individual sleep enhancement. The integration of bedroom plants with other natural sleep aids creates comprehensive approaches to rest and recovery that address multiple aspects of sleep quality simultaneously. Plants complement natural sleep aids like herbal teas, essential oils, and relaxation techniques by providing environmental support for these other interventions. Herbal teas made from homegrown bedroom plants provide direct internal benefits that work together with the environmental effects of the living plants. Fresh chamomile tea made from flowers grown in the bedroom creates a complete aromatherapy experience that includes both airborne compounds from the living plant and direct ingestion of therapeutic substances through the tea. Essential oils distilled from homegrown plants provide concentrated aromatherapy that can supplement the gentler effects of living plants during periods when maximum relaxation support is needed. The process of making essential oils from bedroom plants also provides engaging activities that focus attention on positive, health-supporting practices rather than stress and worry. Relaxation and meditation practices benefit from the living presence of plants, which provide focal points for attention and breathing exercises while contributing their own calming environmental effects. The gentle movements of plant leaves, the subtle changes in light and shadow through foliage, and the quiet presence of growing things create ideal environments for the mental stillness that supports both meditation and sleep. The scientific study of plant-human interactions continues to reveal new mechanisms through which bedroom plants enhance sleep quality and overall well-being. Recent research in the field of plant neurobiology suggests that plants may be far more responsive to their environments than previously understood, with some species showing behavior patterns that could be interpreted as primitive forms of learning and memory. This emerging understanding of plant intelligence has implications for bedroom plant selection and care, suggesting that plants may actually adapt their behavior to better support their human companions over time. The most effective bedroom plants may be those that demonstrate the greatest capacity for environmental responsiveness and adaptive behavior. Electromagnetic research is revealing that plants generate complex bioelectric fields that may interact with human nervous systems in ways that promote relaxation and better sleep. The measurement of these plant-generated fields is still in its early stages, but preliminary findings suggest that certain species produce electromagnetic signatures that correspond to the brainwave patterns associated with deep, restorative sleep. Chemical analysis of plant-produced compounds continues to identify new molecules with sleep-promoting properties, expanding our understanding of how plants support human rest and recovery. Some recently discovered plant compounds appear to work through novel transmitter systems, suggesting that plants' pathways that don't involve traditional neurot may support sleep through multiple, parallel mechanisms that work together to create comprehensive effects. The future of plant-enhanced sleep environments may include even more sophisticated applications of botanical science to optimize rest and recovery. Advances in plant breeding and cultivation techniques could produce varieties specifically designed for bedroom use, with enhanced production of beneficial compounds, improved air purification capabilities, and behavioral characteristics optimized for human sleep support. smart growing systems that monitor and adjust plant care parameters in real time could ensure that bedroom plants are always operating at peak effectiveness for sleep enhancement. These systems might adjust light, water, nutrients, and environmental conditions based on both plant needs and human sleep patterns, creating dynamically optimized bedroom environments that adapt continuously to changing conditions. The integration of plant-based sleep enhancement with other emerging technologies could create comprehensive bedroom environments that support every aspect of healthy rest through natural means. Circadian lighting systems that coordinate with plant photosynthetic cycles, temperature regulation that works with plant transpiration patterns, and acoustic systems that incorporate natural plant-generated sounds could create bedroom environments that feel completely natural while providing sophisticated support for optimal sleep. Research into plant communication and networking may reveal ways to create bedroom plant communities that coordinate their beneficial activities for maximum sleep enhancement. If plants can indeed communicate with each other and coordinate their behavior, it may be possible to design plant arrangements that work together as integrated systems rather than individual specimens. The potential for genetic modification of plants specifically for sleep enhancement raises both exciting possibilities and important ethical questions about the relationship between humans and the natural world. While the ability to enhance plants' therapeutic properties through genetic techniques could provide powerful tools for natural sleep improvement, such modifications also raise questions about maintaining the authentic natural relationships that provide much of the psychological and spiritual benefit of plant companionship. As our understanding of plant-human relationships deepens, we may discover that the most effective approaches to plant-enhanced sleep combine ancient wisdom about plant partnerships with modern scientific understanding of the mechanisms through which these relationships operate. The integration of traditional plant knowledge with contemporary research offers the greatest potential for developing comprehensive, sustainable approaches to natural sleep enhancement. The study of indigenous plant traditions from around the world continues to provide insights into plant-human relationships that modern science is only beginning to understand. Many traditional cultures developed sophisticated systems for using plants to support sleep and dreams, and these traditional practices often prove to have measurable scientific bases when subjected to modern analysis. The preservation and respectful study of traditional plant knowledge provides not only practical insights for modern sleep enhancement, but also models for sustainable relationships with the plant world that recognize both human needs and plant welfare. These traditional approaches often emphasize reciprocal relationships where human care and attention support plant health, while plants provide therapeutic benefits to their human partners. The cultural dimensions of plant-human relationships add depth and meaning to bedroom plant practices that goes beyond simple therapeutic applications. Different cultures have developed unique ways of understanding and working with plants that reflect broader worldviews about the relationships between humans and nature. Some cultures view plants as spiritual teachers that can provide guidance and protection during the vulnerable state of sleep. Others see plants as healing allies that work in partnership with human intentions to restore balance and well-being. Still others understand plants as essential community members whose presence creates the conditions necessary for human flourishing. These cultural perspectives remind us that the relationship between plants and sleep is not just a matter of chemistry and biology, but also involves emotional, psychological, and spiritual dimensions that contribute to overall well-being. The meaning and intention we bring to our relationships with bedroom plants may be as important as their measurable therapeutic effects. The practice of creating and maintaining plant-enhanced sleep environments provides opportunities for developing what could be called ecological consciousness, an awareness of the interconnections between human health and environmental health. Caring for bedroom plants requires attention to air quality, water purity, soil health, and light conditions that also affect human well-being. This ecological awareness often extends beyond the bedroom to include broader concerns about environmental quality and sustainability. People who experience the benefits of plant-enhanced sleep environments often become more conscious of how environmental factors affect their health and more motivated to support environmental protection and restoration efforts. The connection between personal plant care and broader environmental consciousness creates what could be called healing circles, where individual actions to support plant health contribute to larger patterns of environmental care that benefit entire communities and ecosystems. As we prepare to conclude our gentle exploration of plants and sleep, we find ourselves immersed in relationships that extend far beyond simple decoration or air purification. The plants that share our sleeping spaces are partners in complex biological, chemical, and ecological processes that support not just our rest, but our overall health and connection to the living world. The presence of plants in bedrooms creates what we might call living sanctuaries, spaces where the artificial boundaries between human and natural systems dissolve into cooperative relationships that benefit all participants. These are environments where every breath connects us to the ancient partnership between plants and animals that has sustained life on Earth for hundreds of millions of years. In the quiet hours of night, as we rest in the gentle embrace of our plant companions, we participate in one of the most fundamental relationships in the living world. The oxygen we breathe, the clean air we enjoy, and the peaceful atmosphere that surrounds us are gifts from plant partners who continue their quiet work even as we sleep. The journey through the world of plants and sleep reveals that rest is not something we do in isolation, but something we share with the living systems that support us. Our sleep is embedded within larger patterns of biological activity that connect us to the rhythms of growth, renewal, and recovery that govern all life. As you drift deeper into the peaceful embrace of sleep, surrounded by the quiet presence of your green companions, remember that you are part of an ancient partnership that has supported life and health for countless generations. The plants sharing your space are not just decorations or air filters, but active participants in the ongoing creation of conditions that make restful sleep possible. Your breathing mingles with their photosynthesis, your rest coincides with their nighttime activities, and your health depends on their quiet work of purification and renewal. In the gentle exchange between human and plant life, we find not just better sleep, but a deeper understanding of our place within the web of relationships that sustains all living things. The plants in your bedroom are more than companions. They are teachers, showing us how to live in harmony with the natural processes that support life. Their patient presence reminds us that health and well-being emerge from relationships, not isolation, and that the deepest rest comes when we allow ourselves to be supported by the living world that surrounds us. In this partnership between human and plant life, we discover that sleep is not an escape from the world, but a return to it. As we settle into the peaceful rhythm of rest, we join our breathing to the ancient dance of oxygen and carbon dioxide that plants and animals have shared for millions of years. We become part of the quiet symphony of growth and renewal that plays continuously in the living world, even in the darkest hours of night. Your sleep tonight is held within this larger pattern of life supporting life, of breath supporting breath, of rest supporting renewal. The plants sharing your space are not just witnesses to your rest, but active participants in creating the conditions that make deep, restorative sleep possible. In their quiet presence, we find not just better rest, but a deeper connection to the living world that sustains us all. The ancient art of plant propagation reveals another dimension of how these green companions can multiply their sleep-enhancing benefits throughout your home. When a spider plant produces its graceful runners with tiny plantlets dangling like stars on invisible threads, it's creating what botanists call vegetative reproduction. Each of these baby plants carries the exact genetic blueprint of its parent, including any adaptations it may have developed for supporting human sleep patterns. The process of rooting these plantlets becomes a gentle meditation in itself, watching tiny white roots emerge from the base of a spider plant baby Knowing that soon you'll have another oxygen-producing companion for your bedroom creates what researchers call anticipatory wellness. The mind begins to associate the act of plant propagation with future comfort and better sleep, creating positive emotional connections that themselves contribute to relaxation and rest. Pothos plants demonstrate even more remarkable propagation abilities, with virtually any section of vine capable of developing into a complete plant when placed in water. The nodes along pothos stems, those slight swellings where leaves emerge, contain dormant root cells that activate when the cutting is separated from the parent plant. Within days, these nodes begin producing the white, hair-like roots that will eventually support an entirely new plant capable of its own air purification and oxygen production. The timing of plant propagation activities can enhance their sleep-promoting benefits. Evening propagation work, conducted in the gentle light of sunset or soft indoor lighting, naturally aligns with the body's preparation for rest. The repetitive, careful motions of cutting stems, preparing rooting medium, and placing cuttings engage what neuroscientists call the relaxation response, while creating future sources of bedroom tranquility. Seasonal propagation cycles mirror the natural rhythms that govern healthy sleep patterns. Spring propagation takes advantage of plants' natural growth surge, creating vigorous new specimens that quickly establish themselves as effective bedroom companions. Summer propagation allows for outdoor rooting in natural conditions before bringing new plants indoors for autumn and winter sleep enhancement. The success rate of plant propagation often improves when conducted during the evening hours, possibly because lower light levels and cooler temperatures create less stress for plant cuttings. This timing creates natural opportunities to incorporate propagation activities into evening routines, providing gentle, purposeful activities that help transition from the alertness of day to the calm of approaching night. Root development in plant cuttings follows predictable patterns that can provide ongoing sources of gentle interest and anticipation. The first tiny root hairs typically appear within 3 to 7 days, followed by longer, more substantial roots that develop over the following weeks. Watching this progression provides what psychologists call positive anticipation, a mental state that promotes optimism and reduces the anxiety that often interferes with sleep. Different plants require different propagation techniques, each offering its own form of meditative engagement. Leaf propagation in succulents like jade plants and echeveria creates miniature gardens of possibility, with dozens of tiny new plants emerging from individual leaves. The patience required for leaf propagation, which can take weeks or months to produce fully developed plants, teaches the kind of gentle persistence that supports long-term sleep health improvements. Air layering, the technique used to propagate plants like rubber trees and fiddle leaf figs, while they remain attached to the parent plant, demonstrates the sophisticated ways plants can reproduce themselves. This process involves wounding a section of stem and encouraging root development, while the cutting continues to receive nutrients from the parent plant. The gradual emergence of roots through the moss or rooting medium provides ongoing opportunities for gentle observation and care. Division propagation, used for plants like peace lilies and snake plants, reveals the hidden structures that support these plants' sleep-enhancing abilities. When dividing a peace lily, you discover the thick, white roots that process water and nutrients, the crown sections that produce new growth, and the intricate root systems that create the plant's air-purifying capabilities. Understanding these hidden structures deepens appreciation for the complex biological processes that support better sleep. The water chemistry involved in plant propagation affects both root development and the eventual sleep-enhancing properties of new plants. Chlorinated tap water can inhibit root development and stress plant cuttings, while filtered or rainwater provides optimal conditions for healthy root formation. The quality of water used during propagation influences the long-term health and therapeutic effectiveness of bedroom plants. Rooting hormones, natural substances that encourage root development in plant cuttings, demonstrate the sophisticated chemical signaling systems that plants use to coordinate their growth and development. These hormones, which can be synthetic or derived from other plants like willow bark, contain compounds that stimulate cellular division and root formation, while also providing mild antiseptic properties that protect cuttings from infection. The containers used for plant propagation contribute to both success rates and the meditative quality of propagation activities. Clear glass containers allow observation of root development while providing the clean, orderly visual experience that promotes mental calm. Natural materials like ceramic or terracotta create more complex microclimates around developing roots, while adding textural interest that engages the senses without overwhelming them. Propagation timing can be coordinated with lunar cycles, following traditional gardening wisdom that suggests certain moon phases promote better root development and plant establishment. While scientific evidence for lunar gardening remains limited, many experienced plant propagators report better success rates when timing their activities to coincide with specific lunar phases, particularly the waxing moon periods associated with increasing growth energy. The social aspects of plant propagation create community connections that support overall well-being and indirectly enhance sleep quality. Sharing successful plant cuttings with friends, family members, and neighbors creates networks of plant enthusiasts who can offer advice, encouragement, and mutual support for maintaining healthy bedroom plant environments. Plant swaps and exchanges provide opportunities to diversify bedroom plant collections while building relationships with other people who value natural approaches to health and well-being. These social connections reduce isolation and create shared interests that contribute to the social support networks known to promote better mental health and sleep quality. The giving and receiving of plants creates what anthropologists call gift relationships, reciprocal exchanges that strengthen social bonds and create ongoing connections between people. When you give someone a cutting from your successful bedroom plant, you're sharing not just a living organism, but also the potential for better sleep and improved well-being. Propagation records and journals provide ongoing projects that engage attention in positive, growth-oriented activities. Tracking the progress of plant cuttings, noting success rates with different techniques, and recording observations about root development create structured activities that focus the mind on life and growth rather than stress and worry. Photography of propagation progress creates visual records that can be reviewed during quiet evening hours, providing gentle mental engagement that supports relaxation without stimulation. Time-lapse photography of root development reveals the hidden dynamism of plant life, showing the continuous growth and change that occurs even in apparently static plant cuttings. The seasonal care required for newly propagated plants provides ongoing opportunities for gentle, nurturing activities throughout the year. Young plants need more frequent attention than established specimens, creating natural rhythms of care that can be integrated into daily and weekly routines in ways that support consistent sleep schedules. Hardening off, the process of gradually acclimating propagated plants to their permanent growing conditions, teaches patience and attention to subtle environmental changes. This process requires careful monitoring of light levels, temperature changes, and watering needs, providing structured activities that engage attention while building understanding of the environmental factors that affect both plant health and sleep quality. The establishment period for newly propagated plants, typically lasting several months, provides extended opportunities for observation and care that can enhance the human-plant relationships that support better sleep. During this period, plants are particularly responsive to care and attention, often showing rapid growth and development that creates positive feedback loops of nurturing and response. Transplanting propagated plants into their permanent containers marks important transitions in both plant development and human-plant relationships. The selection of appropriate containers, soil mixtures, and placement locations provides opportunities for thoughtful decision-making about how to optimize plant health and sleep-enhancing benefits. The integration of newly propagated plants into existing bedroom plant arrangements requires consideration of how different species interact with each other and with the overall bedroom environment. Plant compatibility involves factors like light requirements, watering needs, humidity preferences, and growth patterns, creating complex puzzles that engage problem-solving abilities in positive, life-affirming ways. Companion planting principles apply to bedroom plant arrangements just as they do to outdoor gardens. Some plants support each other's growth and health when placed in proximity, while others may compete for resources or create unfavorable conditions. Understanding these relationships allows for the creation of bedroom plant communities that work together to maximize air purification, aromatherapy, and oxygen production. The maturation process of propagated plants provides ongoing sources of anticipation and satisfaction as young specimens develop into full-sized, flowering plants, capable of their own significant contributions to bedroom air quality and atmosphere. This long-term development cycle creates what psychologists call delayed gratification satisfaction, a sense of accomplishment that comes from nurturing long-term projects to successful completion. Seasonal flowering cycles in propagated plants provide predictable sources of beauty and fragrance that can be anticipated and enjoyed as part of annual rhythms. Plants propagated in spring often produce their first flowers within their first year, creating immediate rewards for propagation efforts while establishing the flowering cycles that will provide ongoing aromatherapy benefits. The genetic diversity introduced through plant propagation allows for experimentation with different varieties and cultivars that may have enhanced sleep-promoting properties. Some varieties of common bedroom plants have been selected for increased fragrance production, improved air purification capabilities, or enhanced tolerance for bedroom growing conditions. Mutation and variation in propagated plants occasionally produce specimens with unique characteristics that may offer superior sleep enhancement benefits. These natural variations provide opportunities for selection and further propagation of plants with enhanced therapeutic properties, creating personalized plant varieties optimized for individual sleep needs. The documentation of plant propagation success and failure provides valuable learning opportunities that improve future propagation efforts while creating records of plant relationships and their effects on sleep quality. These records become personal plant libraries that can guide future bedroom plant selection and care decisions. Seasonal propagation planning allows for the creation of succession plantings that ensure continuous availability of vigorous, healthy bedroom plants throughout the year. Planning propagation activities months in advance creates anticipatory activities that provide gentle mental engagement, while ensuring optimal timing for plant establishment and development. The tools and equipment used for plant propagation become extensions of the caring relationship between humans and plants. Sharp, clean cutting tools ensure healthy propagation while demonstrating respect for plant life. Specialized rooting containers, heating mats, and growing lights create optimal conditions for plant development, while providing opportunities for learning about the environmental factors that support both plant and human health. The maintenance of propagation equipment provides additional opportunities for mindful, caring activities that can be integrated into evening routines. Cleaning and sharpening propagation tools, sterilizing containers, and organizing supplies create structured activities that focus attention on preparation and care rather than stress and worry. Advanced propagation techniques like grafting and air layering provide complex, long-term projects for experienced plant enthusiasts while demonstrating the sophisticated ways plants can be encouraged to reproduce and thrive. These advanced techniques require patience, skill, and attention to detail, providing engaging challenges that build competence and confidence while creating superior bedroom plant specimens. The scientific understanding of plant propagation continues to evolve, revealing new techniques and insights that can improve success rates while deepening appreciation for the biological processes involved in plant reproduction. Recent research into plant hormones, root development, and cellular division provides practical insights for propagation while revealing the remarkable sophistication of plant biological systems. Plant tissue culture, the laboratory technique of growing plants from individual cells or small tissue samples, represents the cutting edge of plant propagation science. While primarily used in commercial plant production, understanding tissue culture principles provides insights into the cellular processes that govern plant growth and development, enhancing appreciation for the biological complexity of bedroom plant companions. The future of plant propagation may include genetic techniques that enhance the sleep-promoting properties of bedroom plants while maintaining their natural characteristics and growth patterns. Selective breeding programs focused on increased essential oil production, enhanced air purification capabilities, or improved adaptation to indoor growing conditions could produce varieties specifically optimized for bedroom use. Sustainable propagation practices that minimize environmental impact while maximizing plant health create models for responsible plant cultivation that align with broader environmental values. These practices include water conservation, organic growing media, renewable energy for supplemental lighting, and integrated pest management approaches that avoid synthetic chemicals. The integration of propagation activities with other aspects of bedroom plant care creates comprehensive plant relationship practices that support both plant health and human well-being. Coordinating propagation with repotting, fertilizing, and seasonal care activities creates efficient care routines while maximizing opportunities for positive plant interaction. Community propagation projects that involve multiple households or neighborhood groups create shared learning experiences while building social connections around plant cultivation and natural health practices. These projects can include seed exchanges, cutting swaps, community propagation workshops, and shared greenhouse spaces that make advanced propagation techniques accessible to more people. Educational propagation programs that teach plant reproduction techniques, while explaining the scientific principles involved, create opportunities for lifelong learning that enhance both gardening skills and understanding of biological processes. These programs can range from informal workshops to formal courses that provide certification in plant propagation techniques. The therapeutic aspects of plant propagation extend beyond the sleep-enhancing benefits of the resulting plants to include the mental health benefits of engaging in nurturing, life-affirming activities. Propagation therapy programs use plant reproduction activities as tools for stress reduction, anxiety management, and depression treatment, while providing participants with living reminders of their capacity for growth and renewal. Research into the psychological effects of plant propagation activities reveals measurable benefits including reduced cortisol levels, improved mood, and enhanced feelings of self-efficacy and accomplishment. These benefits complement the direct sleep-enhancing effects of bedroom plants by addressing the psychological and emotional factors that often interfere with restful sleep. The meditative qualities of plant propagation activities provide natural opportunities for mindfulness practice that can be integrated into broader stress management and sleep hygiene approaches. The focused attention required for successful propagation naturally quiets mental chatter while providing positive focal points for awareness and concentration. As we continue to explore the intricate relationships between plants and sleep, plant propagation emerges as both a practical technique for expanding bedroom plant collections and a therapeutic activity that supports the mental and emotional conditions necessary for restful sleep. The patient, nurturing activities involved in plant reproduction create natural rhythms of care and attention that align with the biological rhythms governing healthy sleep cycles. The success of plant propagation depends on understanding and working with natural biological processes rather than forcing or rushing plant development. This patience and respect for natural timing provides valuable lessons for approaching sleep difficulties, suggesting that sustainable improvements in sleep quality come from working with biological rhythms rather than against them. The interconnections between plant propagation success, plant health, therapeutic effectiveness, and human well-being demonstrate the complex relationships that govern natural approaches to health and healing. Each element of the plant-human partnership influences every other element, creating systems of mutual support that benefit both plant and human participants. In the gentle art of plant propagation, we discover not just techniques for creating more bedroom plant companions, but models for the kind of patient, attentive care that supports all aspects of health and well-being. The cuttings taking root in water on your windowsill are more than future plants. They are living symbols of growth, renewal, and the possibility of creating environments that naturally support the deep, restorative sleep that makes all other aspects of life possible. The seasonal rhythms that govern plant propagation mirror the natural cycles that regulate healthy sleep patterns, reminding us that both plant reproduction and human rest are embedded within larger patterns of biological timing. As we learn to work with these natural rhythms in our plant propagation activities, we simultaneously learn to work with the biological rhythms that govern our own rest and recovery. The relationship between successful plant propagation and improved sleep quality creates positive feedback loops where caring for plants enhances rest, which provides the energy and patience needed for effective plant care, which creates better sleeping environments that support even deeper rest. In these mutually beneficial relationships, we discover the principles that govern all sustainable approaches to health and well-being. The fascinating world of plant circadian rhythms reveals how these green companions naturally synchronize their activities with our own daily cycles of rest and wakefulness. Just as humans produce melatonin as darkness approaches, plants have their own internal clocks that regulate when they open their stomata, release fragrances, and produce their highest concentrations of therapeutic compounds. This biological timing system, refined over millions of years of evolution, creates what could be called natural aromatherapy schedules that automatically intensify their sleep-promoting effects precisely when we need them most. Morning glory plants demonstrate this timing perfectly, with their trumpet-shaped flowers opening at dawn and closing as afternoon heat builds. But their evening cousins, like 4 o'clock flowers and moonflowers, reverse this pattern entirely. These night-blooming species have evolved to attract nocturnal pollinators, timing their peak fragrance production to coincide with the cooling air and increased humidity of evening hours. The same volatile compounds that draw night-flying moths also happen to promote relaxation and drowsiness in humans, creating what seems like an evolutionary partnership between plant reproduction and human rest. The chemistry behind this timing involves complex molecular processes that respond to temperature, humidity, and light levels. As air temperatures drop in the evening, the cellular membranes in plant leaves become more permeable, allowing aromatic compounds to escape more readily into the surrounding atmosphere. This increased volatility means that a jasmine plant releases 3 times more fragrance at 8 in the evening than it does at 2 in the afternoon, creating natural crescendos of aromatherapy that build throughout the evening hours. Light sensitivity plays an equally important role in plant timing systems. Many sleep-promoting plants contain photoreceptors that detect not just the presence or absence of light, but also subtle changes in light quality and intensity. As daylight shifts from the bright blue-rich illumination of midday to the warmer red-rich light of sunset, these photoreceptors trigger cascades of biochemical changes that prepare plants for their nighttime activities. Some plants take this light sensitivity to remarkable extremes. Evening. Primrose flowers remain tightly closed during daylight hours, but as soon as light levels drop below a specific threshold, the flowers begin to open, a process that takes exactly 90 minutes from initiation to full bloom. This precise timing ensures that the flowers reach peak fragrance production just as human circadian rhythms begin shifting towards sleep preparation. The temperature sensitivity of plant aromatics creates another layer of a natural timing that aligns with human sleep patterns. Most essential oils and aromatic compounds become more volatile as temperatures cool, which is why plant fragrances often seem strongest during the pleasant coolness of evening hours. This natural intensification of aromatherapy effects occurs precisely when human body temperature begins its natural decline in preparation for sleep. Humidity changes throughout the day also influence plant aromatic production. Higher humidity levels, which typically occur during evening hours as temperatures drop and dew begins to form, allow plant fragrances to travel further and persist longer in the air. A bedroom with several aromatic plants can develop what could be called fragrance layers throughout the evening, with different plants contributing their therapeutic compounds at different times and intensities. The soil temperature around plant roots affects the timing and intensity of beneficial compound production in ways that extend the therapeutic effects throughout entire 24-hour cycles. Cooler soil temperatures that develop during evening hours stimulate increased root activity in many plants, leading to enhanced nutrient uptake and processing that supports higher production of sleep-promoting substances during nighttime hours. Water uptake patterns in plants follow daily rhythms that complement human sleep cycles. Most plants increase their water absorption during cooler evening and nighttime hours, leading to increased transpiration that adds beneficial humidity to bedroom environments precisely when dry air might otherwise interfere with comfortable breathing during sleep. This natural timing creates optimal conditions for nasal breathing and reduces the mouth breathing that can fragment sleep cycles. The interaction between plant circadian rhythms and artificial lighting in bedrooms requires careful consideration to avoid disrupting either plant timing or human melatonin production. Plants exposed to bright artificial lighting during evening hours may delay their natural aromatherapy production, while humans exposed to blue-rich light may experience delayed melatonin release. Understanding these interactions allows for lighting choices that support both plant therapeutic activities and human circadian rhythm maintenance. Seasonal variations in plant circadian timing create opportunities to optimize bedroom plant arrangements throughout the year. During summer months when daylight hours are longest, plants may delay their evening aromatic production until quite late in the evening. Winter conditions, with their shorter days and longer nights, often cause plants to begin their therapeutic compound release earlier in the day, providing aromatherapy support during the extended darkness that can sometimes feel overwhelming. The geographic origins of different plant species influence their circadian timing in ways that can be matched to individual sleep preferences and local climate conditions. Plants native to equatorial regions, where day and night lengths remain relatively constant throughout the year, tend to maintain more consistent timing patterns regardless of seasonal changes. Plants from temperate regions show more dramatic seasonal adjustments that may complement natural human responses to changing daylight patterns. Desert plants like aloe vera and various cacti have evolved circadian rhythms adapted to extreme temperature fluctuations, opening their stomata and increasing their metabolic activity during the cool nighttime hours when water loss is minimized. This timing makes them particularly effective bedroom companions in dry climates or during winter months when indoor heating systems reduce humidity to uncomfortable levels. Tropical plants that evolved in rainforest understories often show circadian patterns adapted to filtered, changing light conditions. These plants may be particularly sensitive to the subtle light changes that occur during evening hours, making them responsive bedroom companions that adjust their therapeutic activities to match the natural progression from daylight to darkness. The elevation at which plants evolved also influences their circadian timing, with high-altitude species often showing compressed daily cycles that reflect the rapid temperature changes and intense UV exposure of mountain environments. These plants may provide more concentrated therapeutic effects during shorter time periods, making them suitable for people who need intense aromatherapy support during brief bedtime routines. Plant age affects circadian timing patterns, with younger plants often showing more flexible responses to environmental cues, while mature plants develop more consistent, predictable rhythms. Established bedroom plants that have lived in consistent indoor environments for months or years often develop circadian patterns that closely match household routines, providing maximum therapeutic benefits during the specific hours when household members typically prepare for and engage in sleep. The size and maturity of plant root systems influence the consistency and intensity of circadian-based therapeutic compound production. Well-established root systems can process larger quantities of nutrients and water, supporting more robust production of beneficial substances throughout daily cycles. This suggests that patience in allowing bedroom plants to fully establish themselves pays dividends in terms of long-term sleep enhancement benefits. Dormancy periods that many plants experience during winter months create opportunities for root system development and the concentration of therapeutic compounds. Plants that reduce their visible growth during winter often redirect their energy into root expansion and the production of more potent essential oils and other beneficial substances. This natural concentration effect can make winter months particularly beneficial for plant-based sleep enhancement, despite reduced flowering and visible growth. The pruning and harvesting of aromatic plants can be timed to work with natural circadian rhythms to maximize both plant health and therapeutic compound production. Evening harvesting of herbs like lavender and chamomile captures these plants at their daily peak of essential oil concentration, while the gentle activity provides relaxing transition activities that support bedtime routine development. Watering schedules that align with plant circadian rhythms enhance both plant health and therapeutic effectiveness. Most plants benefit from morning watering that allows them to process nutrients throughout the day and build the resources needed for evening and nighttime therapeutic compound production. However, light evening watering can stimulate transpiration, increases that provide immediate humidity benefits during sleep preparation hours. Fertilization timing affects the production of therapeutic compounds in ways that can be optimized for sleep enhancement benefits. Slow-release organic fertilizers applied during spring months support steady nutrient availability throughout growing seasons, while liquid fertilizers applied in late afternoon can provide immediate nutrient boosts that enhance evening therapeutic compound production. The positioning of plants within bedrooms can be optimized to take advantage of natural circadian timing patterns. Plants placed near east-facing windows receive the gentle morning light that helps maintain healthy circadian rhythms, while avoiding the intense afternoon heat that can stress plants and reduce therapeutic compound production. West-facing positions allow plants to receive late-day light that may extend their therapeutic activity periods into evening hours. Air circulation patterns within bedrooms affect how plant-produced aromatherapy compounds distribute throughout sleeping spaces. Understanding natural air movement patterns allows for plant placement that maximizes the distribution of beneficial compounds during evening hours, when they're most needed for sleep preparation and maintenance. Temperature gradients within bedrooms create microclimates that can be used strategically to optimize plant circadian timing. Slightly cooler areas may encourage earlier aromatic compound release, while warmer locations may delay peak production until later evening hours. This allows for the creation of staged aromatherapy effects that build throughout bedtime preparation periods. The integration of multiple plant species with different circadian timing patterns creates layered therapeutic effects that provide continuous support throughout evening and nighttime hours. Early evening plants like lavender may provide initial relaxation support, while late evening species like jasmine maintain therapeutic benefits throughout sleep periods, and early morning plants like mint family species support gentle awakening processes. Companion planting principles applied to bedroom plant arrangements can enhance the circadian timing effects of individual species. Some plants release compounds that encourage nearby plants to increase their own therapeutic production, creating synergistic effects that amplify overall sleep enhancement benefits. Understanding these plant-to-plant communications allows for the creation of bedroom plant communities that work together to optimize therapeutic timing. The observation and documentation of plant circadian patterns in bedroom environments provides insights that can be used to refine plant selection and placement for optimal sleep enhancement. Keeping simple records of when plants release their strongest fragrances, when they show increased metabolic activity, and how these patterns change throughout seasons creates personalized plant timing guides that can inform care decisions and arrangement modifications. Photography and time-lapse documentation of plant circadian behaviors provides engaging activities that focus attention on positive, growth-oriented observations, while building understanding of the natural rhythms that govern both plant activity and human rest. These documentation activities can become part of evening routines that support the mental transition from daytime alertness to nighttime rest. The measurement of environmental conditions like temperature, humidity, and light levels throughout daily cycles provides data that can be used to optimize bedroom conditions for both plant health and human sleep quality. Simple monitoring tools can reveal patterns that suggest optimal timing for plant care activities and environmental adjustments that support natural circadian rhythms. The correlation between plant circadian activities and human sleep quality can be tracked through sleep journals that record both plant observations and sleep experiences. Over time, these records may reveal connections between specific plant behaviors and sleep improvements that can guide future plant selection and care decisions. Seasonal adjustments to plant care routines can be timed to work with changing circadian patterns to maintain optimal therapeutic benefits throughout the year. Understanding how plant timing shifts with seasonal changes allows for care modifications that support consistent sleep enhancement despite changing daylight patterns and environmental conditions. The adaptation of plant circadian rhythms to artificial lighting schedules in modern homes creates opportunities to maintain consistent therapeutic timing despite irregular daylight exposure. Plants can gradually adjust their circadian patterns to match household lighting routines, providing predictable therapeutic benefits that align with human schedule needs. Advanced plant selection, based on circadian timing preferences, allows for the creation of personalized bedroom plant arrangements that match individual sleep patterns and preferences. Early sleepers may benefit from plants with earlier evening peak activity, while night owls may prefer species that maintain therapeutic activity later into the night. The future of circadian-based plant sleep enhancement may include breeding programs that select for enhanced therapeutic compound production during specific time periods, creating plant varieties optimized for different sleep timing preferences and circadian rhythm support needs. Research into plant circadian mechanisms continues to reveal new opportunities for optimizing plant-based sleep enhancement through timing-based approaches. Understanding the molecular processes that govern plant circadian rhythms provides insights that can be applied to maximize therapeutic benefits while supporting overall plant health and longevity. The integration of plant circadian timing with other natural sleep enhancement approaches creates comprehensive systems that work with biological rhythms rather than against them. Combining properly timed plant aromatherapy with appropriate lighting, temperature control, and sleep hygiene practices creates bedroom environments that support every aspect of healthy circadian rhythm maintenance. The wisdom of traditional cultures that developed sophisticated understanding of plant timing patterns provides models for modern applications of circadian-based plant therapy. Many traditional plant medicine systems include detailed knowledge about optimal timing for plant harvesting, preparation, and use that reflects deep understanding of natural rhythm patterns. As we deepen our understanding of plant circadian rhythms and their relationship to human sleep cycles, we discover that the timing of plant therapeutic activities is not random or coincidental, but precisely calibrated to support the biological rhythms that govern rest and recovery. The plants sharing our bedrooms are not just producing beneficial compounds, but producing them at exactly the right times to support our natural progression through the daily cycle of wakefulness and rest. This remarkable synchronization between plant and human biological rhythms suggests a level of evolutionary coordination that goes beyond simple environmental adaptation. The plants that have become most valued as sleep companions are those whose circadian patterns most closely align with human sleep needs, creating partnerships that benefit both plant reproduction and human rest. The gentle precision of plant circadian timing provides models for approaching sleep enhancement that work with natural biological patterns rather than forcing artificial schedules or interventions. By understanding and working with plant timing patterns, we learn to recognize and support our own circadian rhythms in ways that promote sustainable, long-term improvements in sleep quality. In the quiet synchronization between plant circadian activities and human sleep cycles, we find evidence of the deep biological connections that link all living systems. The therapeutic compounds released by bedroom plants during evening hours are not just chemical substances, but precisely timed biological communications that support the ancient partnership between plant and animal life that has sustained health and vitality for millions of years. As you rest tonight in the gentle embrace of your plant companions, their circadian rhythms quietly coordinating with your own biological timing, remember that you are participating in one of the most elegant examples of biological cooperation in the natural world. The therapeutic benefits you receive are not accidental, but the result of millions of years of evolutionary fine-tuning that has created perfect partnerships between plant therapeutic activities and human rest requirements. The plants in your bedroom are not just following their own internal clocks, but participating in a larger symphony of biological timing that includes your own circadian rhythms, creating harmonious relationships that support the deep, restorative sleep that makes all other aspects of life possible. In this quiet coordination between plant and human biological timing, we discover that rest is not something we achieve in isolation, but something we share with the living world that surrounds and supports us. The microscopic world within plant leaves reveals another layer of sleep-enhancing activity that operates below the threshold of human perception, yet creates measurable effects on bedroom environments. Within each leaf cell, thousands of chloroplasts work like tiny green factories, processing carbon dioxide and water into oxygen and sugars through the intricate dance of photosynthesis. During daylight hours, these cellular powerhouses operate at peak efficiency, but their nighttime activities follow different patterns that directly benefit human sleep. Stomata, the microscopic pores on leaf surfaces that regulate gas exchange, open and close in response to circadian signals that coordinate perfectly with human rest cycles. As evening approaches and temperatures cool, these cellular gates adjust their aperture to optimize the release of beneficial compounds while continuing to process the carbon dioxide that accumulates in enclosed bedroom spaces. A single large houseplant may contain millions of these microscopic breathing pores, creating a vast network of air processing capacity that operates continuously throughout the night. The enzymatic processes within plant cells follow their own daily rhythms, with different metabolic pathways becoming more active during evening and nighttime hours. Terpene synthesis, the cellular process that creates most plant aromatics, often peaks during the cool darkness of night, when these volatile compounds can travel furthest without being broken down by heat and intense light. This cellular timing means that bedroom plants are literally manufacturing their most potent therapeutic compounds during the exact hours when human sleep preparation and maintenance occur. Cellular respiration in plants, the process by which they convert stored sugars into usable energy, continues throughout the night and actually increases in some species during darkness. This increased metabolic activity supports the production of secondary metabolites, the complex organic compounds that provide most of plants' therapeutic effects. Unlike primary metabolites that support basic plant survival, these secondary compounds often serve protective or communicative functions that coincidentally benefit human health and rest. The movement of water through plant vascular systems creates subtle pressure changes that affect the timing and intensity of aromatic compound release. As transpiration rates change throughout daily cycles, the internal pressure within plant stems and leaves fluctuates, creating natural pumping actions that help distribute therapeutic compounds throughout plant tissues and into surrounding air. This hydraulic timing system ensures that beneficial substances reach their peak concentrations precisely when they're most needed for sleep support. Plant cell walls contain specialized structures called oil glands that store concentrated essential oils until specific environmental triggers cause their release. Temperature drops, humidity changes, and reduced light levels all serve as natural timing cues that cause these cellular storage chambers to open, flooding plant tissues with aromatic compounds that then diffuse into bedroom atmospheres. The quantity of essential oils that can be stored and released by these cellular structures is remarkable, with some plants capable of producing their own body weight in therapeutic compounds over the course of a growing season. The electrical activity within plant cells creates weak bioelectric fields that may interact with human nervous systems in ways that promote relaxation and sleep. Plant cells maintain electrical potentials across their membranes through the controlled movement of ions, and these electrical patterns change in response to environmental conditions and circadian rhythms. Research into plant bioelectricity suggests that the electromagnetic signatures generated by healthy plants may help synchronize human brainwave patterns with natural rhythms that support deep sleep. Intercellular communication within plants involves complex chemical signaling networks that coordinate responses to environmental changes and internal timing cues. When one part of a plant detects evening conditions, it sends chemical messages throughout the entire plant structure, triggering coordinated responses that maximize therapeutic compound production and release. This internal communication ensures that bedroom plants respond as unified organisms rather than collections of individual leaves and stems. The pH levels within plant cells fluctuate throughout daily cycles, affecting the solubility and availability of different therapeutic compounds. Slightly acidic conditions that develop during evening hours enhance the production and release of certain beneficial substances, while neutral conditions during daylight hours support different metabolic processes. Understanding these cellular pH cycles helps explain why the same plant may have different therapeutic effects at different times of day. Enzyme activity within plant cells follows circadian patterns that determine when specific therapeutic compounds are synthesized and when they become available for release into surrounding air. Some enzymes that produce sleep-promoting substances are most active during evening hours, while others that create energizing compounds peak during morning periods. This enzymatic timing ensures that plants provide the right therapeutic effects at the right times to support healthy human circadian rhythms. The concentration gradients that develop within plant tissues create natural timing mechanisms for the release of beneficial compounds. As cellular concentrations of therapeutic substances build throughout the day, they create pressure that drives diffusion into intercellular spaces and eventually into surrounding air. Evening temperature drops and humidity changes alter these concentration gradients, triggering increased release of accumulated therapeutic compounds. Cellular membrane permeability in plants changes throughout daily cycles, affecting how readily therapeutic compounds can move from inside cells to external surfaces where they can be released into bedroom air. Cooler evening temperatures increase membrane fluidity, allowing for enhanced compound transport, while warmer daytime conditions restrict this movement. This natural timing mechanism ensures that maximum therapeutic compound release occurs during evening and nighttime hours, when it's most beneficial for human sleep. The storage and mobilization of cellular energy in plants affects their ability to produce therapeutic compounds throughout different periods of daily cycles. During daylight hours, plants store energy in the form of starches and sugars that can be converted back into usable energy during darkness to support nighttime metabolic processes. Plants with larger energy storage capacities can maintain higher levels of therapeutic compound production throughout extended nighttime periods. Cellular defense mechanisms in plants often involve the production of compounds that coincidentally provide therapeutic benefits for humans. Many of the substances that plants produce to protect themselves from insects, fungi, and other threats also happen to have calming or sleep-promoting effects on human nervous systems. This suggests that the therapeutic relationship between plants and humans may have evolved from plants' natural chemical defense systems. The timing of cellular division and growth in plants affects their overall capacity for therapeutic compound production. Most plant cell division occurs during nighttime hours when energy demands for photosynthesis are reduced, allowing plants to allocate resources to growth and secondary metabolite production. Younger, actively growing plant tissues often produce higher concentrations of therapeutic compounds than older, more mature tissues. Water storage within plant cells creates reservoirs that support consistent therapeutic compound production, even during periods of environmental stress. Succulent plants like aloe vera store large quantities of water within specialized cellular structures, allowing them to maintain steady production of beneficial compounds regardless of watering schedules or humidity fluctuations. This cellular water storage ensures reliable therapeutic benefits from bedroom plants even during periods of irregular care. The breakdown and recycling of cellular components within plants follows daily patterns that affect therapeutic compound availability. During evening hours, plants often increase the breakdown of older cellular structures to provide raw materials for the synthesis of new therapeutic compounds. This cellular recycling ensures that plants can maintain high levels of beneficial substance production without depleting their energy reserves. Cellular communication between different plant organs coordinates therapeutic compound production and distribution throughout entire plant structures. Root cells send chemical signals to leaf cells about nutrient availability, while leaf cells communicate information about light and atmospheric conditions back to roots. This whole plant communication network ensures that therapeutic compound production is optimized based on overall plant health and environmental conditions. The seasonal adjustment of cellular processes in plants affects their long-term therapeutic effectiveness as bedroom companions. During winter months, many plants reduce their cellular activity levels while concentrating therapeutic compounds in remaining active tissues. This seasonal concentration effect can actually increase the potency of plant-produced beneficial substances during months when indoor air quality is typically poorest due to closed windows and increased heating system operation. Genetic expression patterns within plant cells change throughout daily cycles, turning different genes on and off in response to circadian timing cues. The genes responsible for therapeutic compound production often show peak expression during evening and early nighttime hours, ensuring that cellular machinery for producing beneficial substances is most active when these compounds are most needed for human sleep support. The interaction between plant cellular processes and environmental factors like air pollution, electromagnetic fields, and chemical contaminants affects their ability to produce therapeutic compounds. Healthy cellular function depends on clean air, appropriate light levels, and minimal exposure to disruptive influences. Bedroom plants that are protected from environmental stresses maintain higher levels of beneficial compound production than those exposed to pollutants or electromagnetic interference. Advanced understanding of plant cellular processes opens possibilities for optimizing bedroom environments to support maximum therapeutic compound production, providing appropriate nutrients, maintaining optimal temperature and humidity ranges, and ensuring adequate but not excessive light exposure all support healthy cellular function that translates directly into enhanced sleep-promoting benefits. The future of plant-based sleep enhancement may include techniques for monitoring and optimizing cellular processes in real time to ensure maximum therapeutic compound production. Sensors that detect cellular electrical activity, metabolic rates, and compound concentrations could provide feedback for adjusting environmental conditions to support peak plant therapeutic performance. Breeding programs that select for enhanced cellular processes related to therapeutic compound production could create plant varieties with superior sleep-enhancing capabilities. Understanding the genetic and cellular mechanisms that control beneficial substance synthesis allows for targeted selection of plants with enhanced therapeutic potential while maintaining their natural characteristics and growth patterns. The integration of cellular-level understanding with practical plant care creates comprehensive approaches to bedroom plant maintenance that optimize both plant health and therapeutic effectiveness. Care routines that support healthy cellular function naturally enhance therapeutic compound production, while creating sustainable plant-human relationships that provide long-term sleep enhancement benefits. And so our gentle journey through the world of plants and sleep draws to its quiet close. We've wandered together through 100 fascinating truths about these remarkable green companions who share our homes, our air, and our nights. From the ancient wisdom of civilizations who first recognized plants as partners in rest, to the cutting-edge science revealing cellular processes that operate beneath our awareness, we've discovered that the relationship between plants and sleep runs far deeper than simple decoration or basic air purification. Tonight, you've learned how these living beings work tirelessly through the darkness, their stomata opening to release fresh oxygen, their roots processing nutrients into therapeutic compounds, their internal clocks synchronized with your own circadian rhythms. You've discovered the intricate chemistry of compounds like linalool and apigenin, the sophisticated timing of evening primrose and jasmine blooms, and the remarkable ability of plants to adapt their beneficial activities to match the rhythms of human households. These green companions in your bedroom are not merely surviving alongside you, they are actively participating in the creation of environments that support your deepest rest. They are partners in an ancient dance of breath and renewal, oxygen and carbon dioxide, growth and restoration that has sustained life on Earth for hundreds of millions of years. As you settle into sleep tonight, surrounded perhaps by your own quiet plant companions, remember that every breath you take connects you to this larger web of life. The oxygen filling your lungs was created by photosynthesis. The calming compounds easing your transition to rest were crafted by plant metabolism, and the gentle humidity supporting comfortable breathing comes from transpiration through countless microscopic pores. Your sleep is not separate from the natural world, but woven into it. In choosing to share your most private spaces with living plants, you participate in relationships that nurture both human rest and plant vitality, creating sanctuaries where the boundaries between self and nature dissolve into peaceful cooperation. Sweet dreams. And may your plant companions watch over your rest as gently as they have shared this quiet exploration with us tonight. Companions, watch over your rest as gently as they have shared this quiet exploration with us tonight. Hello there, and welcome to a journey that's been waiting for you. I'm so glad you found your way here tonight. Maybe you've had one of those days where your mind won't quiet down, or perhaps you're someone who finds peace in the gentle rhythms and mysteries of the natural world, rather than tossing and turning with restless thoughts. Either way, tonight's exploration is crafted especially for you. You have nothing to do now but let your shoulders drop, your breathing deepen, and your thoughts drift like leaves on a calm stream. Because tonight, we're not simply learning about animals. We're entering a world where rest is an art form, where sleep is a survival strategy, and where the most incredible creatures on Earth have mastered the very thing we're seeking: peaceful, restorative slumber. From the tiniest insects taking hundreds of micronaps to massive whales floating in vertical dreams, we'll discover 100 of the most soothing facts about how animals sleep, rest, and find tranquility in their natural world. Some of what you'll hear might surprise you with its gentle wonder. Other facts may spark quiet curiosity as your mind begins to settle. And throughout this journey, you'll find yourself naturally synchronized with the rhythms of creatures who have perfected the art of letting go. Just before we begin, if these calm explorations into the animal kingdom help you unwind or give you a peaceful way to end your day, consider liking this video and subscribing to the channel. It helps other weary souls find their way to this sanctuary of rest, one peaceful night at a time. Now let's begin with a truth that connects us all. Every living creature on Earth shares one fundamental need: the need for rest. This universal requirement for sleep creates an invisible thread connecting humans to the smallest insects, the largest mammals, and everything in between. Sleep has been observed across the entire spectrum of life, from tiny worms and jellyfish to complex mammals and birds. This shared experience of rest creates a profound sense of connection with the natural world around us. The fact that sleep is so fundamental to life itself provides a deeply comforting foundation for understanding our place in nature. Most animals feature an internal circadian clock, much like our own, dictating healthy sleep schedules that keep them in harmony with the rhythms of day and night. Some animals are diurnal like humans, preferring to sleep when darkness falls, while others are nocturnal, finding their rest in the warmth of daylight hours. What's truly remarkable is how sleep patterns vary so dramatically across species, yet each creature has found its perfect rhythm. Some animals forego sleep for extended periods when necessary, while others have developed extraordinary adaptations, like sleeping with only half their brain at a time. The intricate ways different species have evolved their sleep patterns demonstrates nature's incredible ability to find solutions for every challenge, creating a tapestry of rest that spans the entire animal kingdom. Let's begin our journey with perhaps the most famous sleepers in the animal world. Koalas have become the ultimate symbols of peaceful rest and contentment, sleeping up to 22 hours each day, tucked into the nooks and crannies of their beloved eucalyptus trees. These adorable marsupials spend about 18 hours a day in deep slumber, mostly because their diet of eucalyptus leaves is toxic and requires enormous amounts of energy to digest properly. Their sleepy lifestyle serves as a gentle reminder to slow down and prioritize rest in our own busy lives. The image of a koala peacefully sleeping in a eucalyptus tree, soft and grey against the green leaves, is inherently calming and relaxing. They spend the remaining hours of their day munching away at eucalyptus leaves, consuming about 2.5 pounds of leaves daily in a meditative rhythm that listeners can find deeply soothing. The koala's complete commitment to rest and their unhurried approach to life offers valuable lessons about the importance of slowing down. Their soft, fuzzy appearance and gentle demeanor make them perfect ambassadors for peaceful sleep. Koalas demonstrate that taking extensive rest periods is not only natural, but absolutely essential for well-being and survival. In the vast oceans, dolphins have mastered one of the most remarkable sleep adaptations in the entire animal kingdom. These intelligent marine mammals sleep about 8 hours each day, but since sleeping fully underwater could be dangerous, they've evolved an extraordinary solution. Dolphins rest by turning off half while of their brain at a time. One hemisphere sleeps deeply prey, the other half remains alert to datas, obstacles, and the need to surface for air. This sophisticated sleep system allows dolphins to remain completely safe while getting the rest they need. Every 2 hours or so, the two halves of their brain switch roles, ensuring that each side gets adequate rest while maintaining constant vigilance. Dolphins can enter periods of very deep sleep called logging, because during these times, a dolphin looks exactly like a log, floating peacefully at the surface of the water. The graceful way dolphins move through water, even while half sleeping, embodies a kind of fluid tranquility that's deeply soothing to imagine. Their ability to balance rest with awareness represents the perfect harmony between relaxation and mindfulness. This unique sleep pattern reveals nature's ingenious solutions to life's challenges, showing us that rest can be both restorative and protective. Perhaps no animals have more adorable sleeping habits than sea otters, who have captured hearts worldwide with their endearing bedtime routines. These playful marine mammals usually sleep on their backs while gently bobbing on the surface of the water, sometimes holding hands with their companions while asleep so they don't drift apart during the night. This heartwarming behavior exemplifies companionship and security in the animal world. When sea otters prepare for sleep, they often wrap themselves in seaweed to stay anchored in one place, preventing the currents from carrying them away from their group. As many as 100 otters have been observed wrapped together with seaweed in massive otter rafts, creating floating communities of peaceful sleepers. Mother otters take extra care with their pups, securing them by wrapping them in seaweed against their chest, demonstrating the protective love that transcends species. The image of otters holding hands while sleeping is universally heartwarming and promotes feelings of safety and connection. Their floating sleep posture creates a perfect picture of peaceful rest on gentle waters, while the rhythmic bobbing motion mimics the soothing movement that helps humans fall asleep. Their playful yet peaceful nature makes them ideal subjects for relaxing bedtime contemplation. High in caves and hanging from tree branches, little brown bats have perfected the art of communal rest. These remarkable creatures sleep upside down, enjoying the warmth and security of bunching together into groups during their extraordinarily long slumbers, which can last for up to 20 hours each day. This extensive sleep schedule makes them true champions of rest in the animal kingdom. Much of their sleep time is spent in a state called torpor, a deeper form of rest similar to hibernation that allows them to conserve energy efficiently. Bats are able to sleep upside down thanks to specialized tendons in their feet that allow them to grip tightly to surfaces while keeping their leg muscles completely relaxed. This unique adaptation means they can rest without any effort or strain. Sleeping upside down actually helps bats defend against predators and use gravity to their advantage when taking flight, as hanging upside down is their natural pre-flight position. The cozy image of bats clustered together in caves creates a sense of community and warmth that's deeply comforting. Their ability to sleep so deeply and for such extended periods represents the ultimate expression of trust and security in their environment. In the savannas of Africa, the relationship between predators and prey creates fascinating sleep patterns that reveal nature's delicate balance. In the animal kingdom, there's a general rule. The higher up the food chain you are, the more sleep you can afford. This is why prey species like giraffes can only manage brief moments of rest, while apex predators like lions can enjoy over 20 hours of luxurious slumber each day. Giraffes, the world's tallest mammals, face unique challenges when it comes to rest. They typically, when they sleep standing up, but do lie down for deeper rest, the sight is absolutely adorable. Giraffes sleep with their magnificent heads resting on their rumps, creating graceful curves with their long necks. However, these moments of vulnerability last only about 5 minutes at a time to avoid exposure to predators. Despite sleeping only about 20 minutes total each day, giraffes have mastered the art of power napping. Their towering height creates unique sleeping challenges that they've adapted to overcome with remarkable efficiency. The gentle giants of the savannah demonstrate that even brief moments of rest can be completely restorative when they're of high quality. Like giraffes and elephants, horses have evolved the ability to sleep while standing up, thanks to a special locking mechanism in their legs. However, once horses enter REM sleep, the deepest and most restorative phase, they must lie down completely. This adaptation allows them to remain alert to danger while still getting lighter phases of rest. Our beloved domestic companions have their own delightful sleep patterns that mirror our daily lives in many ways. Cats are true connoisseurs of comfort, getting slightly over 15 hours of sleep each day on average. Unlike humans who usually sleep in one long block, cats are polyphasic sleepers, taking several cat naps plus periods of deeper sleep throughout both day and night. The term catnap perfectly describes their efficient approach to rest. Age and size may alter that average, but cats spend most of their day in various states of rest, making them primarily crepuscular creatures who are most active during dawn and dusk hours. When cats do sleep, they go through the same REM and non-REM cycles that all mammals experience, although the time spent in each phase varies. The peaceful purring of a sleeping cat creates one of the most naturally soothing sounds in existence. Their ability to fall asleep anywhere demonstrates complete trust and relaxation in their environment. Cats' flexible sleep schedule allows them to rest whenever they feel safe and comfortable, teaching us valuable lessons about listening to our body's natural rhythms. Their soft fur and naturally warm bodies make them ideal sleep companions for humans, while the way cats curl up into perfect little spheres while sleeping is inherently comforting to observe. Often, their whiskers and ears twitch gently during dreams, revealing the active nature of their sleep states and reminding us that rest is far from passive. Dogs have synchronized their sleep schedules beautifully with human life, sleeping primarily at night when their human families time than humans do. However, they need slightly more down, getting a full 10 hours of sleep by supplementing their nighttime rest with several strategic daytime naps. Similar to humans, dogs cycle through several stages of sleep throughout their rest periods. Studies have revealed that while small dogs tend to dream more frequently, larger breeds experience longer dream periods. Dogs spend over 1/3 of their entire day asleep, with an additional 21% of their day spent in a relaxed, drowsy state, ready to transition into a nap at a moment's notice. Their naturally synchronized sleep schedule with humans demonstrates the profound bond between our species that has developed over thousands of years of companionship. The sight of a peacefully sleeping dog, often with legs gently twitching during dreams of running and playing, brings immediate comfort and joy to anyone who observes it. Dogs' remarkable ability to quickly enter a relaxed state teaches valuable lessons about letting go of stress and worry when it's time to rest. Their loyal, protective presence continues even during sleep, providing emotional security for their human families. The way dogs naturally seek out the most comfortable spots for napping shows their instinctive understanding of creating ideal sleep environments. In the microscopic world of insects, worker ants have developed perhaps the most efficient sleep schedule in nature. These industrious creatures take roughly 250 naps each day, with each individual nap lasting about 1 minute. This remarkable pattern gives them almost 5 hours of total sleep, while ensuring that most workers remain awake at any given time to attend to essential colony tasks and protection duties. This extraordinary sleep coordination demonstrates incredible efficiency and teamwork at the most fundamental level. The synchronized sleep schedule of an ant colony represents one of nature's most sophisticated time management systems, ensuring that the colony remains both protected and productive around the clock. Given how incredibly hard these ants work throughout their lives, their need for frequent rest periods makes perfect sense. The concept of power napping taken to its ultimate extreme shows how rest can be optimized for maximum efficiency and community benefit. Each individual ant's contribution to the collective sleep schedule maintains the delicate balance that sustains their entire civilization. And as we drift deeper into this world of animal rest, your own breathing naturally begins to slow and deepen, synchronized with these gentle rhythms of the natural world that surrounds us all. Deep in the coils of sleep, ball pythons demonstrate the art of extended rest, enjoying an impressive 18 hours of peaceful slumber each day on average. What makes their sleep particularly fascinating is that it's remarkably difficult to tell when these elegant reptiles are actually sleeping, since snakes don't have eyelids, and their eyes remain open even during their deepest rest. This mysterious adaptation creates an air of quiet wonder around reptilian sleep patterns. The peaceful coiling of a sleeping snake demonstrates grace and tranquility in perfect reptilian form. Their ability to remain completely still for extended periods while sleeping showcases the deeply meditative aspects of serpentine behavior. The warm, rhythmic breathing of a resting snake creates a gentle pattern that can be surprisingly soothing to observe. Ball pythons earn their name from their tendency to curl up into perfect spheres while sleeping, creating visually pleasing geometric forms that speak to nature's inherent sense of beauty and order. Their extended sleep periods allow them to conserve energy with remarkable efficiency between meals, showing us that rest can be both restorative and practical. The sleek, smooth movements that continue even during sleep demonstrate the naturally fluid grace that defines serpentine motion. Their instinctive preference for warm, secure hiding spots while sleeping mirrors our own human needs for comfort and safety during rest. In the trees above, grey squirrels spend an average of 15 hours each day asleep when they're not busily gathering and hoarding food for the future. Like humans, they're most active during daylight hours, returning home each evening to settle into their cozy nests, high in the branches for a full night's rest. Their diurnal schedule creates a natural synchronization with human sleep patterns that feels both familiar and comforting. The busy preparation period before their long sleep demonstrates the deep importance of feeling secure and well prepared before surrendering to rest. Grey squirrels show remarkable dedication to creating comfortable, safe sleeping environments in their tree nests, demonstrating an instinctive understanding of what we might call sleep hygiene. Their magnificent fluffy tails serve as natural blankets, wrapping around their small bodies to provide warmth and comfort throughout the night. The seasonal changes in squirrel sleep patterns, from active summer gathering to more peaceful winter rest, reflect the natural rhythms that flow through all living things. Their ability to sleep soundly while positioned high up in swaying tree branches demonstrates complete trust in their chosen sleeping spaces. The gentle twitching of whiskers and soft movements during squirrel dreams create endearing scenes of peaceful rest among the leaves. Their natural hoarding behavior before sleep shows the deep satisfaction that comes from being thoroughly prepared for whatever tomorrow might bring. In the harsh landscapes of the Canadian Arctic, ground squirrels have mastered perhaps the most extreme form of rest in the entire mammalian world. These remarkable creatures survive brutal winters through skilled hibernation, entering a state of controlled, suspended animation where their body temperature drops to an almost unbelievable 27 degrees Fahrenheit. This represents the lowest body temperature ever recorded in a mammalian species, and while this suspended animation isn't technically sleep, it serves as an equally vital part of their survival strategy. This extraordinary adaptation represents one of nature's most extreme approaches to rest and energy conservation. The ability to essentially pause life for months at a time demonstrates the incredible flexibility and resilience built into mammalian physiology. Hibernation creates a sleep-like state where animals eat, move, and produce waste very infrequently, emerging only during brief periods of mild arousal before returning to their deep rest. The profound stillness of hibernating animals creates an almost sacred sense of tranquility and suspended time. Their ability to slow their heart rate and breathing to nearly imperceptible levels shows nature's ultimate mastery of relaxation techniques that go far beyond what we typically imagine possible. The careful preparation phase before hibernation begins involves meticulous selection of safe, warm burrows, demonstrating the critical importance of creating ideal environments for extended rest. The gradual slowing of all bodily functions as hibernation approaches mirrors the natural wind-down process that humans can experience before sleep, only extended across weeks rather than minutes. In the mysterious world of amphibians, scientists have discovered puzzling questions about rest that remain unsolved even today. A famous study from 1967 found that bullfrogs might not sleep at all, with researchers discovering that even during their supposed resting phases, these amphibians never fail to show immediate responses to external stimuli. However, this remains the only study of its kind regarding bullfrog sleeping habits, leaving scientists still divided on the subject with much more research needed to draw any definitive conclusions. The ongoing mystery surrounding bullfrog sleep patterns adds an element of scientific intrigue to our understanding of amphibian behavior. If bullfrogs truly never sleep, their constant alertness would represent a completely different approach to survival and rest than virtually all other animals. This potential sleeplessness would make them unique among vertebrates and raises fascinating questions about just how universal the need for sleep really is. Regardless of their own mysterious sleep patterns, the peaceful croaking of bullfrogs during evening hours creates one of nature's most recognizable lullabies. Their association with calm pond environments and gentle water sounds contributes to the relaxing natural soundscapes that have helped humans drift off to sleep for countless generations. The rhythmic chorus of bullfrog calls has traditionally been associated with peaceful country evenings and restful nights. Their amphibious lifestyle, gracefully bridging the worlds of water and land, creates a soothing connection between different natural elements that speaks to the harmony possible in nature. Far away in European forests, the edible dormouse has earned the title of perhaps the longest sleeper in the entire mammalian kingdom. These remarkable creatures possess the extraordinary ability to remain dormant for up to 11 months straight in their wild habitats, essentially sleeping through most of each year. To sustain such extended periods of rest, dormice must eat enough during their brief active period to double or even triple their body weight, creating sufficient energy reserves to survive their marathon slumber sessions. This represents perhaps the most extreme example of extended rest anywhere in the mammalian world. The dormouse's incredible commitment to sleep and energy conservation demonstrates the ultimate dedication to rest as a survival strategy. Their extensive pre-hibernation preparation phase shows the vital importance of thorough preparation before entering extended rest periods. The peaceful, curled-up position that dormice maintain during their long hibernation creates perfect images of contentment and absolute security. Their very name has become synonymous with sleepiness and rest, making them natural symbols of peaceful slumber in folklore and literature. The remarkable way they slow their entire metabolism to survive on stored body fat during hibernation showcases extraordinary biological efficiency that borders on the miraculous. Their eventual emergence from hibernation represents a beautiful renewal and reawakening that parallels the refreshing sensation humans experience after particularly restorative sleep. Deep beneath the ocean's surface, sperm whales have revealed one of the most surprising and peaceful sleep behaviors ever discovered in marine mammals. In 2008, researchers made an extraordinary discovery off the coast of northern Chile when they encountered a group of sperm whales bobbing vertically in the water, completely motionless and apparently fast asleep. These magnificent whales seemed completely unaware of the approaching research vessel until one was accidentally nudged, revealing that sperm whales sleep in short, regular periods of full rest near the ocean's surface. Unlike their dolphin relatives, sperm whales don't breathe or move at all during their naps, entering a state of complete stillness that's both profound and peaceful. The vertical sleeping position of sperm whales creates a surreal and deeply tranquil underwater scene reminiscent of floating meditation in its purest form. Their ability to achieve absolute stillness while suspended in the ocean's embrace demonstrates the ultimate expression of aquatic relaxation and trust. The discovery of their unique sleep pattern adds to the mystery and wonder surrounding these gentle giants of the deep. Their synchronized group sleeping behavior reveals the social aspects of rest that exist even in the vast loneliness of the open ocean. The way they position themselves just below the surface while sleeping shows their continued connection to the air above, maintaining that vital link to life even in their deepest rest. Their massive size, combined with such peaceful, vulnerable sleep positions, creates a profound image of complete trust and oceanic tranquility. As we continue floating through this ocean of peaceful animal facts, you might notice your own eyelids growing heavier, your breathing naturally matching the gentle rhythms of these sleeping creatures who have mastered the art of letting go. In the world of avian rest, birds have developed some of the most remarkable and graceful sleep adaptations found anywhere in nature. When birds need sleep, they accomplish this incredible feat quite literally on the fly, with some species able to rest while soaring through the sky. The albatross, a magnificent seabird that spends much of its life gliding endlessly over ocean waters, has mastered the art of sleeping while maintaining flight. These oceanic wanderers lead such demanding lifestyles that they simply cannot afford extended periods of grounded rest, so they've evolved the extraordinary ability to sleep while their wings carry them across vast distances. The graceful soaring of albatrosses, while partially sleeping, creates images of effortless peace and absolute freedom that speak to something deep within our souls. Their ability to maintain flight while resting demonstrates incredible evolutionary adaptation and efficiency that borders on the magical. When birds do have the opportunity to sleep on solid ground, they rest for longer periods and may sleep with both sides of their brains simultaneously. Unlike their airborne slumber where only portions rest at a time, the way many birds tuck their heads beneath their wings while sleeping on branches creates perfect pictures of cozy contentment and natural comfort. Their preference for sleeping in flocks provides safety through community, reflecting the same human desires for security and companionship during our most vulnerable hours of rest. The synchronized movements and gentle chirping of birds during the transitions of dawn and dusk create natural rhythms that help regulate not only their own sleep cycles, but also serve as peaceful markers for human rest patterns. Their soft feathers and warm bodies pressed together during communal sleep demonstrate the comfort that comes from shared warmth and mutual protection. In the intricate world of insects, bees reveal some of the most complex and sophisticated sleep states found among the smallest creatures on Earth. Honeybees have been shown to use their sleep periods for storing long-term memories, processing the day's experiences of flower locations, hive activities, and seasonal changes into lasting knowledge that benefits their entire community. The industrious yet peaceful nature of bee sleep demonstrates how rest supports both productivity and learning in perfect harmony. Sleep-like states have even been discovered in jumping spiders, complete with regularly occurring bouts of retinal movements that suggest an REM sleep-like state similar to what we experience during our most vivid dreams. The tiny scale of insect sleep patterns reveals that the fundamental need for rest exists at every conceivable level of life, from the largest whales down to creatures smaller than your fingernail. The organized nature of bee colonies during their rest periods shows how entire communities can coordinate their sleep schedules for mutual benefit and protection. The gentle humming of a hive settling down for the night creates one of nature's most naturally soothing lullabies, a soft vibration that seems to resonate with something peaceful deep within human consciousness. Their dedication to balancing both industrious work and restorative rest teaches valuable lessons about maintaining harmony between activity and relaxation. The way bees cluster together for warmth and security during sleep demonstrates the profound comfort that can be found in community and shared purpose. Their seasonal sleep patterns, shifting from the active intensity of summer days to the quiet, clustered warmth of winter rest, reflect natural rhythms that humans can learn from and synchronize with in their own lives. Moving through the underwater realm, we discover that fish too have developed their own unique approaches to rest and recovery. Many fish species enter periods of reduced activity that serve similar functions to sleep in other animals, though their methods differ significantly from air-breathing creatures. Some fish rest by hovering motionlessly near the bottom of their aquatic homes, while others wedge themselves into coral crevices or rocky outcroppings for security during their vulnerable rest periods. Parrotfish create protective cocoons made of mucus around themselves before settling in for the night, forming natural sleeping bags that shield them from predators while they rest. The gentle swaying of resting fish with the ocean currents creates a hypnotic rhythm, reminiscent of being rocked to sleep by gentle waves. Their ability to remain partially alert to danger while still achieving restorative rest shows nature's elegant solutions to the challenge of staying safe while vulnerable. In coral reefs, entire communities of fish follow synchronized sleep schedules, with daytime active species retreating to hidden spaces, while nocturnal fish begin their evening activities. This natural changing of the guard creates a peaceful transition that maintains the reef's balance while ensuring all creatures get the rest they need. The way schools of fish move together even during rest periods, maintaining their protective formations while in states of reduced consciousness, demonstrates the power of collective security and shared vigilance. Their streamlined bodies and gentle fin movements during rest create images of effortless grace and aquatic tranquility. Among the most endearing sleep behaviors in the animal kingdom, we find elephants gathering together for their brief but essential rest periods. These magnificent giants sleep only about 4 hours each night, but they make the most of this time by creating touching scenes of family bonding and mutual care. Baby elephants often sleep lying down beneath the protective presence of their mothers and aunties, while adult elephants typically rest standing up, ready to respond quickly to any potential threats. The way elephant families position themselves in protective circles around their youngest members during sleep demonstrates the deep love and care that transcends species boundaries. Their massive ears fan gently during rest, helping to regulate their body temperature while creating soft whooshing sounds that add to the peaceful atmosphere of their sleeping grounds. The gentle rumbling communications that continue even during rest periods show how these intelligent creatures maintain their social bonds throughout all phases of their daily cycles. When elephants do lie down for deeper rest, usually for just an hour or two each night, they create unforgettable images of grace and vulnerability. Their thick, wrinkled skin and massive forms somehow appear delicate and peaceful when surrendered to sleep, reminding us that even the mightiest creatures need and deserve gentle rest. The way elephant herds take turns staying alert while others sleep demonstrates sophisticated social organization and mutual care that rivals human communities. Their deep family bonds remain strong even during sleep, with gentle trunk touches and soft vocalizations maintaining connection throughout the night. In the forests and woodlands, raccoons have perfected the art of cozy communal sleeping that would make anyone envious of their comfort and security. These clever creatures den together in hollow trees, abandoned burrows, or other protected spaces, often sharing warmth and companionship with multiple family members during their rest periods. Their distinctive facial markings make them look as though they're wearing natural sleep masks, perfectly designed for rest and relaxation. Raccoons are primarily nocturnal, spending their daylight hours in peaceful slumber while the world bustles with activity around their hidden sleeping quarters. Their dexterous paws often remain partially curled during sleep, as if still dreaming of their evening adventures exploring and foraging. The way raccoon families curl up together in their dens creates heartwarming scenes of contentment and security that speak to the universal need for safe, comfortable sleeping spaces. Their thick, soft fur provides natural insulation that keeps them warm and comfortable throughout their long rest periods. Baby raccoons, called kits, often sleep piled on top of each other in adorable fuzzy heaps that demonstrate the comfort found in physical closeness and shared warmth. The gentle chittering and soft breathing sounds of sleeping raccoons create a peaceful soundtrack in their woodland homes. Their ability to sleep deeply while remaining alert to danger shows the perfect balance between trust and caution that characterizes successful rest in the wild. High in the treetops, sloths have elevated slow living and extended rest to an art form that puts all other sleepy animals to shame. These wonderfully unhurried creatures sleep 15 to 20 hours each day, moving through their arboreal world with such deliberate slowness that algae actually grows on their fur, creating natural camouflage that helps them blend seamlessly with their leafy surroundings. Their incredibly slow movements, both awake and during lighter sleep phases, create a sense of profound peace and mindfulness that modern humans could learn much from. Sloths hang from branches using their powerful claws, maintaining their grip even during their deepest sleep phases through specialized tendons that lock automatically. The gentle swaying motion of sleeping sloths as they hang from tree branches mirrors the rocking motion that helps human babies fall asleep, creating a natural rhythm that's deeply soothing to observe. Their perpetually peaceful facial expressions seem to suggest they've discovered some secret to contentment that the rest of the world has yet to learn. Their extremely low metabolic rate allows them to survive on remarkably little food, while spending most of their time in various stages of rest and gentle activity. The way sloths move through their days with such unhurried intention teaches valuable lessons about the beauty of taking life slowly and savoring each peaceful moment. Their soft, shaggy fur and gentle demeanor make them natural ambassadors for the philosophy of rest and relaxation. Even their bathroom habits follow an extremely slow and deliberate schedule, with sloths descending from their trees only once a week in a ritual that demonstrates their complete commitment to an unhurried lifestyle. As these gentle rhythms of animal rest continue to wash over your consciousness, like soft waves on a quiet shore, you might find your own body naturally beginning to mirror the peaceful surrender these creatures have mastered so completely. In the underwater meadows where gentle currents sway through forests of kelp, seahorses have developed one of the most enchanting approaches to rest in all of marine life. These delicate creatures anchor themselves to coral branches or swaying seaweed with their curled tails, maintaining their position while they enter states of peaceful dormancy that can last for hours at a time. Their tiny fins flutter gently like underwater butterflies, even during rest, creating the most subtle movements that barely disturb the water around them. The way seahorses wrap their prehensile tails around their chosen anchor points demonstrates an instinctive understanding of security and stability during vulnerable rest periods. Male seahorses, who carry and nurture their young in specialized pouches, often rest in protective positions that shield their precious cargo from ocean currents and potential predators. Their upright posture and graceful movements create images of underwater dancers frozen in peaceful meditation, swaying gently with the rhythm of the tides. The delicate transparency of their fins and the gentle undulation of their dorsal fins during rest periods create mesmerizing patterns that seem to pulse in harmony with the ocean's natural rhythms. Their large, expressive eyes can move independently, allowing them to remain partially aware of their surroundings, even during their deepest rest phases. Seahorses often gather in small groups around particularly favorable resting spots, creating underwater gardens of sleeping creatures that look like living sculptures arranged by some gentle ocean artist. Their commitment to remaining perfectly still during rest, broken only by the occasional gentle adjustment of their tail grip, demonstrates a mastery of patient tranquility. Beneath the forest canopy, red pandas have perfected the art of arboreal slumber that combines the best aspects of both feline grace and bear-like comfort. These adorable creatures spend most of their daylight hours curled up in the forks of tree branches, using their magnificent fluffy tails as natural pillows and blankets that would make any human envious. Their russet-coloured fur provides perfect camouflage against the tree bark and autumn leaves, allowing them to rest in peaceful invisibility high above the forest floor. Red pandas often sleep with their paws dangling over the sides of branches in positions that look impossibly comfortable and relaxed, as if they've discovered the secret to perfect rest. Their round ears twitch occasionally during sleep, monitoring the forest sounds while the rest of their body remains completely at ease. The way red pandas arrange themselves on branches, often with their backs against the tree trunk and their tails wrapped around their bodies, creates perfect pictures of arboreal contentment. During colder weather, red pandas curl into tight balls that conserve body heat while maximizing comfort, demonstrating nature's elegant solutions to the challenges of outdoor sleeping. Their gentle breathing creates soft sounds that blend harmoniously with the whisper of wind through leaves above their resting places. Baby red pandas often sleep in family groups, piled together in fluffy heaps of russet fur that create some of the most heartwarming scenes in the entire animal kingdom. Their naturally peaceful expressions and relaxed postures make them living embodiments of serenity and rest. In the depths of caves around the world, millions of bats demonstrate that community sleeping can be both efficient and deeply comforting. These nocturnal creatures return to their roosts each dawn, settling into massive communal sleeping arrangements that can include thousands of individuals clustered together for warmth and protection. The gentle chittering and soft rustling sounds of settling bat colonies create a unique soundscape that speaks to the comfort found in shared spaces and mutual security. Their ability to sleep while hanging upside down from cave ceilings or tree branches showcases remarkable adaptations that allow them to rest in spaces completely inaccessible to ground-dwelling predators. Different species of bats often share the same roosting sites, creating diverse communities of sleepers that demonstrate cooperation and peaceful coexistence among related species. The way bats fold their wings around their bodies during sleep creates natural sleeping bags that provide insulation and comfort throughout their long rest periods. Mother bats maintain physical contact with their pups during sleep, ensuring warmth and security for their young, while demonstrating the protective instincts that continue even during rest. The rhythmic breathing of thousands of sleeping bats creates subtle air currents that help regulate temperature and humidity in their shared sleeping spaces. Their specialized thumb claws allow them to maintain their grip on roosting surfaces without any conscious effort, enabling truly relaxed sleep without fear of falling. The way bat colonies synchronize their sleep and wake cycles creates impressive displays of coordinated behavior that rival any human community organization. Among the most graceful sleepers in the avian world, swans create scenes of elegant tranquility on lakes and ponds around the globe. These magnificent birds often sleep while floating on calm water, tucking their long necks back along their bodies and resting their heads on their own backs in positions that look like living sculptures of peace and grace. Their white feathers create perfect reflections on still water surfaces, doubling the beauty of their sleeping forms and creating mirror images that seem to extend infinitely into the depths below. Swans often sleep in family groups, with parents positioned protectively around their cygnets, creating circles of safety and love on moonlit waters. The gentle lapping of water against their feathers during sleep provides natural white noise that enhances their rest, while creating any human fortunate enough to witness these oothing sounds for peaceful scenes. Their large webbed feet often remain partially submerged during rest, allowing them to make small adjustments to their position without fully awakening. When sleeping on land, swans create equally beautiful tableaux, arranging themselves in small groups with their necks gracefully curved and their bills tucked beneath their wings. Their pure white plumage against green grass or sandy shores creates striking contrasts that emphasize their natural elegance and serenity. The way swans maintain their pair bonds even during sleep, often resting with their necks intertwined or positioned close together, demonstrates the continuation of love and partnership through all phases of their daily cycles. Their soft, rhythmic breathing creates gentle movements that barely disturb the water around them, embodying perfect harmony with their aquatic environment. In the Arctic regions where survival depends on careful energy conservation, polar bears have developed sleeping strategies that maximize warmth retention while minimizing energy expenditure. These powerful predators often dig shallow sleeping dens in snowbanks, creating insulated spaces that protect them from harsh winds and extreme temperatures. Mother polar bears with cubs create elaborate maternity dens where families can rest together safely through the harshest winter months. These underground chambers provide perfect examples of instinctive architecture designed specifically for comfortable, secure rest. The way polar bear families arrange themselves in their dens, with mothers curled protectively around their young, creates touching scenes of love and care. Their thick, dense fur provides natural insulation that allows them to sleep comfortably, even in temperatures that would be lethal to most other mammals. Polar bears often sleep for extended periods during times when hunting conditions are poor, demonstrating remarkable ability to adjust their rest patterns to environmental circumstances. The gentle rise and fall of their massive chests during sleep creates hypnotic rhythms that speak to the fundamental life force that continues even during the deepest rest. Their powerful paws often remain partially curled during sleep, as if still dreaming of swimming through icy waters or walking across endless snowfields. When sleeping on ice floes, polar bears position themselves to take advantage of wind patterns and sun exposure, showing sophisticated understanding of how environmental factors affect rest quality. Their ability to sleep soundly in one of Earth's most challenging environments demonstrates the remarkable adaptability of mammalian rest patterns. Deep in tropical rainforests, jaguars create some of the most solitary yet peaceful sleeping scenes in the animal kingdom. These powerful cats often rest during the heat of the day, seeking out shaded areas beneath dense canopy cover or on sturdy tree branches that provide both comfort and security. Their spotted coats provide perfect camouflage against dappled sunlight and shadow, allowing them to sleep in visibility while remaining alert to potential opportunities in relative or threats. Jaguars often choose elevated resting spots that offer good views of their territory, combining rest with strategic positioning. The way jaguars arrange their powerful bodies during rest, often with paws hanging loosely over branch edges or stretched out in complete relaxation, demonstrates absolute confidence in their own strength and territorial security. Their deep, rhythmic breathing during sleep creates subtle movements that barely disturb the leaves around them. These solitary cats often sleep for 12 to 15 hours each day, conserving energy for their intense hunting activities during cooler evening and early morning hours. Their excellent hearing remains partially active even during sleep, allowing them to monitor their rainforest environment while still achieving restorative rest. The peaceful expressions on sleeping jaguars' faces, with their eyes gently closed and facial muscles completely relaxed, create striking images of feline contentment and security. Their thick, muscular bodies seem to meld perfectly with tree branches or forest floor vegetation, demonstrating complete harmony with their rainforest environment. In coral reefs around the world, parrotfish have developed one of the most remarkable sleep protection strategies found anywhere in marine environments. These colourful fish create mucus cocoons around themselves each night, spinning translucent sleeping bags that provide protection from predators, while allowing them to rest peacefully among the coral formations. The process of creating these protective cocoons takes considerable time and energy, demonstrating the high value these fish place on secure, comfortable rest. The translucent nature of their mucus shelters allows parrotfish to remain partially aware of their surroundings while still achieving the deep rest they need for optimal health. Their vibrant colours often become more subdued during rest periods, creating subtle changes that help them blend more effectively with their coral reef environments. The way parrotfish position themselves within their protective cocoons, often wedged into coral crevices or nestled against reef structures, shows sophisticated understanding of defensive sleeping positions. These remarkable fish often rest in small groups, creating underwater neighborhoods of sleeping parrotfish that demonstrate the social aspects of rest even among marine creatures. Their gentle gill movements during sleep create soft currents that help maintain water circulation within their protective cocoons. The peaceful way parrotfish settle into their nightly rest routine, methodically creating their cocoons and positioning themselves for optimal comfort and security, provides wonderful examples of preparation rituals that enhance sleep quality. Their commitment to this elaborate bedtime routine shows the importance of taking time to properly prepare for rest. Among the most endearing communal sleepers, prairie dogs create underground cities where entire communities rest together in elaborate burrow systems that provide security, temperature control, and social bonding opportunities. These highly social rodents maintain complex sleeping arrangements that reflect their sophisticated community structures. Their burrows feature multiple chambers specifically designed for different activities, including dedicated sleeping areas that provide optimal conditions for rest and recovery. The way prairie dog families arrange themselves during sleep, often with multiple generations sharing sleeping spaces, creates heartwarming scenes of multi-generational care and bonding. These creatures take turns standing guard while others sleep, demonstrating remarkable community cooperation and mutual protection that ensures everyone gets adequate rest while maintaining colony security. Their soft chirping communications continue even during rest periods, maintaining social bonds and providing reassurance to sleeping community members. Prairie dog pups often sleep in large groups, creating warm, furry piles that provide both physical comfort and emotional security during their most vulnerable developmental stages. Their underground sleeping chambers maintain stable temperatures and humidity levels that promote high-quality rest regardless of surface weather conditions. The elaborate tunnel systems that connect sleeping chambers allow for easy movement and communication throughout their communities, creating underground networks that rival human urban planning in their sophistication and efficiency. Their dedication to creating comfortable, secure sleeping environments for their entire community demonstrates the importance of considering rest needs when designing living spaces. In the canopy of tropical forests, howler monkeys create some of the most socially complex sleeping arrangements found among primates. These vocal creatures settle into family groups each evening, choosing sturdy tree branches that can support their combined weight while providing security from ground-dwelling predators. Their powerful calls that give them their name often subside to gentle murmurs and soft vocalizations during rest periods, creating peaceful soundscapes that help maintain family bonds throughout the night. The way howler monkey families position themselves during sleep, often with arms and tails intertwined, demonstrates the physical comfort and emotional security found in close family contact. Their prehensile tails serve as natural safety lines during sleep, wrapping around branches to prevent falls, while allowing their bodies to remain completely relaxed. Different family members often take turns maintaining partial alertness, ensuring group security while allowing everyone to achieve the deep rest they need. Baby howler monkeys sleep clinging to their mothers, maintaining physical contact that provides warmth, security, and continued bonding throughout the night hours. Their sleeping positions often change throughout the night as they adjust to temperature variations and comfort needs while maintaining their secure holds on tree branches. The gentle swaying of tree branches during sleep provides natural rocking motions that seem to enhance the quality of their rest, creating a peaceful rhythm that synchronizes with their breathing and heartbeats. Their thick fur provides excellent insulation that allows comfortable sleep even during cooler nighttime temperatures in their arboreal environment. As these countless stories of animal rest continue to flow like a gentle river through your consciousness, you may notice how your own body naturally begins to mirror the peaceful surrender that these creatures have perfected across millions of years of evolution, each breath becoming deeper and more rhythmic as you drift along with the endless stream of nature's wisdom about the art of letting go. In the depths of tropical oceans, green sea turtles embark on some of the most extraordinary sleeping journeys found anywhere in marine life. These ancient mariners can hold their breath for hours while resting on the ocean floor, entering states of profound tranquility that seem to slow time itself. Their massive shells provide natural protection during these vulnerable periods, creating living fortresses that have remained unchanged for millions of years. The way sea turtles position themselves during rest, often wedged beneath coral ledges or nestled into sandy depressions, demonstrates instinctive understanding of how to find security in the vast openness of the ocean. Their flippers often remain partially extended during sleep, ready to propel them toward the surface for air when needed, yet completely relaxed and graceful. Young sea turtles often rest in floating beds of seaweed, camouflaged among the gentle fronds, while ocean currents rock them in nature's most soothing cradle. Their ability to achieve such deep rest while maintaining awareness of their need to breathe shows remarkable biological coordination that borders on the miraculous. The peaceful expressions on sleeping sea turtles, with their ancient eyes gently closed and their massive heads resting comfortably, create images of timeless wisdom and oceanic serenity. Their slow, deliberate movements, even during lighter sleep phases, embody the unhurried patience that has allowed their species to survive for over 100 million years. In the frozen landscapes of Antarctica, emperor penguins have developed perhaps the most touching and cooperative sleep behavior in the entire animal kingdom. These remarkable birds form massive huddles containing thousands of individuals, taking turns moving from the cold outer edges to the warm interior in a continuously rotating system that ensures everyone gets adequate rest and warmth. Their dedication to community care during rest periods demonstrates cooperation and selflessness that rivals the most advanced human societies. The gentle shuffling movements of penguin huddles create hypnotic rhythms as individuals slowly rotate positions throughout their rest periods, ensuring that no one remains exposed to harsh conditions for extended periods. Baby penguins sleep nestled on their parents' feet, protected from the ice by warm pouches of skin and feathers that create perfect natural incubators. The soft cooing and gentle vocalizations that continue during rest help maintain family bonds and provide reassurance throughout the long Antarctic nights. Their black and white plumage creates striking patterns against the pristine white landscape, while their streamlined bodies pressed together generate collective warmth that makes survival possible in Earth's most challenging environment. The way emperor penguins synchronize their movements even during sleep, maintaining the integrity of their protective huddles, shows remarkable social coordination. Their commitment to shared survival through cooperative rest demonstrates how sleep can become a community activity that benefits everyone involved. The gentle rocking motion created by thousands of penguins adjusting their positions creates a natural rhythm that seems to enhance the quality of rest for the entire group. Among the most solitary yet peaceful sleepers, mountain goats create scenes of remarkable tranquility on rocky ledges and cliff faces that would terrify most other creatures. These sure-footed climbers often sleep on narrow ledges hundreds of feet above valley floors, demonstrating absolute confidence in their natural climbing abilities and chosen resting spots. Their thick white coats provide excellent insulation against mountain cold, while creating beautiful contrasts against dark, rocky backgrounds. Mountain goats often sleep in small family groups, positioning themselves to take advantage of rock formations that provide wind protection and solar warming during daylight rest periods. Their specialized hooves maintain secure grips on rock surfaces even during sleep, allowing complete relaxation without fear of slipping from their precarious perches. The way mountain goats arrange themselves during rest, often with their backs against rock walls and their legs tucked beneath them, shows sophisticated understanding of how to maximize both comfort and security. Their peaceful expressions and completely relaxed postures while resting on seemingly impossible cliff faces demonstrate the remarkable adaptability of mammalian sleep patterns to extreme environments. The gentle sounds of their breathing often echo softly off surrounding rock faces, creating natural acoustics that enhance the serene atmosphere of their mountain resting places. In the coral gardens of tropical seas, seahorses create some of the most delicate and graceful sleeping arrangements found anywhere in marine environments. These ethereal creatures anchor themselves to swaying coral branches or seaweed fronds with their curled tails, maintaining their positions while entering states of peaceful dormancy that can last for hours. Their tiny fins continue to flutter gently during rest, creating the most subtle movements that barely disturb the water around them, while maintaining perfect balance and position. The way seahorses wrap their prehensile tails around their chosen anchor points demonstrates an instinctive understanding of security and stability during vulnerable rest periods. Male seahorses, who carry and nurture their young in specialized pouches, often rest in protective positions that shield their precious cargo from ocean currents and potential predators. Their upright posture and graceful movements create images of underwater dancers frozen in peaceful meditation, swaying gently with the rhythm of the tides. The delicate transparency of their fins and the gentle undulation of their dorsal fins during rest periods create mesmerizing patterns that seem to pulse in harmony with the ocean's natural rhythms. Their large, expressive eyes can move independently, allowing them to remain partially aware of their surroundings even during their deepest rest phases. Seahorses often gather in small groups around particularly favorable resting spots, creating underwater gardens of sleeping creatures that look like living sculptures arranged by some gentle ocean artist. Their commitment to remaining perfectly still during rest, broken only by the occasional gentle adjustment of their tail grip, demonstrates a mastery of patient tranquility. Deep in deciduous forests, black bears prepare for winter rest through elaborate rituals that demonstrate remarkable foresight and preparation skills. These powerful omnivores spend autumn months consuming enormous quantities of food, building the fat reserves necessary to sustain them through months of hibernation in cozy dens. Their den preparation involves careful selection of locations that provide optimal insulation, drainage, and security from disturbance. Black bears often choose hollow trees, caves, or excavated spaces beneath large rocks, creating sleeping chambers that maintain stable temperatures throughout the winter months. The way mother bears arrange their dens to accommodate growing cubs shows sophisticated understanding of family needs and space planning. Their ability to slow their metabolism and heart rate during hibernation demonstrates remarkable biological control that allows them to essentially pause their lives for months at a time. During their active months, black bears often take afternoon naps in shaded areas, creating temporary sleeping spots in tall grass or beneath dense tree cover. Their powerful bodies seem to meld perfectly with forest environments, whether they're resting against tree trunks or stretched out in sunny meadows. The gentle snoring sounds that sometimes emerge from bear dens during winter hibernation create amusing reminders that even the most powerful predators share common sleep experiences with humans. Their peaceful emergence from hibernation each spring represents one of nature's most beautiful examples of renewal and reawakening. In the vast grasslands of Africa, meerkats have developed sleeping arrangements that perfectly balance community security with individual comfort. These highly social creatures sleep in underground burrows that feature multiple entrances and specialized chambers designed for different family activities, including dedicated nurseries for their young. Their elaborate tunnel systems include ventilation shafts that maintain air quality and temperature control throughout their underground sleeping quarters. Different family members take turns standing guard during rest periods, ensuring that the group remains protected while everyone gets the sleep they need for optimal health and alertness. Baby meerkats sleep in warm, furry piles with their siblings and cousins, creating heartwarming scenes of family bonding and shared comfort. Their soft chittering sounds during sleep help maintain social bonds and provide reassurance to other family members throughout the night. The way meerkat families arrange themselves during sleep, often with the dominant pair positioned strategically to respond quickly to any threats, demonstrates sophisticated social organization that continues even during rest periods. Their underground sleeping chambers maintain stable temperatures that provide comfortable conditions regardless of surface weather variations. Their dedication to community security during vulnerable sleep periods shows remarkable cooperation and mutual care that ensures everyone gets adequate rest while maintaining group safety. The gentle sounds of multiple meerkats breathing in synchronization creates a peaceful underground symphony that enhances the quality of rest for the entire family. In alpine meadows and mountain slopes, bighorn sheep create some of the most scenic and peaceful sleeping arrangements found in high-altitude environments. These sure-footed climbers often rest on grassy ledges or in sheltered areas that provide both comfort and strategic views of their mountainous territories. Their magnificent curved horns create distinctive silhouettes against mountain skylines, while their thick coats provide excellent insulation against the temperature fluctuations common in high-altitude environments. Bighorn sheep often sleep in small groups, positioning themselves to take advantage of natural windbreaks and solar exposure. Their ability to sleep comfortably on steep, rocky terrain demonstrates remarkable adaptation to challenging mountain environments. The way they arrange themselves during rest often with some individuals positioned as natural sentries while others sleep more deeply, shows sophisticated group coordination and mutual protection. Their peaceful grazing periods before settling into sleep create meditative scenes of contentment and natural harmony. The gentle sounds of their breathing and occasional soft bleating calls help maintain herd cohesion even during rest periods. Baby bighorn sheep often sleep close to their mothers, taking advantage of shared body warmth and protection, while learning the important social behaviors that will guide them throughout their lives. Their playful interactions during lighter sleep phases create charming scenes of youthful energy and family bonding. In the canopies of temperate forests, flying squirrels demonstrate that gliding mammals have developed their own unique approaches to arboreal rest. These nocturnal creatures spend their daylight hours sleeping in tree cavities, abandoned woodpecker holes, or specially constructed leaf nests that provide security and insulation. Their large dark eyes remain closed during sleep, while their soft, dense fur creates natural insulation that keeps them warm in their tree-hollow homes. Flying squirrels often sleep in family groups, sharing body warmth and creating social bonds that strengthen their community relationships. Their gliding membranes fold neatly against their bodies during rest, creating streamlined forms that fit perfectly into their chosen sleeping spaces. The way they arrange their fluffy tails during sleep, often using them as natural pillows or blankets, demonstrates efficient use of their anatomical features for enhanced comfort. Their gentle chattering vocalizations during lighter sleep phases help maintain contact with family members and territory boundaries. Baby flying squirrels often sleep clustered together in warm, furry groups that provide both physical comfort and emotional security during their development. The peaceful expressions on sleeping flying squirrels, with their large eyes gently closed and their bodies completely relaxed, create touching images of arboreal contentment and security. Their ability to sleep soundly in tree cavities high above the forest floor demonstrates complete trust in their chosen resting environments. Among the most industrious builders of sleeping accommodations, beavers create elaborate lodge systems that provide some of the most sophisticated and comfortable family sleeping quarters found anywhere in the animal kingdom. These remarkable engineers construct multi-chambered homes with underwater entrances and above-water living spaces that maintain optimal temperature and humidity conditions. Their lodge interiors feature raised sleeping platforms lined with soft wood shavings and dried grasses that create comfortable bedding for family rest periods. The way beaver families arrange themselves during sleep, often with parents positioned protectively around their kits, demonstrates the continuation of family care and bonding throughout rest periods. Their thick, waterproof fur provides excellent insulation that keeps them warm and dry, even in their semi-aquatic environments. Beaver lodges maintain stable internal temperatures that provide comfortable sleeping conditions, regardless of external weather variations, showcasing remarkable architectural planning for rest optimization. The gentle sounds of water lapping against lodge walls create natural white noise that enhances sleep quality while providing constant awareness of their aquatic environment. Their powerful tails, which serve as tools and rudders during active periods, often rest curled against their bodies during sleep, creating efficient sleeping positions. Baby beavers learn important construction and maintenance skills by observing their parents' work on lodge improvements, often taking naps during the day after busy nights of family construction projects. Their dedication to creating and maintaining comfortable family homes demonstrates the importance of investing effort in quality sleeping environments. In the depths of caves around the world, millions of hibernating bats demonstrate that community sleeping can provide both warmth and security during challenging seasonal conditions. These flying mammals cluster together in massive groups that can include thousands of individuals, creating living blankets of shared body heat that enable survival through harsh winter months. Their ability to slow their metabolic rates during hibernation allows them to survive on stored body fat for months at a time, demonstrating remarkable biological efficiency and energy conservation. The gentle stirring and repositioning that occurs within bat colonies during hibernation creates subtle movements that help maintain optimal temperature distribution throughout the group. Different species of bats often share hibernation sites, creating diverse communities that demonstrate cooperation and resource sharing among related species. Their synchronized emergence from hibernation each spring creates spectacular displays of coordinated activity as millions of bats return to active life simultaneously. The soft, chittering, and gentle wing movements during lighter hibernation phases create peaceful soundscapes within cave systems that speak to the comfort and security found in large community sleeping arrangements. Their specialized physiological adaptations for hibernation represent some of the most extreme examples of mammalian rest strategies found anywhere in nature. Mother bats maintain protective positions around their young during hibernation, ensuring that pups receive adequate warmth and security throughout the vulnerable winter months. Their ability to achieve such deep rest while hanging upside down demonstrates remarkable adaptations that allow comfortable sleep in positions that would be impossible for most other mammals. In tropical rainforest canopies, three-toed sloths have elevated the art of slow living and extended rest to levels that inspire awe and perhaps a bit of envy in our fast-paced human world. These wonderfully unhurried creatures sleep up to 20 hours each day, moving through their arboreal environment with such deliberate slowness that entire ecosystems develop within their fur. Their incredibly slow movements create a sense of profound mindfulness and present moment awareness that modern humans could learn much from in our own approaches to rest and relaxation. Sloths maintain their grip on tree branches through specialized claw structures that lock automatically, allowing them to sleep securely without any conscious effort or muscle tension. The gentle swaying motion of sleeping sloths as they hang from tree branches creates natural rocking rhythms that seem to enhance their rest quality while providing hypnotic movements for any observer fortunate enough to witness these peaceful creatures. Their perpetually serene facial expressions suggest they've discovered some fundamental secret about contentment and inner peace. Their extremely low metabolic rate allows them to thrive on minimal food intake while spending most of their time in various stages of rest and gentle activity. The algae that grows on their fur during extended rest periods creates natural camouflage that helps them blend seamlessly with their leafy surroundings, demonstrating how complete rest can become part of a survival strategy. Their soft, shaggy appearance and gentle demeanor make them natural symbols of relaxation and unhurried living. Even their weekly descent to ground level for bathroom needs follows an extremely slow and deliberate schedule that demonstrates their complete commitment to an unhurried lifestyle that prioritizes rest and energy conservation above all else. The way sloths move through their days with such peaceful intention teaches valuable lessons about the beauty and effectiveness of taking life slowly and savoring each moment of existence. Their ability to find complete satisfaction in simple activities, like hanging peacefully from tree branches, offers profound insights into the nature of contentment and the art of being present. As we near the end of our gentle journey through the restful world of animal sleep, your own consciousness may have begun to naturally synchronize with these peaceful rhythms, your breathing deeper and more regular, your body settling into the same kind of trusting relaxation that has sustained these creatures through millions of years of evolution and adaptation to their natural environments. The gentle art of sleep extends even into the microscopic realm, where creatures so small they're nearly invisible to the human eye have developed their own sophisticated approaches to rest and recovery. Tardigrades, those remarkable water bears that can survive in the vacuum of space, enter states of cryptobiosis that represent perhaps the most extreme form of suspended animation found anywhere in nature. During these periods, their already slow movements cease entirely, and their bodies essentially pause all life processes while maintaining the to resume normal activity when conditions improve. These microscopic marvels demonstrate that the need for rest transcends size and complexity, reaching down to the very smallest levels of life on Earth. Their ability to survive in this suspended state for decades, or even longer, shows that rest can become a form of time travel, allowing creatures to skip past unfavorable conditions and emerge when life becomes possible again. In the shallow waters of tropical lagoons, manatees create some of the most serene and peaceful sleeping scenes found anywhere in aquatic environments. These gentle giants, often called sea cows, rest by floating near the surface or lying on sandy bottoms in warm, protected waters where they can easily rise to breathe when needed. Their massive, rounded bodies seem to embody tranquility itself as they drift slowly through their underwater world. Manatees sleep for up to 12 hours each day, often gathering in small groups around warm water springs where they can maintain comfortable body temperatures while resting peacefully together. Their slow, deliberate movements, even during wakefulness, create an atmosphere of profound calm that extends to their sleep periods. The gentle way manatees surface to breathe, barely disturbing the water around them, demonstrates perfect harmony between rest and the basic necessities of life. Baby manatees often rest close to their mothers, sometimes even sleeping while nursing, creating touching scenes of family bonding and care that continue throughout their rest periods. Their thick, grey skin and whiskered faces give them expressions of perpetual gentleness that make them natural ambassadors for peaceful living. The way manatees choose their sleeping locations, always in warm, shallow waters with easy access to air, shows instinctive understanding of how environmental factors affect rest quality. Their unhurried approach to all activities, from eating to swimming to sleeping, teaches valuable lessons about the beauty of moving through life without rush or urgency. In the vast expanses of ocean waters, blue whales demonstrate that even the largest animals on Earth have developed elegant solutions for achieving restful sleep in their aquatic environment. These magnificent creatures, whose hearts alone are the size of small cars, enter periods of quiet floating where they remain motionless near the surface, allowing ocean currents to gently carry them while they rest. Their enormous size creates unique challenges for sleep, yet they've evolved strategies that allow them to achieve the rest they need while maintaining awareness of their need to breathe and their position relative to other whales in their group. The gentle rise and fall of their massive bodies as they breathe during lighter sleep phases creates rhythmic movements that seem to pulse with the very heartbeat of the ocean itself. Blue whales often rest in areas where ocean currents are gentle and predictable, allowing them to maintain their position with minimal effort while achieving restorative sleep. Their low-frequency calls can continue even during rest periods, maintaining communication with other whales across vast distances while they sleep. The peaceful way these giants move through their rest cycles, shifting between deeper sleep and lighter awareness, demonstrates remarkable coordination between their massive physiology and their need for both rest and survival vigilance. Their ability to achieve tranquil sleep while floating in the endless expanse of open ocean represents ultimate trust in their natural environment. Among the most endearing family sleepers, river otters create heartwarming scenes of communal rest along riverbanks and in cozy dens that they've excavated in soft earth near water sources. These playful creatures often sleep in large family groups, with parents and offspring curled together in warm, furry piles that provide both physical comfort and emotional security. Their thick, waterproof fur creates natural insulation that keeps them warm and dry even when sleeping in dens close to water. River otters often choose sleeping locations that provide easy access to their aquatic hunting grounds, while offering protection from predators and weather variations. Their playful nature continues even during lighter sleep phases, with gentle movements and soft chittering sounds that maintain family bonds throughout their rest periods. Baby otters learn important social behaviors during communal sleep times, developing the close family relationships that will sustain them throughout their lives. The way river otter families arrange themselves during sleep, often with smaller individuals nestled between larger ones, demonstrates sophisticated understanding of how to share warmth and provide mutual protection. Their dedication to maintaining family unity, even during vulnerable sleep periods, shows the deep social bonds that characterize their species. Their streamlined bodies and powerful tails, which serve them so well during swimming and diving, curl naturally around family members during sleep, creating living sculptures of contentment and togetherness. The gentle sounds of multiple otters breathing in synchronization creates a peaceful soundtrack that enhances the quality of rest for the entire family group. In the frozen Arctic wilderness, Arctic foxes have developed remarkable adaptations that allow them to sleep comfortably in some of Earth's most challenging conditions. Their incredibly thick, fluffy coats change color with the seasons, providing both camouflage and insulation that enables restful sleep, even when temperatures drop far below freezing. These small but resilient predators often create sleeping dens by digging into snowdrifts, using their own body heat to create cozy chambers that maintain comfortable temperatures throughout their rest periods. Their bushy tails serve as natural blankets, wrapping around their bodies to cover their noses and faces while they sleep in curled positions that minimize heat loss. Arctic foxes demonstrate remarkable flexibility in their sleep patterns, adjusting their rest schedules to take advantage of available food sources and favorable weather conditions. During periods of abundant food, they may cache extra provisions near their sleeping areas, allowing them to rest securely, knowing that meals are readily available. Their large, pointed ears remain partially alert, even during sleep, monitoring for sounds that might indicate either opportunities or threats in their harsh environment. The way Arctic foxes choose sheltered locations for sleep, often utilizing natural windbreaks and solar exposure, shows sophisticated understanding of how to optimize rest conditions in extreme climates. Their peaceful expressions during sleep, with their dark noses tucked beneath their fluffy tails and their eyes gently closed, create touching images of resilience and adaptability in the face of nature's greatest challenges. Their ability to find comfort and security in the Arctic landscape demonstrates the remarkable ways that mammals can adapt their sleep needs to virtually any environment. Deep in tropical forests, tapirs create some of the most solitary yet peaceful sleeping arrangements found among large terrestrial mammals. These gentle browsers often rest during the heat of the day, seeking out shaded areas near water sources where they can remain cool and comfortable, while avoiding the most intense periods of solar radiation. Their distinctive black and white markings help them blend into dappled forest light, providing natural camouflage that allows them to sleep with reduced risk of predator detection. Tapirs often choose sleeping locations that offer multiple escape routes, positioning themselves strategically while still achieving the deep rest they need for optimal health. Their excellent sense of smell and hearing remain partially active even during sleep, allowing them to monitor their forest environment while still achieving restorative rest. The way tapirs arrange their stocky bodies during sleep, often with their legs folded beneath them in positions that allow quick movement if necessary, demonstrates the balance between rest and readiness that characterizes survival in the wild. Baby tapirs sleep close to their mothers, taking advantage of shared body heat and protection, while learning the important environmental awareness skills that will serve them throughout their lives. Their soft snuffling sounds during sleep blend harmoniously with the ambient sounds of the tropical forest, creating peaceful soundscapes that enhance the tranquil atmosphere of their woodland home. The gentle way tapirs move through their daily routines, from foraging to bathing to sleeping, creates rhythms that seem perfectly synchronized with the natural cycles of their rainforest environment. Their unhurried approach to all activities demonstrates the beauty of living in harmony with natural rhythms rather than fighting against them. In the grasslands and savannas of Australia, wombats have perfected the art of underground living and secure communal rest. These sturdy marsupials create elaborate burrow systems that can extend for hundreds of feet underground, featuring multiple chambers designed for different activities, including dedicated sleeping areas that provide optimal conditions for rest and recovery. Their powerful claws and muscular bodies make them exceptional excavators, allowing them to create sleeping chambers that maintain stable temperatures and humidity levels regardless of surface weather conditions. Wombat burrows often house multiple individuals, creating underground communities where family members can share warmth and security during their extended rest periods. Their cube-shaped droppings, unique among mammals, serve as territorial markers around their burrow entrances, helping to establish clear boundaries that protect their sleeping areas from intrusion by other animals. The way wombats arrange their sleeping chambers, always with multiple exit tunnels, shows sophisticated understanding of security planning for vulnerable rest periods. Their thick, coarse fur provides excellent insulation in their underground homes, while their low-slung bodies and short legs are perfectly adapted for comfortable movement through tunnel systems. Baby wombats, called joeys, sleep in specialized pouches during their early development, then graduate to sleeping in family groups within the protective burrow system. The peaceful way wombats emerge from their burrows during evening hours, slowly and deliberately checking their surroundings before committing to surface activity, demonstrates the careful balance between security and activity that characterizes successful survival strategies. Their methodical approach to all activities, from foraging to grooming to returning to sleep, creates predictable routines that minimize stress and optimize rest quality. Among the most spectacular community sleepers, flamingos create some of the most visually stunning rest arrangements found anywhere in the avian world. These elegant birds often gather in flocks of thousands, creating pink carpets of sleeping beauty across shallow lakes and lagoons in tropical and subtropical regions around the globe. Their famous one-legged sleeping stance serves multiple practical purposes, including heat conservation and muscle rest, while creating distinctive silhouettes that have become symbols of grace and balance. The way flamingo flocks arrange themselves during sleep, with individuals positioned to provide mutual protection while allowing easy escape routes, demonstrates sophisticated group coordination and shared security awareness. Their vibrant pink coloration, derived from carotenoid pigments in their diet, creates breathtaking displays when thousands of individuals gather together for communal rest periods. The gentle filtering movements they make even during sleep help maintain water circulation around their legs while preventing them from becoming too deeply mired in soft lake bottoms. Baby flamingos sleep in nursery groups supervised by adult birds who take turns standing guard, creating safe environments where young birds can develop the social skills and physical coordination they'll need throughout their lives. The soft honking calls that continue during rest periods help maintain flock cohesion and provide reassurance to sleeping individuals. Their long curved necks often rest in graceful S-shapes during sleep, creating elegant lines that seem to flow like living sculpture across the water's surface. The synchronized movements of large flamingo flocks during lighter sleep phases create mesmerizing displays of coordination and grace that speak to the beauty of collective behavior in nature. In the depths of old-growth forests, porcupines demonstrate that even the most well-defended animals need secure places to rest and recover. These spiky mammals often sleep in tree cavities, abandoned bird nests, or dense brush piles that provide protection from predators, while accommodating their unique physical characteristics and defensive capabilities. Their thousands of sharp quills create natural armor that continues to protect them even during vulnerable sleep periods, allowing them to rest with confidence in locations that might not be secure enough for other mammals. Porcupines often choose elevated sleeping spots that provide good escape routes while offering strategic views of their surrounding territory. Their excellent climbing abilities allow them to access sleeping locations high in tree canopies where they can rest on sturdy branches while remaining protected from ground-dwelling predators. The way porcupines arrange their quills during sleep, often flattening them against their bodies to create more comfortable sleeping positions, shows remarkable control over their defensive systems. Baby porcupines, called porcupets, are born with soft quills that harden within hours of birth, allowing them to develop their natural defenses while still maintaining the close physical contact with their mothers that's essential for early development and learning. Their soft, chittering vocalizations during sleep help maintain family bonds while providing comfort and reassurance. The gentle way porcupines move through their arboreal environment, carefully testing each branch and foothold, demonstrates the methodical approach to safety that characterizes all their activities, including their preparation for sleep. Their ability to find comfort and security, even while carrying thousands of sharp spines, shows remarkable adaptation to their unique physical characteristics. As these gentle stories of animal rest continue to weave through your consciousness like soft threads in a peaceful tapestry, you might notice how your own body has begun to mirror the complete relaxation and trust that these creatures demonstrate so naturally, each breath becoming slower and more rhythmic as you allow yourself to drift along with the timeless wisdom of nature's most accomplished sleepers. In the crystal clear waters of mountain streams, brook trout have developed resting patterns that demonstrate how even fish can find tranquil sleep in flowing water environments. These beautiful fish often rest in quiet pools behind rocks or logs, where the current is reduced and they can maintain their position with minimal effort while achieving the restorative rest they need. Their spotted patterns provide perfect camouflage against dappled stream bottoms, allowing them to rest in relative invisibility while remaining alert to both opportunities and threats in their aquatic environment. The gentle movements of their gills during rest periods create subtle rhythms that blend harmoniously with the soft sounds of flowing water around them. Brook trout often choose resting spots that provide both security and easy access to feeding areas, demonstrating efficient use of their stream environment for multiple life functions. Their ability to remain motionless for extended periods while maintaining perfect position in flowing water shows remarkable adaptation to their aquatic lifestyle. The way these fish respond to seasonal changes in their stream environments, adjusting their resting patterns to accommodate temperature variations and food availability, demonstrates sophisticated behavioral flexibility that enhances both survival and rest quality. Their peaceful presence in mountain streams adds life and beauty to some of nature's most pristine and tranquil environments. Young brook trout often rest in shallow, protected areas where they can develop their swimming abilities while remaining safe from larger predators, creating nursery areas that provide both security and learning opportunities. Their iridescent colors create beautiful displays when light filters through stream water, adding visual poetry to their peaceful resting places. Among the most graceful aerial sleepers, albatrosses have mastered the remarkable ability to rest while soaring across vast ocean expanses, using air currents and thermal updrafts to maintain flight, while portions of their brains enter sleep states. These magnificent seabirds can remain airborne for hours or even days, achieving necessary rest without ever touching solid ground or water surfaces. Their enormous wingspans, sometimes exceeding 11 feet, allow them to glide effortlessly on ocean winds while maintaining the minimal brain activity necessary for flight control and navigation. The way albatrosses synchronize their flight patterns with wind conditions demonstrates sophisticated understanding of how to optimize energy conservation during extended periods of travel and rest. When albatrosses do land on water surfaces for deeper rest, they create graceful scenes of oceanic tranquility, floating like living boats on the endless expanse of open sea. Their waterproof feathers provide excellent insulation and buoyancy, allowing comfortable rest even in challenging maritime conditions. Their ability to navigate across thousands of miles of open ocean while maintaining adequate rest demonstrates remarkable biological coordination between sleep needs and survival requirements. The peaceful way albatrosses ride air currents with their wings outstretched and their bodies perfectly balanced creates images of effortless grace and harmony with natural forces. Baby albatrosses, called chicks, remain in protected nest sites for many months while developing their flight capabilities, creating extended periods of family bonding and learning that prepare them for their eventually nomadic lifestyle. Their gradual development from ground-bound chicks to master aerial navigators represents one of nature's most remarkable transformations from dependent rest to independent flight. In the quiet waters of northern lakes and ponds, loons create some of the most hauntingly beautiful sleep scenes found in freshwater environments. These elegant diving birds often rest while floating on calm water surfaces, with their distinctive black and white plumage creating striking patterns against dark water and sky reflections. Their mournful calls, which have become synonymous with wilderness tranquility, often subside to gentle murmurs during rest periods, creating peaceful soundscapes that enhance the serenity of their aquatic homes. Loons often choose protected coves and bays for rest, seeking areas where wind and wave action are minimal and they can maintain their position with little effort. Their excellent diving abilities allow them to escape quickly beneath the surface if threats appear, providing security even during vulnerable rest periods on open water. The way loons position themselves during sleep, often with their bills tucked back along their necks, creates streamlined forms that minimize drag from gentle currents and breezes. Loon families often rest together in small groups, with parents positioned protectively around their young, while maintaining awareness of their aquatic environment. Their distinctive red eyes remain partially alert even during rest, scanning for movement that might indicate either opportunities or threats in their lake habitat. The gentle ripples created by resting loons as they adjust their positions create concentric circles that spread across calm water surfaces, adding visual poetry to the peaceful atmosphere of their northern lake homes. Their presence in these pristine wilderness areas serves as an indicator of environmental health and natural balance. In the canopies of ancient forests, great horned owls demonstrate that predatory birds can achieve peaceful rest while maintaining the alertness necessary for their nocturnal hunting lifestyle. These magnificent raptors often sleep during daylight hours in dense tree cover, where their mottled brown plumage provides excellent camouflage against bark and shadow patterns. Their large, expressive eyes remain closed during deep sleep phases, while their prominent ear tufts continue to monitor sound patterns in their forest environment. The way great horned owls choose sleeping locations, always with clear flight paths and strategic views of their territory, shows sophisticated understanding of how to balance rest with readiness for activity. Their powerful talons maintain secure grips on sturdy branches even during their deepest sleep phases, allowing complete relaxation without fear of falling from their elevated perches. Baby owls, called owlets, often sleep together in family groups, creating fluffy clusters of developing predators that demonstrate the gentler side of these formidable hunters. The soft hooting calls that occasionally emerge during lighter sleep phases help maintain territorial boundaries and family communication throughout their rest periods. Their ability to achieve deep rest during daylight hours while remaining instantly ready for nocturnal activity demonstrates remarkable flexibility in sleep scheduling and arousal systems. The peaceful expressions on sleeping owls, with their fierce hunting features softened by rest, create touching reminders that even apex predators need gentle recovery time to maintain their strength and hunting effectiveness. Their majestic presence in old-growth forests adds an element of wild mystery and natural balance to these ancient woodland communities. Among the most patient and methodical sleepers, box turtles create some of the most endearing rest scenes found in terrestrial environments. These small reptiles often dig shallow sleeping depressions in soft soil or leaf litter, creating cozy beds that provide both comfort and protection from temperature variations and potential predators. Their ability to withdraw completely into their protective shells creates portable sleeping chambers that accompany them wherever they travel, demonstrating ultimate security and self-sufficiency in rest arrangements. The way box turtles choose their sleeping locations, often beneath fallen logs or in dense vegetation, shows instinctive understanding of how to find security in natural environments. Their slow, deliberate movements, even during lighter sleep phases, create an atmosphere of profound patience and mindfulness that modern humans could learn much from in their own approaches to rest and relaxation. The gentle sounds of their breathing and occasional soft movements through leaf litter create peaceful soundscapes in woodland environments. Baby box turtles often remain near their hatching sites during their first winter, sometimes sleeping in groups that provide shared warmth and protection during their most vulnerable developmental stages. Their ability to slow their metabolism during cooler weather allows them to achieve extended rest periods that help conserve energy when food sources become scarce. The ancient wisdom reflected in their unhurried approach to all activities, from eating to walking to sleeping, offers valuable lessons about the benefits of taking life slowly and thoroughly. Their longevity, with some individuals living over a century, demonstrates the effectiveness of their patient, methodical approach to survival and rest. And as we approach the completion of our peaceful journey through the restful world of animal sleep, you may find that your own consciousness has naturally synchronized with these gentle rhythms of nature, your breathing deep and regular, your body settled into the same kind of trusting relaxation that has sustained these remarkable creatures through countless generations of peaceful slumber in their natural world. The gentle rhythm of sleep extends even to the most unexpected corners of the animal kingdom, where creatures we might never consider peaceful sleepers have developed their own unique approaches to rest and tranquility. In the depths of caves and underground chambers, salamanders enter states of profound stillness that can last for months at a time. Their smooth, moist skin glistening softly in the darkness as they remain motionless in positions of perfect repose. These remarkable amphibians demonstrate that rest can become a form of suspended animation, where life continues at such a slow pace that time itself seems to pause around them. Their ability to remain completely still for extended periods while maintaining just enough awareness to respond to changes in their environment shows nature's elegant solution to surviving in challenging underground habitats. The way salamanders position themselves during these extended rest periods, often pressed against cool cave walls or nestled beneath protective rock formations, creates living sculptures of patience and endurance that speak to the profound peace possible in darkness and silence. Their gentle breathing creates barely perceptible movements that blend seamlessly with the subtle air currents flowing through their subterranean homes. In the vast expanses of prairie grasslands, ground squirrels have perfected communal sleeping arrangements that rival any human community in their organization and mutual care. These social rodents create extensive burrow networks with multiple sleeping chambers, each designed to accommodate different family groups while maintaining connections that allow for easy communication and shared security throughout their rest periods. Their elaborate underground cities feature ventilation systems that maintain optimal air quality and temperature control, demonstrating sophisticated architectural planning that ensures comfortable sleep for entire communities. The way different families coordinate their sleep schedules, with some individuals maintaining watch while others rest deeply, shows remarkable cooperation and shared responsibility for community welfare. Baby ground squirrels learn important social behaviors during communal sleep times, developing the close relationships and communication skills that will sustain their community throughout their lives. Their soft, chittering conversations during lighter sleep phases help maintain social bonds while providing comfort and reassurance to all members of their underground neighborhood. The seasonal changes in their sleeping patterns, from active summer communities to peaceful winter gatherings, reflect the natural rhythms that flow through all prairie life. Their dedication to maintaining comfortable, secure sleeping environments for their entire community demonstrates the importance of considering collective rest needs when planning living arrangements. Deep in the Amazon rainforest, poison dart frogs create some of the most colorful and peaceful sleeping arrangements found anywhere in tropical environments. Despite their vibrant warning colors and potent defenses, these tiny amphibians rest with complete tranquility in the humid shade of broad leaves and moss-covered branches, their bright skin patterns creating living jewels scattered throughout the green cathedral of the rainforest. Their small size allows them to find sleeping spots in the most delicate and beautiful locations, often curled up in the center of bromeliad flowers or nestled against the soft moss that covers ancient tree trunks. The way they position their tiny bodies during rest, often with their legs tucked neatly beneath them, creates perfect miniature sculptures of contentment and security. Their ability to achieve such peaceful rest, despite living in one of Earth's most competitive and dangerous environments, demonstrates remarkable confidence in their natural defenses and chosen resting locations. The gentle rise and fall of their tiny chests during sleep creates almost imperceptible movements that blend with the rations of life, the subtle vibe throughout the rainforest canopy. Baby poison dart frogs often ride on their parents' backs during family travel, learning the locations of safe sleeping spots while experiencing the security that comes from close physical contact with protective caregivers. Their development from tiny tadpoles to independent adults represents one of nature's most remarkable transformations, with each stage requiring different approaches to rest and security. The peaceful way these small creatures move through their vertical rainforest world, from ground level to high canopy, demonstrates the three-dimensional thinking required for successful arboreal life. Their contribution to the complex ecosystem of sounds, colors, and life cycles that characterize tropical rainforests adds beauty and wonder to some of Earth's most biodiverse environments. Among the most patient and methodical of all sleepers, tortoises demonstrate that longevity and rest are intimately connected through their incredibly slow and deliberate approach to all aspects of life. These ancient reptiles often sleep for 12 to 16 hours each day, creating peaceful scenes of timeless tranquility wherever they make their homes, from desert landscapes to Mediterranean hillsides. Their ability to withdraw into their protective shells creates ultimate security during rest periods, allowing them to achieve complete relaxation without vulnerability to external threats. The way tortoises choose their sleeping locations, often beneath overhanging rocks or in the shade of sturdy vegetation, shows instinctive understanding of how environmental factors affect rest quality and comfort. Their incredibly slow movements, even during waking hours, create an atmosphere of profound mindfulness and present moment awareness that extends naturally into their extended sleep periods. The gentle sounds of their breathing and occasional soft movements create peaceful rhythms that seem to slow time itself in their immediate surroundings. Different species of tortoises have adapted their sleep patterns to match their specific environments, from the desert tortoises who burrow deep underground to escape extreme temperatures, to the giant tortoises of tropical islands who rest openly in the warmth of filtered sunlight. Their longevity, with some individuals living well over a century, demonstrates the profound connection between quality rest and lifespan. Baby tortoises inherit their patient approach to life from birth, moving through their early development with the same unhurried wisdom that characterizes their species throughout their remarkably long lives. Their ability to find complete satisfaction in simple pleasures, like basking in warm sunlight or resting in cool shade, offers valuable lessons about contentment and the art of being present in each moment. In the crystal waters of coral reefs, sea anemones create some of the most graceful and hypnotic rest displays found anywhere in marine environments. These flower-like creatures often close their tentacles during rest periods, creating living bouquets that sway gently with ocean currents while maintaining their positions on coral formations and rocky surfaces. Their ability to achieve rest while remaining anchored in place demonstrates perfect adaptation to life in flowing water environments. The gentle undulation of their soft bodies during rest periods creates mesmerizing movements that seem to dance with the rhythm of ocean tides and currents. The way sea anemones coordinate their rest periods with tidal cycles and light patterns shows sophisticated understanding of how environmental factors influence optimal rest timing. Their partnership with clownfish and other marine creatures creates mutually beneficial relationships that continue even during their rest periods, providing security and cleaning services that enhance their overall well-being. Their vibrant colors and graceful forms create underwater gardens of living art that add beauty and wonder to coral reef environments. The peaceful way they expand and contract with ocean rhythms demonstrates perfect harmony between biological needs and environmental conditions. Different species of sea anemones have adapted their rest patterns to match their specific reef locations, from shallow tide pools, where they must accommodate dramatic water level changes, to deep reef walls, where consistent conditions allow for more predictable rest schedules. Their contribution to the complex ecosystem relationships that sustain coral reefs demonstrates the importance of rest in maintaining healthy marine communities. Among the most social and coordinated of all sleepers, emperor penguins continue their remarkable community cooperation even during rest periods in the harsh Antarctic environment. These dedicated parents create some of the most touching family sleeping arrangements found anywhere in nature, with fathers balancing precious eggs on their feet, while mothers travel vast distances to find food for their developing families. Their ability to maintain warmth and protection for their young during the most extreme weather conditions on Earth demonstrates ultimate dedication and love that transcends species boundaries. The way emperor penguin communities coordinate their movements during rest periods, ensuring that everyone receives adequate protection from brutal Antarctic winds, shows remarkable social organization and mutual care. The soft vocalizations that continue during their rest periods help maintain family bonds and provide reassurance throughout the long polar nights. Their black and white plumage creates striking contrasts against pristine snow and ice, while their streamlined bodies huddle together in formations that maximize warmth retention and wind protection. Baby emperor penguins develop their social skills and survival strategies during extended periods of family rest, learning the cooperation and communication abilities that will sustain them throughout their lives in one of Earth's most challenging environments. Their gradual development from helpless chicks to capable adults represents one of nature's most remarkable stories of family dedication and community support. The way emperor penguin communities maintain their protective formations even during sleep demonstrates sophisticated understanding of how collective action can overcome individual limitations. Their survival in Antarctica depends entirely on this cooperation, making their rest periods essential components of their community survival strategy. In the gentle currents of kelp forests, sea otters continue their endearing sleep behaviors in one of the ocean's most peaceful and productive environments. These playful marine mammals often wrap themselves in kelp fronds while floating on their backs, creating natural anchoring systems that prevent them from drifting away from their chosen resting areas during sleep. Their tool-using abilities extend even to their rest preparations, as they carefully select and position rocks on their chests that serve multiple purposes during their floating sleep sessions. The way sea otters groom themselves before settling into sleep demonstrates sophisticated self-care routines that enhance both comfort and insulation during their aquatic rest periods. Their thick fur, consisting of nearly 1 million hairs per square inch, creates natural insulation that maintains body temperature even while floating in cold ocean water for extended periods. The gentle bobbing motion of sleeping sea otters creates peaceful scenes that embody perfect harmony between mammalian needs and marine environments. Mother sea otters demonstrate remarkable multitasking abilities by maintaining physical contact with their pups while sleeping, ensuring that young otters receive warmth, security, and feeding opportunities throughout their rest periods. Their playful nature continues even during lighter sleep phases, with gentle movements and soft vocalizations that maintain family bonds. The way sea otter communities coordinate their rest periods, often gathering in protected areas of kelp forests where water conditions are calm and food sources are abundant, shows sophisticated understanding of how environmental factors affect rest quality. Their presence in healthy kelp forest ecosystems serves as an indicator of marine environmental balance and natural harmony. Deep beneath the surface of quiet ponds and slow-moving streams, painted turtles create some of the most serene underwater sleeping scenes found in freshwater environments. These beautiful reptiles often rest on muddy bottoms or among submerged logs and vegetation, where they can remain completely motionless for hours while absorbing oxygen through specialized skin adaptations. Their colorful shell patterns and bright markings create living art pieces scattered across pond bottoms, adding beauty and life to aquatic environments that might otherwise seem empty and still. The way painted turtles choose their underwater resting spots, always in areas with adequate oxygen levels and escape routes, demonstrates sophisticated understanding of aquatic survival strategies. Their ability to slow their metabolism dramatically during rest periods allows them to survive in low-oxygen environments that would be challenging for other aquatic creatures. The peaceful expressions on their faces, with their eyes gently closed and their limbs relaxed, create touching images of trust and tranquility in underwater settings. Baby painted turtles often rest in shallow areas where they can easily surface for air while remaining protected from larger predators, creating nursery areas that provide both security and learning opportunities. Their gradual development of diving abilities and underwater endurance represents a fascinating progression from surface-dependent young to accomplished aquatic adults. The seasonal changes in their rest patterns, from active summer behaviors to peaceful winter dormancy beneath ice-covered waters, demonstrate remarkable physiological adaptations that allow survival in dramatically changing aquatic environments. Their presence in healthy pond ecosystems indicates clean water and balanced aquatic communities. Among the most graceful and synchronized of all sleepers, schools of fish demonstrate that collective rest can create some of the most beautiful and peaceful displays found anywhere in aquatic environments. Thousands of individual fish moving together as single organisms create flowing, silver ribbons that undulate through coral reefs and open ocean waters with hypnotic beauty and perfect coordination. Their ability to maintain school formations, even during rest periods, shows remarkable social awareness and mutual protection throughout all phases, instincts that continue of their daily cycles. The gentle, synchronized movements of resting fish schools create mesmerizing displays that seem to pulse with the very heartbeat of ocean life itself. Different species contribute their own and colors unique patterns to the complex choreography of reef life, creating living kaleidoscopes that shift and change as schools move through their rest and activity cycles. The way fish schools coordinate their movements with tidal patterns and light cycles demonstrates sophisticated understanding of how environmental factors affect optimal rest timing. Their streamlined bodies and efficient swimming techniques allow them to maintain their positions within schools while expending minimal energy, creating sustainable approaches to both rest and movement that have been perfected over millions of years of evolution. The peaceful way they respond to ocean currents and water movements shows perfect adaptation to their three-dimensional aquatic environment. Young fish learn the complex social behaviors required for successful school membership during extended periods of group rest and movement, developing the coordination and communication skills that will protect them throughout their lives in the open ocean. Their contribution to the complex food webs and ecosystem relationships that sustain marine life demonstrates the importance of rest in maintaining healthy ocean communities. In the quiet hours before dawn, when darkness begins its gentle retreat and the first hints of light touch the edges of the horizon, countless animals around the world begin their natural transitions between rest and wakefulness, creating a global symphony of peaceful awakening that connects all living creatures in the timeless rhythm of day and night, rest and activity, sleep and dreams that has sustained life on Earth for millions of years. As your own consciousness drifts along with these gentle currents of animal wisdom, carried by the soft rhythm of your breathing and the peaceful weight of relaxation settling through your body like warm honey, you become part of this ancient tapestry of rest that weaves through every corner of the natural world, from the deepest ocean trenches to the highest mountain peaks, from the smallest insects to the largest mammals, all sharing in the universal gift of peaceful, restorative sleep that heals, renews, and prepares every living creature for whatever tomorrow may bring, while you float gently along this river of tranquility that flows through all of nature, carrying you deeper into the restful embrace of night, where dreams wait patiently to welcome you home. And in this peaceful moment, surrounded by the invisible presence of countless sleeping creatures around the globe, you rest knowing that sleep is not solitude but connection, not emptiness but fulfillment, not an end but a beginning of the quiet magic that happens when we trust enough to let go, to close our eyes, and to drift into the gentle darkness where restoration lives, where peace dwells, and where the ancient wisdom of rest whispers its timeless secrets to every soul, brave enough to listen, to learn, and to surrender to the profound gift of sleep that connects us all in the endless, beautiful cycle of life, rest, and renewal that flows like a gentle tide through every heartbeat of existence on this remarkable planet we call home. The soft whisper of wind through grass, carries with it the gentle breathing of countless prairie dogs settled deep in their underground cities, where entire communities rest in chambers carved from earth and lined with the softest grasses they can gather. These social architects have created sleeping quarters that would rival any human bedroom in their attention to comfort and security, with separate areas for different family groups and carefully planned ventilation systems that keep the air fresh throughout their extended rest periods. Their soft, chittering conversations continue even during sleep, maintaining the social bonds that hold their communities together through seasons of plenty and scarcity alike. Baby prairie dogs learn the complex social etiquette of community living during these peaceful underground gatherings, developing relationships that will sustain them throughout their lives in the wide grasslands above. The way prairie dog families arrange themselves during sleep demonstrates sophisticated understanding of how shared warmth and mutual protection enhance rest quality for everyone involved. Their dedication to maintaining comfortable sleeping environments for their entire community shows remarkable cooperation that extends far beyond simple survival needs into genuine care for collective well-being. In the crystalline waters of mountain lakes, where the air is thin and pure, mountain goats navigate steep rocky shores to find the perfect resting spots that offer both security and spectacular views of their alpine domain. These sure-footed climbers often sleep on narrow ledges that would terrify most creatures, yet they rest with complete confidence in their natural abilities and chosen locations. Their thick white coats create beautiful contrasts against dark granite and grey stone, while their curved horns catch the first light of dawn in ways that transform them into living sculptures of mountain grace. The way mountain goats position themselves during rest, always with escape routes planned and strategic positions maintained, shows how even the most confident creatures balance trust with prudent caution. Their peaceful expressions while resting on seemingly impossible cliff faces demonstrate the remarkable adaptability that allows life to flourish in even the most challenging environments. The gentle sounds of their breathing echo softly against rock walls, creating natural acoustics that enhance the serene atmosphere of their high-altitude resting places. Baby mountain goats learn essential climbing and balance skills by observing their parents' careful selection of sleeping spots, developing the confidence and ability they'll need to thrive in their vertical world. Their playful interactions during rest periods create heartwarming scenes of family bonding against some of nature's most dramatic backdrops. Deep in the heart of ancient forests, where time moves differently and sunlight filters through layers of green in cathedral-like beams, woodpeckers have carved out sleeping chambers in the very trees they call home. These industrious birds create perfectly sized cavities that provide optimal insulation and protection, demonstrating remarkable engineering skills that rival any architect's careful planning. Their sleeping chambers feature smooth walls and carefully calculated dimensions that maximize comfort while minimizing heat loss during cold nights. The way woodpeckers orient their cavity entrances to avoid prevailing winds and rain shows sophisticated understanding of how environmental factors affect rest quality and long-term durability of their homes. Different species of woodpeckers create chambers of varying sizes and depths, each perfectly suited to their specific needs and physical characteristics. Their powerful beaks and specialized skull structures allow them to excavate these homes without injury, while their excellent hearing helps them locate the perfect spots in tree trunks, where the wood is soft enough for comfortable excavation, yet strong enough to provide lasting security. Baby woodpeckers develop their excavation skills by helping their parents maintain and improve their family sleeping quarters, learning the techniques they'll need to create their own homes as they mature. Their soft tapping sounds during lighter sleep phases create gentle rhythms that blend harmoniously with the ambient sounds of the forest around them. The peaceful way woodpeckers settle into their tree cavity homes each evening, with careful grooming routines that prepare them for comfortable rest, demonstrates the importance of bedtime rituals that signal the transition from activity to peaceful sleep. Their presence in healthy forest ecosystems indicates the vitality and balance that sustain these ancient woodland communities. Among the most mysterious of all sleepers, octopi demonstrate that intelligence and rest are intimately connected through their remarkable ability to change colors and textures even during sleep, creating living displays of underwater artistry that shift and flow with their dreams. These eight-armed marvels often wedge themselves into rocky crevices or coral formations, where they can rest while remaining camouflaged against their surroundings. Their soft, boneless bodies mold perfectly to the contours of their chosen resting spots, creating custom-fit sleeping arrangements that provide both comfort and concealment. The way octopi arrange their arms during rest, often with some limbs maintaining gentle contact with their surroundings while others curl protectively around their bodies, shows remarkable coordination even during unconscious states. Their large, expressive eyes may close during deeper sleep phases, while their skin continues to display subtle color changes that seem to reflect the content of their dreams. The gentle pulsing of their mantle during rest creates rhythmic movements that blend seamlessly with the natural pulse of ocean currents around them. Young octopi inherit their species' remarkable intelligence and adaptability, developing their problem-solving abilities and camouflage skills through extended periods of rest and observation in protected nursery areas. Their ability to create complex sleeping arrangements using available materials demonstrates remarkable creativity and resourcefulness. The peaceful way octopi move through their underwater world, from active hunting to restful concealment, shows perfect integration of intelligence and instinct that has allowed them to thrive in ocean environments for millions of years. Their presence in healthy marine ecosystems indicates the complex biodiversity that sustains underwater communities around the globe. In the gentle currents of warm tropical seas, manta rays glide through their rest periods with the same graceful elegance that characterizes all their movements, creating underwater ballets of peaceful motion that seem to dance with the rhythm of ocean tides. These gentle giants often rest while continuing to swim slowly through their aquatic environment, maintaining the forward motion necessary for water to flow across their gills. Their enormous wingspans, sometimes exceeding 20 feet, create living sails that catch ocean currents and thermal layers, allowing them to move through their three-dimensional world with minimal energy expenditure during rest periods. The way manta rays coordinate their movements with underwater topography, using seamounts and coral formations to enhance their gliding efficiency, demonstrates sophisticated understanding of their marine environment. Their peaceful expressions and graceful movements create mesmerizing displays that seem to embody the very essence of oceanic tranquility. The gentle filtering motions they maintain, even during rest periods, ensure continuous nutrition while demonstrating perfect integration of survival needs with restorative sleep. Young manta rays learn essential navigation and feeding skills by following their mothers through extended periods of guided rest and movement, developing the abilities they'll need to traverse vast ocean distances throughout their lives. Their playful interactions during lighter sleep phases create touching scenes of family bonding in the endless blue expanse of open water. The way manta ray communities gather in cleaning stations and feeding areas shows sophisticated social behavior that continues even during rest periods, with individuals taking turns accessing the best resting positions while maintaining group cohesion. Their presence in healthy ocean ecosystems serves as an indicator of marine environmental balance and the complex relationships that sustain pelagic life. High above the forest floor, in the swaying crowns of the tallest trees, flying squirrels prepare for their daytime rest, with careful attention to creating the most comfortable and secure sleeping arrangements possible in their arboreal world. These nocturnal gliders often modify abandoned bird nests or create their own leaf-lined chambers in tree hollows, demonstrating remarkable architectural skills adapted to life in the canopy. Their soft, dense fur provides excellent insulation that keeps them warm in their elevated sleeping quarters, while their large, dark eyes remain closed during the bright daylight hours when they achieve their deepest rest. The way flying squirrels arrange their gliding membranes during sleep, folding them neatly against their bodies, create streamlined forms that fit perfectly into their chosen resting spaces. Their gentle movements during lighter sleep phases create barely audible rustling sounds that blend harmoniously with the whisper of wind through leaves above them. Baby flying squirrels learn essential gliding techniques and spatial reasoning skills during extended periods of rest and observation in their family nest sites, developing the confidence they'll need for their eventual nighttime adventures. The peaceful way flying squirrel families share their sleeping spaces, often with multiple generations occupying the same tree cavity, creates heartwarming scenes of multi-generational care and bonding. Their soft, chittering communications during rest periods help maintain family relationships while providing comfort and security to all members of their arboreal community. Their ability to sleep soundly while positioned high above the ground demonstrates complete trust in their natural abilities and chosen environments. The seasonal changes in their sleeping patterns, from summer activity to winter conservation, reflect the natural rhythms that flow through all forest life, connecting them to the larger cycles that sustain their woodland ecosystem. In the depths of coral gardens where sunlight filters through crystal water in dancing patterns of gold and blue, seahorses continue their gentle approach to life through rest periods that embody grace and patience in their purest forms. These delicate creatures anchor themselves to swaying coral branches with their curled tails, maintaining their positions while entering states of peaceful dormancy that can extend for hours at a time. Their tiny fins flutter with barely perceptible movements that create the most subtle water currents, demonstrating their remarkable ability to remain perfectly balanced while achieving deep rest. The way seahorses position themselves among coral formations, always choosing spots that provide both security and gentle water movement, shows instinctive understanding of how environmental factors enhance rest quality. Their upright posture during sleep creates elegant silhouettes that seem to dance with the natural rhythm of ocean currents and tidal movements. The gentle undulation of their dorsal fins during rest periods creates mesmerizing patterns that pulse in harmony with the living reef around them, adding to the hypnotic beauty of their underwater gardens. Male seahorses, who carry developing young in their specialized pouches, often adjust their resting positions to provide optimal conditions for their precious cargo, urnal care that continues demonstrating pat throughout all phases of their daily cycles. Their large, expressive eyes can move independently during lighter sleep phases, maintaining awareness of their surroundings while still achieving restorative rest. The way seahorse communities gather around particularly favorable resting spots creates underwater neighborhoods of sleeping creatures that look like living sculptures arranged by ocean artists. Their commitment to remaining motionless during deep rest, broken only by the gentlest adjustments of position, demonstrates mastery of patience and tranquility that few creatures can match. Their delicate beauty and peaceful presence add wonder and magic to coral reef environments, while their unique approach to rest and reproduction creates fascinating examples of how life adapts to specialized ecological niches. The soft sounds of water moving around their fins and the gentle swaying of coral branches create natural lullabies that enhance the peaceful atmosphere of their marine homes. Among the most enduring of all sleepers, giant tortoises demonstrate that longevity and peaceful rest are intimately connected through their incredibly patient approach to all aspects of life, including their extended daily sleep periods that can last up to 18 hours. These ancient reptiles create some of the most serene resting scenes found anywhere in nature, often sleeping in shaded groves or beneath the protective canopy of native vegetation on their island homes. Their massive shells provide ultimate security during rest periods, allowing them to withdraw completely from the outside world when deeper sleep is needed. The way giant tortoises choose their sleeping locations, always considering factors like temperature, humidity, and protection from weather variations, shows remarkable understanding of how environmental conditions affect rest quality and comfort. Their incredibly slow movements create an atmosphere of profound mindfulness that extends naturally into their extended sleep periods, where time seems to slow to match their ancient rhythm of existence. The gentle sounds of their breathing and occasional soft movements create peaceful soundscapes that seem to embody the very essence of unhurried living. Different subspecies of giant tortoises have adapted their rest patterns to match the unique conditions of their specific island environments, from volcanic landscapes to lush highland forests, demonstrating remarkable flexibility within their characteristically patient approach to life. Their longevity, with some individuals living well over 150 years, provides living testimony to the profound connection between quality rest and extended lifespan. Baby giant tortoises inherit their species' methodical approach to life from their very first days, moving through their early development with the same unhurried wisdom that will characterize their remarkably long lives. Their ability to find complete contentment in simple pleasures like basking in filtered sunlight or resting in cool shade offers valuable lessons about finding peace in life's most basic and essential experiences. The way giant tortoises move through their daily routines, from gentle foraging to thorough grooming to extended rest periods, creates predictable rhythms that seem perfectly synchronized with the natural cycles of their island ecosystems. Their presence in these unique environments serves as a living link to prehistoric times, when giant reptiles moved across landscapes that have since been transformed by millions of years of geological and biological change. In the quiet spaces between coral formations, where gentle currents carry whispers of ancient ocean wisdom, sea slugs create some of the most colorful and peaceful resting displays found anywhere in marine environments. These soft-bodied mollusks often attach themselves to coral branches or rocky surfaces, where they can remain motionless for extended periods, while their vibrant colors create living rainbows scattered throughout the reef. Their delicate, translucent bodies seem to glow with internal light, creating ethereal displays that add magic and wonder to underwater landscapes. The way sea slugs position themselves during rest, often in perfect harmony with the natural patterns and textures of their coral home, demonstrates remarkable integration with their reef environment. Their soft, undulating movements during lighter rest phases create gentle waves that ripple through their translucent tissues, producing hypnotic displays of color and motion that seem to pulse with the very heartbeat of reef life. The peaceful expressions on their simple faces, with their sensory tentacles relaxed and their bodies completely at ease, create touching images of contentment in their underwater world. Different species of sea slugs contribute their own unique colors and patterns to the complex artistry of coral reef communities, creating living galleries that shift and change as these creatures move through their rest and feeding cycles. Their ability to derive nutrition from the coral polyps and algae around them allows them to remain in their chosen resting spots for extended periods, without the need to search for food. Young sea slugs develop their distinctive coloration and patterns during extended periods of rest and growth in protected nursery areas of the reef, gradually acquiring the vibrant beauty that will characterize their adult lives. Their contribution to the complex ecosystem relationships that sustain coral reefs demonstrates how even the smallest and most delicate creatures play essential roles in maintaining marine biodiversity. The gentle way sea slugs respond to water movements and light changes shows perfect adaptation to the dynamic environment of coral reefs, where conditions shift constantly with tides, weather, and the activities of countless other creatures. Their peaceful presence adds beauty and wonder to these underwater gardens that represent some of Earth's most diverse and productive ecosystems. Deep in the heart of bamboo forests, where towering green stalks create natural cathedrals of light and shadow, red pandas perfect their approach to arboreal rest with the same grace and deliberation that characterizes all their movements through their elevated world. These adorable creatures spend most of their daylight hours sleeping in the secure embrace of tree branches, using their magnificent ringed tails as natural pillows and blankets. Their russet camouflage against tree-colored fur provides perfect bark and autumn leaves, allowing them to rest in peaceful invisibility high above the forest floor where ground-dwelling predators cannot reach them. The way red pandas arrange themselves on branches, often with their backs pressed against tree trunks and their paws dangling freely in positions of complete relaxation, creates perfect pictures of arboreal contentment. Their round ears remain partially alert, even during deep sleep, monitoring the forest sounds while the rest of their body achieves complete relaxation. The gentle swaying motion of their tree branch beds creates natural rocking rhythms that enhance their rest quality while providing soothing movement that seems to synchronize with their peaceful breathing patterns. During colder weather, red pandas curl into tight balls that conserve body heat while maximizing comfort, demonstrating nature's elegant solutions to the challenges of outdoor sleeping in variable mountain climates. Their soft fur and warm bodies create perfect insulation that allows comfortable rest, even when temperatures drop significantly during mountain nights. Baby red pandas learn essential climbing and balance skills during extended family rest periods, developing the confidence and coordination they'll need to navigate their three-dimensional arboreal world safely and efficiently. Their playful interactions during lighter sleep phases create heartwarming scenes of family bonding among the bamboo groves that serve as their natural home. The way red panda families coordinate their rest schedules, often sleeping together in close proximity while maintaining individual sleeping spaces, demonstrates sophisticated understanding of how to balance family closeness with personal comfort needs. Their gentle chittering communications during rest periods help maintain family bonds while providing reassurance and comfort to all members of their arboreal community. Their peaceful presence in bamboo forests adds charm and wonder to these unique ecosystems, while their role as seed dispersers and their interactions with other forest species contribute to the complex relationships that sustain mountain forest biodiversity. The quiet sounds of bamboo creaking in the wind and the soft rustle of leaves create natural soundscapes that enhance the tranquil atmosphere of their mountain homes. In the crystal clear waters of alpine lakes, where mountain peaks reflect like perfect mirrors and the air carries the pristine clarity of high altitudes, lake trout create some of the most serene underwater resting scenes found in freshwater environments. These cold water fish often rest in the deeper, cooler regions of their mountain lakes, where stable temperatures and excellent water quality provide ideal conditions for extended periods of peaceful dormancy. Their spotted patterns create beautiful camouflage against rocky lake bottoms and submerged logs, allowing them to rest in relative invisibility while maintaining awareness of their aquatic surroundings. The way lake trout position themselves during rest, often near underwater structures that provide both shelter and strategic positioning, demonstrates sophisticated understanding of how to optimize both security and comfort in their alpine environment. Their slow, rhythmic gill movements during rest periods create gentle currents that barely disturb the crystal-clear water around them, while their peaceful expressions and relaxed fins create images of perfect harmony between fish and their pristine mountain habitat. The way they respond to seasonal changes in their lake environment, adjusting their rest patterns to accommodate temperature variations and food availability, shows remarkable behavioral flexibility. Young lake trout develop their swimming abilities and territorial awareness during extended periods of rest and observation in shallow nursery areas, learning the skills they'll need to thrive in the competitive yet beautiful world of mountain lakes. Their gradual growth from tiny fry to impressive adult fish represents one of nature's most patient and methodical development processes. The peaceful way lake trout move through their daily cycles, from active feeding periods to restful dormancy, creates natural rhythms that seem perfectly synchronized with the seasonal changes that characterize high-altitude aquatic environments. Their presence in pristine mountain lakes serves as an indicator of excellent water quality and healthy aquatic ecosystems. The gentle ripples they create when adjusting position during rest periods spread in perfect concentric circles across mirror-smooth lake surfaces, adding visual poetry to the already spectacular beauty of their mountain home. Their ability to find peace and rest in some of Earth's most pristine and challenging environments demonstrates the remarkable adaptability of aquatic life to specialized ecological conditions. And so, our gentle journey through the peaceful world of animal rest draws to its quiet close, like the soft settling of twilight over a calm meadow. We've drifted together through 100 soothing truths about how creatures great and small have mastered the art we seek most, the ability to let go, to trust, and to surrender to the healing embrace of sleep. From koalas dreaming in eucalyptus trees to whales floating in vertical meditation, from busy ants taking micro-naps to ancient tortoises resting for centuries, each story has woven itself into the growing tapestry of tranquility that now surrounds your consciousness like the softest blanket. As your own breathing has naturally synchronized with these timeless rhythms of rest, you've become part of this universal symphony of sleep that connects all living things across our beautiful planet. Sweet dreams, and may you rest as peacefully as the countless creatures who share this gift of gentle slumber with you,